A voice rang out. "We humbly congratulate you on your marriage, Your Highness." The two maids before the princess clasped their hands together and spoke in unison. "Please, you must survive." Their faces were covered in tears. Cecil was not moved in the slightest. She was furious. This is bullshit, she thought. She cursed under her breath. Damn it. An introduction began. A beautiful white castle, an intricate lace veil, a white silk wedding dress, and it felt as though it might slip off at any moment. A beautiful face appeared, gleaming golden hair, emerald eyes, dazzlingly beautiful, yet filled with resentment. Cecil clenched her teeth and thought, I am the illegitimate child of the Nabatean royal family. I, Cecil, will not let this happen quietly. Today, she was getting married, and she did not feel even the slightest bit happy about it. Cecil cursed inwardly, and to the maddest tyrant on the continent, no less. Cecil narrated her own past. I was born from a drunken one-night affair, and they said I truly resembled the king. She described herself. Beautiful platinum blonde hair and emerald eyes. Then Cecil continued recounting what happened afterward. Right after giving birth to me, my mother passed away, and because of the king, I was permitted to live in a secondary palace. Although, she continued, it was a palace with only 3 servants, a place no one ever wanted to visit. Since I was not allowed to leave the palace on my own, the only thing I could do was read the books the maids brought me, and she thought pessimistically, and wait to be sold off for a pittance. At that time, Cecil had closed her book, Handsome Nobleman. Then she began reflecting on its contents. The book said this: a princess like her would usually be arranged into a political marriage. Cecil had once wished, if I am destined to be sold off, I want it to be to a handsome duke who lives in the north, someone who will love me. Going back to the past, when Cecil did not yet know she was about to be married, a voice rang out. Princess Cecil, His Majesty is looking for you. He says you must come at once. Cecil could not believe it and asked back, at once? Wait, let go of me. As she struggled, she asked the servants, why is father calling for me? They did not answer and only said, you will know once you arrive. It is good news. But unease began to rise in Cecil's heart. Good news? She screamed inwardly. Then why didn't he come tell me directly? When she arrived, the king announced through sobs, I have good news for you. Congratulations. Your fiancé has been decided. Cecil felt somewhat disgusted, but she still maintained her manners. First of all, it is a pleasure to meet you, father. Cecil began speculating inwardly. This is definitely a plot line from a story. I'm definitely going to be sold to some old, wealthy nobleman, aren't I? After wiping away his tears, the king said, I am so happy that a suitor has come. Your fiancé. Then he bluntly declared, is Emperor Aston. Cecil froze completely. In disbelief, she said, excuse me? She immediately shouted, that king? Emperor Aston. The king confirmed, that's right, Emperor Aston. Cecile Stamerev. No. Wait, hold on. But fear surged in Cecil's heart. If it's Emperor Aston, then she began recalling information about Aston. He ascended the throne at 16, and immediately afterward, he beheaded all his relatives and hung their heads at the palace entrance. He was the maddest tyrant on this continent. Cecil recalled an incident involving Aston. At that time, a servant had dared to criticize him. The servant had said, Your Majesty, this is a crime that could only be committed by a man with no morals. And it was said that Aston had dragged that servant to the imperial palace by every possible means. Yesterday, Aston sat arrogantly on the throne high above and said, If you had drunk poison as I once did, I bet you would not dare be so insolent. Aston held a vial in his hand and said viciously, So I prepared this for you. Then he threw the vial of poison toward the servant. Looking at the man's face, which had turned deathly pale, Aston ordered, Before I became emperor, this is the poison I tested myself. Aston mocked him and asked, Why are you making that face? That face tells me you know exactly how dangerous that poison is. At that moment, 2 soldiers led a young man inside. Aston slowly explained, Then I will give you a choice. Drink the poison, or kill your own son with your own hands. Tears had already rolled down the young man's face. He cried, shaking his head, and called out, Father, Father. The man remained silent and said nothing. Coldly, he drew his sword and approached his son. A streak of blood flowed across the floor. Back in the present, Cecil had begun to feel afraid. That infamous tyrant is Emperor Aston, and he want me to be his wife. Cecil, had once fantasized, if I am sold off in marriage, I want my partner to at least be a handsome and cold northern duke, someone who loves only me. I knew it was ridiculous, but I had once hoped for it. In her heart, Cecil felt extremely wronged. Why me? She narcissistically thought. What's the point of being this beautiful? Beside her, the king calmly said to Cecil, while I'm at it, I should tell you. The marriage was decided by drawing lots. Hearing that, Cecil immediately froze. The king's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her face. Marriage is not a very big matter, but since His Majesty has no heir, he thought of this method. Then he continued to explain. So he requested a healthy princess who could bear him many children. And look, that person is right here. Cecil felt as though she were floating somewhere in the middle of the universe. She shouted and questioned him. Is this how you treat your daughter? Am I some breeding animal for you to talk like that? The king pointed and ordered now. Right now. That is the king's decree. Watch your mouth, Cecil. Cecil asked disdainfully. Do you think I'm in the mood to keep listening to you? Hearing her say that, the king felt relieved and said, I feel relieved when you speak like that. What are you waiting for? Why don't you pack your things and go to your husband's home? Still holding on to hope, Cecil argued. Father, please look at me. Since when did you ever start treating me like a princess? Suddenly, siblings she had never met before appeared. Her older brother raised his hand in greeting and said, Nice to meet you, and may we never meet again. Her older sister pretended to be heartbroken and wiped tears with a handkerchief. I will miss you so much, Cecil. And her younger brother beside them said indifferently, I'll try my best to bury your body properly. In despair, Cecil shouted and questioned them. I don't even know who you people are. Is it something you should say to a half-sibling you've only just met? Cecil raised her middle finger. She explained, and so, the illegitimate child of the Nabatean royal family, Cecil, ended up like this. At that moment, Cecil was sitting in a carriage, wearing a wedding dress. She thought apathetically, the teachers who taught me the etiquette needed for marriage all cried when they said goodbye. Cecil remembered the moment they bid farewell to her. Tears streamed down both of their faces. One said, Princess Cecil, I will never forget you. The other also added, you will forever remain in our hearts. She lowered her head, unable to stop herself from feeling sad. But even I know that I will die soon. She began recalling her days in the secondary palace. I heard many stories about Emperor Aston. Most of them were about the number of people he had killed. Then she thought of the nobles' gossip, and the entire nobility is eager to know how many more days the future empress can survive. Suddenly, a call rang out, cutting through Cecil's thoughts. Princess Cecil, we have arrived. She looked out the window. The carriage door opened. Cecil had arrived before the palace gates. Before her, servants and guards had already lined up to welcome her. Cecil was overwhelmed by the grandeur. A bold thought occurred to her. To think I'm going to die amid such extravagance. She remembered the days she spent alone in the secondary palace when she was little. Days when she did work no different from a maid's. Ordinarily, Cecil narrowed her eyes and thought resentfully, I was thrown into the secondary palace and treated as though I did not exist. And now my fake family has driven me away like this. Then they will live comfortably. That is what is happening. The maid before Cecil saw her spacing out and called to her fearfully. Princess, His Majesty the Emperor is waiting for you. You must hurry and step down. But in that moment, Cecil became resolute. That's right. If I'm going to die, shouldn't I die as gracefully as possible? Cecil immediately replied. No, the maid could not believe it and asked back, Excuse me? Cecil repeated her words once more. I said no. In her heart, she decided, since I'm going to die anyway, I should at least act a little crazy, shouldn't I? Then Cecil raised her head and smiled arrogantly. She declared, If the Emperor does not come to escort me himself, then I will not take even a single step. Cecil looked at the three servants before her. Mischievously, she said to them, At some point I want to try doing the things everyone calls insane just once. It would probably be fun. For example, wearing winter clothes in the middle of summer or turning all the palace direction signs the wrong way, or eating only one specific dish out of dozens, then leaving. Seeing the princess become like this, the servants' questions and suspicions grew. Look at the princess. Isn't that demand enough already? Why does she keep playing with that bouquet? Cecil ignored their strange attitudes. She looked at the flowers in her hand and continued, but, not at all. I'm not playing with this. While I was imagining those things, she suddenly paused. Bitterly, she thought, the nonsense about me losing my life at my wedding to the emperor is not going away. Then she explained her actions to the servants. I'm plucking the petals to see whether my head will fall to the left or to the right. At that point, Cecil burst into tears over her own tragic fate and said, I'm sorry, Heart. My brain and mouth have both gone mad, so it's very hard to stay calm right now. But just as everyone else is thinking, marrying a man I do not want, spending the night together, feeling anxious every day, because one day I will die and no one will care. A life buried away like that. After death, only I would find myself. A painful future, just like my mother's. In Cecil's mind, images of her father and mother gradually appeared, along with the suffering her mother had endured during all the time she stayed beside that awful man. In the end, all that remained of her was a lonely grave standing alone on a desolate hill. Perhaps because she had remembered her mother's story, Cecil realized something. She stopped crying. With determination, she thought, I don't want to live like that. I will live a life where I do not know when I might die. Her fingers unconsciously moved the petal, and it tilted to the right. Cecil did not notice this. She was absorbed in thought. I will live as grandly as I can before I die. In a lavish palace, the legendary Tyrant Aston was sitting leisurely in a chair. He was surprised when he heard the news reported by Nabedon's envoy. What do those words mean? The envoy below trembled in fear when Aston questioned him. I am merely conveying exactly what I heard, Your Majesty. As Aston murmured the name of his future fiancée, Princess Cecil, the envoy continued. She said that if Your Majesty does not personally come to receive her, she will not move even a single step. And also, Aston was surprised. He had not expected this princess to be so bold. And also, the two ministers beside him were also greatly shocked when they heard this. They could not help feeling worried inwardly. Dear God, bring in another one. Ignoring the strange gazes focused on him, the envoy opened a sheet of paper and spoke respectfully. Please wait a moment. I wrote down everything she requested because it was far too long. He broke into a sweat as he looked at the paper and read aloud. You must bring me to the temple according to Nabedon custom. Change the white flowers to red flowers according to Nabedon custom. Male servants must wear red hats, and female servants must wear red flower crowns, also according to Nabedon custom. The minister beside him thought, God, so we need to bring in one more after all. Then both ministers spoke up at the same time. Is the Nabedon princess trying to die? Has she gone mad? Does she know who she is making demands of? If she has come to this empire, then she must follow the empire's laws. What business does she have teaching us the customs of that country? This time, the envoy's voice trembled completely. About this as well. The other two asked in unison, what else? He answered. She said, I have come all this way, so if you do not come out to receive me, wouldn't that make you rather petty? This time, the ministers were completely frozen. But Aston did not get angry after hearing that. He could not help feeling that this fiancée he had yet to meet was indeed more interesting than most. A faint smile appeared on his face as he asked, Does Nabedon that really have such a custom? At that moment, the ministers immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, what does that matter? They sent a madwoman like this here. We must start a war at once. We must erase that country from the map. Aston said calmly, Didn't you say war should only be waged 3 times a year? The ministers quickly replied, On second thought, 4 times is fine. Yes. Hearing that, Aston told them, Then next month, I will wipe out the Asia territory. Seeing him leave, the ministers grew noisy and asked, Your Majesty, where are you going? He turned back and said coldly, Where? Do I not have to fulfill my beloved wife's wishes? At that moment, Princess Cecil was still inside the carriage, fiddling with the flower in her hand. Seeing that the flower now had only its final petal left, tilted to the right, the words instantly appeared in her mind. Congratulations. Your head falls to the right. Crying, she said, Ha ha, as expected. It's the right side. Then she glanced toward the people who had just arrived. She could not help thinking inwardly. As expected, the atmosphere isn't good. Good. Very much to my liking. Remember this. Everyone, I am for Nabaton. You all dislike me, don't you? Then take my head and make sure to destroy Nabaton too. Don't I have the ability to do things no one else can? A faint smile appeared on her lips as she continued thinking. I lied about Nabaton's customs, but surprisingly, they accepted it easily. So what if my lie is discovered? I'll be going to heaven a little while later anyway. In any case, it would be better to go there together with the entire Nabaton royal family. Since I have nothing to do now, should I write my will? Then she saw a young man in the distance approaching her. That young man was none other than the legendary Tyrant, Aston. Cecil calculated inwardly. After the wedding ends, I was supposed to make a scene. If so, I should even write my will in a way that drives others insane. At that moment, Aston had already stepped up beside Cecil's carriage. He stared intently at her, at the woman who would become his future fiancée. His gaze was so intense that it cut off Cecil's train of thought. By natural reflex, it made her raise her face and look at him. Her whole body froze, but Aston paid no attention to that small change. He curved his lips into a faint smile and said to Cecil, "The customs of the kingdom of Nabaton are quite special." A brief moment of shock passed through Cecil before she came back to herself. She inwardly cried out, "The Emperor? I was thinking about something else, so I didn't know he had arrived." At that moment, Aston did not wait for the girl before him to react. He politely took Cecil's small hands. Then he lifted her out of the carriage. But Cecil was still very surprised by the appearance of the person before her. She had never imagined that the tyrant from the rumors was not a vicious old man, but an extraordinarily handsome man with a remarkable face. And so, when he held her and she looked at his face from so close, she felt as if he were radiating a brilliant glow. That beauty blocked every word she had intended to say, along with all the strange and unique troublemaking plans she had been about to carry out. Unconsciously, she let out "ah." But by that moment, Cecil's maiden heart had bloomed like a flower. In her mind, only these words remained. The Emperor of the Empire is not a human being, but a powerful tyrant. A cruel man who can knock down knights with his fists alone. He is a man who treats me like a mere creature, only to produce an heir. And Cecil could no longer restrain her attraction to men. She murmured aloud, "You really are a beautiful man." It seemed that, at last, Cecil had been conquered by that stunningly perfect appearance. Cecil opened her eyes wide and stared at the man before her. She could not hide the astonishment on her blushing face. Emperor Aston also looked at her in confusion. Excitement and joy filled her thoughts. "I never imagined it. Think about it. How could I have imagined it? How could I possibly have thought the Emperor would be ugly?" Cecil was overwhelmed by Emperor Aston's handsomeness. In truth, she had never seriously looked at a proper picture of him. Even at the proposal ceremony, she had not looked at his portrait. Because of that, she had no impression of his face in her mind. Suddenly, she felt something strange. Cecil's feet had not been touching the ground this entire time. Only after a while did she realize that she had been lifted up and was lying in Emperor Aston's arms. This made her suddenly freeze, and she felt extremely embarrassed. In contrast, Aston had been standing there holding her for quite a long time, waiting expressionlessly for Cecil's reaction. Cecil's face turned bright red, and she shouted in panic, "Wait, what are you doing?" Aston asked her in return, "Is this a Nabaton custom? I tried doing what you wanted, but something feels strange, doesn't it?" His hands were still supporting Cecil's waist. Cecil asked blankly, "You're not going to kill me?" Aston questioned her in return, his face still not showing the slightest emotion. "Why would I do that?" Cecil began listing the unreasonable demands she had made, thinking they must have angered Aston, while looking confused. Someone from a tiny country, chosen by drawing lots, demanded that the Emperor come to receive her, demanded to be carried, demanded that the color of the flowers be changed. It was all nonsense. Aston calmly answered her doubts. It was not drawing lots, but rolling dice. "I did not number anything. I rolled dice on a map." Hearing the way he had chosen his future empress, Cecil was stunned. That was still an insincere choice. In any case, no longer caring about why she had not been killed, she turned her attention to her surroundings and secretly glanced at the people around them. But she immediately gave up on that idea when she saw cold, murderous gazes directed at her. Cecil turned pale and turned back toward Aston, wrapping her arms around his shoulders to avoid those terrifying stares. A huge question appeared in her mind. I thought the Emperor was the one who would react like that. What's going on? Then she secretly looked at Aston, wondering if the rumors that Aston was called a tyrant were only rumors. Aston was gazing vaguely into the air. Suddenly, he gave a savage smile. In a threatening voice, he said, "Now that I think about it, the teachers who taught you, I will kill them all." Cecil immediately took back the thought she had just had, fearfully imagining the scene of the teachers who had taught her dying. But before she could regain her senses, her mouth was still mumbling, when Aston set her down. One of his hands reached out to support her so she could stand firmly. He told the priest that the ceremonies would end within 10 minutes. The priest panicked and immediately protested fiercely. "That is impossible. Your Majesty," he began crying. "We must sing hymns. We must memorize the prayers. How could it possibly take only 10 minutes? But Aston acted as if he did not care. "Just memorize quickly and sing quickly." He questioned the priest. "Are you saying you cannot do it?" Aston's unreasonable and stubborn demand left Cecil speechless as she looked at him. Seeing that the priest did not answer, Aston began to lose patience. He immediately appointed the young priest beside him as a replacement and demanded that he quickly do it well. Both priests were taken by surprise. The young priest reacted, "What?" Aston's expression darkened, and his voice carried a warning. "If you cannot do it, you know what will happen." The young priest did not dare make another sound and could only endure it. Listening and witnessing that pitiful scene, Cecil could not help but feel sympathy for the young priest. A new record was entered into the book when he memorized the prayer without breathing. Cecil screamed in her heart. That thing called rumor must be canceled. Suddenly, a maid came to speak with Cecil, wearing a bright expression. The maid had purple hair braided into pigtails on both sides. She introduced herself as Mary, the person assigned to take care of Her Majesty the Empress. She also added that if there was anything difficult, she would come to help. Seeing that Cecil did not answer and that her complexion did not look good, Mary worriedly said, "Oh my, is Her Majesty the Empress feeling unwell?" Cecil immediately asked Mary, "There is something I am curious about. Is His Majesty the Emperor really a tyrant, just like the rumors say?" Mary did not answer directly. She covered her mouth with her hand, her face returning to a smile. "Your Majesty the Empress, really? How could you ask such a thing?" Then she leaned close to Cecil's ear and whispered meaningfully, "Tonight, you will experience it for yourself." At night, before going to sleep, Cecil wore a seductive dress and sat on the bed waiting for Aston. Her face reddened, and her mind became chaotic because she was thinking in a different direction. She began to calm herself down, but her mind was still busy with her own plan. Let's get ready, bathe, get dressed, and cause a scene. But in reality, several hours had passed, and the Emperor still had not come. The bedroom she and the Emperor shared was more luxurious than any palace in Nabadan. Cecil dejectedly threw herself onto the bed, spreading both arms out to the sides. One question had been bothering her all along. Why has the Emperor not killed me? She began to fall into deep thought. After doing this much, even turning the country into dust would not be enough. Cecil reassured herself again. Maybe it is not today. Perhaps tomorrow, everything will fall apart. A sudden thought pulled her out of her relaxation, reminding Cecil that now was not the time to lie still. She sprang up and shouted as if to vent. "That's right. I'm going to die anyway, so I should at least try the fruit and drink the wine here before I die." A bottle of wine soaking in an ice bucket caught Cecil's attention. She wondered, what is this? Just by looking at it, it already seemed expensive. Then she shouted, "Let's drink," as if even those outside the castle could hear her. The Emperor was in his office, surrounded by piles of documents and account books scattered across the desk. A knock sounded at the door. Aston propped his chin on his hand and ordered, "Come in." The person who entered immediately said, "Your Majesty." It was Ken, the commander of the Knight Order of the Achaea Empire. He had brown hair and was wearing a military uniform. Ken had come because of the Emperor's previous order, but Aston seemed not to remember, so he had to remind him with a puzzled expression. Ken reported that all the teachers who had been responsible for educating the Empress had died. This news surprised Aston. "What, you killed them all already?" "As expected of the commander of my Knight Order." Ken awkwardly replied, "And no, that is not it. I heard they all drank poison and took their own lives." Aston calmly judged the situation. I see. As expected, those plotting something acted first. The image of his meeting with Cecil that morning suddenly appeared in his mind. So was me. Aston thought that Cecil hated his appearance. That kept bothering him because he still did not know the truth. Ken's question pulled him back to reality. Was that not your intention? Aston found it strange. Why would you think that? Ken immediately explained. If it were intentional, then your majesty would not have been indifferent to what happened at the wedding ceremony. The enemy stepped into that rare opportunity. Ken asked Aston about Cecil, whether they should deal with her using a sword or poison. Aston rubbed his chin and thought. He remembered her face and commented, I find her very beautiful. The unrelated answer made Ken freeze. Pardon. At that moment, Aston suddenly stood up, saying that he had something to do. Ken once again looked as though he could not believe his ears. He repeated what Aston had just said. Aston closed the drawer of his desk with one hand and calmly explained, I am married now, after all. Then he grabbed the knife on the table and walked toward the door without looking back at Ken, leaving him with a warning. It may be a little noisy tonight. I plan to have a wonderful night. After saying that, he turned the doorknob and stepped outside. In the bedroom, shared by the two of them, the open bottle of wine lay on the floor. After downing the wine, Cecil lay on the bed with her face flushed, breathing with difficulty. For some unknown reason, she felt that everything before her eyes had become hazy and unreal. She suspected, no, could this wine not be wine, but a love potion? Cecil was still lying on the bed. Her mind felt foggy, and her consciousness gradually blurred. She placed a hand on her chest and breathed out with difficulty. Her body was burning hot, making her face flush red. Cecil suspected that she had drunk some kind of charm. Outside, Aston's footsteps rang out as he returned to his bedroom. The moment he opened the door slightly with his hand, he saw his empress sleeping on the bed. Her sleeping face still looked very beautiful. Her eyes were closed, and her blonde hair spread out to both sides. Aston looked at Cecil, sleeping soundly with an indescribable expression. He was reminded of cute, mischievous plush puppies. A memory of when Cecil was still small suddenly surfaced. On a day when it was raining heavily, two of Cecil's maids spoke in worried voices. Princess, it is raining. One person holding a jar spoke toward Cecil. Please bring the bowl in quickly. Seeing Cecil give no reaction, the maid anxiously asked, Princess, why are you staring into space like that? Cecil was still immersed in her own thoughts. She looked at the scene before her in astonishment. This is the secondary palace where I grew up. Suddenly, tears welled in her eyes, and her face became radiant. Only then did she answer, oh no. Then she raised a hand to her nose and explained, as if speaking to herself, her face still filled with happiness. What? So it was a dream? I had a very frightening dream. The rain fell for a while, then stopped. The last drop of water fell into Cecil's bowl, which had been placed on the floor. In a sunlit corridor, Cecil sat on the floor and chatted with a maid. The maid asked Cecil whether she had had a nightmare. Cecil answered, that's right. In my dream, there was a stupid emperor. Cecil had only just begun telling the story when she was interrupted by a familiar voice. I have heard it many times before, but this is the first time I have witnessed it like this. It feels quite new. It turned out that what had just happened was Cecil's dream, and Aston's voice pulled her back to reality. Cecil woke with a start. In confusion, she realized that Aston was bracing himself with his hands. His body was above hers. Cecil could not hide her embarrassment at Aston's sudden appearance. Blushing, she stammered, W8. Why are you lying on top of me? Aston answered teasingly. Then do you want me underneath? The image of Aston with his shirt open at the chest and his gaze full of affection appeared in her mind, making Cecil panic and shout loudly. Kish, that is not the problem. You even took off your clothes. In response to her embarrassment over his handsomeness, Aston calmly answered, I have not taken off my pants yet. Cecil's heart pounded as if it might burst. She had to cover her shame-filled face with her hands. His body is too amazing, so there are too many problems. Looking at the handsome face and strong body before her, she could not stop admiring him in her heart. Just looking at his face is already perfect. His body is this amazing too. I have no choice but to fall for him completely. Cecil shouted at Aston. Even so, it is still not allowed. Making someone drink something like a love potion. You really are a perverted emperor. Aston looked surprised. A love potion? Cecil turned pale as she realized she had slipped up. She panicked, sat up, and tried to correct what she had said. That's right. A love potion. Even if you are not confident, you should not use such a despicable method. Aston still did not understand what she meant and said that she had probably misunderstood. Cecil angrily raised her voice. What misunderstanding? That bottle of wine. You do not need to say anything else. I know everything already. She sulkily explained. After I drank it, all the strength left my body. My mind became foggy. My breathing grew rapid. Then Cecil shifted into blaming him. Even if you're the emperor, doing this without consent is a crime. A love potion is the same. She put on a pitiful look and said that if he had used that face and body to seduce her, she would have fallen for him. Only now did Aston speak up and explain that what she had drunk was not a love potion, but a truth serum. Hearing that, Cecil's face went blank. What? Aston continued. It was clearly a truth serum. He questioned her in return. I never intended to give it to you. Why did you drink it? Embarrassed, she lowered her face and stammered for a long time without being able to say anything. Aston glanced down at her. His gaze was full of implication. In any case, he said as he pushed her down onto the bed, leaving her stunned. Aston's voice was gentle. We have work to do. We must do what we need to do today, mustn't we? Cecil's eyes widened. What we need to do today, Aston replied. Is there anything else? Then he immediately gripped her wrist tightly. After that, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, lie face down. A while later, Cecil's groans came from inside the room. Ah, it hurts. Not there. In the dark corridor outside, the silhouette of a woman stood silently, listening to the noises. The groans grew louder and louder. The woman opened the door to the couple's bedroom. She could feel at ease as things were going according to plan. She saw Aston and Cecil still occupied with their business. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. Now was the time. Then she suddenly drew a knife and rushed forward, intending to stab one of them, but something made her freeze. Too late. Only a moment later, the woman was pinned to the wall. The knife stabbed straight into her chest, causing blood to flow down onto the floor. It was Mary, the maid who had been entrusted with taking care of Cecil. Her assassination plan, which had seemed to be on the verge of success, had been discovered and countered by Aston, leaving her shocked. Impossible. How could you still be on guard in this situation? Aston asked in return, what situation? It turned out that she had thought the two of them were being intimate. But in truth, Aston had only been massaging Cecil. Furious, Mary tried to say her final words before dying. Damn it, the mission. She was supposed to die. As she breathed her last, her body fell to the floor. Cecil was shocked when she heard Mary call her princess. She recalled Mary's friendly face when they had first met. She could not believe Mary had been an assassin. Cecil turned pale and confused, unable to understand what was happening. The question kept circling in her mind. Why had Mary targeted her and not the emperor? But Aston spoke up from the other side. This is not all of them. Suddenly, a thud rang out. Another person, covered in blood, collapsed, and Aston continued dealing with the remaining people. Cecil covered her mouth in fear. This is already the fourth person. Aston seemed accustomed to such things. He had not been surprised by the first assassin, and no matter how many assassins came afterward, all of them would die by the emperor's hand. After several more thuds of corpses collapsing, Aston wiped his blood-stained hands clean and calmly said, "It is over. As expected, cleanliness is best." Cecil was now completely terrified of this emperor. He truly was an emperor with extraordinary strength. She looked at the floor, which was covered everywhere in pools of blood, and thought in confusion, where is the cleanliness in this? Is this not just a complete mess? After that, Aston held a towel and wiped his face. He seemed completely unconcerned about any of it. Aston coldly ordered, "Cecil, come here and sit down." "Yes." Cecil immediately obediently answered, "Why yes?" Cecil walked over, trembling. Suddenly, she thought of a problem. Cecil immediately knelt down and trembled as she begged Aston for forgiveness. "I am sorry. I dare to raise my head. Please forgive my rudeness." Cecil was still haunted by what had just happened. She thought anxiously, after seeing someone die right in front of me, I can no longer treat death as a joke. Aston said nothing and looked at Cecil for a long time. After that, he turned his face away, leaving her looking at the back of his head. He hesitated and said, "I do not like what is in front of me." But Cecil thought Aston meant that he did not like her like that. She quickly corrected herself. "I am sorry. Then I will bow even lower." But Aston said, "That is not what I mean. As soon as he finished speaking, Cecil suddenly felt as if her entire body were floating. Her feet left the ground. Aston lifted her high, forcing her to lower her head to look at him. Cecil was both frightened and flustered. What is this? Why did he suddenly lift me up? At that moment, her small head filled with all kinds of wild thoughts. Am I going to be thrown too? This feeling, it is like when he carried me down from the carriage. Is he going to throw her alive like this? Aston brushed off his hands and smiled as he looked at Cecil. That's better. Cecil's whole body was still trembling after the upheaval just now. She looked at herself, wrapped up in a blanket, confused and utterly lost. What game was this Emperor playing? Seeing that Cecil was still dazed, Aston sat down beside her and spoke calmly. Now we can talk, can't we? Aston raised a hand to cover his mouth, thought for a moment, then explained why he had wrapped the blanket around her. The way you looked earlier didn't seem very suitable for a conversation. Hearing that, Cecil grew shy, her face turning as red as a tomato. Looking at Cecil's embarrassed expression, Aston thought of something else, Cecil's moans as she cried out in pain. Aston thought to himself, just as I expected, the moment I could hear the footsteps was right then. Cecil lay face down, blushing as she cried out in pain. Aston thought in surprise, her skin is so soft. Cecil was alluring, yet also soft and delicate. She truly made people want to protect her. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Aston cursed himself inwardly. Damn it. Only then did Aston say to her, if this is to be a conversation, then it will be one where I ask questions and you answer honestly. Hearing that, Cecil weakly protested in her heart. That isn't a conversation. That's an interrogation. Yes. Aston began with his first question. Your name is Cecil Franvia Nabedon, correct? Cecil obediently answered, yes. Aston continued asking, although you were born to a maid in the palace, because your appearance resembled the king's, you were acknowledged as a princess. But you had to spend your whole life in the secondary palace. Cecil continued with another, yes. Next, Aston asked about her daily habits, how she had lived with the maids in the secondary palace, and her hobby of reading romance novels. Romance novels, where is that again? They're all meant for adults. A caged princess locked away in a birdcage. At that moment, Cecil wearily cut him off. Please kill me. Aston closed the book and compromised. Fine, we will end the questions about your background here. Now we come to the main issue. Aston asked her seriously, why did you set up Nabedon's customs so that I would have to move? This time, Cecil did not look frightened, but answered frankly, I wanted to imprison and kill those monsters in Nabedon's imperial palace, the ones who sold me like a piece of merchandise. The moment the words left her mouth, Cecil's face turned pale with fear. That damned truth serum. Aston thought for a while, then spoke pensively. Being sold off. Do you hate it that much? Cecil once again blurted out her answer. Of course I do. In this day and age, who would want to marry a mad emperor and take a carriage straight to the underworld? The more Cecil spoke, the more worked up she became. She practically shouted, but if I hadn't known you were the emperor, I might have tied you up and bitten your face. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them froze. Cecil cursed inwardly. Damned confession drug. Aston pondered for a moment, then reached a conclusion. In other words, you do not hate me. But you are not wrong when you say the rest of your life will be very short. He spoke to Cecil calmly, as though giving advance notice. Before you became empress, the women, the ministers, and the imperial family pushed in here all died. The first by my hand, the second by someone else's. The more Cecil listened, the more anxious she became, clutching the blanket around her tightly. Was this a prediction of her future? Aston set the book down and said coldly, but since I rather like you, I will teach you a way to survive in this place for a long time. Hearing that, Cecil froze. Was there anyone in the world who said they liked someone like that? Aston curled his lips and spoke unhurriedly. A way for you to survive in the imperial palace. Cecil could not hold back and hurriedly asked, what way? Aston looked straight into her eyes and replied, become a villainess who can surpass even my reputation. Cecil's mind went blank. She stammered, how do I do that? Aston tugged at the blanket on Cecil and said softly, let me see. He did not finish speaking and suddenly pulled her hand. In an instant, Cecil's entire body was nearly pressed on top of Aston. Early the next morning, gossip spread through the palace. Everyone heard what happened last night, didn't they? The maids leaned close and whispered to one another. We heard it. The moans, the screams, and the sound of things breaking. One maid said suggestively, well then, Immediately, all three of them said in unison, "Who is going in to clean up the Empress's body?" The three of them seemed far too used to this sort of thing and decided it with a game of rock, paper, scissors. In the end, two chose paper and one chose scissors. The two maids who chose paper stood in place and waved at the one who chose scissors. "Go on, be careful." The maid who had to go clean up the body burst into tears and said resentfully, "Isn't the loser supposed to do this?" The maid staying behind answered reasonably, "If we put it that way, wouldn't it be like a punishment?" The maid beside her happily added, "This is a good chance to serve Her Majesty the Empress. The winner should do it." And so the maid took a special broom and dustpan for cleaning up corpses and went toward the Empress's room, muttering as she walked, "Easy for you to say, you wicked people. I've seen so many corpses all this time." But at that point, the maid sighed. "Fine, I have no choice. A lowly servant has no right to speak up. I can only hope this body will be easy to clean up too." Inside the room, Cecil's moan rang out. Cecil lay on the bed, half asleep as she mumbled, "Why is it suddenly so cold?" She slipped her bare feet down from the bed and murmured, "Is it because I took off all my clothes before sleeping?" At that, Cecil looked down. "Took off all my clothes?" Seeing that her entire body was truly bare, with only a blanket covering her, Cecil's eyes widened in shock. Just then, the maid entered. "Your Majesty the Empress, I will help you." Before she could finish speaking, the maid was also shocked and terrified. After standing there in a daze for a moment, the maid suddenly screamed, "Ah, Her Majesty the Empress is still alive." Hearing that, Cecil grew angry and shouted back at the maid, "Did you think I was dead?" Still completely naked, Cecil said to the maid, "Ah, first prepare water so I can bathe." The maid finally came back to her senses. Yes, I understand, Your Majesty." A while later, Cecil was soaking in the bathtub. She relaxed comfortably in the warm water. Her face was flushed, though whether because of the hot water or for some other reason, she did not know. Flustered, she recalled what had happened last night. Aston had lain on the bed and held her in his arms, saying ambiguously like this. At the time, Cecil could only stammer, "Why, Your Majesty?" But Aston's expression remained calm as he asked her, "How is it?" Simple, isn't it? Aston supported Cecil and said arrogantly, "Who in this world is the first person qualified to lie on top of me?" He reached up and caressed Cecil's soft, smooth face, gently giving her the answer. "You're the first." Aston's eyes looked straight into Cecil's, as though challenging her. "There's only one thing you must do. Possess this infamous emperor and freely do as you please." Although Cecil was a little uneasy, she was even more afraid of dying. She hesitantly asked Aston, "Although it is very powerful, this really is a way for me to survive, right?" At that moment, Aston sat up, facing Cecil as she sat on his lap. "Many people hope that you will become my weakness. Those people are my enemies." Then Aston slowly explained to Cecil, "Those people do not want a virtuous empress by my side. They will attack me, and a kind empress would be of no help at all. They will do everything they can to kill you and bring you down." Then Aston paused for a moment before continuing, "But if there is a rumor that I am madly in love with a villainess, won't they leave you alone until they can bring me down?" Cecil gradually came to understand Aston's intention. It seemed that this was the only way she could survive in this place. She answered with a heavy expression, I understand, but this is my first time being a villainess." Cecil asked in confusion, "What should I do now?" Immediately, Cecil received Aston's guaranteed answer. He said, "Do not worry." He took Cecil's delicate arm and spoke coldly. "From now on, I will tell you the plan." After that, Aston suddenly brought his face close to Cecil's. He said, "Today, there is something more important." His face drew nearer and nearer, so close the two of them could almost feel each other's breath. Then a gentle kiss fell. Thinking of this, Cecil suddenly leaped up in the bathtub. She held her bright red face and screamed at the top of her lungs. Outside, the maid asked worriedly, "Your Majesty the Empress, are you all right?" Cecil hurriedly answered, "I am fine, so none of you are allowed to come in." Cecil sat in the bathtub, trying hard to control her thoughts. Calm down." She shyly covered her face with both hands, and a muffled voice came out. "Besides, I liked it too much." And so she sat there in the bath, embarrassed for a very long time. She suddenly plunged her whole body into the water. Bubbles burbled across the surface. Even under the water, her face was still bright red. She once again remembered what had happened last night. After everything was over, Aston sat up and buttoned his shirt again. He said coldly, "I would like to stay with you a little longer, but I must deal with all the assassins. I will come back, and we will continue our conversation." He approached Cecil, took her chin, and said 2 words. Then Aston kissed Cecil as if to satisfy himself, like a farewell kiss. Cecil's face now looked as though it had been boiled. Another shrill scream rang out from the bathroom. The maid outside was startled and called inside, "Your Majesty the Empress, we." Before she could finish, Cecil cut her off. "No, there is no need." In the bathroom, Cecil held her face in both hands and thought, "I always thought handsome, refined, muscular men only existed in novels. But this one was real." She looked into the mirror in a bit of a daze. "And on top of that, he's my husband." But when she thought of the title husband, she still found it a little hard to believe. Cecil stood up and calculated in her head. The Emperor cannot become someone else's possession. But if no one finds out, then it should be fine. She raised her hand and wrote 2 words on the misted glass. "My husband." Then she smiled in satisfaction. Looking at the 2 words on the mirror, Cecil whispered, "What should I do now?" Suddenly, footsteps rang out. Cecil was startled and turned her head to ask, "Who is it?" Aston appeared from who knew where and stepped into the bathroom. He did not avert his gaze at all, instead staring straight at Cecil. Seeing him, Cecil panicked and hurriedly covered her body. "Your Majesty the Emperor, what are you doing here?" He calmly replied, "Is there anywhere in the imperial palace that I cannot enter?" She stammered, "Of course there isn't." Her eyes shimmered, and her face was slightly shy and flushed. 2 bath towels had been placed on the table. She looked at them. "The towels are over there." She reached for them. Suddenly, she cried out, "Ah!" By then, she was already lying completely in his arms. He looked at her intently and said, "When you are beside me, you do not need to cover anything." She suddenly thought of something and asked him, "Ah, that's right." She recalled the matter and told him what she had asked the maids. "Why did you have me wear that transparent outfit?" "It was to avoid being disrespectful before His Majesty, and so I could not hide weapons in my clothes." She said shyly, "I am sorry." It seems His Majesty the Emperor was even more embarrassed than I was. Continuously feeling threatened, he stammered, "And no, it is fine." She spread both arms, exposing her entire body for him to see. "I am not hiding any weapons." He said awkwardly, "I know. You can cover yourself." She stepped out of the bathtub, water still clinging to her body. She wrapped herself in the bath towel and sat on the edge of the tub, still thinking about something. She looked up and asked him, "But what has brought the Emperor here?" Their eyes met, hot as though sparks were burning between them. He raised one hand and caressed her face. She unconsciously drew back slightly. He said, "Stay still." She shyly squeezed her eyes shut. He reassured her, "Do not be too nervous." Then he continued as calmly as if nothing had happened. "I only came to see whether your body was all right." She clenched her trembling hands. If so, she thought silently, does that mean he is worried about me? Thinking that, she suddenly felt extremely happy. Yes, he still spoke to her gently. "Fortunately, you're not hurt anywhere. Now I can officially do it." She panicked. "Yes? What?" He said coldly, "Isn't that only natural?" "I'm talking about the first plan." So that was the natural thing he had meant. Outside the luxurious palace, the sunlight shone dazzlingly. Inside, Aston sat with his chin propped on his hand, thinking sternly about something. Kim was extremely surprised to see him. Ken asked in a stammering voice, "Why, Your Majesty the Emperor, how was last night?" Still with a pensive expression, he said, a little mysterious. Ken nodded. "Of course. The 4 from yesterday were all unrelated to one another. And since that was also Your Majesty's first time." Aston kept the same expression. "First of all, it was smaller than I thought." Ken was so shocked he nearly broke into a sweat. "Is that so?" Aston continued, "Softer than I thought, too." "Yes." Ken still seemed not to understand what he meant. "Yes." He asked in panic, "Your Majesty, whose matter are you talking about right now?" Only then did Aston snap back to himself. "What? You rascal! Who did you think I was talking about?" "Yes. Yesterday, Ken was talking about the assassins." Aston shouted at him, "Are you insane?" Ken was dumbfounded. "Wait, then the person Your Majesty has been talking about all this time is the Empress?" Aston changed the subject. "In any case, look at this." He tossed a round badge onto the table. Ken picked it up and examined it. "This." As Aston leaned back in his chair, he continued, "I found it on one of the assassins. You understand this symbol too, don't you? A silver cross, symbolizing a faith." Ken stammered, "This." Ken was extremely surprised. "Isn't this the symbol of the Holy Land?" Aston answered calmly, "That's right. but Aston felt that something was not right. How strange. The first assassin to attack targeted the Empress rather than me, and he had this on his body. He recalled the image of Cecil the previous night. His eyes flared with a fiery light. Why on earth would an assassin from the Holy Land target the Empress instead of me? We must investigate this thoroughly. He sternly propped his chin on his hand and fell into deep thought. In a certain castle, an intelligence report was being given. "We have failed, my lady." The person was immediately scolded. "Ha, damn it." A woman cursed repeatedly. Why can none of those bastards do anything properly? Everyone there was extremely afraid. "We are truly sorry, Saintess." She turned back and asked, "Failed?" She had her back to them as she said coldly, "The assassination of Cecil, Franvi, and Nabadon." They all bowed their heads in remorse. "It is truly shameful." She seemed weak as she turned back and ordered them, "Leave. When my body gets a little better, I will summon you again." They immediately obeyed. "Yes, we understand, Saintess." As she walked, she said this was not our only chance. We still have many opportunities. Her eyes held many profound, inscrutable things, opportunities to make this world flow along its original course. One subordinate bowed respectfully to the Saintess. "Everything is just like the future you saw. In that imposing castle." The Saintess still could not stop cursing. "Ha, damn it." She was furious. A bunch of useless people. Her hand clenched into a fist. It was just one little thing, and they could not even do that properly. She shouted, "If I had transmigrated into the villainess from the start, I would not have had to suffer like this. How did I end up becoming a character who cannot move around freely?" Ah, so that was it. Yes, I am a writer. The author of the novel The Villainess is a perfect match for the Tyrant. When she saw that she had transmigrated into the novel she wrote, she was deeply moved. At first, when I transmigrated into my own novel, I was truly happy until I looked in the mirror and saw what I looked like. But when I realized I had transmigrated into the Saintess, I nearly fainted. Originally, according to the plot of the novel, the protagonist had transmigrated into the body of Empress Cecil. Emperor Aston became attracted to the girl's sudden change. The Saintess screamed, "Why? Why on earth? Why am I not Cecil?" She was extremely furious. Her hand clenched into a fist in anger. "He is my male lead. My male lead." The male lead's image was too perfect. A handsome virgin, a beautiful body, a terrible personality, enemies who hated each other. I deliberately gave Aston all the things I liked in a man. Even when she met him, the Saintess had been set up to be inside a barrier and praying. If she could not get out of the barrier, she could not do anything at all. She seemed to have thought of something. As expected, there was only one way. She imagined a scenario, killing Cecil and taking over her body. If she did that, everything would be solved. But when she thought of how that woman would get to enjoy everything, she became eager and excited. If that happened, the male lead and all the men in the novel would be hers. Suddenly, she grew furious and gritted her teeth. She had heard that Aston had lost his virginity. She immediately became anxious. She could not delay any longer. The things she had chosen for him were disappearing little by little. She clenched her raised hand into a fist, punched into the air, and screamed, "Absolutely not." Suddenly, something happened. Her power created a powerful force that struck the barrier. The power she had unconsciously released could not be restrained. Even she was extremely surprised. The barrier, this. She was utterly bewildered. Had it broken? Then another delusion came to her. Was this the power of love? She rejoiced. She raised both hands in celebration. "Wait for me, Aston. I will definitely transmigrate into Cecil and return this world to the way it was meant to be." Meanwhile, where Cecil and Aston were, her voice sounded panicked. "No, absolutely not," Aston reminded her. "You're speaking a little too loudly." She was frightened. "I do not think your plan was like this. As expected, living up to your reputation seems a little too much for me." She looked as if she were about to cry. "How am I supposed to turn the Idris forest into a wasteland, destroy the wheat fields of the Jaden Plains, and ruin all of the Duke's trade by sinking his ships?" He said, "Interesting. Shall I add a few more for you?" He admired her. Being able to speak to me like that is a talent too. "The 3 women before you did not even dare meet my eyes." She was a little curious and said, "Your Majesty, there is something I am very curious about." She asked him, "Did you sleep with all 3 of them?" He immediately answered her, "Not at all." She was delighted. "Good. Perfect." He immediately continued, "I do not know what is perfect about that, but I need you to play the role of Empress perfectly." He told her, "You must practice with the time you have left." Inside the castle, the servants were chatting among themselves. "Have you heard? A maid was saying, His Imperial Majesty the Emperor is so infatuated with Her Majesty the Empress that he will not even leave the palace. He even canceled his entire schedule and only stays there. But the others kept gossiping. Isn't that just temporary? Her face is beautiful, though. Someone else added curiously, I truly wonder just how charming she is. But everyone was buzzing with excitement. Today, let us have a look at her. Today was a special day. It was the Empress's first official appearance. A very solemn voice introduced Cecil's arrival, presenting Her Majesty the Empress. Everyone's eyes focused intently on her. Let's see, just how beautiful is she? She stepped out elegantly and nobly beneath the admiring gazes of the maids. She wore a red dress and matching red shoes. Every step she took was graceful and captivating. She lifted her magnificent dress in her hands and walked forward. A radiant smile still bloomed on her lips. The two of them walked side by side, looking like a perfect match. No one could compare to them. Everyone was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe their eyes. Someone exclaimed, What is this? Because of the veil before, I did not know that the Empress was this beautiful. Aston introduced her to everyone. As you all know, this is my Empress. I believe that the loyalty you have shown me until now will be the same toward her. Everyone bowed their heads in unison. We pledge our loyalty to you. The Empress excused them. All of you may rise. One man looked disdainful. She does look like an empress, but let us see whether that lasts even a week. Suddenly, he flinched because of what the two of them did. Cecil turned to Aston and lifted his chin. So, Your Majesty. Everyone watching was shocked. She pulled him close to herself. When will Your Majesty show me the things you promised? Cecil's indifferent lips approached Aston as she said, So, Your Majesty. With one hand, she held his face and caressed him. When will Your Majesty show me the things you promised? But everyone who witnessed the scene was stunned. He answered her. That, they secretly thought. His Majesty the Emperor hates physical contact with others. This woman is dead for sure. But how can she behave so shamelessly? Aston placed his hand on his sword and made a motion as if he were drawing it. Everyone focused on his movement. Look over there. Now the sword will. But no one could have expected it. He did not draw his sword. Instead, he hugged her even tighter and said gently, I did not expect it to fit so tightly. She scolded him. Goodness. I told you before we came here, did I not? I said that if I wore it, Your Majesty would be very surprised. You lied to me, did you not? Her words left everyone who heard them dumbfounded. You told me I was the treasure of the Empire. He answered gently again, Not here. All his subordinates were shocked. They are the treasures of our empire. Ken could not understand what on earth had happened to him today. What is His Majesty saying right now? But Aston's next words finally made Ken feel at ease. Because they worked themselves to the bone for the Empire like dogs. Ken felt that this was indeed His Majesty, the Emperor. Cecil pouted angrily, hit Aston, and reproached him. That is not the treasure I wanted you to recognize. I am leaving first. Inwardly, she grumbled, You arrogant man. He gently hugged her from behind and coaxed her. My Empress is a little impatient, but that is also part of your charm. The people around them wondered and whispered to each other, Can the Emperor really live with someone like that? She reproached him, I do not care. I am leaving. Aston still gently held her back. Wait a moment. The crowd was shocked. Wait, Your Majesty. They widened their eyes as they looked at the two of them. His Majesty is getting along very well with the Empress. She cutely scolded him. You really are a fool. The crowd could hardly take it anymore. Is this their own private world? Aston answered leisurely. Before my Empress becomes disappointed, I must prepare properly. He began giving orders. All of you, bring in everything I instructed you to bring. Inside the castle at that moment, there were all kinds of glittering gold, silver, jewels, and gemstones. The crowd exclaimed, Good heavens! The maids carried those things in, entering in a long line. It was an endless procession of jewels. The crowd was shocked. Are all these things for the Empress? It truly made people's eyes widen in surprise. Cecil looked at the jewel procession in boredom and yawned. After yawning, she said to him, Boring. Is there nothing more special or interesting? The man panicked. She is insane. Does she think she is still safe even now? He inwardly complained, That mountain of jewels alone is worth an entire territory. Yet Aston not only did not get angry, he calmly replied, Those items were only the appetizer. The real thing begins now. A maid brought in something that shocked everyone. They exclaimed that is a very large, bright stone. It was the ruby of Piet. Everyone was unable to restrain their emotions. Wait, that is something only seen in books. Next came a bright, sparkling necklace, the one the mine owner offered to His Majesty, the diamond necklace. At that moment, the atmosphere was extremely noisy and excited. The eternal Sinceta from the Star of Regia, even the black son of the Black Emperor. They could not remain calm before this sight. Unbelievable. All the royal treasures are here. Could it be? Aston's subordinate said, Your Imperial Majesty, all the items you mentioned have been brought here. The man said, No, could the Emperor even be bringing that? A dazzling stone, the most precious treasure of the first emperor, even the Emerald of Ale. They could no longer believe their eyes. He is giving all of them to the Empress? Everyone kept talking. Unbelievable. There are as many as 100 novels about that stone. Another person continued. It was a gift from the King of Elfenda to the first emperor. No one except the emperor can take it away. When Aston looked towards Cecil and called her affectionately, Empress, her face was so clear and radiant. He gazed at her intently and said, The moment I looked into your eyes, this jewel came to mind. He continued, A jewel with the same color as your eyes. He held her hand gently, as if cherishing a treasure. This ring will be our wedding ring. Everyone was left reeling by him, one shock after another, as if they were in a dream. He lifted her hand and put the jeweled ring on it. It was so beautiful, it seemed to exist only in a novel. She stared blankly at the ring glittering on her hand. The ring was very beautiful and bright, like an emerald. Only then did Cecil raise her head. She gave a faint smile. Her right hand reached over, took hold of the ring on her left hand, and tried to remove it. She quickly threw the ring to the ground with great force, sending it flying far away. The ring bounced against the wall. It bounced back and struck another wall. It continued hitting corners and edges with clinking sounds. Then it fell into a vase with a very narrow neck, just wide enough for the ring to slip inside. The strong impact made the vase wobble, nearly falling over. The vase tilted back and forth, swaying as if it were about to fall. Everyone excitedly clapped and cheered. Wow, it went in. That is a perfect 10. But then they suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Wait. At that moment, they seemed to snap awake and remembered the jewel that had just been thrown. Ah, the Emerald of Ale. She smiled faintly and said, Oh dear. She covered her mouth, speaking as if in contempt. Because the jewel was too small, the wind blew it away. Inwardly, however, she was not as calm as she appeared and thought, I'm doing well with what I was taught, right? Cecil threw the ring set with the precious Emerald of Ale amid the blank, horrified stares of the nobles. Under the gazes of the crowd whose attention was fixed on her after that unexpected action, she did not feel panicked or frightened. She still smiled, casually letting the words leave her mouth. Oh dear, because the jewel was too small, the wind blew it away. It was as if it were not an excessively precious object at all. At that moment, the nobles below could not help breaking into a cold sweat. They stammered, unable to speak properly. That. Or was that just now? She threw away the Emperor's jewel, even the Emerald of Ale. That person really is insane. The servants hurriedly rushed toward the treasure that had just been thrown, panic-stricken as they searched for it and picked it up. A shrill cry of woe rang out when they saw the item rolling too quickly. Seeing this chaotic scene, Cecil happily covered her mouth and laughed out loud, without the slightest bit of remorse. A while later, several attendants finally retrieved the ring set with the precious emerald. The attendant held the treasure in his hands while crying out as he reported to Aston, Your Majesty, there is no way the Emerald of Ale could be that light. He could not help glancing towards Cecil, his mouth saying, This is clearly Her Majesty the Empress. Inwardly, he could not help thinking, This time, the Empress is dead for sure. Aston reached out and received the ring from the attendant. He turned the ring over in his hand and fell into thought. The ale of the canopy. The ring was like a witness to the Empire's history. How dare she throw that ring away? Then suddenly he also raised his hand and threw the ring. The ring flew far away and landed on the ground with a thud, cracking the surface beneath it in several places. The nobles were utterly astonished. They had been thinking that there was no way His Majesty the Emperor would let this pass, and had not anticipated that the next situation would turn out like this at all. But Aston paid no attention to the strange gazes looking at him from all directions. He looked at the beautiful girl before him and said softly, "The Empress's words are entirely correct." He spoke very gently, his voice full of indulgence, tolerance, and affection, as if she were his one and only treasure. It made people unable to help thinking that he was no longer the cruel tyrant. When she saw his indulgent action toward her, she raised her hand to her mouth and pretended to consider it, saying, "Even so." Aston observed her calm demeanor, and a thought suddenly arose in him. How miraculous! Inside, she must be trembling terribly. Cecil came back to her senses after Aston's sudden action. She was a little panicked and immediately shouted, "I cannot. Your Majesty, I cannot do it. Please, how could I possibly throw away a national treasure? How could I do something like that, right?" Seeing that, Aston found her rapid change amusing, but he also pretended to be cold and ordered, "Do you want to die? Will you throw it or not?" Hearing his threat, Cecil's instinct to seek survival surged up inside her. With tears falling, she raised her hand to show him, her voice trembling slightly. "My arms are very strong. I am very good at throwing." Then, in order to preserve her life, she quickly threw the jewel into the vase before her to prove her words. The jewel immediately fell into the vase, to Aston's astonishment. I did not expect her arms to be that strong. Inwardly, he thought about the contradiction in what she had just said and secretly praised Cecil. She said she cannot do it, yet she works so diligently. In reality, she is quite good at it. Then he felt a little proud of her. That is what makes her worthy of me. At that point, he said to Cecil, "Empress, give me your hand." Then he gave her all the precious jewels there. After that came a scene that shocked every noble who saw it. These priceless jewels were thrown about carelessly by this husband and wife, who paid them no mind, as if they were cheap toys. And that proud emperor actually abandoned his usual cruelty, tyranny, and coldness to do things no one could have expected. The emperor placed an enormous sapphire ring on the empress's hand, then carefully put a pearl necklace around her neck, wrapping it several times. He gently removed her small earrings and put magnificent spinel earrings on Cecil. And after that came bracelets. Bracelets and rings were placed on top of them. In short, every jewel the emperor had brought was worn by the empress. Cecil's entire body now sparkled brilliantly with treasures. She looked extremely noble and beautiful. Standing on a raised platform and looking down, she seemed like a goddess. Everyone below was astonished, inwardly exclaiming, "Good heavens, how much is all of that worth?" It is practically the cultural heritage of an entire nation. Aston gently raised his hand to the cheek of the girl before him. His gaze looked at her with affection, and he teased her softly. "Empress, like this, the wind probably cannot blow you away anymore. Can this serve as our wedding gift?" When the ministers heard this, their faces darkened as they thought, "She has already received all the royal jewels." At that moment, Cecil had still not come back to her senses after everything that had suddenly happened. Her face was dazed as she looked at the young man in front of her. A while later, she smiled and answered Aston's words. "I am very grateful for your Majesty's grace." But because she was stubborn and had peculiar thoughts that sought out death, she continued, "However, should a wedding gift not be something new?" As soon as Cecil finished speaking, the ministers completely froze. They realized that with just one word from the empress, all the items that were witnesses to the royal family's history had become old things in an instant. Faced with this situation, an old minister suddenly spoke, breaking the frozen atmosphere. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "This time, I can no longer endure it. Your Majesty, even if she is the Empress, such a request is truly excessive." But when Aston heard his words, he did not feel angry at all. He calmly opened his mouth, cutting off what the man intended to say next. "Is that so?" This time, the minister was completely dumbfounded. "Yes," he answered unconsciously. After that, Aston gently raised his hand to Cecil's cheek again and casually said something that made people so angry they wanted to spit blood. "If that is the case, then next week we must go to another kingdom and bring back new jewels." A single sentence was enough to show that Aston's tyrannical nature had always been terrifying. But this time, the tyrant was not invading another kingdom to satisfy his pleasure in killing or to expand his territory, but for the sake of his beauty. Truly, even a hero struggles to pass the trial of a beautiful woman. Aston then said, "If so, then next week I must go to another kingdom and bring jewels back here." Aston cupped Cecil's face tenderly in his hand. Inside, she was screaming nonstop. Her neck was going to break. The necklace alone weighed a full 2 kilograms. She was silently lamenting over her waist and legs too. But since she had acted her way this far, she had to see it through to the end. If she did not, she was afraid that punishment would come back. That terrifying punishment was the crushing massage. Aston knelt at her feet and asked, "Then what about the kingdom of Teton? I hear they have a blue jewel called the Forest of Teton." The Forest of Teton was the foremost national treasure of the Kingdom of Teton. It was a giant peridot in an uncut, whole state. The ambassador of the Kingdom of Teton staggered when he heard this news. Aston asked, lifting Cecil's hand and kissing it tenderly, "I must bring that back and make it into a ring. It would suit these hands, would it not?" He looked up and asked, "Will that be enough to satisfy you?" She answered him, "Thank you, your majesty." That was how she looked on the outside, but inside, she was worrying non-stop and trying to reassure herself. "It is almost over. Just one more line." She gathered herself and continued, "I must say this as well." Her lips curved into a gentle smile. She raised her hand. "My hand has 10 fingers, you know. And lately, wearing 3 rings on one finger has been very fashionable." The people below nearly froze when they heard her speak. By this point, they could no longer believe their own ears or eyes. Back in her room, Cecil jumped up happily. "I did it." She made a fuss, thinking she had nearly died. She even praised herself. "Anyway, I did really well. Don't I have talent? Thank goodness. Now I won't have to suffer the punishment of the crushing massage anymore." Then suddenly she blurted out, "What?" She imagined Aston teasing another girl. After secretly blaming him, she thought that teasing someone else afterward would be fine too. But then someone suddenly called out to her, "Your Majesty the Empress." It startled her badly. Someone reported, "The things you instructed us about earlier have arrived." She was still trembling. Is that so?" She quickly recovered herself. Ahem, ahem. Good. What about the Emerald of Ale? Though it is an old item, it is still a treasure of the Empire. The servant hesitated anxiously. That the Emerald of Ale. The servant had already left. In the room, only she and Aston remained. She cried like pouring rain. You. Aston told her stop crying. But she continued crying nonstop. You sob. As she cried, she said, "How could this happen?" The Emerald of Ale. The servant had reported to His Majesty a piece of news that would shock anyone who heard it. The Emerald of Ale has shattered. She kept crying. "What do I do now? Sobi, eek. What do I do? Sob, hick." Beside her, Aston could only try to console her. Do not cry anymore. He thought to himself, how do people normally make others stop crying? All he could do was embrace her as she cried nonstop. The more she cried, the louder she became. Wah! So he had no choice but to lie. That thing could not be used anyway. He had no choice but to speak more forcefully. "Stop crying. That is an order." Her crying lessened, but her eyes were still wet. Hick. If I were the Emperor, would I not cry? She seemed angry with him. The Emerald of Ale is not simply a jewel. Then she lowered her head again and sobbed. And yet I threw it away. She buried her head against his chest. If I were the one who threw it away, it would be even more shocking. Suddenly, she snapped back to her senses. She recalled what was recorded in the account book. Those who treat the Emerald of Ale carelessly remember what lies inside that gem. Her eyes were still wet, as if she was about to cry. The Emerald of Ale was not a gift. The reason the Elf King gave that jewel to humans was because something extremely terrifying was sealed inside it. Tears welled up in her eyes again. She burst into even louder sobs. What do I do? It escaped because of me." Aston did not know what to do. He only asked her, "Then do you intend to keep crying?" She continued to cry. "Yes, from now on, I will cry for another whole day," he said calmly. "Then there is no other way." She was slightly surprised. "Pardon?" He said, "A way to make you stop crying." After saying that, he bent down and kissed her chest. She suddenly flinched. "Wait, your Majesty. Could it be now?" He placed one hand behind her head, pulled her close, pressed his lips firmly against hers, and kissed her deeply. She immediately fainted. As she fainted, she thought inwardly good. She collapsed onto the bed, and Aston still sat beside her, watching her. He thought, so this is it. Doing this makes her faint. Aston placed his hand on her and lifted a few strands of hair from her forehead. I did not expect her to worry this much. He picked up the book she had read about the Jewel of Ale. The one who wrote this, tomorrow, no, he would have to die tonight. Aston opened the door with a clatter and went outside. A sparkling tear still lingered in her eye. It seemed some kind of magic was drifting in. A blue magic the same color as the Jewel of Ale flew towards Cecil. Inside the Emerald Veil, something extremely terrifying had been sealed. Even as she slept, she kept thinking about the Jewel of Veil, something that had made the elf emperor afraid. If it had escaped because of her, then, in her dream, she sobbed, You, it is my fault. Suddenly, a young man appeared and spoke to her. No, it is not. A voice echoed faintly by her ear, lowly being, Hurry and wake up. Suddenly, there was a loud scream. Is that impossible right away? She jolted, opened her eyes wide, and woke up. The other person was still scolding. You insane, violent person. She still did not understand what was happening. Wait, who are you? Where am I right now? She did not understand. Was she floating in the air? A man was staring at her. Blue light shone from his body, just like that jewel. He also had a pair of wings and was hovering in the air. He said, Give me money. Inside Aston's castle, Ken greeted him. You have arrived, Your Majesty. He asked Aston, Has Her Majesty the Empress calmed down yet? Aston answered, No, she just keeps crying. He said, That is why I made her lose consciousness and came here. Ken burst out laughing. Aston sat down in a chair and rubbed his weary forehead. All right, what about those matters? Ken immediately reported, Just as expected, Your Majesty. He continued, Today's incident shocked them exactly as predicted, and they gathered at once. Ken handed him a sheet of paper. That made surveillance very easy. This is the list of people who gathered today. Every one of these figures is an enemy of Your Majesty. But Aston remained very calm in handling these matters. Good. What issue did they discuss? Ken told him the obvious. The predictable things, Your Majesty. He relayed the words they had said. Is it all right to leave an empire like this as it is? A mad emperor has fallen in love with an empress just like him. The things this couple does. But the next words Ken reported made Aston extremely furious. He slammed his hand down and even broke the armrest of the chair. But the Empress is very beautiful. If only I were 10 years younger, Ken panicked. Your Majesty, are you all right? The chair in your hand has broken. Aston said fiercely, I am fine. Who is the bastard who wants to be 10 years younger? Ken answered with a smile, That would be Viscount Dub, Your Majesty. After answering, he also thought inwardly, The Viscount's house will disappear tomorrow. He continued, In any case, after the discussion ended, the main topic they spoke of was the matter of the Empress's ladies-in-waiting. Ladies-in-waiting. Aston was surprised. Ken answered, Yes, because the Empress has no young ladies close to her who could serve as ladies-in-waiting. They thought Aston would have to choose ladies-in-waiting for the Empress. The Emperor's opposing faction was also eyeing that position. Aston propped his chin on his hand and said gravely, There will certainly be someone who tries to infiltrate. Ken nodded. Yes, rather than wanting the Empress dead immediately. It seems they want to use the Empress to dig information out of Your Majesty. Aston smiled faintly. Just as expected, there was something slightly ominous about his smile. He thought inwardly, starting next week, their cries will echo all the way to the Imperial Palace. From the Saintess's residence, she dragged her feet out of that place. She felt utterly exhausted. She blamed herself inwardly. Why was I made with a setting like this? She thought that if she used her own power for personal gain, she would suffer damage. Because of the way Casino's rules worked, she had nearly gone to the afterlife. She felt wronged. This is not the time. Even while I am doing this, she imagined Aston and Cecil standing together. My Aston's purity is being ruined. She immediately hurried away. Yes, the first important thing is to infiltrate the Imperial Palace. Is there any way? Suddenly, she heard a voice from behind. Someone said, Oh my, Lady Iron, are you departing at this hour? She immediately turned to look as if remembering something. Iron. The girl named Iron asked in return, What are you saying, nursemaid? She said, The woman His Majesty married is that wicked. I must go to the capital at once and open His Majesty's eyes. The Saintess suddenly thought, that speech, that action, that person's name is. She was stunned. Could she be the true villainess of the novel? Before Iron could finish resting after being seen, the Saintess had already acted quickly. She immediately knelt at Iron's feet and called out, My lady. Iron was startled and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? The Saintess quickly searched for a reason. Do you not need an errand runner? The Saintess knelt at Iron's feet. Do you not need an errand runner? Iron still did not understand what was happening. What? What is this? The Saintess immediately looked pleading. I will say it again. She spoke boldly. Do you not need a shameless maid who can be ordered to do secret tasks at certain times? She had struck Iron's thoughts exactly. Iron did not think it could be such a coincidence. It was exactly what she needed right now. The saintess guessed her desire correctly and smiled smugly. Hee, how about it? You cannot let this chance pass, can you? A necessary servant for the villainess had appeared at just the right time. She smiled even more eagerly. I will use you to get to the capital. In any case, once I become Cecil, everything will be over. In Aston's palace, the servants' voices rang out in unison. His Majesty has arrived. They were all carefully observing him. His face was expressionless. Cecil's voice seemed to echo through the entire palace. I said that if anything happened, you must contact me immediately. The servants could only beg in fear. Please forgive us, Your Majesty. We thought it was not worth troubling you over. She cut them off, making an even bigger fuss. This would not do. Other things. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Aston. Oh, Your Majesty, you have come. He looked at her body, from which countless jeweled ornaments were hanging, and asked, What are you doing? Is decorating yourself with jewels amusing? She denied his words. It is not like that. He hesitated, then said something that made her a little embarrassed. But that nightgown is a bit. Hearing him say that, she unconsciously blushed. The servants were also looking toward her and Aston. When they saw Aston turn to look at them, they pretended to turn away in another direction. He sighed softly. He picked up a shawl that was fluttering nearby. He draped it over her, covering her body in that alluring night dress, and then swept her up into his arms. Cecil felt somewhat embarrassed and shy. She thought inwardly, when I put on those ornaments, I only thought it was fun. She had worn countless sparkling jewels all over her body. He carried her and set her down on a nearby table. His two hands supported either side of her. He moved close to her, frightening her into pushing him away. No, you cannot. Then she quickly continued, I have something important. Aston was slightly surprised and asked, A special hobby of yours? She immediately replied, That is not it. Cecil told him, Listen, I need many jewels, and they have to be very large. She began telling him about what she and the spirit had discussed. The spirit had told her, So the one who gave me the name Ale was the first elf born in this world. I am like that person's shadow. He told her a great deal, but I lived my entire life with the first elf. In this world, only that person knew of my existence. To be honest, there were humans and other creatures too, but they were so ugly I did not want to speak with them. Humans like you may not know this, but elves are also very delicate beings. If we see ugly things, we suffer mental harm. He continued talking endlessly, not noticing that Cecil had fallen asleep at some point. That is why we always lived in the forest. Ugly things are all sinners. Sometimes humans say unreasonable things, like how we also have 2 eyes, 1 nose, and 1 mouth just like humans. But saying that does not mean we are exactly the same as you in every way. Anyway, he suddenly realized she was asleep and shouted, Hey, are you sleeping? She startled awake. No, I was not sleeping. In her heart, she silently complained, Someone save me. It has already been 4 hours. She had grown tired of the stories the spirit Ale told. At first, it seemed worth listening to, but the story had gradually gone far off track. He just kept talking and talking without end. Just when will His Majesty return? He began telling another boring story. Therefore, 851 years ago, the elves planted a tree in the village, and when I counted them, there were a total of 18.37, 6.261 leaves. She pretended to laugh awkwardly. Is that so? That was how she looked on the outside, but inside she thought, why do I have to know that? Perhaps now she understood. So that was why he deserved to be sealed inside a jewel. She was screaming and begging in her heart. Please come in, Your Majesty. The spirit Ale still would not stop talking. So I made a contract with the spirit and sold that jewel. I paid back the debt for 1,252 years. Now only 248 years remain. I lived very diligently inside the jewel. She had fallen asleep again, as if her ears had been sealed shut, so she did not have to hear him prattle anymore. He realized it and shouted again. And yet you, she startled awake and hurriedly bowed deeply. I am sorry. The spirit crossed his arms leisurely and thought, good. She is completely frightened. That was actually the reason he threatened Cecil. In truth, I meant to target that emperor, not her. But that man is too terrifying. Even a spirit like him had to be afraid. Aston, the spirit, had carefully observed him and realized something. Moreover, the sword at his waist was definitely a black sword. He wondered, the elves took all the black swords with them when they left the continent. So why does a human have that? It turned out that black sword possessed that much power. Just a graze from it would be enough to kill both body and soul. It was a sword created from darkness long ago. A sword that would kill the people around it merely by being possessed. He could not help thinking, that is a sword humans absolutely must not carry. Why on earth? In any case, it was not something he needed to concern himself with. Whatever. I only need to use this person to take the sword away. Thinking that, he said to Cecil, that is fine too. As long as you pay back my money, everything will end. She immediately brightened as if she had found a way out. Really? He immediately said, yes, including the debt I have already paid, the remaining debt for the future, the compensation fee for mental damages here, and the cost of interior decoration as well. The total payment, he said a shocking number, 10 million gold, paid all at once. She was a little surprised, but she quickly acted. She immediately turned her back and marched off with heavy steps. The spirit was stunned. What are you planning to do? She smiled brightly and answered, I'm just going to keep it inside. In Emperor Aston's palace, Aston was asking her, so you try negotiating? She immediately said, yes. We have to find a jewel that the spirit thinks is worth buying. Then she held up a jewel and turned to ask the spirit, how is this? He bluntly criticized it. That kind of thing does not look refined at all. But Aston had no patience. As he drew his sword, he said, just choose any of them. The spirit immediately switched to a pitiful tone. Sniff! A human is trying to kill a spirit. Then the spirit grabbed Cecil and warned her, I will curse your descendants. We are experts at that. Aston coldly threatened the spirit. I do not have anything like that anyway, so you could die now. Cecil's gaze dimmed slightly. Only then did the spirit know fear and hurriedly compromise. Let us talk. Let us talk. The jewel I want is, but it was already too late. Aston no longer had patience for him. He shouted, shut up. I have heard that 5 times already. If you say it one more time, I will kill you. The spirit even dared to say, you have only heard it 5 times. Aston thought inwardly, as expected, I must kill this guy. Just as he drew his sword, Cecil hurriedly grabbed his hand and stopped him. She softly called, Your Majesty. He immediately smiled sweetly. Swayed, he took hold of his sword. What I want has appeared. She drew closer to him and sweetly called, Your Majesty. With an utterly bewitching gaze, she said, What I want has appeared. He still did not quite understand and looked at her in surprise. Seeing her face as gentle as a cat's only confused him further. What is it? She hugged his arm tightly, but she could not understand what expression he was making right now. No wonder he looked angry. His arm was held so tightly that it pressed against her chest, making him feel a little uncomfortable. She spoke gently, yes. Seeing her like this, he truly could not hold himself back and swallowed hard. With one hand, he held her waist tightly. With the other, he slipped his fingers through her fluttering hair and asked, What could this be? Holding her firmly in his arms, he felt this kind of excitement for the first time. Just as his lips were about to press against hers, she quickly pushed him away. You dare set conditions with me? Not until you give me that. His hand clenched tightly beside her. What? She smiled somewhat mysteriously and probed him. What about the forest of Tedin jewel your Majesty mentioned? She stroked his face and tempted him. I want that. Then, with a sharp look, she added, right now. He lifted a few strands of her hair to his lips and kissed them lightly. So that's it. It is in the palace of Emperor Aston. The famous servants reported, Your Majesty the Empress, today is the day to select your ladies-in-waiting. We have prepared a great deal for today. We have brought many splendid dresses, 50 gowns from the most famous designers in the capital. And of course, glittering jewelry is indispensable. As Your Majesty ordered, there are many new pieces of jewelry as well. The maids eagerly watched for her opinion. Well, what do you think? She turned away, showing little interest in any of it. Do as you like. They nearly wept over all the careful preparations they had made, only for her not to even glance at them. One servant asked, Your Majesty the Empress, may we tie your hair a little higher? She answered as if she had not answered at all. Do as you like. The maid froze stiff. Another maid continued to ask for her opinion. Higher heels. She still answered, as you like. The servants could not have been more frozen. That maid still asked about accessories for the dress. Seeing Cecil remain silent without answering, she grew so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, another servant spoke up in her place. I apologize. I understand. After everything was finished, the maids sat together and complained. You nearly died just now. Watch how you behave. You don't know what could happen to us. One maid said, but I think the Empress treats us quite well. Another maid cut her off. That is because she does not see us as human. Would she get angry at a comb for messing up her hair? Her words made the others seem to awaken. So that's how it is. Cecil had been absent-minded all this time. Her gaze looked as though she were thinking of something far away. These are her thoughts. In any case, I do not intend to. So it will be fine even if I killed you, wouldn't it? Her eyes looked slightly sad. Emperor Aston remained deep in thought as well. It seemed she had heard their gossip. I heard the reason he married the Empress was to have an heir. Cecil thought quietly, and yet he does not think that way. She still remembered the words, my husband, that she had written on the mirror. In the bathroom, her shy face had been flushed red, with many red kiss marks on her body on their first night. Suddenly, she stopped as if about to cry. She imagined the scene of a family of 3, herself, him, and an adorable baby. What is this? What family? She sighed in disappointment. It is not like I absolutely need to have children, but I feel so embarrassed for thinking that far. She blamed herself for getting carried away. Then she grew angry again and shouted, I don't know anymore, but I can't help thinking about it. Her eyes became sorrowful again. But why did he say he would bring me the forest of Tedden right away? She silently complained. If he had hesitated, I would have said he was all talk and then sulked for an entire day. She collapsed into the chair and sighed. Looking at herself in the mirror, she reproached herself. I was even certain that he liked me. That spirit only poured oil on the fire. In my opinion, the Emperor is indeed impotent. She angrily shouted, be quiet. The servants were confused and frightened. Yes, she startled. No, continue your work. She scolded the spirit. Don't read my thoughts. Elle said without looking into another person's eyes, if I have read them, what am I supposed to do? That is the most logical conclusion after combining every statement and situation up to now. He continued, the emperors I know usually have hundreds of concubines, but Aston has only you as his wife even now. Don't you think there's a problem? She stammered. Is that so? But at night, before she could finish, a servant called her. Your Majesty the Empress, it is time to go. She immediately answered, all right. She said to the spirit, do not talk to me any more for now. He said, I don't like that. I was born to talk. Now think about it. The Emperor. She cut him off and left. So noisy. I need to hurry and find a jewel, then stuff this spirit inside it. She thought, in any case, I must choose a lady-in-waiting first. A servant was already waiting outside. Your Majesty the Empress, please come in. In the waiting room for the noble ladies, many gorgeous, beautiful candidates were laughing and talking with one another. Each of them gave off her own unique air. An unfamiliar young lady with black hair curled her lips into a smile and thought to herself, perfect, just as expected. I am the best one here. This girl's name was Alicia. She recalled the final instructions she had been given. There is no position better than the Empress's lady-in-waiting if one wants to wait and observe the inner workings of the palace. This is very important for our family. You must be chosen by the Empress. Alicia remembered this and anxiously swallowed. But Alicia had a plan of her own. Of course, I will not stop there. From my closeness to her, I will find out what made the Emperor fall in love with the Empress. And once I drive out that useless Empress, I will become the second Empress. There will never be a third, because I will kill them all. In Alicia's mind appeared a dreamlike scene of herself standing beside Aston. She smiled, her heart full of confidence. Whether his background, appearance, or fashion sense, I am the most suitable one. Just look around. There are even foolish girls like her. Alicia's gaze moved toward a young girl sitting timidly in a corner of the room. The only distinctive thing on her was perhaps the emerald on the bow at her collar. Another blonde young lady came closer and whispered to Alicia, I heard she's a relative of Margrave Canich, sent here from some faraway country. I think her name is Tanya. Alicia also added, I knew she came from some distant place, but to think someone would come here looking like that. The blonde young lady laughed and continued. I suppose she thought that sticking that big jewel on herself would be enough. Poor Tanya seemed to have heard the two of them gossiping, and she looked even more awkward. But Alicia smiled mockingly and deliberately spoke loudly. You never know. The Empress might just randomly choose some young lady waiting here. Even in that case, it would not mean she was truly chosen. She will surely return home and spend the rest of her life boasting that she visited the palace. After saying that, the two of them burst into loud laughter. Tanya clenched her hands on her lap and trembled. Bang! The door was opened by a knight. Her Majesty Empress Cecil has arrived. The young ladies in the room immediately bent down and greeted loudly. We greet your Majesty the Empress. Wearing a pink dress, Cecil spoke solemnly. Raise your heads. So beautiful. The young ladies all exclaimed inwardly at once. And she was not only beautiful, she made everyone acknowledge that she was truly an empress. When I heard she was the illegitimate daughter of a naval officer, I thought she would seem ashamed. But she has an indifference and charisma fitting her status. Alicia, however, was bewildered. Her smile lost some of its confidence as she thought, she really does have something. Suddenly, Cecil calmly walked toward Alicia, making her even more anxious. Good. When she sees me and stops, I will greet her. But the moment the tips of Cecil's shoes entered Alicia's sight, Alicia bowed at once. It is an honor to meet you, your Majesty the Empress. Before she could finish, the other person's figure immediately swept straight past her. Alicia froze in surprise, unable to believe that Cecil had not even bothered to look at her. She turned to look in the Empress's direction. Cecil excitedly took Tanya's hand and asked, "What is your name?" The girl was so startled that she stammered in reply, "It is Tanya, your Majesty." Cecil's eyes sparkled as she said, "Tanya, I see. That is a beautiful name." But Alicia screamed in confusion inside her heart. What is going on? How can the Empress be attracted to a country girl? Tanya's sparkling jewel suddenly entered her field of vision. They remembered the scene of Cecil covered in jewelry, declaring boldly, "Give me the treasure of the kingdom of Tyrant." At that moment, it struck them all like lightning, and they understood. We need jewelry to catch the Empress's attention. A newspaper bore the words, "Jewelry is necessary to gain the Empress's attention." The blue-haired young lady grabbed a scrap of paper and threw it to the floor, criticizing it. "This newspaper is utterly useless. She is even worse than I heard." The saintess sitting opposite her silently commented, "I know, I created her, but she really is strange." This was Iron Ivan, the refined and composed only daughter of a famous scholar of the emperor. She was highly intelligent and had extensive social connections. The young lady remained lost in her thoughts. That cannot be. If I, the emperor's childhood friend, cannot bring him back to the way he was before. The saintess reached a final conclusion. She has severe delusions concerning Aston. Iron smiled arrogantly to herself. By allowing him to taste the charms of other women, I thought he would finally realize that he loved me. But this has gone too far. The saintess picked the newspaper back up. Her character had been established as someone who had helped the emperor in the past, and in return, he had been very generous to her, which she later mistook for love. The saintess sighed. I did not care when I wrote it, but seeing it in person is another matter. The author thought indifferently. Taste the charms of other women? How unfortunate for anyone who does not know the beauty of a male virgin. She had no choice but to open the newspaper wide and say with a smile, "My lady, look, it seems that if you want to gain the Empress's attention, you need jewelry." "You should." But Iron cut her off and said, "I do not need it." Hearing that, the saintess still tried to persuade her. But it is the Empress who chooses the young ladies, so Iron immediately refused. "No, I do not need her to choose me. My father will make a personal request to His Majesty the Emperor. I will go to the palace to meet him." The young lady of the Ivan family declared boldly. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Tyrant, the silent night was broken by a man's sigh. A streak of blood ran down his face. The king trembled as he sat collapsed on the ground, looking up with a bloodless face. Aston raised a hand to wipe his face. With an extremely calm expression, he looked down at the other man. His own body was also covered in countless red stains that had long since dried. Aston had one foot stepping on a knight's corpse and a sword in one hand. Around him, countless others had also fallen in pools of dark red blood. Ugh! A groan came from that knight. Aston called coldly to a knight beside him. "Hey you!" The red-haired man flinched and answered, "Yes." Aston ordered, "Take off your clothes." This made him stammer in both embarrassment and fear. Seeing that, Aston smiled and explained, "Take off your clothes so I can wipe off the blood." Aston calmly wiped the blood from his sword. The red soaked into the cloth, as if reflecting in his pitch-black eyes. That knight had lost no small amount of blood, but he still weakly said, "What kind of emperor?" Aston immediately moved, stepping down on his back once more. It made him cough up a mouthful of blood. Aston's words mixed with the screams of the man beneath his foot. "You survived until the very end, as expected of the commander of the Night Order." Impressive. Suddenly, the king of Tedan took out a brightly shining stone and shouted, "Wait, it is here." Aston's eyes smiled. "I truly did not think you would actually give it to me." The king could only plead, "You have obtained what you wanted. Please spare Little. You said you would let him live if I gave you the stone." Aston took the stone and asked, "Little is his name?" Then he kicked the man aside. The king painfully called his name. He rushed over, embraced Little, and cursed, "You monster! How can an emperor invade a vassal state for no reason and take away its treasure? How is that any different from robbery?" But Aston showed no interest and merely examined the jewel in his hand with a smile. "You say I have no reason?" A name was spoken, the Duke of Ethia. The king of Tedan's expression changed at once. Aston continued, "You should understand better than anyone what you did after allying with them. Did you think I did not know that you sent soldiers to reinforce their forces?" He imagined the snowy mountains and the glittering swords of Scadia hidden deep in the Jabin Mountains. "I know everyone there uses weapons plated with Sensita silver. And that means your target is me, because the only person wounded by sensitive silver is me." A fierce killing intent radiated from Aston. He looked down at the man with contempt. "So if we're talking about reasons, I feel I have more than enough reason to crush this kingdom into dust. What do you think?" Before the king could answer, Aston continued, "But do not worry. Not today." The king asked in confusion why. He answered calmly, "The empress is waiting for me. I must return to her." The king immediately froze. In his mind appeared the scene of Cecil laughing and saying, "I want the forest of Tedan." Seeing that, Aston said, "Do not look at me like that. Now that I have the stone, I have no further business with Tedan. And Scadia has been dealt with, so bury those corpses." Then he stepped closer, took the king by the shoulder, and said quietly, "I will keep it a secret that the commander of the Night Order is actually your son. I believe this is a deal that benefits you." The man raised his head with a desperate gaze, as if he could not believe what he had just heard. Aston coolly left him with one sentence, "Do not concern yourself with how I know that." Then he left. Behind him, the king silently lowered his head to him. Aston slung his coat over his shoulder and thought deeply, "A father who cares about his son. I suppose that is something I will never understand." Back at the palace, Iron had put on a new, sparkling dress and greeted him with a smile. "Your Majesty." Aston was somewhat surprised and asked, "Iron?" She giggled. "Oh, Your Majesty. It is your dear Iron." Aston smiled with what seemed to be warmth and said, "By all means." Then he ordered, "Take her away." Iron seemed unable to process what Aston had just said and asked, "Then, Your Majesty, what do you mean?" As she was carried away by the guard knights, Iron desperately shouted, "Your Majesty." But he showed no concern at all and silently cursed, "Another useless nuisance." Aston recalled the previous day when Cecil had said, "I want the forest of Tedan." He wondered what she would say when he gave her the stone. The scene of their lips only a few centimeters apart came back to him, and Aston decided, "We will start by continuing where we left off." As he walked, he reflected, "I think she must have slept well while waiting for this. Is there anything else I should ask?" In the blink of an eye, Aston had returned to the room. He pushed open the door, only to find an extremely intimate atmosphere between the two people inside. Cecil was affectionately feeding strawberries one by one to the person across from her, even coaxing Tanya sweetly, "Say, ah." Aston was frozen, speechless by the sight, his expression darkening. Cecil looked as if she had just been caught red-handed. She stammered, "Your Majesty," while breaking out in a cold sweat. Time turned back to a little earlier. At that moment, Tanya was carrying a bag of things into the palace. When she reached the middle of the palace, Tanya unconsciously tightened her grip on the bag. Her eyes secretly glanced around, hoping no one would notice her. At the same time, she was trying to figure out where Cecil's room was. Suddenly, a young man behind her called her name, "Miss Tanya," making her jump in fright. Her heart pounded in terror as she turned to look at the person who had called her. In a tiny voice, she asked, "Oh, is something the matter?" Seeing this, the young guard reminded Tanya, "Everything brought to Her Majesty the Empress's room must be inspected." Then he raised his hand, intending to take the package from her and inspect it right away. Tanya's face went completely pale. Knowing there was no way she could get past this checkpoint, she stammered, "THN." Then, in that dangerous situation, Cecil appeared like Tanya's savior. She hugged Tanya affectionately and coldly ordered the guards. "I specifically asked her to bring that here at night. Leave at once. Hurry." Seeing their noble empress give an order, all the guards broke into fearful sweat. They quickly answered, "Yes, yes," and withdrew, not daring to stay and demand an inspection any longer. However, they still could not help being curious about that bag. They whispered among themselves, "What on earth is inside it?" At this point, as if their minds were connected, both of them could not help thinking of the contents of a note they had seen before. "If you want to satisfy the Empress, bring jewels." Then they both shuddered in fear. They imagined Cecil smiling wickedly as she reached out and took Tanya's treasure bag full of jewels, while that small, frail girl was unable to resist and could only cry as she offered it up, saying, "This is everything. Please look kindly upon me." The two young men thought resentfully of the Empress. Even Tanya's remaining jewels were taken from her. Wasn't that no different from robbery? What a wicked woman. A wicked woman indeed. Returning to the main character in the story of the two guards, Cecil was now secretly opening the door and entering her room. She immediately sank down, still frightened, because that item had almost been exposed. Panting, she said to Tanya, "That was nearly a disaster." Seeing Cecil like that, the little girl asked with concern, "Your Majesty the Empress, are you all right?" Cecil answered, "I'm fine. I just thought about how we almost got caught, so I lost focus for a moment." She did not forget to ask the girl before her, "But Tanya, the thing I asked you for." Hearing her question, Tanya smiled sweetly and said, "Your Majesty, please don't worry. I found every single thing." Cecil was overjoyed. She immediately hugged Tanya tightly and did not forget to praise her. "Really? Tanya, you're the best." At the same time, the bag in Tanya's hand opened. What fell out was not priceless treasure like those guards had imagined, but a collection of absolutely wonderful romance novels. Holding the books in her hands, Cecil was so moved that tears came to her eyes. She looked at Tanya as if she were a little angel radiating brilliant light. "You have so many romance novels, Tanya. You're like someone sent down to me by the heavens." At first, when I looked at the books on the shelf and had to pretend I knew them, I was honestly overwhelmed. Tanya looked at one of the books and said softly, "Ah, that one is the book called Every Night That Person Becomes a Beast." Then she quickly said, "If your Majesty is happy, then I'm very happy too." In her heart, she was utterly delighted as she exclaimed silently, "Ah, this beautiful thing." Cecil suddenly remembered that there was a plate of strawberries beside her, which she had forgotten about because she had been too happy. She happily called Tanya over. "Have some with me. Eat a little." Cecil picked up a fresh, delicious strawberry and showed it to Tanya. These strawberries were grown in the Imperial Palace greenhouse. "You have no idea how delicious they are." Then, without waiting for Tanya to react, Cecil pulled her closer, lifted her face with one hand, and used the other to feed the ripe strawberry into her mouth. Unfortunately, before the strawberry could reach Tanya's mouth, Aston's face had somehow appeared right beside the two of them. The moment Cecil saw him, she screamed in panic. There he was. Only then did she come back to her senses, and the words slipped out of her mouth unconsciously, "Ugh, Your Majesty." At that moment, Aston's gaze was fixed intently on the strawberry in Cecil's hand. She noticed where his attention was directed. Following his gaze down to her hand, she immediately realized what she had to do right now in order to survive. She quickly fed the strawberry into Aston's mouth. Having obtained what he wanted, his mood improved greatly, and he said gently to Cecil, "My Empress, I'm back." But when he remembered Tanya's presence, there was a hint of wounded grievance in his voice, as if reproaching his woman for not paying attention to him. "Then why did you not come out to greet me? What is this? Why were you feeding her directly?" Hearing this, Tanya was terrified, sweating. She looked at the tyrant before her voice trembling as she did not dare defend what had happened just now. That, in this suffocating atmosphere, tense as drawn swords and bent bows, Cecil swiftly turned to Tanya and said, "Well then, Tanya, come again tomorrow." Hearing this, Tanya quickly answered, "Of course, Your Majesty the Empress. Tomorrow I'll bring even better things." She did not forget to lean close to Cecil's ear and whisper that too, making Cecil extremely happy as she asked, "Really? You'll really bring it?" Tanya covered her mouth and answered, "Of course, Your Majesty the Empress." Other than that, the two girls became absorbed in their enthusiastic conversation, seemingly forgetting the tyrant beside them. At this moment, Aston, abandoned by his beloved Empress, was very angry. His entire body seemed to emit a gloomy, icy aura. His gaze was so cold, it looked as if he wanted to kill the girl who was being close with Cecil right in front of him. Aston muttered along with the things the two people before him were discussing. Jane, Max, Hugo, Gideon. Works about regret, obsession, exhaustion, and transmigration. He could not help pondering what these things were that had so completely captivated his little wife. Yes, during this time, Cecil had already seen Tanya off. Then goodbye, Tanya. Her heart bloomed like a flower as she thought about what Tanya would bring her tomorrow. But seeing how happy she was, Aston found it somewhat incomprehensible. What did that maid say she would bring that put you in such a mood? Cecil immediately turned back and protested. What's wrong with my mood? I'm the same as usual. This time, Aston was the one left speechless. Humph. Then he quickly asked her again. She hasn't been selected for long, yet you seem quite close to that maid. I suppose you no longer need Tedden then. Cecil answered without hesitation, of course. Tanya is such a good person. She is my benefactor who helped me escape Alicia. Aston looked at the girl before him, his fingers toying with the jewel that glimmered brightly in his hand. He said to her, she merely brought over her family's stone. What benefactor? She just got lucky, didn't she? Cecil explained softly. But if it weren't for Tanya, I would still be sitting there listening to Alicia chatter nonsense, even now, wouldn't I? Your Majesty has no idea how noisy she is when she is near me. Even when I was choosing a maid, Your Majesty was so noisy too. Then, as if realizing that she had accidentally said something she should not have, Cecil gasped, ah, and hurriedly covered her mouth. A moment later, as if she had regained her composure, she shyly tried to explain, Your Majesty, that was what Alicia said. It has nothing to do with me, but it was already too late. Her belated excuse could not help her escape Aston's punishment. He reached out, took her hand, and pulled her down hard, making her lie beneath him. She panicked and screamed, hey. At that moment, Aston's eyes darkened as he looked at Cecil dangerously. He asked her, those were his words, were they not? And it seemed that after those words, Cecil would be punished through something children should not know about. Early the next morning, the sky was clear and sunny. The whole market seemed coated in a shimmering layer of gold dust. The crowds were lively and bustling. The fruits displayed for sale were fresh and appetizing. At that moment, a sigh rang out. Oh, really? The Saintess held a pile of bags of food, her face so happy she was nearly crying. Four-dimensional reality is the best. The Saintess was extremely proud of herself for doing such a good job setting up the best restaurant in the Empire right next to the Imperial Palace. And even its sweets, seeming to decide to do something, she muttered, now that I've played around with everything I needed to play with. A little later, at the Imperial Palace's temporary detention area, the Saintess looked at the tall palace before her and hesitated. Should I go pick her up? At that moment, inside the temporary detention room, Iron was locked behind iron bars, with guards standing watch outside. While she was sitting there absent-mindedly, someone suddenly called, My lady, making Iron start in surprise. Iron went to the iron door and shouted irritably, Why are you only coming now? The Saintess asked in return, Have you forgotten? She smiled bitterly and said, My lady said that it had been a long time since you last met His Majesty, so it would probably take a while, and told me to go enjoy myself freely. Hearing this, Iron lowered her head and remained silent. After a while, Iron said in a sad voice, You're not wrong, but I don't like that you're saying it's my fault. As soon as she finished speaking, Iron made a decision. You're fired. The moment those words left her mouth, a piece of cake was immediately shoved into her mouth, blocking her speech. The Saintess smiled falsely and said, My dear young lady, you hadn't eaten anything before being locked up here, right? I stopped by that famous restaurant in the Imperial Palace. I thought of you, my lady, so I bought this. The Saintess took out a packet of chips and introduced it to Iron. They say this is the hottest snack in the Imperial Palace right now. Iron chewed the piece of cake, a little touched as she wondered, For me? Then Iron suddenly burst into tears. With a wronged expression, she complained, Do you know? His Majesty is so strange. Iron trembled and gripped the iron bars tightly, saying in confusion, He didn't even look at me. He immediately told people to drag me away because he found me annoying. What on earth happened to His Majesty? The Saintess smiled and answered, What do you mean, what happened? He's been bewitched by the Empress. Hearing this, Iron immediately shouted, That's impossible. Another piece of cake was stuffed into her mouth. The Saintess watched Iron innocently eating the chips, rested her chin in her hand, and thought wearily, Of course, His Majesty never liked you from the very beginning. The only reason the Emperor tolerated Iron was because her father, Count Lebanon, had worked tirelessly to bring his majesty back as a human being, and because the two of them shared that bloodline. Thinking this, the saintess stood up, preparing to leave. She said to Iron, "The carriage has arrived just in time. So for today, please rest at the mansion first. If you return to the mansion, I will tell you stories about the Empress that will make you feel better." Iron quickly replied, "You have to keep doing it until I feel happy, all right?" Then she did not forget to ask, "But really, why is His Majesty like that?" Iron wondered and guessed to herself, could the Empress have used magic? I heard she's so beautiful that she can shake anyone who looks at her. Looking at the saintess's face, she suddenly became horrified. Iron did not notice and continued guessing. I heard she's becoming more and more beautiful. At this point, the saintess was no longer listening to anything Iron said. She thought of something and could not stop herself from swearing. Ah, damn it. Iron did not hear clearly what the saintess had said, so she asked, "Huh? What did you say?" The saintess quickly answered, "Nothing. I'll go meet the guards and tell them to release you, my lady. Please wait here." Then the sound of footsteps echoed through the prison. As the saintess walked, she kept cursing inwardly without stopping. She clutched her head, her face dark as she shouted, "Damn it, why'd I write it that way?" She began to recall the time when she had written it. I did that to Cecil, then upgraded her into the main character. Now Cecil was not only known for her beautiful appearance. Her connections and reputation were also increasing day by day. Now, no matter what she did, everyone would exclaim, "Oh, Empress, Your Majesty, how could you think of something like that?" With a grave expression, the saintess made a decision. As expected, I have to quickly enter Cecil's body, because all of those things should be mine. She calculated that if she wanted to enter Cecil's body, Cecil would first have to die, and the saintess glanced at a figure ahead and covered her mouth as she thought. They arrived at the imperial palace earlier, didn't they? The envoy from the Duchy of Ithia. She seemed to have realized what she should do. This will work. This time is the opportunity. The saintess remembered an event, the tribute that this envoy brought, the return token. And the return token would awaken Aston's energy. And according to the novel she had written, it would attack Cecil. She silently resolved herself. I absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. No matter what it takes, I must enter the imperial palace that day. The saintess covered her mouth and laughed sinisterly. Only then will the world return to its original flow. Night came. At this time, inside the imperial palace, Ale was kneeling and pleading earnestly, "I was wrong. Please spare my life." Yesterday, Aston had only wrapped a bath towel around himself, exposing his powerful upper body. He looked at the jewel, his face still expressionless, and merely hummed in response. Then he spoke calmly. "What should I do?" Although Aston did not look angry at all, the more he acted that way, the more frightened Ale became. Tears streamed down his face as he clasped his hands together and trembled. Please." On the other side of the bed, Cecil was now sound asleep. Aston lowered his voice and said, "Now that the reunion from before is over, I thought you valued your home greatly. So why did you talk so much?" El was also stunned and wondered. "That's right. Why did I?" El thought to himself, "I ran away into that jewel, but now I more or less know what's going on." El had witnessed all of Aston and Cecil's intimate scenes. Even though he had been trapped inside the jewel, he could still feel that heat. El glanced at Cecil, who was sleeping deeply from exhaustion, and reached a conclusion. It seems he is not impotent. But then El also felt that his own thought was absurd. With a body like that, if he were impotent, it would be a loss for all humanity. El's eyes widened as he thought, but that towel, if only it would slip down a little more. Seeing El's strange expression, Aston felt as if he were being harassed. Aston threw the jewel away. Immediately, a sharp scream rang out. I was wrong." El sincerely begged Aston, "Stop, please stop. If my house is destroyed one more time, I'll become a vengeful spirit. You really do want to be cursed at least once, don't you?" But Aston paid no attention to Ale's threat. He answered calmly, "With my black sword, you would disappear with just one strike." Ale's face immediately went pale with fear. He frowned and thought, he really is a strange emperor. What kind of human is this strong? He can even use the black sword, something humans cannot use. The only human who can use the black sword. Thinking this, Ale suddenly let out an huh. He seemed to have thought of something. No way. I can't believe it. Ale put forward his guess in disbelief. Wait, Emperor, could it be that you drank the blood of Jujundit? That's right. Ale asked Aston in terror. Your Majesty, could it be that you drank the blood of Jujundit? Thinking of Aston's sharp, cold eyes, Ale shouted, Oh my God, that's right. You definitely drank it, so you could use the black sword in human form. But afterward, he felt that something was not quite right. Ale rubbed his chin and muttered, Oh no. But how are you still sane after drinking that? Normally, most humans would either die early or turn into monsters. Feeling that his own reasoning was correct, Ale said confidently, so that's why you don't think about having children, right? Because your child with a human would become a monster anyway. At that moment, the black sword flew straight forward and stabbed in the ground right beside Ale's face, making his eyes widen in terror. Ale immediately waved his hands and explained, No, what I mean is because of that, I'm certain you're not impotent. The more he spoke, the more flustered he became. Then Aston said, You. His razor-sharp gaze shot toward Ale, whose face quickly turned blue. I'm dead. Ale cried out, Please spare me. I won't say that again. I was only a little surprised after seeing something that had disappeared long ago. Aston pressed him against the wall and asked Ale directly, What do you know about the blood of Jujundit? Only then did Ale stare blankly and let out an Then he began to make excuses. I don't know the details. I only know that many spirits disappeared when that thing was created. Aston was not so easily fooled. He said coldly, You claim not to know the details, but it seems you know at least a little. Ale asked with a frightened expression, What is it? Do you want to know something? Tears streamed down his face as he begged Aston. As long as you spare my life, I'll tell you everything. Really, I'll go to the land of spirits and investigate everything for you. Please, exactly, Aston. At that moment, Ale spoke calmly. Fine, first, you have to promise me a few things. Hearing that, Ale's eyes immediately shimmered as he shouted, A few things? That many. That's right, because I'm a super powerful spirit. That's why you're thinking of treating me like a slave, aren't you? You're going to abuse me, aren't you? But Aston paid no attention to Ale's nonsense. His first words were cold. You must never tell Cecil. If you tell her, I will kill you. Ale looked bewildered. What? Aston looked at him coldly and asked again, What? Are you dissatisfied? Ale hurriedly denied it. No, I'm not dissatisfied at all. I was just so surprised that I reacted like that. Only then did Aston continue. Second, explain the things you made up to Cecil yourself. And hurry up and get back into the stone. Ale had thought the conditions would be something extremely dangerous. Slightly dazed, he asked, Is that all? Yes. Aston turned his head and spat out coldly. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and disappear. Ale immediately answered meekly, Yes. The atmosphere grew quiet again. Cecil was still sleeping soundly on the bed. Aston sat beside the bed, staring at the sleeping Cecil, who knew how much time passed. One person slept, while the other watched that person sleep. Aston raised his hand. He stared at that large palm. An image flashed through his mind. That hand covered in blood, along with a voice. It hurt so much. Killed him. You promised. Avenge me. Aston clenched his hand tightly. With a pensive expression, he glanced at Cecil. Her soft face was peacefully asleep. She knew nothing, sleeping so soundly. Aston murmured softly, I don't know why. He stroked Cecil's head and continued, When I'm by your side, I can no longer hear that voice. Early the next morning, in the bedroom, Ale was trying his hardest to explain. So perhaps I was mistaken. There's no way His Majesty could be impotent, right? Cecil asked in confusion. Huh? Why are you suddenly saying that? Just then, Aston's low voice rang out. Let me in. Cecil turned around in surprise and exclaimed, You're here? Aston stood before Cecil and slowly said, That's right. I want to talk about the plan. Cecil was a little confused. The plan? Aston explained calmly to her. At tomorrow's event, there is something I need your help with. Hearing that, Cecil's expression instantly became flustered. She opened her mouth, helplessly. Again? Is it that urgent? But Aston spoke unhurriedly. Wait, Cecil. He had not even finished speaking when someone outside called. Your Majesty, may I come in now? Aston seemed to think of something, his expression turning serious. At that moment, Cecil had only wrapped herself in a blanket. Her clothes were not properly worn, revealing her fair bare shoulders and her half-concealed chest. The door was quickly slammed shut with a bang. Kin, not understanding what was going on, called out, Your Majesty? From a crack in the door, Aston shot him a sharp look. You're not allowed in. Then Aston walked in one direction and asked, Cecil, the wardrobe is over here, right? Cecil also answered vaguely, Yes. Why? A moment later, Aston threw a pile of clothes to Cecil and ordered, "Put this on. And these are the accessories." Noticing that Cecil was still standing there blankly, holding the clothes and accessories, Aston asked her, "What is it?" Cecil was a little flustered. She hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, do you like this outfit?" Aston had not expected Cecil to ask that either. He thought for a moment, then calmly replied, "You could say that." Hearing that, Cecil's expression instantly brightened happily. She smiled brightly and cried, "Hee hee, then I'll go change into it quickly." Who knew how much time passed? Ken had been waiting outside all this time, his face puffed up in displeasure. "He made me stand here, but what exactly is he doing in there?" Then Aston said naturally, "I changed her clothes for her." Cecil, beside him, shouted in embarrassment, "Your Majesty." Ken clutched his head helplessly and said, "That is not the issue right now, Your Majesty. First, I will tell you about the event that will begin tomorrow. The report says that the Duchy of Ithia discovered a secret while exploring ancient ruins. They say they will come here to offer it as tribute." Ken looked at Aston, thought for a moment, then said to him, "Although I do not know what the Duchy of Ithia is thinking, envoys from other countries will be coming as well. So this event will be far more troublesome than domestic events." Sitting beside them, Cecil could not hold back her curiosity and asked, "Wow, I wonder what tribute they're bringing. I'm looking forward to it." At that moment, Aston turned to remind her, "Starting from that point is precisely your role." Cecil answered vaguely, "Yes." Aston smiled and said to Cecil, "What you need to do is try your very best to provoke the pride of the Ethian delegation." After hearing that, Cecil was instantly horrified. What? The Duchy of Ithia was a nation that had long established close ties with the Empire. It was the only nation that had proudly dared to stand before Aston's tyrannical rule. Rumor had it that it was the place where Aston had spent his childhood, and even now, he was still close to that country's emperor. That's what I know, and yet he's telling me to provoke them. Cecil thought to herself, her brows furrowing. She recalled what Aston had told her earlier. "There is one more thing I want to tell you. If that happens, inform me." Cecil pondered, raising a hand to her chin and rubbing it lightly. What exactly was that instruction again? "I don't know." She sighed. Cecil told herself inwardly, "Anyway, His Majesty doesn't look to be in a very good mood, so I probably can't ask." Ken appeared with a smiling face. "What about His Majesty's mood? If Her Majesty does a good job this time, he will surely cheer up." Cecil held a densely written report in her hands. She froze, inwardly breaking out in a cold sweat. "Are these all the things the Empress has to do?" Cecil said in shock. Ken answered as calmly as still water, "That is correct. As I said earlier, this is a delegation from a foreign country." He continued speaking as if it were nothing. "How you must greet them during the audience event, and what the order of the event will be. I have arranged everything for Your Majesty." Cecil's face turned pale, and her mood sank. Inwardly, she lamented, "There's so much I have to learn. I did receive education before marriage, but compared to palace etiquette, it's still nowhere near enough," Cecil told herself. However, she did not become discouraged because of that. She clenched her hands, her eyes filled with determination. "I suppose I'll have to study this part a little more." Before even a few seconds had passed, Cecil turned to look at her lady-in-waiting. She smiled and thought, "Anyway, from now on, I have a lady-in-waiting, don't I? Tanya." Tanya held the report Ken had given her. She frowned in confusion. "So that's why the order of the event this time is like this." Tanya wept inwardly. "There's so much. I'm exhausted." Suddenly, someone approached her and called out, "Miss Tanya." Tanya turned around and answered, "Yes, there's a letter from your parents' home." The person said that, and Tanya stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide. Her mood immediately sank. After a moment, Tanya came back to her senses and spoke. "From my parents' home?" "Yes. You are from the Marquisate of Canis, correct?" the person replied. Tanya smiled awkwardly, stammering, "Why, yes, that's right. I wonder what kind of letter it is." As she spoke, she opened the letter. "If you do not return quickly, Mother will go find you and kill you." From Mother. That was written in the letter. Tanya instantly froze, her expression stiff. Also, because this letter had the recipient's address written incorrectly, it arrived in your hands a week late. There was nothing urgent inside, was there? Hearing what the person said, Tanya turned to stone on the spot. That person's question floated past her ears like the wind. Coming back to herself, Tanya forced a laugh. "And no, it's fine." Just thinking of her mother's furious face, Tanya could not help but weep inwardly. "I'm dead for sure." In the palace at that moment, Aston looked at Cecil in confusion. Why does your face look like that? Cecil's face was slightly flushed, her hands placed before her chest. Her face showed a weak and pitiful expression. Because I am worried, Aston replied indifferently. Is that so? Why? Cecil shouted. Of course it's because of the task your majesty entrusted to me. Tears welled in Cecil's eyes, and her spirits drooped. I'm so worried, she thought. Aston looked at her expression and smiled faintly. Cecil held Aston's arm and said pitifully, Your Majesty, I'm so cold. The court officials knelt for the audience, holding several gifts in their hands. We represent the Duchy of Ithia and have come to greet His Majesty, the Emperor of the Empire. Outwardly, they said that, but inwardly, they were already grumbling, It's summer. What do you mean, cold? Here, Aston took her hand. He said, Indeed, my empress is as cold as ice. Today, we have tribute we wish to present to your majesty. The Duchy of Ithia? Aston asked back. There, Aston and Cecil were performing an affectionate scene hand in front of the court officials. We must hurry to the room. Oh, your majesty. Truly, a pink, rosy atmosphere filled the entire palace. Cecil smiled and pretended not to know as she asked, Where exactly is that country? Is it because it's too small that I don't know it? One of the officials looked utterly helpless. It may sound arrogant to say this, but your majesty the empress, our country is second in size only to Asia. Hearing that, Cecil replied, Is that so? Since you came all this way, you should have brought plenty of fruit from the kingdom of Storia. I don't care about countries that have neither jewels nor fruit. Outwardly, she said that, but inwardly, she was already crying. How could I not know? It's a great nation, second only to the Empire of Asia. Is it really all right for me to do this? Seeing that, Aston smiled faintly and whispered, Whenever I see you act, I truly admire you. Cecil complained helplessly, Who asked you to admire me? Then he said, Indeed, it seems the Duchy of Ithia has failed to attract the Empress's interest. The person cried out, The items we brought this time are very valuable. This object was discovered in the basement of an ancient dungeon ruin, and we do not know what its function is. Cecil smiled and said, Isn't that thing covered in mud? Did you even wash it before bringing it here? As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere became indescribably silent. Aston smiled. In any case, it is not what I expected. It seems the Empress is not satisfied. Go back. I must now comfort my Empress. That court official trembled, clutching his chest. Beside him, Cecil thought inwardly, Why does he have to go this far? What is he thinking? Suddenly, someone shouted, Please wait a moment, your majesty. Cecil looked at that person. She thought, among the envoys. She recalled what Aston had once told her. If you see someone who seems far too ordinary, and you cannot clearly remember who that person is, tell me. I found him, Cecil thought. That person offered up a small wooden box and said, Please accept this. Cecil lightly patted Aston's chest. Your Majesty, it's that man. Aston drew his sword, a bewitching smile spreading across his face. At last, you have revealed yourself. Cecil was puzzled. Suddenly, Aston thrust his sword straight into the man's chest, shocking everyone present. Suddenly, the Saintess stepped in. Move, all of you, move. She forced her way through the crowd. Today, I absolutely must protect Cecil. The Saintess told herself, that man. Around her, several people murmured, the king. Again, so violently. That person's face suddenly distorted into an entirely different face. Blood trickled from that person's mouth. The Saintess thought in alarm. The master of the magic tower. Richard? Why is that guy here? He's a supporting male character who only appears in the second half. A mage from the magic tower? Aston said. Ken, holding a stack of reports in his hands, answered, Yes. According to the Duchy of Ithia, because all the excavated objects are from ancient times, they brought a mage along in case something happened. Ken looked at Aston, his tone cautious. He continued, There is a rumor that the Saintess has gone missing. Something suspicious seems to have happened. The same goes for the magic tower. Aston's distant gaze sank into thought. The magic tower? The magic tower was an enormous tower where mages gathered. The master of that place was Richard, someone Aston had met in the past. Richard smiled as he entered the main hall. The soldier beside him announced loudly, Your Imperial Majesty, Lord Richard, master of the magic tower, has arrived. That day, Aston sat on the throne, his tone serious. Is it true that you know about Jujendit's blood? Richard smiled. Of course, I will tell your majesty everything I know. Richard held a ceramic bowl in his hand, his eyes sparkling as he said something infuriating. If your majesty could put just a little of your blood in here. Then Aston was seen slowly returning to the throne with his sword in hand under the stunned gazes of the retainers. Richard, lying on the floor, was so beaten that he was unrecognizable. As the recollection ended, Aston said with a bored expression, "If he has now revived, it means he finally succeeded in healing and reattaching his body parts." Beside him, Ken broke out in a cold sweat inwardly. He cannot die. That person cannot die. I know, but we must prepare in case he comes. Aston continued speaking. Ken wondered, Your Majesty needs to prepare? No, not me. Cecil was astonished, a trace of fear appearing in her eyes. She herself did not know that the cloak Cecil was wearing had perfectly blocked the magical attack. Blood trickled from Richard's mouth. His abdomen had been stabbed, but there was still a smile on his lips. That really was a straight thrust. A moment later, his eyes shone like stars again, as expected of His Imperial Majesty's answer. Aston held Cecil in his arms. His face was indifferent as he replied, "It's you, Richard. That's right, Your Imperial Majesty. I personally came here so the Emperor could see this directly." As he spoke, Richard raised a box. Inside was a small egg. Suddenly, the egg gradually became distorted, causing the officials to burst into murmurs. "What is that? Its shape is quite unusual." "Unusual, isn't it? I think it's the egg of some giant bird. I think it's or stone. Are you people talking about that fruit?" The Saintess frowned in thought. "That's right. Each person sees it in a different form. But that is the return token. That return egg would take on a different shape depending on the person looking at it. And that change was based on the object of contact with the egg. I don't know why Richard is here," she thought inwardly. Her gaze gradually grew sinister as she thought, "But I don't care. If the return egg hatches, everything will go according to my plan." Richard smiled and said, "The ancient stone tablets said this. When the greatest power touches it, it will hatch." Richard shouted, "In Your Majesty's eyes, what shape does the egg have?" Meanwhile, Aston silently looked at Richard as if looking at an idiot. Beside him, Cecil thought inwardly, "That person is Richard, the master of the magic tower. The model for all mage characters in romance novels. The talented but cold-hearted master of the magic tower." Richard's face flushed, his tone excited and agitated as he said, "Your Majesty, please try touching it once. Please hurry and explain. How does it look to you? Are you not curious?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cecil's face turned pale as if she could not believe her eyes. "He's not at all like I imagined," she thought in disappointment. Cecil's mood sank. She told herself, "I will never reread novels with mage protagonists again." Aston said, "Richard, your magic tower is under suspicion, yet you came here yourself." Ken looked helpless. "Your persistence truly is commendable," Richard shouted. "Of course I had to be curious, you bastard." Cecil raised her head to look. Suddenly, Aston reached out and grabbed Richard by the throat. His face darkened as he threatened, "If you say that one more time, I will kill you." Richard immediately raised both hands in surrender and said with a smile, "Wait. The other things on the stone tablet are true. Please try touching it once." Cecil looked blank and thought inwardly, "Is my work here done?" Suddenly, the egg began to move, then slowly floated upward, making Cecil confused. On the other side, Richard was still desperately trying to persuade him. "You only need to touch it a little. That's all." The egg suddenly flew quickly toward Aston. "Your Majesty." Cecil stepped forward at once to block Aston. "No." Suddenly, the egg emitted a dazzling light and rushed into her chest. Aston was shocked. Beside him, Richard explained, "What is this? It's useless. That egg only reacts to the most powerful existence. It will not react to an ordinary girl like her." A moment later, Richard opened his eyes wide and stared. The return egg is reacting," he said, stammering in surprise. The blinding light covered the entire palace. Gradually, it formed the shape of a gigantic monster. Ken cried out in panic, "Your Majesty, please get away." A ferocious black dragon appeared. Its mighty body carried an overwhelming presence. Suddenly, it roared, cracking everything around it. The pitch-black dragon manifested with an enormous body. It was towering, its entire form covered in hard scales. It exuded a savage, vicious aura. It let out a thunderous roar. Everyone in the banquet hall was horrified and thought in panic, a dragon. Richard was shocked. He thought, that's impossible. Why did it react to that woman? Richard was certain about the egg. If it was not the most powerful existence, it would not have reacted. But Richard could not believe it. How did things turn out like this? Has that egg gone mad? How could an illegitimate child from a tiny nation make the egg hatch? He thought as he looked over at Cecil. The dragon roared again. Its roar shattered the window panes. Shards of glass rained down, making the nobles below flee in terror. Aston stepped forward and rushed to Cecil's side, pulling her into his arms to shield her. He drew his sword and knocked away the pieces of glass. He thought, damn it, this is more serious than I imagined. I thought I would only have to deal with ordinary magic. But at this rate, Aston calmly thought for a moment, then turned toward a guard. The guard understood his meaning. He quickly went to Cecil and respectfully said, Your Majesty the Empress, please take shelter. Startled, she refused and said, Wait, I can't go alone. That is a dragon. Everyone is in danger. Her words had no effect. The guard resolutely pulled her away and said, Please come, Your Majesty the Empress. Cecil could not resist the guard's strength. She looked back and desperately shouted, Your Majesty, please come with me. Your Majesty, I can't leave by myself. Wait, Ken. Before the door closed, she only managed to see Aston's figure stepping forward to face the dragon. From him, a savage and powerful aura, no weaker than the dragon's, appeared, dyed red. Then the door shut, blocking her view. Richard sat collapsed on the floor, staring blankly at the scene. Wow, perfect, he suddenly exclaimed. This is truly beyond my expectations. It's even more than I hoped for. Richard thought, a dragon. A species that went extinct long ago, even before the Jujundit bloodline. Richard thought, I was only curious. If Aston drank Jujundit's blood, I wondered what would awaken. But beyond that, I've also been able to witness an existence from ancient times. It has only just been born, yet it is already this large. Once it matures, it might crush an entire mountain range. Richard evaluated the situation. That's right. If I can capture the dragon, Richard rose and stepped forward, then I'll be able to conduct experiments on an even larger scale. Richard thought excitedly as he walked toward the black dragon. But how am I supposed to capture a dragon? Dragons don't respond to magic. Richard muttered in confusion. Immediately afterward, the black dragon stepped on Richard with its foot. A tiny human dares to try to capture me, the dragon thought. The foot pressing down on Richard applied a little more force. The dragon looked around at the frightened guests, who were huddled together in fear. Other than the one under my foot, all the rest are incredibly weak, the dragon thought. The dragon's golden eyes, with their long, narrow black pupils, shifted toward Aston. It saw an aura as dense and black as smoke, along with a layer of blood-red energy surrounding him. That one looks rather troublesome, the black dragon thought. A tyrant wearing a human shell, calling himself an emperor, the black dragon judged. Then the dragon noticed the sword Aston was holding. What that one holds is a sword made of black steel. Aside from that thing, nothing can harm me, the dragon thought, but I will become the strongest. I will become the strongest and kill every living being in this world. It turned, aiming a noble woman in a yellow evening gown. The woman fell backward in terror, crying and begging for help. Help, please, save me. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared and shouted, Hey! The dragon turned back in puzzlement and wondered, What is it? I sense a strange energy from that human. You bastard, the saintess muttered. Then she shouted, Why is the final boss of the story appearing here? The saintess shouted in confusion at the dragon's sudden appearance. A gigantic, pitch-black dragon. It had never appeared at all in the process, she had written. The dragon did not understand what on earth was going on either. It also did not understand why the human before was making such a fuss. The last dragon of this world, Gargantia. According to the rules, a phoenix should have appeared instead. Everything had gone off track. Why had this terrifying creature, which should have appeared at the end of the story, appeared here instead, right in the Imperial Palace? Was the story going to end here Just like this? No, there was still the adventure arc and the process of those men meeting one another. Was all of that going to disappear? She began desperately searching through all her memories, trying to remember why, according to the original rules, the dragon would die. A memory came rushing back. It was all because the Saintess had killed it. Even more terrifying was that doing so required self-sacrifice. She was frightened and terrified, while the dragon had no idea what she had been talking about all this time. What it thought was, this human keeps saying strange things. Annoyed by the noise, it swung its tail, intending to strike her. Fortunately, Ken arrived in time and got her out of the way. Ken prepared his sword to fight it. The dragon was arrogant at the thought of fighting such an ordinary human. Ken said he was not, and said something to the one beside it. Aston, who was beside him, rushed at it and leapt up. No one knew exactly what had happened, but part of the Imperial Palace shattered. The dragon lay sprawled on the ground in pain. The dragon raised its voice. It had never expected an ordinary human, in its eyes, to dare do such a thing. Aston said, "Only after being hit does it say that." The power of the sword could knock the dragon down, but it could not wound it. Aston gripped the sword tightly. Dark souls appeared, urging Aston to kill it quickly. Revenge. He recalled images of himself killing his relatives, killing thousands of people, and from those memories, new souls had appeared. Those souls kept urging him in every way. A scream made Aston come back to his senses. A girl was trembling in fear before the enormous dragon. That girl was Cecil's lady-in-waiting. Aston fell into thought. If he used the power of Jujendit, it would destroy everything around them. It might even take that girl's life. He did not want Cecil to be sad. He tried to push the shadows away and said that this was enough. The dragon said he was truly stubborn. It would reduce everyone to dust. A glowing orb appeared in its mouth. It was the dragon's breath. It would destroy everything. For some reason, in the midst of her fear, the lady-in-waiting swung her fist. Even that enormous dragon had its bones broken by the blow. She kept punching and kicking it continuously, ignoring the dragon as it tried to protest. It was said that she was the only daughter of Marchioness Canich. Marchioness Canich was a woman well-versed in martial arts. She had trained her daughter to possess such strength. Tanya Canich. Aston had never expected such a dangerous person to be by Cecil's side. Elsewhere, after tirelessly searching, Cecil finally found a way to seal the dragon. 30 minutes earlier, Aston had ordered the guards to take Cecil away in order to protect her, but she stubbornly insisted on leaving no matter what. Cecil truly could not believe it. This was outside her original expectations. An egg had suddenly appeared. Who would have thought it was some unidentified species of dragon? Suddenly, she stopped at something. This incident felt somewhat familiar to her. Cecil had read about it before. She had read a certain book with a similar premise. Another guard came over to urge the two of them to leave, but Cecil refused to go. Before the two soldiers could finish speaking, Cecil quickly ran off somewhere. She was certain she had read about it. After searching for a long time, she finally found the book she remembered. Hope surged within her. One day, I tamed a dragon. That was right. This was the book Tanya had found for Cecil last time. She tried to find the page she needed. Cecil carefully read through it. Since that thing had now vanished, no one remembered them anymore. The incantation used to restrain dragons. That thing had once been in Cecil's hands. The power that had ruled the world in primordial times. Over the years, it had been passed into that girl's hands. She remembered this detail now. The image of sacrifice in order to restrain it. The delegation coming here. The egg found in the dungeon. The dragon. And even the protagonist's name. Everything, every single event, was the same as the contents of this book. Her mind was thrown into confusion by the contents. They were exactly the same as the situation happening right now. She remembered the first time she received this book. A servant whose face she could not remember had given it to her. Even though she did not want to, the female servant had insisted that she absolutely must read it. Cecil truly could not remember who that person was. Her head hurt so much that she really could not remember. A guard entered. This person had been searching for Cecil everywhere. He was worried about Cecil's safety. He advised Cecil to go to a safe place. This person approached, and Cecil immediately asked who he was. The soldier was confused. They had clearly just met that morning. Cecil also insisted that she had never met anyone like him. She immediately asked the guard about Tanya. The man said in confusion that they could look for the others later. This showed that they were more concerned about the Empress's safety. The soldier told several people that Cecil, their Empress, was very tired after the shock and ordered them to hurry and take Her Majesty away. Two other soldiers quickly came in. Cecil was truly not mistaken. All of them were people she did not recognize at all. Cecil panicked and instinctively ran away. She ignored how worried they were. She abandoned her heels and ran barefoot. Perhaps she was mistaken, but her intuition told her that they were far too dangerous. She wanted to return to His Majesty and also had to find Tanya. And she believed that if she had this book, then right now, at this very moment, the thing that could save everyone was in that girl's hands. Meanwhile, the battle with the dragon Gargantia continued. The dragon's blood boiled. This was the first time someone had ever fought it with bare hands. And she was a human girl, no less. To repay this act, it decided to give her the most painful death possible. The Saintess stood helplessly. Though she wanted to intervene, if she were killed here, everything would become meaningless. As she stood there in confusion and uncertainty, a girl's voice called out from behind the Saintess. "I am Irina." Irina had been searching for the Saintess all this time. Although she knew Irina had entered the palace today, she had still not run away. Only now did Irina see the huge thing before her. It looked like a terrifying monster in front of her. The dragon heard that. It felt as if it had been insulted. It absolutely could not accept being called a monster like that. Now the dragon had changed its target. It decided to deal with Irina first. It swung its tail and prepared to finish her off. Before it could complete the attack, a platinum-haired man appeared. "Please excuse my rudeness toward this young lady." The dust and smoke caused by the dragon's destruction slowly dispersed. The image of the platinum-haired young man supporting Irina became clear. Irina asked who he was. He did not answer and simply said, "Sleep." She began to sink into a deep slumber. The young man worried that he would be scolded, even though he had become acquainted with many people. The dragon saw that Ken had protected the Saintess from that attack, to the point of bleeding. The dragon had no choice but to feel exasperated. Humans were all the same, and it had vowed that all of them would end up that way. Ken had taken a direct hit to his body. Until now, the Saintess had still felt fortunate that no one had been injured. She tried to use her holy power to heal Ken, who had protected her. The Saintess stood up angrily and condemned it. It had ruined the faces of the male leads. She did not want it to die easily. She prepared to gather holy power and attack it. The Saintess raged. "Those faces. I poured so much effort into them. Do you understand that?" The black dragon Gargantia seemed slightly surprised by her anger. After that, the Saintess's power immediately erupted, blowing apart an entire area of land. Tanya also seemed shaken by that power. Richard was startled. Is this magical power her full strength? Irina was now dizzy and dazed. He even teased the young lady. "Your lady-in-waiting is quite an impressive person, isn't she?" Stepping out from the smoke from earlier, Cecil shouted as she searched for everyone, "Your Majesty." "Tanya." Both of them turned around in surprise. Very quickly, Tanya shouted, "Yes, I am here." Aston could not help being stunned. "Cece, why did you come back?" Cecil came to his side and explained. She was afraid he would get angry. "Please do not be angry yet. First, take me closer to that dragon." She added, "Of course, you must protect me too." But Aston seemed as if he could not believe his own eyes. Her body was covered in wounds everywhere. She was clutching some notebook tightly in her hand. At that moment, she looked strangely beautiful, just like a rose with thorns. Aston looked her over from head to toe. He could not help feeling pained. "Where have you been to get yourself hurt like this?" He caressed her face. "I sent you away, not so you would end up looking like this." She was confused. Cecil thought he would get angry and quickly cut him off. "Please, do not be angry yet." "Why?" he asked her anxiously. "Hurry, take me close to that dragon." She added, "There is no time to explain. By now, how many times have you knocked it down? But hasn't it kept getting back up again? If I do not handle it, the same thing will just keep repeating." He seemed a little surprised. On this side, the Saintess had already used all her strength to unleash her ultimate move, but it had no effect at all on Gargantia. The black dragon was smug about the abilities of its race. Surprised? This is the special skill of our race. The skill of infinite recovery is a trait that allows us to maintain our condition at its best, no matter when. At that moment, the Saintess was furious at her own creation. He's posing and showing off that recovery skill. Why did I create that thing? Tanya thought in confusion. What is she talking about? See, unless it is the incantation once used by the Dragon Lord, dragons can absolutely never be defeated, Cecil said. Aston asked, "Then where is that incantation?" "Do not worry. I found it." Cecil held it up for him to see. Looking at the notebook in her hand, which resembled a child's diary, Aston did not seem to trust it very much. Cecil knew what he was thinking. I know why you're making that expression. But first, please trust me. I will explain the details to you afterward. In any case, this really does contain the Dragon Lord's incantation. She tried to persuade him. Seeing her determined expression, Aston had no choice but to give in with a sigh. He decided to take her to the Black Dragon. Hold on tight. He wrapped an arm around her waist and took her hand to bring her there. It looked very intimate. As soon as they landed in front of the Black Dragon, she began reciting the incantation. She read aloud in a clear voice, I am the ruler of all beings. O foolish and wicked one, I bind one of your wings in iced chains. Gargantua still did not understand what was going to happen to it. Suddenly, a strange circle appeared in the sky. All at once, chains from it wrapped tightly around its wing. Everyone was stunned. Richard exclaimed, What is that? That power vanished in ancient times. At that moment, Cecil continued reading the incantation aloud. One wing beneath Orpheus's spear, one wing beneath Dust's sword. By now, the dragon was almost fully controlled by the chains. It roared loud enough to shake the sky. Stones flew everywhere. A large rock unfortunately fell near Cecil's head, but Aston arrived in time and saved her from danger. He looked at her and said, Continue. Her gaze was full of determination. Yes, she continued completing the incantation. And the final wing, by me, the ruler of all beings. Now, the Black Dragon finally no longer had the strength to struggle. The chains wrapped around it and locked down its entire body. Cecil suddenly became flustered. The final line of the incantation. She looked at the last line of the incantation and saw unfamiliar characters. Wait, I don't know how to read this line. She took a gamble and continued reading. And for some reason, she did not understand how she was able to read it. Now, the Dragon Lord was nothing more than a name. It had completely collapsed. At this moment, it could only groan, No, I was wrong, Mother. The Black Dragon whimpered. I was wrong, Mother. Cecil stammered, Mother? Then she immediately panicked. Who is your mother, you little? No, there's no mistake. This power is definitely Mother's. But how? Aren't Mother's bones still lying in the deepest part of the Dark Mountains? The Black Dragon thought. How can this human read Mother's incantation? At that moment, Aston was still standing beside Cecil with his sword raised to protect her. She was thinking, although I have restrained it, this still is not strong enough. The final blow. Suddenly, she looked over toward the Saintess. The Saintess was now able to stand after the aftershock from earlier. A cluster of light flashed in her hand. Then she said powerfully, This is the final move, you brat. A powerful light engulfed the entire space, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. The afterglow of the finishing move still shimmered faintly blue. The Saintess sighed. Oh, whatever. Even if Aston had discovered her by now, so be it. She turned to the Black Dragon and said, See that, dragon? Anyone who dares lay a hand on the male leads will end up like that. The only one you're allowed to touch is me. Meanwhile, on the other side, the thunderous noise from earlier had shaken everyone. Aston was startled. What was that? That attack just now had been full force. Tanya and Cecil were also left wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Everyone froze when they saw that the Black Dragon had been defeated. After the Saintess said just that one sentence, perhaps unable to believe it, Cecil asked again, Is it over? She looked up and noticed blood flowing down Aston's cheek. Cecil panicked. As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief. Your Majesty, you're bleeding. He dodged to the side. Cecil suddenly froze, her hand suspended in midair, but Aston sounded rather cold. Don't touch it with your hand. Cecil was deeply shocked. Her face darkened. Seeing her expression, Aston thought to himself that he had made a mistake. She must be hurt, right? Then all of a sudden, she grabbed his clothes and placed a sweet kiss on his cheek, gently kissing the wound. The cold emperor was very surprised. Tanya, witnessing the scene, could not help gaping. Even after Cecil ended the kiss, Aston was still flustered. What are you doing? Cecil pretended to be innocent and replied, Well, you said I couldn't touch it with my hand. Then touching it with my lips is fine, right? I had to wipe it clean. Next time, you can be twice as angry with me. Then she added, or maybe 3 times as angry. Aston suddenly pulled her into his arms. He whispered by her ear, I'm not angry. I'll pretend nothing happened earlier. Cecil stammered, so that's how it is. But this posture did not seem quite right. Aston seemed very pleased. So, what if it isn't? The scene shifted to the Saintess. Everything was over. At this moment, she was still lying flat on the ground, exhausted. I can't just die like this. She crawled toward Ken. Even if there's only one person, I have to hug him no matter what. She saw that Ken was completely unconscious. Seizing the chance, she moved closer to him. She placed her hand on his lips. That's right. At the very least, I have to steal the supporting male lead's lips. A hint of scheming flashed in her eyes, but then she thought about how he had saved her life. She reminded herself that she must not do that. Fine, I'll let you off. Still, she left him a commemorative kiss on the cheek. And just like that, the incident of the dragon born from the returned egg gradually came to an end. In the palace, Aston was interrogating the black dragon. Then answer my question properly. Gargantia. At this moment, it had shrunk into a tiny black baby dragon. It truly looked adorable. After the incident of the dragon born from the returned egg gradually came to an end, the imperial couple, Aston and Cecil, captured Gargantia and interrogated it together. Cecil's questioning voice echoed throughout the palace. Gargantia had once been the lord of the black dragons, possessing astonishing power. It had been born arrogant by nature. Yet now it was tied up like a pet waiting to be dealt with, and those humans were loudly interrogating it like a criminal. This made it extremely furious. It crossed its arms before its chest, glared at the humans in front of it, and cursed, "Humph, insolent fools. This body does not exist so that it can answer the questions of humans like you at will." At that, it did not forget to let out a very loud roar to prove its might, then arrogantly continued, "I am a great existence, the final heir of the dragon ancestors, a being worthy of pride." But before it could finish speaking, Tanya walked up beside it. She casually raised her hand and punched the wall behind Gargantia with great force, making it think she intended to erase it from existence. Its earlier arrogant, domineering air vanished completely. On the verge of tears, it answered Cecil's question. "I'm Gargantia." After hearing its answer, the guard beside them continued asking, "Who are your parents, and what do they do?" Gargantia obediently replied, "I don't know my father. As for my mother, she was the Dragon Lord. I heard she passed away during the Dark Age." After receiving the answer, the guard turned back to ask Aston for his opinion. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" But Aston did not respond to the guard. He was somewhat deep in thought over what the dragon had said. He asked Cecil again, "Is that the same as what was written in the book?" Cecil answered softly, "Yes. In the book I once read, it was also written that the mother of the newly born dragon was the Dragon Lord. The problem is..." Before she could finish speaking, everyone around her had already focused on the mysterious book. They clamored and interrupted what she had been about to say, asking about the mysterious book she had read. "I tried searching every bookstore, but they said they had never heard of such a book." The maid added, "A book, Your Majesty? I searched everywhere in the palace, but I still couldn't find that book." Cecil continued telling the story of the mysterious book. Ever since the battle with the dragon, that book had suddenly vanished. Even Tanya felt that Cecil's story seemed to lead back to her. Tanya quickly interrupted Cecil to explain, afraid that everyone would misunderstand her. "I never brought Your Majesty a book with a title like that." Cecil asked Tanya in surprise, "Really?" Tanya answered at once, "Yes. I've never seen a beast man, and that four-legged thing is supposed to be a male lead." Gargantia saw that the conversation these people were having was starting to become a little strange, leaving it somewhat confused. It spoke up, saying again and again, "Who would ever fall in love with a human? Doing something like that with you people would give me goosebumps. I know topics about dragons are wonderful, but in the face of the dragon's anger, which was so intense that its head seemed about to smoke, Tanya clenched her fist and firmly asserted, "In any case, I have never bought it, never brought it here, and never heard of that book." Aston saw that his empress was extremely troubled about the book that contained a story related to dragons. So he asked her, "When did you first see that book?" Cecil answered in a tiny voice, Clearly, the maids at the Butterfly Palace gave it to me. But as for who it was, I don't remember." Hearing her words, Aston softened his tone and advised her, "For now, it won't be long before the maids from the Butterfly Palace send someone over." Hearing him say this, the guard immediately asked to stay. "In that case, I will question this dragon a little longer." Tanya also quickly chimed in, "Me too." Seeing that two people had volunteered for this task, Aston said no more. He told Cecil, "Then let's go first." Then he took her hand and led her away. Halfway there, as if remembering something, he quietly murmured, "A dragon." Then he looked toward the dragon being interrogated by those people and thought to himself, "Sooner or later, every nation on the continent will come here to see that dragon. If it were any ordinary day, I wouldn't care at all." But then he turned his face to look at the girl beside him, who was also staring blankly in thought. And this time, there's Cecil. Sensing Aston's focused gaze on her, Cecil turned to face those beautiful black eyes. She felt a little embarrassed and immediately opened her mouth to smile at him. A huge question mark was currently floating in her mind over his strange change earlier. But Aston was no longer looking at her. His gaze was fixed straight ahead, though he could not stop thinking. Even if they try to play tricks, my Empress will not be so easily deceived. She broke the dragon egg, used the Dragon Lord's incantation, and even did something so reckless. Even though she touched Jujundit's blood, I didn't have any reaction at all. His thoughts shifted again to the sight of his girl falling ill, and he wondered, although the blood did not flow out enough for her to touch it directly, if she were an ordinary person, she would already have fallen sick. She would have been bedridden for several days. He seemed a little worried about Cecil's health, so he asked her with concern, "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Cecil immediately replied, aside from the soles of my feet hurting a little and feeling tired." At that point, she stopped speaking. There was only one thought in her mind. I want to hurry back to my room, finish reading the novel I haven't finished yet, and then go to sleep. That was what she had thought, but heaven did not grant people's wishes. Today, Aston did not return to his own room, but entered Cecil's room with her, leaving her unable to hide her surprise. "Why did His Majesty come into my room with me?" Aston noticed that Cecil did not seem very happy about him entering her room, so he asked, "Although I said this before, am I not allowed in?" Cecil felt as if thousands of lightning bolts had struck her head. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. He read my thoughts. Her mouth quickly tried to explain. "Yes, no, that's not it, of course." But before Cecil could finish speaking, Aston had already stepped up beside the bookshelf. He reached out, preparing to take a book. In a leisurely tone, he said, "I have always been very curious. And after this incident as well, I think I must inspect what kind of books the Empress usually reads. I believe I need to examine the contents of those books." Cecil panicked and shouted to stop him from reading. Wait, that bookshelf." But it was already too late. Aston had already seen the contents of the book. In a low voice, he read, "Every night, he turns into a beast." Acting on instinct, Cecil quickly snatched the book back before he could read the embarrassing lines that would make anyone blush and their heart race. After Aston had the book taken from his hand, he raised his head and looked at her. His eyes contained dangerous glints that no one could see through. Cecil, who had just been caught red-handed secretly reading a forbidden book, was extremely flustered. Her face flushed bright red, and she mumbled incoherently, "Hitch that." So, at that moment, Aston reached out and pulled the girl into his arms, catching her by surprise. All she could weakly utter was, "Why, Your Majesty." His hand took the book and opened it once more. His voice tempted Cecil. "Can you read this book from beginning to end in front of me?" It seemed that this time, Cecil could not escape Aston's sweet punishment. Aston then handed the book to Cecil. She took it with teary, sparkling eyes. He sat behind her and embraced her tenderly. "Didn't I say I would help you?" Outwardly, she acted as if nothing was wrong, but inwardly, she secretly complained. "That is true, but why do I have to read it in this position?" He took her hair and breathed in its fragrance. "Hurry and read." She answered, but her heart was pounding, uneasy and restless. Every word and sentence she read made her face burn even more. The powerful man's lips covered the girl's lips. She read haltingly. The whole room was filled with the lingering, intertwined breaths of the two of them. Those words were so embarrassing. The writing in this book was so bewitching. Excitement filled the room. His hand took hold of her chest. Suddenly, Cecil cried out loudly, I read it wrong." She anxiously thought, "I'm going to die. I know all the content after this. How much longer do I have to read? How could I possibly read it out loud?" Suddenly, his hand reached forward and stroked her lips, startling her. He turned her to face him. "Read it to the end." How affectionate his eyes were. She shyly said, Is there no other way?" He moved close to her. "Of course there is." As soon as he finished speaking, his lips pressed against hers. The two of them shared a sweet, intoxicating kiss. When their lips parted, they still gazed deeply at each other. He spoke in a slightly suggestive voice. "If you cannot read it, then wouldn't it be better for you to do it yourself?" His arms immediately wrapped around her waist. She asked him in return, "You intended this from the very beginning, didn't you?" He answered slyly, "I won't deny that." After saying that, the two of them shared another passionate, lingering kiss. At some point, the book had been tossed aside, their 10 fingers intertwined. In the end, she came to understand very clearly just how beastly her husband could become throughout the long night. At Kin's place, he asked in surprise, "That servant disappeared?" His subordinate immediately answered, "Yes, sir. I heard her whereabouts are unknown." He thought to himself, what exactly is she doing? The image of that girl still remained vividly in his mind. That day, she had clearly said to him with great strength, "Just stay here. I will handle everything." He could not stop thinking about that girl. If she was strong enough to face a dragon, there was no reason he would not know of her in this empire. And there was also the kiss she had placed on his cheek that day. He suddenly came to his senses and touched his cheek. It felt as though he had forgotten something very important. Somewhere else, a saintess startled awake after a long sleep. She was surprised. "I'm still alive?" At that moment, Irina eagerly pushed the door open and rushed in. "I heard you woke up." The saintess was frightened and looked toward her. Irina immediately ran over and hugged the saintess. "Thank goodness. You finally woke up. When you fainted and wouldn't wake up, you have no idea how worried I was." The saintess thought to herself, what's gotten into her all of a sudden? She's acting like someone who lost her own little sister. She called, "Young lady." But before she could say anything, Irina interrupted her. "But you..." Irina seemed to be reproaching her. "You weren't planning to abandon me and run away alone, were you?" The saintess was so shocked by her words that her soul nearly left her body. What are you saying?" Irina explained. "I heard you said strange things to the servants in the house, like telling them to take good care of the young lady in your place." The saintess waved her hands and denied it. What? Of course I was just joking." She said that, but deep down, she secretly thought, joking? As if I leave this place, my divine power will be taken away from me immediately. The saintess had only just woken up and had not yet recovered, but she already had to endure this blow from Irina. Suddenly, she stretched out both hands and looked them over again and again. Feeling that something was a little strange, she immediately panicked. "But I can't feel my divine power." She recalled how she had fought that dragon that day. Could it be that I used up all my power on that dragon back then? She stared at her hands, examining them while calculating what to do in the future. Then her attitude suddenly changed swiftly, and she threw herself at Irina and hugged her. "How could I possibly abandon you and leave, young lady?" Irina was surprised. "Oh my." Irina hugged her back as well. "Right? But you know, this is the first time I've ever seen a servant like you." Irina felt that until now, everyone around her had been obedient servants who followed her every word. But this saintess was the first person to say the words she wanted to hear, as well as tell her the painful truths. As she spoke, her eyes had already grown watery, as if she were about to cry. Could this strange feeling be friendship? Then she hugged the saintess tightly. "I absolutely won't let anyone take you away from me." But then she pushed the saintess away, looked straight at her, and said, "Also, I heard that the Knight General is searching for a girl." Thinking of him, the saintess knew she absolutely could not be discovered. After all, the Knight General was the only one who could deal with Aston, wasn't he? She knew that there was definitely no good intention behind him searching for her. Irina spoke quickly, "So no matter what, I will definitely protect you." The saintess did not understand. What was this uneasy feeling? Irina continued, "Oh, right." She remembered the beautiful, long white-haired man who had appeared that day, and asked the saintess, "Who was that prince that day?" One night, in a palace somewhere, a woman was speaking. "I heard a dragon has been found in the CACAO Empire." A man continued after her, "An ancient creature that appeared even before the age of Jujundit? How interesting." His words were extremely suggestive. "Just as it happens, we were also planning to quietly send her there. This is the perfect excuse." He ordered the girl, "Begin preparing." The person he referred to as her was Juliana. The next morning, at Emperor Aston's palace, Cecil and he were sleeping soundly while tightly embracing each other. He had woken up before her. His gaze was fixed on the girl in his arms. She was still sound asleep, hugging him even tighter as she softly murmured, He smiled very gently and held her close. He thought to himself, if things could stay like this. One of his hands stroked her head. He held her close against him. If things could stay like this, I wouldn't need to act anymore. How enchanting this scene was. Her golden hair slipped between his fingers, and her soft, warm embrace brought him peace. He could not suppress what he felt. Could this emotion be love? His eyes once again glinted with a drop of crimson blood. He hurriedly let go of her, denying the thought. Impossible. He straightened his clothes and told himself, this is only an imitation of so-called love. something that a being who is not human like me can do. But why? Even he did not understand, and could not deny why this emotion felt so warm. He quietly left while she was still sleeping deeply. Suddenly, she grabbed his clothes and held him back in her dreams. In a dazed voice, she called out, "Don't go." Still clutching his clothes tightly, she spoke in her sleep. "I'll be very sad." He gave a cold smile and asked, "Even while sleeping, you're still playing the villainess? Then I have no choice but to act along with you." Cecil woke up a long while later. She stretched and yawned again and again, only for pain to come rushing in, making her clutch her lower back. "Ow, ow, ow, my waist." A tear still clung to the corner of her eye as she looked at the table. She silently blamed everything on that damned book. If the book could talk, it would definitely make her furious. How? I knew you would like this. Cecil realized that Aston had left at some point. His Majesty got up early today? Then she wondered further. Also, Il seems to have been obedient for a while and hasn't caused any trouble. She did not quite understand. Has he been busy decorating his house after getting Tedden's forest and Tanya's treasure? After all, he once said that the more assets one had, the better. Suddenly, Cecil remembered something. Wait, oh no. She quickly switched on her villainous mode, crossed her arms, and said, "What is so important that you all had to wake me from my pleasant sleep so early in the morning?" But the attendants were all frightened. "We apologize, Your Majesty the Empress." Then they continued, "His Majesty the Emperor instructed us to escort you somewhere." Cecil was surprised. His Majesty did, and she followed them to that place. There's a great deal of gold, silver, and jewels there, glittering so brightly that they dazzled the eyes. Cecil smiled and thought to herself that all of this was treasure, then asked them, "What is this about?" One person quickly replied, "This is the National Treasury." "I know that, but why the National Treasury?" Cecil was still stammering when he continued, "His Majesty has given all these precious treasures to you and instructed you to come and inspect them." Cecil cried out in shock. What? She could no longer believe her eyes. Was all of this really hers? Aston had said, "If I do this, she'll be less bored, will she not?" Ken asked in surprise, "Pardon?" But Aston said it was nothing. Aston asked Ken, "Have you finished preparing the matters I ordered you to handle? Also, according to the other knights, you have seemed rather absent-minded lately." Ken was startled and stammered. "And my lord," Aston said, "that is right. They said you keep looking up at the sky, as though you have been enchanted by something." Indeed, Ken had been enchanted by the Saintess's kiss that day, but he quickly came to his senses and hurriedly denied it. "No, that is not true at all." Aston replied coldly. "Is that so? In any case, it is not important." Ken reported further, "We are still preparing according to Your Majesty's orders. But more than anything, the guest arriving tomorrow is the problem." The guest he was referring to was the Rose of Atone, Princess Juliana. He told Aston, "They say that with just one look, both men and women alike become enchanted by her. And the matter of her using the dragon incident as a pretext to come here is not exactly transparent either." Of course it was not transparent. After all, she was coming to enchant His Majesty. Aston calmly picked up a chess piece as he listened to Ken. Adwan and the Ethia territory are allies. Considering the incidents related to the egg as well, we can see just how much they look down on the Emperor of the Empire. A move was placed on the board. The king had lost, surrounded by its opponents. At that moment, Aston said, "Then they will have to pay the price for that." He picked up the king and removed it from the chessboard. "Once this matter is over, the Ethia territory will disappear from the map forever." In Emperor Aston's palace, a voice announced, "Allow me to introduce Princess Juliana of Adwan." She entered with elegant, captivating beauty. As she walked in, she said, "It is my honor to meet Your Majesty." When everyone saw her, they said, "Is that Princess Juliana?" Compared to what I imagined. She curled her lips into a proud smile. Everyone who looked at her became dazed, as though bewitched. They could not stop praising her. "She truly is even more beautiful than I imagined." The others all agreed. Yes. Ken was also dazed as he praised her. "She is truly beautiful." Seeing Ken like that, Aston thought to himself, even Ken has been enchanted. Juliana put on a flawless expression and smiled gently as she respectfully addressed the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I am truly honored to receive such a warm welcome from you." But Aston remained calm, curling his lips into a smile as he thought. As expected, she is no ordinary princess. In Emperor Aston's palace, Cecil was so surprised she could not believe her eyes. So all of this is the nation's treasure? All of this belongs to me. The attendant immediately answered her, yes. Please take your time choosing, and tell me what you like best. Cecil wondered, why do I have to do that? Aston's subordinate reported, well, His Majesty said he would search for the things you like. Cecil was surprised. His Majesty? He was truly handsome and considerate. Cecil quietly marveled. I remember saying those things while I was half asleep. I never thought he would solve it this way. He really is thoughtful. Let's take a look. Cecil looked through the sheet listing the treasures. Jewels? Why are there so many? And they're all rare and expensive things. Musical instruments from the 4 ages discovered in the CACAO dungeon. A dining set created by the first-generation master of magic, where bread and tea would appear instantly the moment one sat down. And then there were 120 pieces of high-grade cloth woven by the artisans of Delphi. Cecil panicked. Delphi cloth. Isn't that incredibly precious fabric? A single piece costs as much as an entire mansion. Is the cloth made by the elves of the island at the end of the sea? And there are 120 pieces of it. Aston's subordinate added, from now on, all Delphi cloth brought into the continent over the next 10 years will be reserved exclusively for Her Majesty the Empress. That was His Majesty's command. Cecil cried out in horror, what? Yes. Cecil took a piece of cloth in her hands and asked, then this is? The subordinate immediately answered, yes. This is all the Delphi cloth imported into the continent this year. He also said, His Majesty originally intended to bring it to you on the day of the wedding ceremony, but he was only able to give it to you now, so he wishes to offer his apologies. Cecil could no longer believe these things were real. Good heavens, she was quietly moved. She had never thought she would receive something so precious. Even a palm-sized piece would already be incredibly valuable, wouldn't it? I have even seen in stories that people tie this around something as a proposal gift. The maid asked her opinion. Shall we move these things to the Empress's palace? Cecil, still moved, replied, yes, do that. After saying so, she wanted to go outside to clear her head. Receiving so many things all of a sudden is making me dizzy. I will go for a short walk. But outside in the flower garden, as Cecil walked, she thought to herself, what exactly is wrong with him? Just because I said I was bored, he gave me all the treasures. She could not help but wonder. Still, her mood became brighter. The fact that he cared about one word she had said made her feel as though she had received love. Suddenly, she heard someone whispering, is that true? Cecil looked through the grass and saw 2 maids gossiping. It was those attendants. What were they talking about? They had not seen her, so they kept talking intently. That is what I am saying. Good heavens! One maid told the other. The reason His Majesty the Emperor gave all the national treasures to Her Majesty the Empress is to keep the Empress from leaving the palace. After hearing that, Cecil was somewhat stunned. Because the current banquet has Princess Juliana, the most beautiful woman on the continent, attending. Cecil was startled. What? The maids continued talking. Actually, it is a little strange, isn't it? That princess has never once left Atone before, but now she has come as the representative of the delegation. And ever since then, the emperor has not allowed the empress to appear, right? The maid spoke ambiguously, as though she were certain the emperor had prepared all this to make Cecil stay quietly in her room so she would not interfere with him and that princess. What else could this be? It is obviously a honey trap. Princess Juliana cast the bait, and His Majesty the Emperor took it. Suddenly, they heard a noise and asked in alarm, Who is there? When they saw Cecil, their faces went black, and they were speechless. Why, Your Majesty the Empress. At that moment, Cecil's face was just as dark as theirs. But Cecil quickly regained her composure as though nothing had happened, smiling brightly. Tell me the details of the story you were discussing earlier. The 2 maids were extremely frightened now. Cecil added, also, I will be going to the banquet immediately, so hurry and prepare. One maid stammered, why, Your Majesty the Empress. But there is no formal dress right now. Cecil remained very calm. It is fine. Who said I would go like this? There is still that, after all. Cecil became excited when she mentioned that, the item known as the most precious thing. Meanwhile, at Emperor Aston's side, everyone was dining. All the officials and nobles had been enchanted by Princess Juliana. Even Kin had not escaped. From beginning to end, she had maintained a bright, radiant smile that enchanted people. But Aston was not like them. A honey trap? Her honey trap had no effect on him. One man said, "It is truly unexpected that Princess Juliana understands the international situation so well. I have truly learned a great deal today. I hope you will remain here for a long time." Juliana smiled with great self-importance and answered, "Thank you very much. I am delighted to hear such words in the Imperial Palace, a place I have long yearned for." Aston thought to himself, the international situation? Ridiculous. He calmly judged her. Up to this point, that woman had only been smiling quietly and asking for information about Gargantia. He suspected the jeweled necklace around her neck, the power to enchant others. He silently marveled. It is fairly strong. He stared at the necklace around her neck and thought, if I look at it up close, I may be able to know for certain. At that moment, the officials noticed him and began gossiping. It seems His Majesty the Emperor is also interested in Princess Juliana. Look at how he keeps staring at her. They felt regretful on her behalf. If only Princess Juliana had come a little earlier. Someone else understood the implication and added, "Exactly. She is someone who possesses both education and elegance." They even deliberately mocked Cecil while she was not there. Compared to a certain someone. Aston's eyes changed slightly as he glanced at them. He did not like anyone speaking ill of Cecil, but for now he could not act rashly. Juliana calmly responded to the crowd of enchanted people. "You praise me too much, but if His Majesty the Emperor thinks so as well, I would be very happy." Aston deliberately wanted to see the necklace up close, so he suggested, "Princess Juliana, could you come a little closer?" Juliana immediately stood up. "If that is an order, I will obey." Then she quickly walked over to him. Aston's eyes were focused only on the gem. The gem emitted a power that enchanted people, but it had no effect on him. Juliana thought she had succeeded in enchanting him. She caressed his face and asked, "Why are you like this, Your Majesty?" Her triumphant smile and a magic power around her spread powerfully. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and entered. The two of them turned to look. Seeing Cecil, Aston called out in surprise, "Empress." Cecil was draped in the precious and dazzling Delphi cloth. "Oh my, Your Majesty," she said. "It seems you are enjoying quite a pleasant time." Cecil appeared with a radiant smile and an unusual outfit that was also extremely luxurious and alluring. Everyone looked at Cecil in surprise. "Is that the Empress?" They began murmuring. But, the outfit. That was right. Her outfit was certainly very, very difficult to understand. They whispered, "What kind of shape is that?" They thought with dissatisfaction, "That thing does not even look like a dress." The Empress's dignity is truly. But before they could finish criticizing her, they were stunned. Wait. Only then did they realize what kind of glittering fabric she had used as a dress. Good heavens. Is all of that not Delphi cloth? Someone else was also startled. What? They could not understand. How could she wear something so precious here, so casually? She had not even cut it, simply wrapping it around herself as it was. They thought to themselves, as expected, the Empress is not normal, just as I thought. Although it was not carefully cut and sewn, strangely enough, it suits her perfectly. In that strange dress, Cecil made everyone exclaim in admiration. "It truly suits her." A man called out in surprise, "Good heavens. Oh my, Baron Tiana." Princess Juliana thought, "That's right. Baron Tiana is the ambassador in charge of culture and the arts. Hurry and say something." Baron Tiana also cried out, "Princess Juliana, are you not surprised? That is an incredibly bold design. It appears chaotic, but that chaos is truly perfect." Juliana could not understand. "What is wrong with you two?" Juliana became furious. "What is this madman saying? Your purpose is supposed to be to embarrass the Empress and praise me." But the Baron paid no attention to her expression. He said, "Yes, this is precisely the concept I have wanted to try for a very long time. But because there was no perfect model, it remained only a sketch on paper." Juliana listened to him in horror as he said, "To be able to see such a sight while I am alive is truly a great blessing." Juliana thought to herself about that Empress. There was one thing she had to honestly admit. She is beautiful too. But Juliana was still very confident in herself. "Compared to my power, that is no problem." Suddenly, she came to her senses. Wait, this is strange. Only then did she realize that every gaze at the banquet today had turned towards Cecil. Why is no one paying attention to me? Juliana gripped the necklace around her neck tightly. There is nothing wrong with this power. Cecil walked step by step in her high heels, making a clicking sound. She walked toward Emperor Aston. She gave a cold smile and called, "Your Majesty." Although she was smiling, one could see that his empress was radiating murderous intent. "It seems you were having a very enjoyable time." Aston broke into a cold sweat. He hesitated slightly. "Empress, that..." Before he could finish speaking, Cecil cut him off. "Please forgive my rudeness, Your Majesty. But after receiving things like this, how could I remain still?" Her next words were full of thorns. "Therefore, I forgot that Your Majesty had confined me to the Empress's palace and came here like this." Aston was frightened by her. "Because I thought you did not need to come." Cecil interrupted him again. "No, no." With one hand, she lifted his face and caressed it. "Should I not be proud of everything I have received?" Then she looked out at everyone and said, "Oh my, why do all you look like that? It is as though I have come to a place I should not have come." With a pitiful expression, she said, "Looking closely, there is one chair missing. Where should I sit?" "Well then." Aston immediately smiled wickedly. He truly could not resist. He quickly wrapped his arm around her waist. He pulled her down to sit heavily on his lap, making Cecil slightly startled. But she quickly cooperated, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Good heavens, Your Majesty. Then let us enjoy the banquet together." Princess Juliana had been pushed aside at some point. What is this? Who is this woman?" Juliana could only admit defeat and stand there silently. "I thought everything would belong to me according to plan. Why has my power suddenly stopped working?" She certainly could not help but wonder. What exactly is that woman? Emperor Aston gently held Cecil tightly and said, "Empress, though there are many things we need to discuss, first of all, coming here like this, you have made the banquet more interesting." He deliberately glanced at Princess Juliana as he spoke. Aston's tones sounded as though he were mocking Princess Juliana. "It seems that thanks to Her Majesty the Empress, today's banquet has become even more entertaining." Cecil looked at him with some anger, while Aston wore a very satisfied smile. Cecil looked at him in irritation. Her hand reached out as though she wanted to do something. "How can you still smile right now?" Her hand slipped into his collar and touched his firm chest. Aston was puzzled by her action. Her mischievous hand tried to slip deeper inside. Aston was confused by this behavior and called her name. "Cecil." He caught her hand to stop her and asked, "What are you doing?" Cecil answered coldly, but one could hear that she was jealous. "What am I doing? If I had not come, is this not what Your Majesty and Princess Juliana would have done?" Hearing that, Aston found it amusing. He probed her. "Who told you that Princess Juliana had come here? Or did a little sparrow fly by and write it on the floor?" Seeing that Cecil did not answer, Aston thought, "It seems she does not want to tell me." Cecil called him in a low voice, "Your Majesty." But then, seeing him continue to smile so cheerfully, Cecil could not understand. "What has been so enjoyable since earlier that you keep smiling?" Aston called her name again. "Cecil." Cecil reproached him. "Do not call my name like that. This is a place where etiquette must be observed." Aston looked at her dress. "So you are observing etiquette by coming here in this state?" Cecil smiled sweetly as she answered him. "I think it was a mistake caused by being too happy after receiving Your Majesty's gift." Aston deliberately teased her. "That is right. Seeing you come here wearing an entire sheet of Delphi cloth, I know exactly how happy you are." Cecil was so angry at his teasing that her face turned red. "Now even the Emperor cannot understand me. Strange." It was clear that the Empress was angry. Aston thought, "Why do I feel so happy?" He recalled the image of Cecil on their wedding night, when she had accidentally drunk the wrong wine and had honestly spoken boldly. Of course, who would want to marry a notorious tyrant just to quickly descend to the underworld? Aston thought. In order to survive, she was forced to agree to this marriage. I hope she can feel happy. Suddenly, he caressed Cecil's face and thought, if she does not hate me, that would be even better. I did not wish for anything more than that. Cecil did not understand what he was doing and angrily said, "Your Majesty, is this amusing?" Hearing that, Aston asked, "Is the Empress feeling bored?" Looking at the musicians playing over there, he said, "In any case, I will take the heads of the useless people here." Cecil immediately and very quickly continued, "That is right. After that, we can use their blood to make a lake in the Imperial Palace. What do you think?" Aston silently looked at the small woman. He was thinking that, under normal circumstances, that would have been the case. But she quickly went on. Go on, don't mind that. Play with me. She was not feeling happy. She had gotten a little too angry today. But even so, how could she kill innocent people and use their blood to make a lake? Still, it did seem a bit excessive. Aston laughed mockingly again. Haha, that's fine too. She did not understand what he meant by fine. He spoke of such things while laughing, as if they were some refined amusement. Then let us enjoy tea together, slowly cut off their limbs, and listen to their screams. After hearing that, her expression turned ice cold, and then she smiled again and replied, Good heavens, that sounds fine too. The people who had been watching all this could not understand them. They only dared to think silently. They really are two abnormal people. Cecil seemed to have thought of another game. But compared to that, there's an even more interesting way. He was surprised. A better way? She told him, I heard that the dragon we captured refuses to eat, and everyone is having a terrible headache over it. So this was the fun she had mentioned. Shall we prepare some special food for that dragon? The people who had been playing music were terrified when they heard that. They immediately pleaded, Your Majesty, please save us. We drank wine, so we won't taste good anymore. He said, Meat with wine should be delicious. Someone else stammered, I smoke a lot, Your Majesty. He replied coldly, Then there's no need to smoke you separately. But Cecil was not aiming for them. She said no. In my opinion, the dragon. She glanced toward Princess Juliana. That seems to like beautiful things. She flinched and said, What did you say? It seemed she was frightened as well. Her face turned deathly pale. Are you planning to use me as dragon food now? It was true that the dragon refused to eat. It was making a fuss. I hate dog food the most. Baron Tiana shouted at it. If they give it to you, just eat it. Why are you talking so much? It did not back down in the slightest. How can you say that to me? It even scolded Tiana. Every day, you just read 19-rated novels and never take care of me. He immediately denied it. That's not true. He asked it, In short, what do you want to eat? Don't tell me you want to eat human flesh. It said, Are you crazy? Why would I eat that? I want chicken. Chicken. Boneless chicken with sauce. Juliana trembled. She was both frightened and confused by Cecil's suggestive words. Cecil, sitting on the Emperor's lap, coldly glanced at her expression and smiled smugly. I was only joking. Why are you so surprised? Cecil's words startled Juliana, as if Cecil had seen right through her. She turned pale and looked down at the ground. In front of everyone, Cecil continued discussing things with Aston. I heard that the Adwan delegation brought a rare peacock this time. I think we should use that as food for the dragon. When Juliana heard that, she clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. What? A rare peacock found only in the western region of Adwan. Aston looked at Cecil. His right hand lifted the hem of her dress, and her hand was also resting on his shoulder. The two of them acted intimate. Yes, Aston agreed to her request. Ho, very well. Everyone shall do as you wish. The two looked at each other in perfect accord. At that moment, Aston picked up the strip of fabric on her dress and said, Perhaps even the Delpy cloth I gave you won't be enough for 10 years. You have already used up this year's supply. Then he stood up and lifted her into his arms. In a voice full of affection, he said, As long as you are alive, that cloth will be yours for the rest of your life. The romantic scene before them made everyone present at the banquet stare in confusion. Their mouths hung open as they wondered whether such words were really acceptable. Then Aston carried her away, ignoring the gazes around them, and brushed past Juliana's face. Everyone at the dining table sat politely and upright, while Juliana stood motionless in place, her face full of shock and anger. After the two of them left, the people from the Adwan delegation finally spoke up. Every voice revealed clear bewilderment. A monopoly? Even if he is His Majesty, isn't that a bit too much? One man among them agreed. That's right. We cannot just let this pass. Everyone suddenly shifted their gaze toward the rare piece of cloth from the Empress's dress, which had fallen on the floor. They all rushed together to grab the dress. One person shouted, Let go. Another was no less fierce. You are the one who should let go. Someone even gave the excuse that he had promised his wife he would definitely get that cloth as a gift this year. The scene became chaotic and noisy. Everything that happened was like a slap in Juliana's face. Her gaze became murderous, but despite her fury, she could only stand there grinding her teeth, directing her anger at Cecil. The air outside was fresh and bright. Sparkling sunlight shone in, enhancing the splendor of the palace. When two attendants saw the emperor carrying the empress back to her room, they politely said, "Your Majesty, we will take care of Her Majesty the Empress." However, Aston ordered them to withdraw and said there was no need for them to do anything, making the two hesitate. Yes, but Aston stared at the two attendants with a displeased expression, forcing them to obey. "Then we wish you a good rest." After entering the bedroom, Aston placed Cecil on the bed. He put a hand on her shoulder with concern. Aston's voice became gentle as he reassured her. "You did well, Cecil." The faces of the Adwan delegation seemed quite dissatisfied today. He planted a hand on his hip proudly and listed the things about Cecil that had pleased him, from her bold outfit to the words she had said. Cecil, on the other hand, had been sitting silently all this time. She kept her head lowered and did not react at all to Aston's praise, making him curious enough to turn and call her name. Only then did Cecil speak, still without raising her head to look at Aston. "Your Majesty looks down on me, don't you? Do you know how pitiful and miserable I felt?" Her voice became choked with resentment, and then she raised her face to Aston. Her eyes were red and brimming with tears. Her whole body began to tremble as if she wanted to let out all the discomfort inside her. She continued, "I know very well that you found it funny. I wrapped that cloth around my body and looked in the mirror several times. It truly looked insane." She recalled the sight of herself in the mirror wearing that daring dress. Disappointment still poured out through her words. "I shamelessly went there like that, so it must have surprised you very much, right? But today I was useful to you too, wasn't I?" As soon as she finished speaking, Aston tried to speak up to explain and soothe Cecil's mood. But before he could say anything, she cut him off. "I only feel sorry toward Princess Juliana. I never wanted to say such terrible things. But it was Your Majesty who ordered me to. You told me to say that she should be used as food for Gargantia." When Aston heard what she was saying, he was extremely shocked and did not know how to answer. Her body trembled more and more. Her hands tightly clutched her dress as if to restrain herself. "Your Majesty, I am not sad because I had to do these things. I promised after all." At this point, tears began rolling down Cecil's cheeks. "In the future, I may have to do things even worse than this. I don't care what other people think of me." But she suddenly stopped and cried out, "Your Majesty." Her emotions overflowed. "You absolutely must not think of me that way." She hurriedly raised her hand to wipe away her tears. Her voice came out broken as she cried, "If you do not tell me anything, like today, then I can only trust Your Majesty. If Your Majesty hides things from me, then who can I trust here?" Seeing that, the Emperor stepped closer and leaned down, intending to soothe her emotions. But just as he tried to reach out and touch her, her hand swatted his away with a sharp smack. Without waiting for his reaction, Cecil shouted loudly, demanding that he not touch her or come near her. She raised her voice and poured out everything in her heart. "If you think I am too insolent, then just drive me away. In any case, Princess Juliana seems better at doing the job than I am. If she becomes the new empress." She suddenly stopped, surprised when Aston's apology rang out. She raised her eyes and looked at him. Tears still clung to her lashes, showing her shock. That was because the attendants had once told her that Aston had never apologized to anyone for anything. An apology could imply equality, but Aston stood at the highest position, so he did not need to apologize to anyone. That was also the etiquette of the Empire, and yet Aston had only. His face was full of regret and awkwardness as he looked at her. He stepped forward, knelt down, and took her hand. In a soft voice, he said, "I was wrong." She could not hide her surprise at his words and actions, which were the exact opposite of what she had thought of Aston. The question, "What should I do?" spun around in her mind. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became strangely silent. Aston waited for Cecil's answer, but she did not know how to react. Cecil suddenly spoke up and asked him in return what he was apologizing for. Her question made Aston even more flustered. She looked at Aston with determined eyes. She asked because, back when she had lived in the detached palace, the maids had told her, "Princess, in the future, when you fight with your lover, you must accept his apology, but you must ask him one question to the very end." At that time, Cecil was still young. She curiously asked the maids, "What question?" The maid answered in a stern voice, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Cecil wondered, "Isn't it enough if he apologizes?" Then the maid placed a hand on her shoulder and warned her, Princess, you do not understand the world outside. There are people who do not know what they did wrong and simply apologize carelessly. Even if that man says, I said I'm sorry, what more do you want? If that terrible man is your boyfriend, you must immediately break up with him. Cecil listened attentively. She broke out in a sweat when she heard the maid's voice grow serious as she said that she had to leave him. Returning to the conversation between the two of them, Aston's expression was still full of confusion. Cecil silently recalled the maid's warning and reminded herself that if Aston was that kind of person, she would break up with him to stay safe. The conversation between the two fell into silence because of Cecil's unexpected question. Aston was still holding both of her hands, but Cecil's heart was still troubled. He apologized to me. Considering his position, that alone is already a great mercy. But why do I still feel so sad? Even so, Cecil could not stop crying. Aston apologized once again. He gently placed his hand on her cheek. I did not tell you anything. I should have explained everything to you, but Aston's face and voice were both filled with regret. I thought I had to quickly put an end to everything, so I immediately began acting without thinking about how you felt. I thought I would explain it to you afterward. That is why I told you to attack Princess Juliana without giving you any explanation. Aston embraced Cecil tightly, his mouth full of apologies, not wanting her to stay angry with him any longer. I'm truly sorry, Cecil. I was wrong. I will never repeat this again. Aston noticed that she did not respond. Instead, she continued sitting still in one place and crying nonstop, making Aston flustered. Thinking she was still angry with him, he called her name. Cecil began to cry even louder, leaving him extremely flustered. All he could do was keep apologizing so she could release her emotions. In truth, Cecil had been very afraid of what Aston would say, because she did not want to leave him, no matter what he thought of her. To her, Aston was the first family she had ever gained. Her emotions surged up, and she threw her arms around him, sobbing loudly. 2 hours later, the sky gradually sank into night. A full moon had appeared in the sky. Cecil had cried pitifully the entire time, to the point that her eyes had become swollen. Seeing that she had stopped crying, Aston asked, "Are you done crying?" Without waiting for her reaction, Aston lifted her up and suggested that she go somewhere with him, startling her. When Cecil asked where the two of them were going, Aston replied vaguely, "I want to quickly clear up all of your misunderstandings." At the same time, Juliana had returned and was in her room. The sound of objects being smashed echoed inside, because Juliana was furious over what had happened at the banquet table. Her face was filled with indignation as she thought of Cecil. Just what is that woman? She angrily recalled the moment Cecil had appeared, wondering why her own power had not affected Cecil at all. After all, she possessed the power of the Great Witch, the power that had transformed her into the most beautiful woman on the continent. In that moment, Juliana had felt as though she had lost everything. What she found impossible to understand was that the people who had once been bewitched by her had all turned to look at the Empress. In other words, not only were they unaffected, even her power had been neutralized just like that. Suddenly, Juliana noticed a piece of cloth lying on the floor. She picked it up and recognized it as the Delpy cloth that had been draped over the Empress earlier. She had been forced to buy back that piece of cloth separately at 100 times the price. At first, she had been furious, but then she stopped herself, because as long as she obtained that piece of cloth, she could regain her influence. She immediately recited an incantation, drawing power from the necklace she wore and using it on the piece of cloth to verify whether there was anything special about it. Blue light appeared around the cloth. Then the piece of cloth completely disappeared. This shocked Juliana, because there was nothing inside that piece of cloth at all. But what puzzled her even more was that her power had no effect on Cecil. Then she reminded herself that she could not just give up. According to what she knew, until now, every time the Emperor went mad, he killed everyone. She had thought that the Empress would also die like the previous victims. In reality, she had died. But Aston had not only saved Cecil's life. Even the way he showed himself to the Empress was completely different. She understood that the Emperor possessed everything. If she obtained the Emperor, then she could easily obtain everything as well. Juliana returned to her sinister expression. If I were going to give up so easily, I would never have come here. They say someone else's cake always tastes better, after all. Then she suddenly laughed smugly. Cecil heard that and laughed contemptuously. So Aston had wanted Cecil to hear all of Juliana's schemes. Aston was still holding Cecil in his arms. On this side, Cecil was still angry because of what she had just heard. What? Someone else's cake tastes better. Who said I would give it to you? Seeing Cecil angry, he thought to himself, my purpose was to show her Juliana's true nature, and yet Cecil has gotten furious. I will also finish investigating that ability. He turned to suggest that the two of them go back. But instead of agreeing, Cecil called out to him. She told him to lend her the dragon Gargantia for a little while tomorrow. The next morning at the palace, Ken was holding a stack of documents in his hands. His face looked dazed from exhaustion, because far too many things had happened yesterday. Standing in front of the door to the Emperor's office, Ken felt extremely heavy-hearted. He probably won't be here early today either. He adjusted his mood and opened the door to step inside. But the moment he saw Aston already sitting there, he could not help being surprised. Huh? No way. Your Majesty, why did you arrive so early? But Aston was still holding a pen in his hand, focused on his work. He raised his head to look at Ken, and asked in return, is there anything strange about me coming to the office early? Ken grew flustered. Ever since Her Majesty the Empress entered the palace, haven't you always arrived later than me? A cage covered on the outside with white cloth drew his attention. He pointed at the cage. It seemed there was something moving inside. Curious, he asked, but what is that, Your Majesty? Aston sat with his hands clasped and answered, it is the peacock Adwan gifted us. Hearing that, Ken turned pale. Ah, this is the peacock mentioned at yesterday's banquet. Ken opened the cloth. Inside was indeed a peacock with pure white feathers. It looked very beautiful. Aston added, I heard it is very beautiful. Bring this peacock to Gargantia. Hearing the Emperor's request, Ken was bewildered and wanted to confirm whether he had misheard. Aston continued, giving instructions. And while you are at it, deliver my proposal to the dragon. At that very moment, in another palace, a piercing scream rang out. Is there no dress more splendid than this? Juliana was extremely furious as she shouted at the servants. A maid spoke to her softly in fear. Princess, you already look very beautiful as you are now. Another maid chimed in as well. That is right. You look extremely beautiful now. There was a card on the table. I wish to apologize to you for yesterday's commotion. And while I am at it, I would like to share some interesting stories with you, just between women. Seeing that card, Juliana immediately spoke up. No, this will not do. She quickly ordered the maids. Bring me the dress in the red chest. The maid hesitated a little and replied, but, Princess, that is the most dazzling dress, reserved for the final banquet. At that moment, Juliana did not care about that much. She shouted, it does not matter. The maid, terrified and drenched in sweat, said, We will bring it to you. As Juliana walked, her whole body trembled. A little unwilling, she thought, I already have to wear that dress? I had no idea the Empress would summon me so soon. Today, Juliana curved her lips into a sinister smile. But I do not think I will lose to her. The next day, inside the luxurious palace, Juliana appeared in a red dress. Even the jewelry on her body was red. It truly was an extremely splendid outfit. A voice rang out, speaking to her. Please come this way. The two maids following Juliana looked around the palace. They were all overwhelmed and exclaimed, It is amazing. So this is the palace. The Empress said this place was the most beautiful in the empire, and that was no empty praise. Even Juliana could not refute it. Henri, on the other hand, had said that Adwan Palace looked like a horse stable. As Juliana walked, she could not help thinking of something else. As expected of a woman with power, if I obtain this, all of it will belong to me. After who knew how long they had walked, a garden of crimson roses appeared before everyone. The figure of a young woman stood with her back turned. Juliana thought to herself, the Empress. Just then, some kind of animal suddenly appeared. She gasped in shock. Cecile, who was training the dragon, turned to look at Juliana and spoke naturally. You have arrived, Princess Juliana. For some reason, the dragon in front of Cecile shot a cold gaze at her. Only then did Juliana become utterly terrified. Looking at that creature, her face turned deathly pale. At last, she realized it was a dragon. Juliana's face was covered in sweat. She was horrified by the sight. At that moment, the dragon let out a cry and took flight. Cecile tapped the whip against her hand. With a stern expression, she shouted at it. "Be quiet, you beast. How dare you scream in front of anyone?" Seeing Cecile's calm face, Juliana trembled and thought, "I cannot believe this." Cecile was still disciplining the dragon. "It is all right, Tanya. You must not scream like that either. You will frighten the guests." Cecile stroked the dragon's chin and said gently, "That is right. Good girl." It seemed the dragon also liked having its chin scratched very much. Its face looked extremely satisfied. Juliana truly could no longer believe her eyes. How can a dragon stay beside a human? As if Cecile knew what she was thinking, her gaze glanced over, and she gave an unreadable smile. A while later, everyone had entered the great hall. Juliana was still shaken by what had happened earlier. Her hand trembled as she held her teacup. Cecile saw everything. She opened her mouth leisurely. "Oh dear, I apologize. Princess, your complexion does not look very good. Perhaps I should return this dragon to its original place." Juliana forced herself to appear calm and replied, "And no, your majesty. I only found it miraculous. It was my first time seeing a dragon, so I was a little surprised." But no matter how hard she tried to act as if she was fine, her body's reaction and the sweat covering her face had betrayed her. Cecile looked toward Juliana's two maids, whose souls seemed to have left their bodies, and said casually, "It seems the princess's maids were far too surprised." Juliana hurriedly explained, "After all, this is also their first time experiencing something like this, so I apologize." Cecile quickly replied, "It is all right. If I had known, I would have warned everyone to be more careful." Only then did Juliana seriously think about Cecile. "The enemy is stronger than I thought. I assumed she was just a beautiful, insane woman." Thinking that, her face darkened as she glanced downward. The dragon from earlier had transformed. Now, in a smaller form, it sat on the floor and glanced at Juliana. She also looked at it, observing its two wings and its small, fierce eyes. Although it had become smaller, it was undoubtedly a dragon. Cecile politely brushed the ends of her hair and said to Juliana, "Thank you very much, Princess Juliana." But her next words could not help making people afraid. "This little one was very pleased with the peacock you gave." When Juliana heard that, she immediately fell silent. Her face went pale as she thought of a disgusting scene. Last night, a shrill scream rang out. "Get away, you lot." At that moment, Gargantua was holding the little peacock in its arms. Its disgusted gaze shot over at them as it shouted, "You savages! How dare you tell me to eat such a beautiful bird?" Gargantua could not help speaking angrily to Cecile's side. "Do you know what kind of bird this is? This is a rare winter peacock found only in the Adwan region." "What are you looking at?" Kate calmly opened his mouth then. "I heard it tastes good fried." Hearing that, Gargantua asked curiously, "Fried?" Returning to the present situation, Gargantua was now licking its feathers while thinking, "Thanks to that, I managed to negotiate a few conditions." As Cecile scratched its chin, it happily thought of those benefits. My room was moved above ground too. Juliana's expression turned completely dark, but she still forced herself to remain calm and spoke to Cecile. "Your Majesty, although I know nothing about dragons, I have never heard of dragons serving humans before." Hearing that question, Cecile still replied cheerfully, I was surprised too." Then, without hiding anything, she said to Juliana, "But I realized early on that dragons like beautiful things." Just like that, she placed her hand over Juliana's and smiled as she asked her question. "Would you like to try touching them once?" Cecile held Juliana's hand and studied it carefully. "Now that I look closely, your fingers are quite beautiful too." Then she dropped a chilling sentence. "Even if you lose a few fingers, I suppose it should be fine." When night came, the whole palace seemed to be covered in moonlight. "My whole body is limp now. I'm so tired." All day long, there had not been a single moment when she could rest. From early in the morning, she had iced her eyes, chosen the menu, selected the location, written the tea party invitations, and even rehearsed with Gargantua. Cecile lay sprawled across the bed, completely drained of energy. "I am exhausted." But at any rate, it was fortunate that Gargantua agreed to cooperate. Thinking of this, Cecile turned to look at Gargantua, who was sitting and reading a book with the peacock beside it. It opened its mouth casually. 10 crispy fried chickens a day, seasoned with spices and salt, half bone-in and half boneless. And the basic condition is carbonated water. You know that, right? These were the wonderful conditions it had obtained when it agreed to cooperate with Cecile. Well, it was also thanks in large part to Gargantua. Fortunately, Princess Juliana has been weakened, but it seems she will not give up. Even though she is afraid, she is still watching my every move. Cecile hugged a pillow, closed her eyes, and calculated. She thought of Juliana. She said she would stay in the Empire for a long time. She will definitely go around showing everyone that she is the one suitable for the position of Empress. Cecile felt a headache coming on, because the problem is that when it comes to etiquette, influence, or attitude, compared to me, she really is more suited to the position of Empress. Cecile cried out with determination. Even so, I will not let her steal His Majesty. He is mine. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out beside Cecile's ear. I am honored. She did not know when Aston had appeared. He wrapped his arms around Cecile's shoulders and spoke softly to her. I hope you will hold on to me tightly and never let go. Cecile called out to Aston in surprise. Your Majesty. She turned her head back to look at Aston, then asked, When did you come in? I did not hear you enter. Aston smiled and replied, I was afraid you were asleep, so I came in quietly. Aston embraced Cecile's face. His voice carried a hint of pity. You look tired. His gaze looked at Cecile tenderly. Since yesterday, you have not slept properly. Do you not feel unwell? Seeing Cecile struggling so hard to deal with it, he decisively proposed a solution. Then shall I just kill her? Hearing that, Cecile widened her eyes in surprise. Looking at Aston's expression, she could be certain those were his true feelings. Then Aston continued speaking to her. Although I am somewhat curious, I do not truly need to investigate her power. At that moment, Cecile abruptly called him, Your Majesty. She smiled and said to Aston, I am going to sleep now. I am sleepy. She was afraid that if she did not end the conversation here, Aston might really go and kill Juliana. The sky outside had gone pitch black. Inside the room, Aston was lying on the bed, holding her in his arms. She closed her eyes, preparing to sleep. As expected, once she lay down, she became truly sleepy. But she still had to say what needed to be said. Thinking that, Cecile immediately called Aston. Your Majesty. Aston did not answer and silently listened to Cecile speak. My official activities will begin again tomorrow. Cecile was truly very sleepy now. Her voice became a little halting. I will go together with Gargantia. I will work hard and do my best. Then Princess Juliana will have to give up. Cecile's voice gradually grew quieter. So, Your Majesty, you do not need to kill her. Before she could even finish saying, no need, she immediately fell asleep. Aston, who had not said anything all this time, looked at Cecile's face as she fell asleep from exhaustion. Then he slowly kissed her hair gently. The next morning, a new day began again. A trembling hand held the International Daily. A new breeze in high society. The Princess of Adwan. Immediately afterward, that hand slammed the newspaper hard onto the table. Cecile was now extremely agitated. She braced her hands on the desk and shouted at Aston, who was sitting across from her. How about we just kill Princess Juliana after all? Who was it that had said just last night that they should not kill anyone? A while later, in another place, someone holding a broom and sweeping the floor secretly complained in her heart. Oh, what is life? The Saintess, dressed in a maid outfit, frowned and thought. It has been 2 weeks since I returned to Irene's mansion. Seeing Irene up above, staring down here as though want to tell her, I am watching you. The Saintess truly wanted to go mad. Why did the attachment she had for Aston shift toward me? The Saintess silently thought. Before long, it will be the next story. She slowly recalled it. According to the original course, it will be the war with the territory. With Jujendit's blood flowing in his body, Aston will never stop craving the blood of others. Until now, he has desperately suppressed Jujendit's blood and has only destroyed countries connected to the experiment. But once this war ends, he will become a true monster. But thinking of that situation, the Saintess began to grow anxious. Then I must hurry and become Cecile. Only then can I save Aston before he is controlled by Jujendit's blood. A while later, Irene's complicated gaze shot over. Irene was currently having her clothes measured by the maids. Her voice was indifferent. What are you doing? Normally, you do not even bother wandering around my room. The Saintess smiled ingratiatingly. Oh my lady, really? She smiled falsely and said, I heard that you will be attending a party at the Imperial Palace. Why did you not tell me? Then Irene asked the Saintess suspiciously, You were the one who said you would not follow me to uninteresting places, were you not? The Saintess quickly rushed over and grabbed Irene's hand. she asked happily. My lady, did the Empress say she would not be attending? At that moment, Irene said something that immediately changed the Saintess's expression. The theme of the lecture is Female Graduate Student Day. In an instant, the Saintess stepped back and smiled at Irene. I will not go, my lady. Please have a safe trip. In another place, Juliana was also present at the party. She thought smugly, that is right. There is no way the Empress would come to a place like this. Looking at the sign with the theme Female Graduate Student Day, Juliana happily descended the stairs, thinking, therefore, this event will be hosted by me. The young ladies immediately gathered around to greet her. You are Princess Juliana. Even a gentleman seized the chance to come over and say a few words. It is an honor to finally meet you, Princess Juliana. Juliana smiled radiantly and said, Oh my, I have not even introduced myself yet. An older-looking lady exclaimed, Oh my, anyone can recognize you at a glance. You are as beautiful as the rumors say. Seeing that, Juliana secretly rejoiced. Good. Everything must proceed according to plan. Why did the necklace not work last time? Meanwhile, the people around her were still praising her wholeheartedly. The lady from earlier suddenly asked, Are you not feeling well, Princess Juliana? You have attended so many events since coming to this empire. Juliana gave a benevolent smile and replied, I will not lie and say I am not tired. But since I came here as the representative of the Adwan delegation, I need to meet many people in the empire and do my utmost for Adwan's benefit. These words moved the ladies who heard them deeply. But Juliana smirked and thought, the fun is about to begin. Then she turned her head and looked around the room. So that lady asked with concern, Is something the matter, princess? You seem to be looking for someone. Juliana en soit anxieusely. I was wondering when the Empress would arrive. After all, an event like this is so important. There is no way the Empress would not come. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere sank. Everyone fell silent, not daring to speak. The lady placed a hand on her cheek and said awkwardly, The Empress probably will not come here. Although I did send an invitation to her. The princess may not know this, but the Empress has never attended events outside the palace. Everyone silently recalled the time Cecile had appeared in public, and whispers rang out. That is right. She only attends events inside the palace, especially events attended by the emperor. Perhaps it is because she does not like meeting people. Juliana pretended not to notice the strangeness in the crowd and said, Oh my, that cannot be. Not long ago, the Empress invited me to a tea party. When everyone heard that, they were extremely surprised and cried out, Impossible. The chatter grew even louder. The Empress has never invited any noble women for any reason. Juliana smiled in victory. A tea party generally had two purposes. One was to gather happily, enjoy one another's company, and talk together. The second was to use the tea party to get rid of someone one disliked. In other words, to play dirty. She recalled meeting Cecile and Gargantia that day and cursed inwardly. Who told you to bring out a dragon to frighten me? I will definitely take revenge. A young lady hesitated. If you do not mind, may I ask, did anything happen at that tea party? Was it enjoyable? Juliana replied, Yes, of course. The Empress welcomed me warmly. But she suddenly stopped and said softly, Except, the lady beside her immediately asked earnestly, Did something happen? Please tell us. The princess from Adwan spoke ambiguously. I'm a little worried about it. She gave an embarrassed smile and continued, It seems I did something wrong. In fact, the Empress brought along the dragon that is rumored to be with her. The image of a massive, vicious monster appeared in everyone's minds. Hearing that, everyone was horrified. The lady was so shocked that she stood up and said, What? A dragon? I remember it was locked deep in the palace dungeon, because it was so ferocious that anyone who heard of it would be afraid. But Juliana spoke while stroking her hair. That is right, so I did not stare at it. She shared tremblingly. It seemed the dragon did not like me very much. I was afraid it would eat my fingers. Tears began to well up in her sky-blue eyes. The ladies around her also felt sympathetic. Juliana was on the verge of tears. Oh my, I sincerely apologize. Even now, thinking back on it, I am still afraid. Then she wiped away her tears and smiled, saying, But fortunately, nothing happened. The Empress had someone lead the dragon away before anything could occur. The lady showed her kindness by taking out a white handkerchief. Here, please use my handkerchief. Juliana thanked her and quietly wiped her face. At that moment, the whispers became clearer than ever. What in the world is the Empress thinking? Suddenly calling just one person to a tea party like this. Anyone would take it as a threat. What will become of the dignity of the throne? I knew this would happen from the moment she treated our national treasure like that trash. But Juliana thought to herself, isn't this going far too easily? A confident smile secretly bloomed behind her white handkerchief. Then someone suddenly spoke up. But everything Princess Juliana said. Irene lifted her teacup. She elegantly took a sip before continuing. That means the Empress has control over the dragon. Then she left the crowd with a sharp look. Juliana was startled by this young lady's sudden appearance. She quietly assessed Irene. But if I remember correctly, she is the Emperor's only friend and one of the strongest candidates to become Empress. Then why is she taking the Empress's side? Juliana's face grew even more shaken. A murmur rang out. Now that I think about it, she's right. Juliana's eyes widened in surprise. In an instant, the situation was reversed. The young ladies continued reasoning among themselves. The dragon threatened Princess Juliana, but it obeyed the Empress. That is true. Dragons are usually close to their masters. Then could it be that Princess Juliana, in other words, the Empress has tamed the dragon to the point that she can bring it to a tea party? Outwardly, Juliana merely smiled along, but inside, she was badly shaken. This isn't what I wanted. She tried hard to redirect public opinion and said, from what I saw, it was not the Empress. The maid standing beside her was also able to control it. Irene immediately cut in. Are you speaking of Tanya, the daughter of Countess McGrave Canich? Juliana angrily cursed in silence. What is wrong with her? But Irene merely drank her tea elegantly. She continued, they say she resembles her mother greatly, since she possesses astonishing strength. I'm sure everyone knows Countess McGrave Canich. Until now, she has avoided becoming involved in matters related to the imperial palace. In the subconscious minds of the people, there appeared the figure of a woman's back, with flowing brown hair, wearing armor on the battlefield. Irene set down her teacup and said, to be honest, the fact that the Countess's daughter came here as a maid gives me much to think about. She ended the conversation with a meaningful look. They began whispering again. Why would that be? It does seem unusual. Why think about it? I doubt the Emperor would allow just anyone to serve the Empress. Irene looked at Juliana with a probing gaze. Do you think you are worthy of stealing my prey? I know why you are here, but do you think you can bring down the Empress? Just who do you think you are? Across from her, Juliana was also forcing a smile, not daring to make a move yet. Irene silently concluded, the Empress is mine. But then she suddenly noticed something. Juliana was glancing at a bright red, glittering necklace. The next morning, Irene rose and approached her, asking, Princess Juliana, that necklace you are wearing. Juliana flinched, and her complexion changed at once. Suddenly, a servant announced that the Empress had arrived. Cecile walked in graciously. She was dressed in a gown whose main color was emerald green, matching her eyes. This unexpected appearance left everyone stunned. Cecile sparkled as she waved at familiar faces, while the noble ladies and gentlemen kept asking themselves, what kind of Empress is this? Why is she here? Cecile said modestly, I merely happen to be passing by. I hope I have not interrupted everyone's gathering. Hearing that, the ladies gladly replied, of course not, Your Majesty. Even now, we have been hoping you would attend this event, Your Majesty. But you never came. Irene sat calmly in a corner, observing the situation, while Juliana's expression turned extremely unpleasant. I never thought the Empress would come here. On the other side, Cecile was still chatting enthusiastically. But I found this event interesting, so I worked hard to persuade the Emperor to let me come. She smiled warmly and asked, would it be all right for me to join? How could the others refuse? They cried out, it would be our honor. They turned to each other and exclaimed, wow, I've never met her in person like this before. No wonder the Emperor loves her. But Juliana suddenly recalled the first meeting party between her and Aston. It was just like back then. No one paid attention to her anymore. She trembled as she realized this truth. Meanwhile, in the dungeon beneath the palace, a voice spoke up. Hey, don't you think it's about time you let me out? The rattling of chains clashed together, mingling with the prisoner's words. As you can see, I have been away from the magic tower for far too long. Aston stood with his arms crossed before the white-haired man, while the man continued rambling. Thanks to me, you obtained a dragon. You gained more than you lost, didn't you? Richard, looking disheveled, raised his head and asked, What do you think of that, your majesty? But Aston did not seem to care in the slightest about what Richard had been pouring out all this time. He was more concerned with his own interrogation. This entire mess was caused by you, wasn't it? Richard smiled faintly and thought, I can feel it. Jujindit's blood. The more I look at him, the more fascinating it becomes. How has he managed to live until now? Those who monopolized magic and power and ruled over humanity, the Jujindit bloodline. And among them was a mixture created from the blood of the strongest members of that race. It was called Jujindit's blood. Aston's father, the previous emperor, found that blood in an ancient dungeon and used it on countless people. Monsters and even animals were used in an attempt to find someone who could withstand the power of that blood. Of course, they all died. All of them, except for the last one, the emperor's youngest son. The image of a tiny Aston trembling and crying in the dungeon surfaced in memory. No one had expected him to survive the experiment or to break out of the laboratory and escape. Then he disappeared for 8 years. And when he appeared again, no one believed the truth that he was still alive. That's right, Richard said with a sneer. The reason you have not killed me is because I continued doing that, isn't it? He continued. Your wife, whom you just mentioned, Cecile, was it? Aston's face twisted. Richard thought to himself, and the Empress is just as interesting as the Emperor. A black sword flashed in Aston's hand. He decided, it seems there is no use talking to you. Now then, but before he could act, Richard asked, Aren't you curious as well? The sword that had been swung came to a halt. The master of the magic tower raised the crucial question. How was the Empress able to summon a dragon? Richard laughed and said, even though Aston's expression still looked very grim, what I brought was the return egg. If an ordinary person touched it, one of the common fire lizards would appear somewhere. Richard lowered his voice and asked, Do you truly not want to know who she really is? Richard smiled with narrowed eyes. Do you truly think she is merely an ordinary woman with a pretty face who just happened to become your empress? Aston trembled with rage, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. But he thought, Cecile loved me from the very first time she met me. Even Kay, who is closest to me, even Kay, the person nearest to my side, I cannot trust absolutely. You know, when she called me your majesty with tears in her eyes, or when she looked at me seriously and said your majesty. Aston felt somewhat confused inside. Since when did I come to trust that woman? Richard continued. You are curious too, are you not? Then let me help you. Your wife clearly has something about her. I will investigate it for you without needing to kill her. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. We only need to dissect one part of her. Only Aston felt increasingly unsettled by Richard's words. He became even more resolute as he raised his sword and glared. Richard panicked. Wait. He was horrified by Aston's action. Is this real? Just as the sword touched the top of Richard's head, a voice rang out. Your Majesty. Blood flowed from Richard's forehead down the bridge of his nose. Aston turned his head toward the voice that had called him. What is it? Kay said cautiously. The men who were sent out have returned. Aston asked, right, did they bring back all the servants? He recalled what Cecile had once said. There was nothing at the detached palace. There were servants who raised me. If not for those servants, I would not have been able to remain safe and sound as I am now. Kay looked somewhat anxious. That is. Aston asked, why? Is there a problem? Did they say they would not come? Kay explained, no, your majesty, it is not that. It is just, they say that for the past several years, there have been no servants at that detached palace. At the imperial palace, Cecile cried inwardly, save me. On the platform, a young woman was passionately giving a lecture to Cecile. This is the third program here. As everyone has seen, Cecile cried without making a sound. What on earth is this? At present, her mind had drifted elsewhere. Outwardly, she appeared to be listening to the lecture attentively. But inside her head, she was thinking, because I wanted to stop Juliana, I studied desperately for my first official event. What in the world am I doing? Her gaze shifted to the other side. No, right beside her was the author's fan signing event for the romance story she loved. Her tears hurriedly flowed back inside. What is the point of being empress? I cannot even go to the fan signing event of my favorite author. Yes, what she heard most clearly right now was this. That concludes the speech. Cecile immediately clapped, her face lighting up. On the platform, the program continued. Let us take a 10-minute break, then proceed to the second speech. Cecile thought listlessly. There are 15 speakers today, aren't there? Juliana, sitting beside her, gave a meaningful smile of contempt. The empire truly is remarkable with such high-level speeches. Cecile did not back down either. If the princess enjoys it, then I am very pleased. I hope you can enjoy it until the end. Juliana continued. Of course, Your Majesty. Juliana went on. What a shame. If I were Your Majesty, I would be able to attend events like this often. Today is the first time the Empress has attended, is it not? Irene Ivan, sitting beside them, could not hold back and spoke up. When one considers Adwan's technical capabilities, it is no wonder all of this surprises you. Juliana jumped in shock. Irene Ivan continued speaking. It is a good thing to have many opportunities to learn. Juliana looked at her, her face darkening at once. Irene Ivan did not hesitate to express her opinion. In other words, technical capabilities like those of Adwan would make people from backward places feel surprised. Juliana shouted in anger. Lady Irene, where did such rudeness come from? Irene's gaze changed as she looked at Juliana. Rudeness? Are you speaking of rudeness? According to the principles of the empire, one may not speak to the empress before receiving permission from Her Majesty. The more Irene spoke, the more anxious Juliana became. Juliana gritted her teeth. What is this? Truly, she trembled with anger as she glared at Irene. Why is this woman doing this to me? Cecile spoke up. Oh my. Juliana looked over and saw Cecile's sparkling eyes, gazing at Irene with admiration. Her insides boiled even more. She clenched the hem of her skirt, transferring this anger through the fabric. These people, before the sight of Cecile, gazing enraptured at the calm and composed Irene, Juliana seethed. Are these two conspiring to deceive me? Cecile looked at Irene and thought, she is Irene, right? Thanks to her, I have nothing left to do now. I have been searching for a maid who could become a good role model. In her heart, she praised and admired Irene. She has noble etiquette. Even when trampling someone down, she still maintains her elegance. I am very satisfied. Cecile resolved herself. I can become good friends with her. After a long session, powerful footsteps echoed through the imperial palace, making Kay, who accompanied him, feel pressure bearing down on him. The soldier saw His Majesty and immediately knelt to pay respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. But Aston grew furious and interrogated him. Why are there no servants at all? Answer me at once. The soldier rose and explained the situation. As you ordered, I went to the kingdom of Nabathan and investigated. I heard that at the detached palace where the Empress lived, no one had been assigned to serve the Empress. Aston said, that makes no sense. The soldier continued, Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, that palace. The soldier spoke cautiously. That was an abandoned place. At that abandoned palace, the soldier from earlier had truly gone inside to investigate. He cautiously observed the surroundings. Even after examining it thoroughly, he found only traces that one person had once lived there. He continued investigating the surroundings, then saw a stranger and asked, Excuse me, where did the people who worked at the detached palace go? The person asked in return, What are you talking about? What people who worked at the detached palace? And that person pointed at the pile of broken things in that ruined place. This is just an old storage building. Aston was horrified, unable to believe what he was hearing. The soldier hurriedly knelt down again, looking afraid as he reported to him. Therefore, I returned without being able to gather anything, Your Majesty. Aston fell silent. She clearly said there were 3 servants living with her. He recalled the moment from then. Cecile had looked so happy, as though the two of them were side by side. She had even fed him and told him, on my 10th birthday, they piled all the leftover fruit into a fruit tower. Under the pressure, he had gladly welcomed her beautiful memories. It would be good to invite servants like that. What are their names? Cecile was delighted. Really? She began racking her brain. Well, that is. Only then did she realize it. I did not remember. He had said, how could that be? But now he was deeply unsettled. It seemed she had not been lying. Aston's face darkened as he ordered, everyone leave. Kay looked at Aston's back and felt somewhat uneasy. He did not know what Aston was thinking. Night fell, and the crescent moon shone brightest in the sky. Aston walked with a group of servants, who wondered, "Why are we going this way?" An attendant turned his head to look at him anxiously. "Ah, I thought your majesty might wish to go to the Empress's palace." Aston's face hardened. "When did I say I would go to the Empress's palace? I will return to my own bedroom." The servants immediately wondered, "Why is that? He goes to the Empress's palace every day. Did something happen?" Aston walked straight back to his own room. In his room, even Aston himself felt lonely and empty. He sat blankly. Was this room always so large? Suddenly, a black shadow appeared behind him. "You should have killed her." His eyes no longer had any life in them. "That's right, I should kill her." Gradually, more black shadows surrounded him. They grew even more excited with pleasure. "Hurry and kill. Kill them all. Kill, 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 kill." The black shadows were all extremely satisfied and delighted, giggling. "You have endured for far too long." When Aston raised his head, his gaze had become vacant. "That's right. It has been a long time since I killed anyone." He recalled the time before. Ever since the day he got married, he had no longer heard the sounds he had heard every day. But then he thought again, is this a coincidence? He recalled what Richard had said earlier. "Do you think Cecile becoming empress was a coincidence?" Aston said, "That is true. Did someone send Cecile to me with some purpose?" But deep in his heart, he still remembered Cecile's bright image. The black shadows did not spare him for even a single second. "Kill, kill, hurry and kill." He seemed to be dragged along unconsciously. "If so, it does not seem like the purpose was to kill me." Suddenly, he thought of something else. Is it Jujendit's power they want? The black shadows multiplied and clung to him even more tightly. "Kill, kill, kill her. Hurry and kill her. Hurry and kill, kill." At the Empress's palace, Cecile was still waiting for Aston. When will His Majesty come? She happily thought to herself, "I want to hurry and tell him about my first official event." Today, Cecile cheerfully planned to tell him about Juliana and also about Irene. When she mentioned her, her eyes rose in admiration again. Perhaps she would have a friend who suited her perfectly. Cecile threw herself onto the bed and hugged a pillow as she lay down. Her face flushed red whenever she mentioned Aston. She hoped His Majesty would come soon. Night fell. In the spacious yet empty room, Aston lay back on the rough bed. Exhausted, he rested his arm across his forehead. After thinking for a while about the complicated events that had just happened, his close minister, who had been extremely worried about his unstable condition over the past few days, came with a maid carrying food. They knocked on the door and called softly, "My lord, please eat something. Even just a little would be fine." But no matter how the minister outside pleaded, the door to Aston's room did not open. Seeing the situation, the two maids could not help worrying and discussed it in low voices. "I think his old self is coming back. It's already been 3 days since he went to the Empress's palace." Hearing that, one maid could not help wondering, are they in a cold war? Ever since they married, visiting her every day has been His Majesty's habit. "Do you know what happened?" The other maid answered quietly, "I spoke with the servants at the Empress's palace. Everything is fine. They did not quarrel. Let's just do our jobs properly and stop worrying about this." As soon as the maid finished speaking, the noble empress they had been talking about had somehow appeared behind them, making both of them jump in fright. Their mouths stammered, "Empress." Both of them could not help wondering inwardly. What's she doing here? Good heavens, she scared me to death. But Cecile paid no attention to them. Perhaps she had accidentally overheard what they had just said. With a cold expression, she walked straight toward Aston's room. Without waiting for the people present to react, she rushed to the door and punched it hard, making it boom loudly throughout the palace. She also shouted, "Aston, Your Majesty, you are in there, aren't you?" The servants looked at Cecile, who was pounding on the door with an overwhelming air, and all of them stared at her in panic. They thought she must have been provoked by something and had lost her mind. Has she gone mad? At that moment, Cecile's attention was entirely focused on the person who had locked himself inside the room. She continued shouting, "Answer me quickly." Her hand pounded the door as she called, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." At that moment, the minister, who had been frozen stiff, finally came back to his senses. Together with the maids, he stared fixedly at the person before him. Seeing that Cecile still refused to give up and that the force of her pounding was so strong the door seemed about to burst open, their faces turned pale. They asked one another why this noble empress had come here and was unleashing such force. Because His Majesty did not visit her, she came here? Is this something the empress usually does? The entire group did not know what to do, yet they did not dare go over and stop Cecile. They could only stand there and advise her, "Please do not do this. Please calm down." She stopped pounding the door, turned around, and asked them, "No, can you not hear that sound?" Unfortunately, they heard nothing at all. Their confused faces stared blankly at her as they asked in return, "Yes? What sound?" Hearing their words, Cecile immediately fell into thought. She had not expected that she was the only one who could hear that sound. They truly cannot hear it. Cecile looked back at the door, anxiously thinking, "I have a bad feeling about this. At first, I thought His Majesty was too busy to come visit me, and the next day he still did not come." Suddenly, a chain of memories surfaced in her mind, from the time she had spoken with the Dragon Lord to the current situation. So that rumor was true? When Tanya had dragged it away, it had not forgotten to scream one more thing at her. "The Emperor will accuse you." After that came its miserable cry for help as it was forcefully pulled away. At the time, she had been very surprised and said, "His Majesty wants to accuse me?" As soon as those words left her mouth, Tanya heard them. Afraid that Cecile would start thinking nonsense because of the dragon's baseless words, she smiled and said, "Ah, no, it is nothing, Your Majesty." Then she turned and dragged the dragon away. And Cecile clearly remembered the feeling when the third day arrived and Aston still did not appear. She felt as if she were truly going mad, as if she could no longer endure this situation. She stood up, clenched her fists, and resolved to find the answer to the worries that had troubled her these past few days. "All right, I will go there myself and see." But strangely, the closer she got, the more she heard bizarre sounds coming from Aston's room. She could not help wondering, what is that sound? She vaguely sensed that something bad was happening. "I do not know what is going on, but I have to make that sound stop." Thinking this, Cecile no longer cared about anything else. She continued pounding hard on the door and calling Aston. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, open the door quickly." Then she turned to look at the people standing behind her and shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and help me." Unfortunately, these servants were all cowards. They did not dare come help her and could only say, "We are sorry, Your Majesty. We cannot do that." Cecile paid them no more attention. Furious, she used all her strength to strike the door, then grabbed the large, heavy chair beside her, intending to ram it into the door. She shouted loudly, "I hate this." Seeing that the situation was bad, the minister hurriedly hugged her leg to stop her. "Ea, please do not do that," she shouted back. "I have to do it." Fortunately, just as the door was about to be smashed apart by Cecile, Aston gently pushed it open, leaving Cecile stunned. Cecile seemed not to have expected this either. She froze, and her mouth unconsciously let out, "Huh." Aston looked at the chair the girl before him was holding above her head and reached out. He held it in place, his deep black eyes staring intently at her. Cecile looked at him and called in a wrong voice, "Why, Your Majesty." As for the servants, seeing this scene, they felt like crying but had no tears. They all thought to themselves, "Oh heavens, we are about to die. Because we cannot stop her, we will soon be burned to ashes in hell." Yet Aston seemed not to notice that anyone else was around. He reached out and pulled Cecile into his arms. He pressed her hard against the door, leaving the whispering servants stunned. Their voices rose softly as they gossiped. "Huh, what is this?" Cecile found his domineering actions a little unfamiliar, but she was still very concerned about the strange sound from just now. She realized that when he embraced her, that sound had disappeared. Aston suddenly pressed her down onto the bed, startling her. "Your Majesty." He, too, was surprised and could not understand. That sound disappeared, but there was a scratch on her shoulder. His hand still gripped her wrist tightly, pressing it against the bed. He remembered how she had frantically pounded on the door to find him just now, and the wound on her shoulder. Just how hard had she hit the door? His eyes stared fixedly at her as he thought, "Can she hear what is happening inside?" Cecile did not understand what was wrong with him. A little frightened, she spoke haltingly. Are you all right?" He asked her in an icy voice. "Who are you really?" She opened her eyes wide, not understanding what he meant. "How can you hear? That the voice of Jujindit?" He leaned close to her and asked in a very low voice, but she had no idea what he was saying. Jennifer." She was bewildered. "What is that?" She thought for a moment. "Is that the person those voices belong to?" He kept asking her, "Who are you?" In his eyes now, She was like a treasure, like light, like his savior. Her arrival had driven away the dark blackness that had been raging madly just moments ago. Her eyes shone like emeralds, sparkling like stars in the night. She answered his question, "Who are you?" by saying, "Your wife." He stared at her. Her eyes were sincere and did not deceive him at all. She said a little anxiously, although perhaps not for much longer. Suddenly, he blurted out, "What?" He asked in confusion. "By whose authority?" She said, "There's a reason why." But deep inside, he could not stop screaming. She cannot. The Empress cannot divorce so easily. His hand tightened around her even more, as if afraid she would slip away. "And above all else, I have no intention of letting her go," she said. "If we divorce, we can do it sooner because we do not have children yet." He seemed to be awakened by her words. Children, he suddenly thought, the second reason why my enemies pursue me. The reason they have always desired me is to control me because I possess Jujendit's blood or to seize an heir of this bloodline. Because that ancient race dreams of prosperity, they also desire descendants of this bloodline. But fortunately, I cannot have children if I do not want to. He caressed her face affectionately, but having children was also his desire. He was fighting against his own thoughts. Should I continue suppressing that desire when I have Cecile in my arms like this? He struggled fiercely in his mind. I do not know who it was, but if sending Cecile to me was meant to obtain an heir of this bloodline, he sighed and said, "I must say, I am impressed." He called her affectionately, with a slightly bewitching tone, "My beloved wife." His hand lifted her soft lips as he asked, "Do you want a child now?" He smiled and said, "Very well, if that is what you want." His hand parted the layers of her nightgown and caressed her thigh. Behind him, that gloomy darkness still lingered. Suddenly, her eyes softened as she looked at him and answered, "No." She wrapped her arms tightly around his neck and spoke in the darkness that covered the whole room. "What I want." Her two hands caressed his face and his hair as if soothing a child. She smiled sweetly. "That is for you to be safe, Your Majesty." He suddenly stopped for a beat when he heard those words. Then he abruptly hugged her tightly, making her startle and panic. "Huh, wait, Your Majesty." His lips nearly pressed against hers, but his gaze remained as imposing as ever. "Cecile, if what you want is my safety." He held her even tighter and refused to let go, speaking as if begging. "Then please stay like this." In the spirit world, the spirit Alex complained wearily. Good heavens, it seems he was tormented to pieces. All I could do was beg, "Someone save me." The other spirits were surprised and delighted to see him. "Oh, Brother Alex, wow, you still are not dead. How lucky." He looked at them expressionlessly and thought to himself, "Are these people really happy to see me?" They always said the same things, so he could not bring himself to believe they were truly happy to see him again. One spirit asked him, "Brother, you never left Alex's emerald, so we thought you had died inside." He answered, "Ah, that is because many things happened, you see." With his personality, everyone could probably understand what came next. He began excitedly recounting everything that had happened. We will skip this part because he talked a bit too much. At last, he finished telling the story, and that is what happened. The two spirits smiled bitterly. He has not changed at all. Remembering that he had promised Aston he would help investigate, he asked, "By the way, does any spirit here know about Jujendit's blood?" Hearing him ask about that, they were all surprised. "What?" They asked him in return. "Why would you want to know about something so cursed?" He only dared think it and did not dare say it. "Because my life is in danger." But the other spirits said, "It vanished from this world long ago." He still only smiled and thought, "No, it is right here." Among spirits, there was a rule related to Jujendit's blood. That rule was that all information related to Jujendit's blood had to be shared immediately. That was because the spirit world had suffered extreme agony at the hands of the Jujendit race. He said, "Just tell me. I am very curious." In his heart, he was crying as he thought, "But the Emperor is also very frightening, and I want to live to old age. Anyway, thank you both." The other spirit said, "There is one person I can think of, but I believe she lives quite far from here." The spirit Alex walked up a snowy mountain slope, crying out, "Someone save me." He wiped away his sweat and thought to himself, "It is fine. I think I am nearly there." Suddenly, he saw something. A chem? It is a wooden sign with the words, "Alex is not allowed to enter." He panicked. Oh no. Still stubborn, he ignored the forbidden sign and smiled awkwardly. "Ah, I wonder if anyone lives here. When he saw her, he immediately greeted her. I finally meet you, Ayura. But she did not seem happy. Instead, she looked extremely displeased. He pretended nothing was wrong and asked, "Why do you live in such a remote place?" "Phew, I'm a little tired. May I sit here?" After saying that, he plopped down onto the chair. He even dared to ask about the sign outside. "What is that sign outside?" The spirit Ayura could not have been angrier. She was thinking, "I want to kill him." He still laughed and joked cheerfully. "Your house is not very nice either." Ha! Although she very much wanted to kill the spirit Alex, she thought, "But this idiot is still a chief spirit. Therefore, I cannot kill him." She also could not help wondering, and speaking of houses, I'm living in a small house like the other houses here. How did this bastard find a house in a forest of illusions like this? The spirit Alex began talking about why he had come here. "The main reason I came looking for you is because I heard you know a great deal about Jujindit's blood." She was surprised. "Huh? Is that why you came here?" He asked in surprise. "Was that not the reason you put up that sign?" She thought, so he did see it. She said, "The thing you want to know has already vanished now." He still joked and laughed. "Ah, yes, let me see." Suddenly, Ayura thought of something and shouted, "Wait, do not tell me you're thinking of doing something stupid. This is not something a person like you can get involved in." Alex was surprised. "What do you mean, a person like me?" Suddenly, he hugged Ayura and cried as he begged, "Please, Ayura, save me. I'm being threatened right now." She was shaken as well. "Why are you so frightened?" Remembering past events, she thought, "After all, he is a spirit. He is even better than the king of the elves." She thought inwardly, "Perhaps I should tell him and finish this." She said calmly, "How could anyone threaten a chief spirit who can move between dimensions? But what do you want to know?" He told her what he wanted to know. "Is there any way to erase Jujindit's blood?" He was asking about Aston. "More specifically, I want to know whether there is any way to turn a person with Jujindit's blood back to normal." She was quite surprised after hearing that. He asked, "What is it?" She continued, "Someone once asked me that question a very long time ago." He was also surprised. "Who was it?" Ayura fell into thought for a moment. She said, "A great wizard." In Emperor Aston's mansion, Princess Juliana flopped down on the bed. The maid said, "Princess, you need to eat." But before she could finish, Juliana cut her off. "I am fine. Leave me alone." The servant did not dare say anything more and only answered softly, "Yes, princess." She trembled as she recalled the words she had heard. Poor little princess. I suppose the rumors are true. And that rumor was that the empress was keeping the princess under her control. She also remembered the time Cecile had greeted her. Oh my, what a coincidence. Yet she had acted very happy. "It is good to see you, princess." Even when she deliberately arranged meetings as if they were coincidences. "We meet again." Juliana's trembling hand clenched the blanket tightly. She remembered how the others had reacted when they met her. "Princess, so many times. Is that the princess?" "Wait, I think that is right." She trembled even more and clenched her hand tighter. Then she touched the stone around her neck. It has grown weaker. She was extremely angry. Impossible. It must be from the moment they said the great wizard had awakened. She gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Why now? Of all times. She clutched the stone tightly. I need help." Suddenly, she remembered something. "Ah," she screamed. "I remember." Juliana immediately stood up and walked to the water basin. What she remembered was the great wizard. She wanted to use magic. "I can ask the great wizard about her." Her hands began to move. "Her name is Seasign Framby Navidin, and back in the spirit world," the spirit Alex asked Ayura in surprise. "What? Why did the great wizard ask that? When was that?" She answered, "By human years." She did a quick calculation. 24 years ago in the human world. Juliana suddenly remembered. She was 24 years old after that. Spirit Alex asked Ayura in surprise, "Is the great wizard still alive?" He said, "There has been no news from her for centuries. So I thought she had passed away." Spirit Ayura also found it very strange and murmured, "I can barely sense her power. But if it is the great wizard, she is more than capable of coming here, even after death." Spirit Alex grew even more surprised. He asked, "What do you mean? You did not meet her in person?" Ayura replied, "No." Alex was a little confused. "Then how?" Ayura said somewhat hesitantly, "Oh, you know those wizards." That was exactly what Princess Juliana was also about to do. Ayura said they communicated through a bowl of water. In the human world, Juliana was trying to cast a spell on a basin of water to communicate with the great wizard. A person's shadow had already appeared in the basin of water and asked, "Who is it?" She stayed silent, still thinking to herself, "Here it is. This voice." Then she became delighted again. "That means they have awakened." She quickly greeted them. my Lord Guardian. She trembled, thinking unwillingly, damn it, I cannot believe I have to behave so politely toward them. Until I truly inherit the position, I have no choice, because they can replace the heir whenever they want. She immediately said, my name is Juliana. I am the new heir to the great wizard. The Guardian asked, aha, it seems we have met before, have we not? So what is the matter? She hesitated and said, there is a problem with my power. The Guardian asked, HM, what problem? I told you to refer to the instruction manual for any issues, did I not? Juliana looked extremely displeased, but only dared to think to herself, why should I have to read all of that? Then she immediately said, of course, my Lord Guardian, but this case is not in that book. The Guardian warned her, you know what will happen if I look through it and find it there, do you not? She was a little frightened and hesitantly replied, yes. She continued, you see. She began explaining what she wanted to ask. I met someone who caused the great wizard's power to stop functioning. The Guardian was very surprised and cried, what? She continued, not only that, it seems she can also erase the great wizard's power. The Guardian became angry, making the water in the basin splash everywhere. She exclaimed, impossible. Juliana heard a commotion from the basin. Hey, wake up. Do not step on a wine bottle, and put that piece of cheese down. She thought, it seems there are 3 Lord Guardians. At that moment, all 3 Guardians appeared on the water's surface. One of them heard and asked, who made the great wizard's power stop working? Another Guardian asked, do not worry. You must have been drinking last night too, right? She denied it. Of course not. Juliana said, I am afraid it is true, my lord. The person I am referring to is Cecile Framvinavidin. She is currently the Empress. Before she finished speaking, all 3 Guardians exclaimed in unison, Cecile? She asked in surprise, you know her? They said, of course we do. Why would we not? Then they asked her in return, Juliana, was it? She replied, yes, that is correct. What they said next terrified her. You will never be able to defeat Cecile. At Emperor Aston's mansion, Cecile was counting 4,188. She lay on the bed, bored, starting with the Empress's palace. I have now even finished counting all the wallpaper in the main palace. She suddenly sat up. I want to go back to the Empress's palace, but he will not let me leave. She was also a little puzzled, but it seems he is not doing anything to me. She became a bit angry. Even though he took my things away, she was still muttering, I do not understand why he took my things away without doing anything to me, although he did touch me a little. Suddenly, Aston's voice sounded from behind her. Then what do you want me to do? She startled, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. Cecile screamed and backed away. She asked him, at the very least, if you come in here, should you not make some noise? He calmly replied, why should I do that when this is my room? He raised a hand and caressed her shy, flushed face, saying, and so that you do not misunderstand, I took your things because that was the only way to keep you from running away from here. Yet his gaze remained just as affectionate. Her round eyes shone brightly as she looked at him, her cheeks flushed with shyness. He said, I will leave on my own. She lowered her face slightly, as if a little saddened, and thought, so he was worried about that. Seeing her like that, he continued, if you are not satisfied with that answer, I can do something else. She blushed and protested, no, forget about it. He asked her, really? When will you be free? She immediately said, Chem, perhaps after dinner. After saying that, she suddenly remembered something and covered her mouth. He said with a somewhat mysterious smile, then I am afraid I will have to wait. She did not quite understand and looked up at him, but what he said next made her panic. HM, perhaps we should have dinner 4 hours early. He suddenly remembered something and asked, speaking of which, why were you not lying on the bed, but walking around wrapped in a blanket? She startled. I cannot lie in bed all day. But then she hesitated and said, also, I wanted to know what was in your room. She remembered that she had once chattered to him a great deal about her own life. She thought, after all, I have talked so much about myself, but I have never heard about him. She was very curious. I wonder if he was cute when he was little. The two of them stared at each other. He said, there is nothing worth looking at. Seeing her stare at him intently, he found it strange. I have not done anything to you, so do not look at me like that. Then he told her his plan. I intend to seize the duchy of Isha tomorrow. What worried him was her. Once we occupy it, Ken and I will no longer be here. So the issue is who will protect you. He looked toward Cecile. I want you to meet this person first. She asked in surprise, who? Cecile's voice echoed throughout the mansion. Wait. She looked at the boy in front of her, who was teary-eyed and about to cry, and said, if there is not even anyone here to protect me, Aston asked, "Why are you angry?" "What do you mean?" She pointed at the boy. That is clearly. She had recognized him, even though he had transformed into a 10-year-old boy. He had been recognized by Cecile, even though he had transformed into a 10-year-old boy. It was Richard. He was also quite surprised. "Wow, how did you know it was me?" Aston, standing beside them that day, was left speechless. This was what had happened. Richard asked, "So when your majesty leaves this place, I am the one who will stay by the Empress's side, correct?" Aston answered, "As long as you agree to the conditions I present." He agreed. "Very well, I will do it." But it seemed Aston still had another condition. He looked at Richard and said, "You need to change your appearance." He laughed and replied, "Changing my appearance is not a very big problem." But, as if he understood Cecile very well, the boy smiled and said, "Let me say this first. There are some things that will not work very well on your wife." Aston did not quite understand. "What do you mean?" He smiled calmly and replied, "Exactly what I just said." But Cecile was very angry. "Is it strange that I recognized you?" He immediately answered her, "You know, no one else recognized me." She was shocked. "What? Impossible." Aston stood silently watching the two of them talk. Then she looked over at him suspiciously. "Wait, when you talked about someone protecting me, you meant him?" He immediately replied, "That is right. It is Richard." Seeing her glare angrily at him, he hurriedly said, "Do not look at me like that. I can explain." Inside the mansion, the three of them talked for a long while. In the end, he finally explained everything clearly to her. In short, she understood his intention. Because of some kind of magical contract, he cannot harm me in any way and must protect me no matter what happens. Richard happily added, "That is right. I swore that if you die, I will die too." Yesterday, Aston held Cecile and comforted her. "It will be all right. Do not worry." She trembled slightly, "But I am still afraid." Richard said in a mocking tone, "Excuse me, I am not some stray dog that you need to fear." Aston continued to reassure Cecile gently. "I will prove to you that it is fine. Try giving Richard an order." She was surprised. "An order?" He smiled wickedly and said, "That is right. Something as embarrassing as possible. Something you think he could never do, for example." She thought for a long while. Then she ordered Richard, "Lie face down on the ground. Now." He quickly obeyed her. Once he was done, he stood up angrily and shouted at her. "Hey!" She pondered a little. "What is this? It really works?" She continued, ordering him. "Walk on all fours. Hurry." Of course, he had no choice but to obey. She could not understand it. "What is this?" But she began to feel excited about the game. "This is rather fun." She made him perform a continuous series of embarrassing actions that someone like him would never do. Lift one leg. Lower your left hand, but do not lower your right hand. Now raise your left hand again and put it behind your back. He was tormented by her until he cried out helplessly, "Aston, stop your wife." After 30 minutes of being utterly wrecked by her, he could barely stand now and silently complained, "Someone, please save this unfortunate body of mine." Aston held Cecile, who was laughing happily. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Yes." Suddenly, she grew quiet and her smile stopped. But she turned to ask him, "Your Majesty, can you not stop the war?" Her eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at him pleadingly. He was slightly shaken as he looked at the woman he loved, who was worrying about him right in front of him. His hand clenched into a fist. "We cannot." He had a reason why he had to wage this war. "I promised that I would take revenge." His eyes blazed. The red flame of Jujindit's blood was burning in his veins. She knew she could do nothing else, so she answered, "All right." She quickly returned to a sweet smile. "I will pray for your safe return." He silently looked at her for a few seconds, then quickly pulled her into his arms again. "Good." He called her affectionately Cecile. She also responded gently, "Yes." The two of them kissed in front of Richard, making him furious. "Hey, you two. I have already had enough of this public display of affection." Outside the mansion, a girl was being pressed against a wall by a young man and thought, "What is going on here?" Irina kept giving orders. "Change your hairstyle. Even your hair color too." The knight commander had gone out to find someone. The girl was dazed and could not understand. She had dyed her hair and even cut it, but Ken had pressed her against the wall. He said wickedly, "Wow, this is quite interesting." He mocked the girl, "Giving both your body and mind to a man you just met? How did someone who stole her master's jewelry and ran away end up appearing in the palace like this?" Kim was pressing the saintess against the wall, making her somewhat frightened. She did not understand why he could still recognize her after she had changed her appearance so much. A few days earlier, at Iron's residence, it was the saintess's voice asking Iron, "My lady, you have become the Empress's maid?" Then Iron said excitedly, "That is right. She personally requested that I become her maid." She also said happily, I am certain she was impressed by my knowledge. The saintess, standing beside her, also clapped in congratulations. The saintess smiled and said, That is wonderful. I suppose we should pack our things and leave this place. As she spoke, her hands were already preparing to pack. But Tyrant stopped her. Wait, she said, you cannot. The saintess was very surprised. The saintess did not understand what Tyrant meant. What do you mean, my lady? Tyrant said, Lordkin knows that you are my servant. Do you know what kind of lie I had to tell him so that he would stop searching for you? The saintess said blankly, Lie? Searching for me? She had been unconscious for too long after the dragon incident that time, so she had no idea what had happened. Tyrant said, That is right. She had made up a story to deceive Ken into stopping his search for the saintess. I told him. She had told a truly terrible lie, that you happened to fall in love with some man at a tavern and ran away in the middle of the night after stealing jewelry from my family. After hearing this story, Ken truly could not believe his ears. He seemed disappointed and left. After hearing it, the saintess was also startled and panicked. Wait, even if you lied, should you have gone that far? Tyrant said angrily. I had to because Lordkin was searching for you so much. Then she quickly ordered the saintess, All right, put on a disguise, change your hair, and wear very thick glasses. And back in the present, the saintess's appearance had been changed according to Irina's wishes. But she had not put on the glasses yet. I should put on glasses. That was what she had said. The saintess had not worn the glasses, and Ken had found her. She worried inwardly, but I did not think I would be caught this quickly. She thought fearfully, What should I do? It took 24 hours of pleading to get permission for this. On the other hand, a few days earlier, on Can's side, Cecile called him, Oh, Can, I do not think Irina has a travel pass yet. Could you take care of that for me? He was a little surprised. Irina, Cecile smiled happily and said, That is right. She agreed to become my maid. Ken asked her again, Does the emperor know about this? She said blankly, No, I forgot to tell him. He also smiled happily and replied, I understand. I will go meet her before she receives her travel pass. That was what he said outwardly, but inside, he was silently thinking, What should I do? In Can's mind, Irina was an ambitious, wicked woman. I will definitely become the queen. He thought to himself, I should stop her if she is thinking of doing something ridiculous. Ken went to find Irina, and she said that servant had run away. On the way back, he was still worried about the saintess, thinking she must have been deceived by some handsome man. And I suppose he said he needed money, but I bet she is running away from him. He sighed sadly. Seeing him looking dazed, one of his subordinates called out, Sir, we are not looking into this matter anymore, are we? Only then did he come back to his senses and answer, That is enough. On the way back, he was still thinking about the saintess and what Irina had told him. He resented the saintess. She relied on it. Then he said, I wish she would rely on me. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. His face turned red, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. Ken did not understand why he had said that. He asked himself, What did I just say? But he was still puzzled. Wait, seriously, why did she choose him? His mood sank. He thought, I am much better than some penniless man in a tavern. Is he more handsome than I am? After all, he was a wealthy knight commander, and the saintess would not need to steal money for him. He blamed himself. I never thought I was still ugly until now. If I just took a little care of myself. Then he suddenly came back to his senses again. Why am I thinking like this? Back to the present, in Emperor Aston's palace. That was what had happened. But right now, the person being pressed against the wall by him and made afraid was the saintess. He said to her, I have many questions for you. She listened as he spoke. First, he asked with a flushed expression and a slightly resentful voice, Have you broken up with that poor wretch yet? She was surprised and did not understand. What? He made it clearer. I'm talking about you breaking up with that poor wretch who made you steal jewelry. She immediately denied it. There is no such person. He suddenly stopped and thought about something for a few seconds, then smiled happily and quickly regained his mood. It was only a lie. Suddenly, a subordinate called him, Sir, we have to go. As he left behind words that frightened the saintess. So Lady Irina lied to me. Both of you will be punished for this deception. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea. He leaned close to her and said in an enchanting voice, If you remain right here until I return, I will overlook everything. After saying that, he happily turned and left. I will see you again soon. He even whistled cheerfully as he walked away. He left her standing there in a daze. What on earth was that? Was that his reason? Her face turned pitch black. She recalled the look in his eyes earlier and the look in her lady's eyes. His eyes had been just like Irina's. Irina came over, saw her still standing there blankly, and asked, "What are you doing here? I told you not to wander around." The saintess flinched and answered, "I was looking for the restroom." Yes. Irina did not seem to care much about why the saintess was here. She said, "Get ready. We will go straight to the Empress's palace." The saintess quickly answered, "Yes." She was very excited. At last, she would get to meet Cecile. Then she suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Regretfully, she clutched her head and tugged at her hair, blaming herself. I should have kissed Ken when his face was pressed against mine. I won't be able to do that if I become Cecile. Seeing her just standing there in a daze, Irina urged her, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up. The Empress is waiting." As soon as they stepped inside, Irina saw something and was startled. It was the sight of Cecile pinning someone down on the bed. Irina blurted out, "Ah, a person. Is Cecile bullying a boy who is only 10 years old?" Both Irina and the saintess were so shocked that they could not speak. What was this? Cecile looked at the young man in front of her and asked him suspiciously, "What did you say this is?" When Richard heard her question, he gave her a bright smile. His flippant words sounded as though he were teasing Cecile. "My plotline. We need to jump straight into our story to explain why the Empress suddenly has a boy." And then, without waiting for him to finish, Cecile picked up the paper and began reading it, cutting Richard off so he could not keep spouting nonsense. "This boy is a slave, captured from a defeated nation. But this empire does not have slavery." Seeing Cecile narrate his story so quickly, Richard smiled in slight embarrassment. His eyes drooped as he put on a pitiful expression and replied, "I must be a slave. That is the only way to preserve my natural beauty." Cecile no longer cared about the person in front of her. She focused on reading the contents of the paper, her face showing a strange curiosity every time she spoke. "I call him my night canary." Her expression grew even more subtle when she reached the next line. "And that is because he always tosses and turns beneath the burden of the queen's secret desires." After Richard heard her read it aloud, he shouted, "Are you insane?" He had not expected that she would actually dare to read such a thing out loud in broad daylight. Cecile refused to back down either. She crumpled up the paper containing the depraved little story Richard had written and threw it accurately into his mouth. Then she shouted back, "Why would I have to do that?" Richard was struck in the mouth by the ball of paper, and unfortunately, because Cecile had thrown it with great force while she was agitated, he had to bend over and cough violently. Clutching his chest with one hand so the pain in his mouth would subside quickly, he let out a low groan. After a while, Richard finally recovered. He turned back toward Cecile and explained to her in a firm voice, as though this were only natural. "What is the big problem? This is the only story suitable for a handsome slave boy like me. Not only that, you said you had to live like a villain in public, didn't you? And at the very least, this is something you can do." Then he reached out and offered her the paper that had been crumpled earlier, saying to Cecile, "Come on, read it just once. Don't say that when you haven't even read it." Cecile quickly raised her hand in refusal. "No." That made Richard wilt a little. "I thought this story would suit you." Seeing that this man had no sense of restraint when he spoke, Cecile could no longer hold back her anger. She rushed over, grabbed him, shook him, and even pressed him down onto the bed. She scolded him loudly. "Just how stupid do you think I am?" But Richard was not afraid at all. His head spun back and forth from her violent shaking, yet his mouth kept chattering on. "It seems you are finally ready to do it seriously. Repeat after me, my night canary." Cecile immediately retorted, "What the hell is a night canary? Instead of crying at night, just go to sleep. Lady Irina will be here soon, so stop saying such ridiculous things." As soon as Cecile finished speaking, footsteps rang out. Cecile turned her head and saw that Lady Irina and her servant had already reached the door. The two of them looked into the room, and upon seeing the scene, they could not help being stunned. A question appeared in their minds. What was this? Seeing herself fall into such an awkward situation, Cecile became somewhat flustered. All she could say was, "Everyone, get out quickly." A while later, after she had calmed her emotions, she finally called Lady Irina in. Irina stepped in front of Cecile and bowed politely in greeting. "First of all, I offer my greetings to you, Your Majesty." Looking at her, Cecile could only cry inwardly. Everything was basically over. She wondered what Irina thought of her now. Angrily, she glanced at the culprit behind this misunderstanding. When Richard saw her looking at him, he He was very confused. What did I do? Cecile helplessly put a hand to her head and said to Irina in frustration, "Do not mind what you just saw. This is only someone the Emperor told me to look after." Irina smiled and replied, "I know you must have your own reason, Your Majesty. I understand, so please do not worry too much. Even people like that sometimes end up acting that way by accident, so please do not mind me. Just do whatever you wish." Cecile saw that Irina did not blame her or hate her, and even seemed to agree with her actions just now, though it also seemed Irina had misunderstood the matter. Even so, Cecile felt very happy. In her eyes, Irina had become like an angel. She thought to herself, "She is so understanding. She really is a good person. I must get closer to her." But Cecile had no idea what Irina was secretly thinking at that moment. "This Empress, I will tell His Majesty everything about her." Not only that, she also pondered and judged Cecile inwardly. "She is even worse than the rumors say." Then she wondered, "Aston has let her take care of that boy? I cannot believe she took advantage of His Majesty's absence to keep a slave boy." Thinking this, Irina rejoiced inwardly. "Good, this is my chance. It is time to carry out my plan. I will take perfect care of all the Empress's affairs and collect evidence during that time. When His Majesty conquers the Duchy of Isha, he will return. Then he will understand who is more suited to become Empress. And for that to happen, I need that boy's testimony." Richard looked at Irina and saw that she was deep in thought, plotting something. He immediately realized it. She seems to be dreaming about something. Ridiculous. Wasn't this far too convenient for his own calculations right now? So he was extremely pleased. Smiling, he thought, "But this is fun too. I will leave her like that." His strange smile at that moment could not help making Irina feel extremely puzzled. The scene shifted elsewhere, to the front hall of the palace. The transmigrated Saintess, now disguised as one of Irina's maids, sat curled up in a corner, making quite a few passing maids gossip. "Who is that servant? She does not look like someone from the palace. But why?" Some people saw her gloomy face and could not help feeling frightened. "It looks like she is not well. I had better stay away from her." The transmigrated Saintess did not even bother paying attention to them. In her mind, Cecile's words from earlier kept repeating, "Everyone, get out." Then she thought of Richard. He made her feel extremely uncomfortable. "I forgot Richard is still here. How can I take over Cecile's body if the Lord of the Magic Tower, the top-ranked person on this continent, is by her side?" Thinking that, the transmigrated Saintess still refused to give up. She calculated, "I have to find a way. But for now, I need to stay away from Richard. This really is not the way." She remembered Aston's figure and thought, "Once Aston attacks the Duchy of Isha, that invasion will stir up Argentif's blood. I must take over Cecile's body and help calm His Majesty before he descends into madness." But suddenly, she realized something. "Wait, if that happens, what about this body? And where will the soul of the Saintess who disappeared go? It will definitely return when I take over Cecile's body." The transmigrated Saintess did not see anything wrong with the method she was thinking of at all. She still believed this was for everyone's benefit. The Saintess will return. Aston will calm down again, too, as long as that villainess disappears. It was worth noting that the villainess she meant was none other than Cecile. Returning to Cecile's room, she was holding a pen and paper, her eyes looking toward Irina. On the paper were the words, "How to become a great Empress." Meanwhile, Irina held a whip in one hand and a pair of glasses in the other as she told Cecile, "Now, I will begin the first lesson." Irina had a secret manual called How to Become a Great Empress, and Cecile was in great need of her teaching those things. Irina sighed softly and thought, "This is the list of what I will do when I become Empress. I'm truly amazing. Who else could have prepared something like this?" She transformed into a strict teacher and began teaching Cecile everything all over again. Rule number 1, the palace is your home. Cecile also listened very attentively and wrote down what Irina said. The Empress must clearly know the layout of the palace. And just like that, the two of them studied everything Irina talked about for the entire morning. 20 hours later, Irina had finished teaching Cecile the basic rules an Empress needed to know. And the lesson concluded with 101 things an Empress needed to know. Irina added, "Actually, these really are only the basics." Cecile happily gave a sparkling smile and replied, "I understand. We are done." Seeing her like that, Irina could not understand it. She was not happy either, because her goal had not been achieved. I said that to intimidate her, but she accepted everything. She is a stronger opponent than I thought. Irina murmured to herself in contemplation, Think. I need something to crush the Empress's pride." Seeing 2 books on the table, an idea occurred to her, and she exclaimed, "That's right." She continued speaking to Cecile. "Most importantly, rule number 3, understand your position in the palace. Please allow me to show you some related documents." The 2 books were titled, "Who Holds the Higher Position?" and "Who Are You?" Picking up "Who Holds the Higher Position," Irina spoke about it. "This is the Noble's Almanac published by the Empire. This is the latest edition, released 2 weeks ago." Opening the book, Cecile immediately saw Aston at the very beginning. "His Majesty is right at the front." Irina continued, "Yes, His Majesty comes from the oldest bloodline and holds the highest rank in the Empire. And I am right here." She pointed to the page ranking 651st. As she flipped through the book, she said, "And you can be found here." She had found Cecile's name. Irina said, "Found it," on the very last page. She was intending to use this book to embarrass Cecile. As she observed Cecile's expression, she thought, "Well, if you thought you ranked high, that is a grave mistake. This book ranks people based on the rank they held at birth. When she compares someone like me, who is in the top 1,000, with someone like her, who has no rank and is on the very last page, surely she will understand how different we are. Right?" Irina folded her arms and looked at Cecile leisurely. Inwardly, she thought, "Look, that is the difference between you and me." Cecile, who had been completely silent all this time, was very pensive. She kept staring at her ranking in the book, her eyes glittering as if she were about to cry. She touched her name on that page. "My name is here," she thought somewhat sadly. "I could not possibly have a rank." At first, no one in the palace even knew who I was. She stroked the line with her name written on it. "But I never thought my name would be on this list." Her gaze lowered. She could not believe her name was also on that list. Even though she had no rank, it surprised her greatly. She recalled Aston's image. "I guess many things have changed since I married him." She glanced toward the other book, the one titled, "Who Are You?" She asked Irina, "That one has my name in it too, right?" Irina immediately spoke about it. "That book is about achievements. It does not only include nobles, but famous commoners as well." What she meant was probably that Cecile was not in it. Cecile picked up the book and opened it. "I may not be in here, but I still want to take a look." And her name appeared on the very first page. Both of them were extremely shocked and exclaimed in unison, But Irina could not understand it. Why was the Empress here, and before the Emperor at that? She quickly closed the book and said, "There must be a mistake in this book. I will bring a new one next time." Cecile was still dazed and did not understand anything. She had seen what was written on that page. Achievements of Cecile Fran by Navidin, beginning now. She clenched her fist. Her heart pounded wildly. She thought, "For some reason, my heart is thumping." Irina quickly changed the subject. "Now, why don't we move on to replying to invitations?" She brought over a stack of letters piled high. Picking one up at random, she said, "You do not need to reply to every single one, but you should prioritize the ones with higher rank." She opened the letter. "Let's see." Irina was a little surprised. The sender was Juliana at one, but Irina looked contemptuous. It seems the Empire is to her liking. That could be understood from the way she changed herself enough to send an invitation. Cecile's face showed worry and a little fear. She hesitated and thought. Again, Irina secretly observed every change in her expression. She quickly took control of the atmosphere again. "Your Majesty, would it be all right if we handled this a bit more quickly?" Cecile asked a little timidly. "How quickly?" Irina asked her. "Do you remember item 88? Cecile flipped back through the notebook she had taken notes in. Number 88. Then she read it aloud. "Showing mercy once is enough." She suddenly smiled proudly and praised her. "It seems I chose the right maid." Irina also smiled happily and replied, "It is an honor, Your Majesty. I will not disappoint you." The two of them looked at each other and smiled cheerfully, ready to prepare for what came next in order to deal with Princess Juliana Atwan's schemes. One day before Juliana sent the invitation to Cecile, Irina had secretly and carefully concealed herself as she went to a certain place. There were many books here. She peeked through the books, searching for something. Then she pushed a bookshelf aside and stepped inside. That place seemed to be a secret area. Her face looked as though she was doing something shady. The place she went to lay very deep underground. The path leading in was pitch black and hard to see. She pushed open a wooden door with a creak and entered. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. "Welcome, Princess Juliana." She pulled down the hood, covering her head. The person she was meeting was Kalia. Juliana had met her a few days earlier. "So her name is Kalia?" She had said to Juliana, "I want you to become our new empress." Juliana was thinking to herself, was this what the letter meant when it said she needed to speak to me directly? She smiled wickedly. "Interesting, but why me?" Kalia also answered cunningly, I am sure I do not need to tell you this, but the current empress does not belong on the throne. After hearing that, Juliana pulled her hood back over her head and turned away. I will pretend I did not hear that. Kalia praised her. Even your sense of caution is admirable. Kalia placed one hand respectfully over her chest. Please choose me as your maid when you become empress. I will be useful to you when you take over the governance of this empire. But Juliana glanced at Kalia and thought, so she has something up her sleeve? In that case, after thinking that, she spoke again. Very well, I will consider it. And then another message arrived. She secretly sneaked off to another place. As soon as she stepped inside, someone greeted her. Welcome, Princess Juliana. She smiled and took off her hood. Looking at the two people who had greeted her, she thought, two more. The two introduced themselves. I am Erin, daughter of Count Illuminati. I am Karen, daughter of Count Hint. She also bowed politely and introduced herself. I am Princess Juliana of the Land of Atone. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Kalia added, these two young ladies will support your highness from now on. Juliana gave a sparkling smile. I look forward to being in your care. But her magical power affected the two girls, bewitching them and making them gaze at her in fascination. The two of them said excitedly, we feel the same, Princess, and you look very beautiful, just as the rumors say. She smiled and pretended to be innocent as she replied, oh my, thank you. Then she took the opportunity to lure them in, speaking in a very sly voice with a dubious smile. Why don't we take this chance to chat for a little while, especially about the rumors going around the Imperial Palace. What she wanted was for them to help her fight Cecile for the position of Empress. Karen immediately said eagerly, I heard the desserts at the new cafe beside the palace are wonderful. They sat down at the table and began talking. Erin said, it seems a lot of monsters have appeared in Mark Ravnica's territory. Karen added, that's nothing surprising. There are always monsters around there. More importantly, they went on, chattering about gossip. They say a black monster with jagged teeth was found in a castle in the Duchy of Isha. Juliana, who had been sitting silently until now, found their stories dreadfully boring. She thought to herself, what useless gossip. Then she remembered something, her eyes turning sharp as thorns. Juliana, those were the words the Guardian had said. She would never defeat Cecile. Juliana did not understand. But why? She was deeply puzzled. The Guardians had not even told her the reason before they disappeared without a trace. Even though the Guardian had said that, she did not give up. I'll do anything to drag her down. Just you wait. When she imagined herself becoming the great wizard and triumphing over everyone, she became extremely excited. Once I'm the great wizard, all of you will bow your heads before me. She then stood up and said to Karen and Erin, who were still absorbed in idle chatter, thank you for your time. I must return and send an invitation to the Empress. As for the location, she smiled wickedly and said, I want it to be this hotel. At the Empress's palace, Irina's voice rang out. Wonderful, Your Majesty. Cecile appeared in formal attire, looking incredibly magnificent and beautiful. I think we're ready now. What do you think? Irina had also prepared very thoroughly and replied with a smile. It truly is wonderful. Now we have our own secret weapon as well. Suddenly, Cecile remembered something. Come to think of it, there was a gift His Majesty left me for emergencies. She held the gift Aston had left for her and thought carefully. Is this situation urgent enough? I wonder what's inside this long box. She opened the box with a click, saw what was inside, and cried out in great surprise. Meanwhile, at a certain marquis's estate, someone reported, I heard that the Empress has accepted Princess Juliana's invitation. The man was surprised. What? Are you certain? The girl immediately replied, yes. The entire noble circle is already buzzing about it. At another marquis's estate, they were discussing it as well. Where will it be held? They say it will be held at the newly opened casino area of the Elsa Hotel. In a similar scene elsewhere, someone cried, what? Prepare my things at once. Hurry. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They were all in an uproar because this was a rare opportunity, a chance to have an audience with the Empress. Richard walked proudly with his hands clasped behind his head, thinking, that's what everyone is talking about. That place will definitely be packed. Envoys from other countries. He stared thoughtfully up at the ceiling. That must be exactly what they want. They'll flatter the Emperor and Empress in every possible way, just to preserve their own lives. What everyone is most concerned about, and what is drawing even more attention to the Empress, is this. The Emperor was already cruel enough, but now the Empress is said to have awakened a dragon. Richard yawned repeatedly in boredom. The smaller countries will definitely beg them not to invade their lands. Fine, that has nothing to do with me. He smiled and no longer cared about it. But he had something else more worth worrying about. That was Irina. He could not understand why this girl kept treating him kindly every day. At that moment, pure pity was welling up in Irina's heart. I intended to use him, but this boy is too pitiful. He was taken by the Empress when he was so young. Richard also secretly glanced at Irina. Suddenly, he realized something. I understand now. He recalled the day Irina first came to the imperial palace. As soon as she entered the Empress's palace, she had seen him fearfully pleading beneath Cecile's hand. So it was because of that. He immediately came up with a new plan. Then I can't lose to her. I have no choice. I have to keep acting like a tiny little bird. He put on a pitiful face and looked at Irina. My dear lady, I am very grateful for your concern, but the Empress is very possessive of her toys. She pitied him even more, her eyes brimming with tears as she sobbed, almost about to cry. Oh my, she thought, how can he be so kind? She said sympathetically, don't worry. I'm only doing this because you are the Empress's guest, which means you are my guest as well. In her heart, she thought, once I become Empress, the first thing I will do is send this boy home. She took the boy's hand. Make sure you tell me whenever you're having a hard time, all right? Promise. He also smiled and replied, yes, my lady. Inwardly, he thought, how interesting. Their hands were clasped tightly, making both of them seem to feel something very strange. Irina felt odd while holding his hand. She asked blankly, do you have an older brother? Richard was slightly surprised, unable to understand why she would ask such a thing. He answered innocently like a child, no. Why do you ask, sister? I'm just an orphan slave. I don't have any family or relatives at all. She said, oh, I thought I sensed a familiar power. Until now, he had been pretending not to know anything. That's strange. May I ask where you met that person? In truth, he was a little worried, but I hid almost all of my power. Irina hesitated slightly. She did not say how she had encountered that power. It had been Richard on the day the dragon appeared. He had saved her, and she had sensed that familiar power from this boy. The boy's face stared at her, as though waiting to hear what she would say. Suddenly, she stepped back quickly and said, that's a secret. Anyway, remember to take care of yourself. After saying that, she quickly ran off. Richard was left standing there blankly, watching her go. He smiled slyly. And so, the day of the meeting between Princess Juliana and Empress Cecile arrived. It was also the grand opening of the Elsa Casino Hotel. The Casino Hotel was decorated with extraordinary luxury. It was beautiful, and everything glittered in a captivating way. Even the nobles entering could not help but marvel. I suppose the rumor that the hotel spent a fortune on this place was true. The decorations are so beautiful, the man emphasized, and what is even more wonderful is... What could be even more wonderful? It was Princess Juliana. She had prepared very carefully for today. In her heart, she was extremely defiant. Come, Empress Cecile. Today will be the day I pull you down from your throne. A maid asked her, Princess Juliana, the Empress still? She smiled gently and replied, yes, she still has not arrived. Then she used a pitiful tone. I suppose I should not scold Her Majesty for making me wait. If I did, she might hate me. The others immediately joined in on her side. Not all, Princess. Making someone wait is extremely poor manners. No matter what the circumstances are, even the Empress should not keep the princess of another country waiting like this. With just that, she had nearly achieved her goal. Outwardly, she looked hurt, but inside, she was gloating. But honestly, you don't have to come at all, Cecile. Suddenly, someone announced, the Empress has arrived. Her expression immediately darkened as she turned to look. The Empress's carriage had stopped in front of the hotel. Everyone was whispering among themselves. What will happen next? Someone stepped down from the carriage, but only two maids, Tanya and Irina, got out. The crowd was extremely surprised, and so was Juliana. What is going on? Where is the Empress? They began whispering. Why did only the Empress's maids get out of the carriage? Don't tell me Her Majesty only sent them because she doesn't want to meet the princess. Irina immediately refuted. No. She pointed at the sky and said, Her Majesty the Empress will arrive from the heavens. Everyone looked up at the sky in surprise. A pair of enormous white wings was descending. It was Empress Cecile. She was riding a Pegasus, making an extraordinary appearance from the sky. Everyone was shocked. Isn't that the legendary Pegasus? They were deeply confused. Why was a sacred creature, one said to be allowed to carry only the emperor, letting the empress ride it? There was also a scepter at her waist. Everyone stared wide-eyed. That is the scepter. It was the emperor's noble scepter. Back at the palace, Cecile had held it in great surprise. What is this staff? If His Majesty left it behind, then it can't be treated lightly. She quickly became eager to learn more about it. It must be somewhere in the Encyclopedia of Imperial Treasures, right? She searched for it. Then her eyes widened in panic. The scepter, one of the 4 imperial treasures, representing the emperor's authority. She fearfully covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes, and stammered, "Why, Your Majesty? Have you gone mad?" The fact that he had left the scepter to the empress meant that he had completely handed over to her all the authority of an emperor. Juliana froze on the spot, unable to believe this was real. Her expression became extremely ugly. It meant that, at present, in the Empire, with the emperor absent, Cecile would be the emperor. Cecile walked in holding the scepter amid the whispers of everyone around her. Everyone was so shocked they could not speak. That is the emperor's scepter. She looked at the scepter. His Majesty gave me this. She blamed herself again. And yet I kept thinking I was nothing more than a puppet empress. She quickly pulled herself together. But now, I won't worry about that anymore. Cecile was now very resolute and strong. Since His Majesty gave this to me, I will do my part. Juliana was furious. What is this? She looked at Cecile with jealousy. Does this mean His Majesty likes her so much that he gave her the scepter? She was thinking handing royal authority over to another person? I have never heard of such a thing. And at that moment, inside the Elsa Casino Hotel, Cecile looked imposing and radiated authority as she entered holding the scepter. Juliana, burning with envy, tried to find fault with her. She looked so foolish only a few days ago. So how can she conduct herself so perfectly now? That was right. It was all thanks to Irene's special training. She had devoted herself to teaching Cecile the fundamentals. Even when Cecile begged her, "Please, let's stop for a little while," she remained strict. No, thanks to that, Cecile was able to make a perfect appearance today. But Juliana was angry because her plan had fallen apart. I intended to attack her through her manners, but that won't work anymore. Cecile looked at her coldly and said, "This has gone too far, Princess Juliana." Her words made Juliana flinch. Eek! Everyone bowed to Cecile. Only Juliana remained standing there blankly. She seemed to realize something. She was frightened and tried to apologize. But just as she bowed her head and stammered a few words, "I was my fault," Cecile cut her off. "Never mind." She smiled and turned away as if nothing had happened. "I will overlook it this time because you were the first to invite me." She also deliberately warned Juliana, "Make sure you improve your manners next time." Juliana was so frightened that her soul nearly left her body, and she could barely speak. Thank you, Your Majesty." She ground her teeth in anger. "Let's see how long you can keep smiling, Cecile." Cecile walked forward proudly and beautifully, full of dignity, making Irina exclaim, "Oh my." She was extremely surprised. "Is that the same empress I saw this morning?" That morning, Cecile had been screaming nonstop, "I can't do it. I want to sleep." And just as Irina had thought, riding the Pegasus was not a bad idea. Cecile had tamed it immediately and rode it here. But Irina could not understand how she had been taught to do that. A few days earlier, in the Empress's palace, Gargantua was leisurely reading a book with one hand while enjoying a glass of wine with the other. It closed the book. Finish another one. It even flaps its wings. It's rather handsome, too. Tanya asked in surprise, "Why do you seem so happy today? You're just a lizard." It did not get angry upon hearing that, and calmly replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I feel as though I have regained my pride as a dragon." She opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Your pride as a dragon?" Cecile smiled adorably and asked it in a pleading voice. "Gargantua, could you ask about the Pegasus's preferences? Dragons can speak with mythical creatures, right? You could do that too, can't you?" The dragon, still holding its book, glanced at her and said, "I suppose so, but how do you know that?" She continued smiling innocently and answered, Oh, I read about it. Gargantua was slightly surprised. What? It thought to itself. Humans are not supposed to know that. What's going on? Now, Cecile had done very well. The dragon had also been paid a pile of fried chicken for helping Cecile investigate the Pegasus's preferences. There was so much fried chicken that even Tanya was surprised. What is all this? The dragon shrugged and thought, well, I was paid for the job, so I don't really care. But I wonder if she's making good use of the Pegasus. Seeing Cecile like that, Irina was also secretly pleased. Well, whatever. I don't know what will happen, but one thing is certain. I taught her very well. She smiled happily, proud of Cecile. That's it. A perfect empress whom no one will dare look down on. Then suddenly, she slapped the powder puff hard against her own face. She seemed to awaken herself. No. Empress Cecile stole my position as empress. She's only a temporary ally. At that moment, the man began to speak. Please take a little time to tour the lobby of the Elsa Hotel. Irina reassured herself. I should calm down and tour the hotel. Then she quickly regained her composure and walked on. Cecile was also entering, with Juliana following right behind her. Seeing that Juliana was still very calm, Cecile thought, I thought I had taught her a lesson, but she is unexpectedly composed. Princess Juliana smirked triumphantly. Suddenly, something made Cecile exclaim, over there. She asked in alarm, what was that sound? The man answered, it came from the floor, Your Majesty. She called out loudly, Irene. For some reason, Irene had fallen sprawled on the ground. Cecile quickly rushed over and asked, what happened? She supported Irene. What happened? Beside her, Juliana even pretended to say, oh my, I was so frightened. Then she spoke smugly, as if expressing pity. She missed her step and fell down the stairs. The people nearby giggled and criticized Irene. Oh my, I suppose it was too early for her to become a maid. Her Majesty chose someone so unprofessional. But Cecile did not listen to what those people were saying. She remembered. No, the first thing Irene taught me was how to walk downstairs while wearing a long dress. She thought angrily she would never hurt herself, but the people around me are another matter. Juliana, who had been standing there watching, felt extremely delighted and laughed mockingly. Cecile realized that Juliana was the one who had done something, and she glared at her angrily. This is unforgivable. Juliana stood above them, feeling deeply satisfied as she looked at Irene, whom she had harmed. This is the punishment she deserves for helping Cecile, she thought. The Empress's conduct became perfect so quickly. It was surely because of that maid. Juliana remembered the speech where Cecile had humiliated her before. That maid had also been at that speech. Juliana had been thoroughly embarrassed by Irina. She had harmed Irene because she knew doing so would take away someone Cecile could rely on. As long as she is no longer here, the Empress will be much easier to deal with. Suddenly, the man coughed. Cough, cough, He immediately vomited a sparkling liquid. Juliana asked him, now, then, who is the owner of this casino, manager? As he continued vomiting, he said, it is you, Princess Juliana. I will hand all authority over to you. She smiled cunningly. Oh my, thank you. She secretly planned. I can use my power however I wish when I am near this large fountain. She recalled what the Guardian had told her, but she ignored it. They said she must not use water until she had fully become the successor. But who cared? She had great faith in her own power. After all this power would be hers. She did not know who that woman was. Her face turned wicked. But as long as she was the successor of the great wizard, if she used all her power, that woman would have no chance of standing against her. She looked at Cecile, who was angry because her maid had been harmed and had fallen down the stairs, and felt extremely triumphant. Look at her. Everything now was only the opening act of the first game. She held her fan up to hide her sly smile. Suddenly, Cecile called out, startling her. Are you still waiting? Cecile's face showed a trace of anger, but she quickly regained her composure. Fight her. She spoke in a determined, firm voice. Let us begin the first game. The two of them stared at each other as though lightning were flashing between them, beginning their declaration of war. Water continued to gush down from the tower. In the Duchy of Isha, a war was unfolding. A man fearfully stepped backward and shouted, Stop! Aston smiled with a wicked, victorious grin. Blood had been spilled across the land. Thousands had died by Aston's hand. He had nearly destroyed the entire country and was about to reach his final victory. He asked the trembling man before him, State your name. The man was so shocked that Aston still answered coldly, I will send your body back to your family, out of respect for your courage. The man still gripped his sword tightly, trembling. Aston lost patience with his silence and drew his sword. If you will not state your name, then I will, the man stammered CACAO. A black shadow emerged beside Aston and whispered, Cass? It embraced Aston, though only he could see it. The same name as mine. But Aston was covered in blood, and he looked quite worn out. He said to the black shadow, So you intend to spare him? The shadow laughed evilly. No, kill him. And immediately, a sword stroke slashed down. Blood sprayed everywhere. He raised his hand and ordered the entire army, Listen to my command. Army of the Empire, the gates to Isha's territory are open. Advance at once. The whole army thundered forward and swiftly left that place. Everyone was cheering. War had broken out. At the same time, at Cecile and Juliana's location. Inside the Elsa Casino, the atmosphere was bustling. A battle was taking place, a tense confrontation between Cecile and Princess Juliana. Juliana was ready for the trap she had laid. Now, I will begin the first game. Richard folded his arms and watched leisurely. Interesting, I warned her. Before Cecile fought Juliana, he had told her that Juliana controlled people with magic. Cecile was surprised. You noticed it too? Richard was somewhat worried, but she still wanted to do it herself. She had warned him, I will kill you if you interfere. He thought about the power Juliana had used. Based on the nature of this magic, it must be the power of a witch. He thought to himself, I thought they had all disappeared, or were they merely asleep? Juliana, meanwhile, was feeling smug. The power of a witch, this will be fun. Richard looked at her with a little worry and hesitation, but he thought, if that power has no effect on her, then just who is the Empress? He fell into deep thought. Father, I suppose I could investigate if I return to the magic tower. But because of this game, his eyes held concern. Irene was framed so terribly. I hope the Empress wins. His gaze became firm. If not, I will be furious. The game organizer's voice echoed throughout the hall, drowning out even the murmuring of the people standing below. Allow me to introduce the participants in our first game. The first participant, Princess Juliana. Instantly, hundreds of eyes turned toward the beautiful princess with the cold expression, who possessed a vast amount of gold before her. But voices of discussion began rising from every direction as well. Wait, isn't that, oh my goodness, she bet that many chips? How much is that? Princess Juliana seemed quite satisfied as she listened to the crowd discuss her. She lightly curved her lips into a smile, her expression full of confidence, as though she were certain she would be the victor in this game. Seeing that, Cecile did not panic at all. With a hint of disdain, she said, how dull. Then she reached into her small pouch and took something out. She made her decision. I will wager this. Then she forcefully tossed out the item she had just taken. In the middle of the floor was an extremely precious treasure, which, according to Cecile, was a drop of blood from a blue phoenix. Before the stunned crowd, she continued speaking. A legendary creature. His Majesty the Emperor personally bestowed it upon me. The people began to stir noisily. None of them could believe that something so precious, something that existed only in legends, had appeared right here. A drop of blood from a blue phoenix? Do you mean that immortal bird? Before the eyes fixed on her, Cecile calmly raised her voice to explain. When the lifespan of a blue phoenix comes to an end, it turns to ash in an instant amid blue flames. Then it is reborn. And as always, when it dies, it turns to ash. It is a legendary creature. That also means it will not leave behind even a single feather. But if a blue phoenix vows absolute loyalty to someone, it will leave behind a drop of blood when it dies. At this point, Cecile raised her voice and emphasized, and whoever holds this drop of blood will always be protected by the power of the blue phoenix. Forever. That is what His Majesty said, but His Majesty. Cecile hesitated, not daring to continue, because she feared the people present would not believe her, or if they did, they would be so angry they would vomit blood. Cecile remembered how her husband had looked when he gave this thing to her. His face had been indifferent, as if it were only a toy, and he had said to her, I caught it for fun. It dripped this out when it disappeared. Just put it somewhere you want to make it look prettier. She could not help shaking her head helplessly. He really said that when he gave it to me. I brought it with me on the way here. Cecile smiled again as she looked at the arrogant princess opposite her. What is it? Do you want me to add more? At this moment, Juliana knew she was no match for Cecile. She replied amicably, "Of course not, Your Majesty. I simply do not know what to say because it is so impressive." But inwardly, she could not help cursing Cecile. Damn it, I planned to draw everyone's attention with this pile of chips. How was I supposed to know she would take out something like that? And now, surely, the rumor that she bewitched the emperor and took all of the emperor's treasures must be true. The ministers looked at the level of Cecile's wager, and every one of them could only smile bitterly. In their hearts, they sorrowfully thought that her wager was far too high, and they automatically withdrew, making room for the two of them to play. "We will sit this one out, Your Majesty." Cecile looked toward Juliana again and spoke. "I am a little surprised, Princess Juliana. I had never heard that you were connected to this casino, but others might think you are the owner here." Juliana held a glass of red wine in one hand and replied in a courteous tone, "You may not know this, Your Majesty the Empress, but I own a rather large share here." Cecile seemed quite surprised by this answer. She asked again, "You? A casino in the Empire? You have quite a few interests." Seeing that Cecile still seemed doubtful about it, Juliana said leisurely, "What do you mean? There is no place better than a casino to learn a few things." After saying that, she fell silent again, her hand unconsciously turning the wine glass. In her heart, she thought wickedly, "And there is no better place to destroy you." The scene shifted elsewhere. Richard was extremely uncomfortable with the jumble in his mind. It made the attendant beside him ask, "Are you all right?" He realized he had become somewhat unable to suppress his discomfort. Looking embarrassed, he glanced at the attendant and answered politely, "Ah, yes." But in his head, he continued thinking, "Something tells me this witch is new to this. I thought a beautiful melody would ring out when witches use the power of water, accompanied by an elegant, noble image, like the scene of Cecile strumming a harp." But then Juliana's appearance flashed through his mind, making him unable to hide his disappointment. "But that is no different from silent noise. She's like a beginner, so perhaps I do not need to do anything after all." Richard could not help breaking out in a cold sweat as he remembered Aston's sharp, murderous gaze staring at him and the words he had said. "If anything happens to her, even if she loses a single strand of hair, I will break every bone in your body." That made him decide firmly, "No, let's do something." After that, Richard stepped into the room where the game was being held. With just a little minor magic, he realized that, as he thought, she was trying to use hypnosis. Even stronger hypnosis at that. At this moment, Princess Juliana was arrogantly mocking Cecile, implying that she was someone with no knowledge at all. Perhaps you do not know this because you come from the countryside, but a casino is a place where large amounts of money come and go. Cecile's face showed a faint trace of displeasure. Richard, watching from below, could not help frowning. The countryside? Did she just call the Empress's homeland the countryside? But Cecile still did not show any anger. She asked back, "And so?" But Juliana immediately continued, "Since every palace has a flourishing casino, it would be useful for Atone to open a casino as well. Why not try learning about it, Your Majesty the Empress? It would be more valuable than continuing to sit in one place and spend money." Cecile was utterly enraged by her words. She slammed her hand hard onto the table and spoke through gritted teeth. "You dare." But strangely, the people before her did not show any reaction to that. Every one of them stared wide-eyed. They even clapped and cheered, and some of them loudly said, "Exactly right, Your Highness. I did not expect you to have such far-reaching vision. A princess who worries about the future of the nation. It is truly a waste of your talent." Cecile saw that their attitude was not right. The words she had just started to say quickly stopped. Wait. In confusion, she thought, what is wrong with these people? Like fanatics, they began praising Juliana. Not only is she beautiful, she is also wise. She is truly wonderful. Could this be the emergence of the second great sage? At that moment, a magic butterfly flew to Cecile's ear, carrying Richard's voice. "Great sage, my foot. What are they even talking about?" His words greatly surprised Cecile. "Richard?" When he heard her reply, he continued, "Yes, it is me. She is using every bit of power she has. It seems to grow stronger when she puts on an act, displaying all of her strongest basic desires. A casino is the best place for her." Then he asked Cecile, "Why not let me handle it?" He began tempting her. "I can destroy this amateur hypnosis easily. In exchange, if you lend me that scepter." At this point, Cecile seemed to understand everything. She did not let him continue and firmly struck the scepter in her hand against the floor, murmuring, "A performance, is it?" Then she spoke loudly to the person opposite her. There was not the slightest fear on her face. Instead, she smiled brightly. "Princess Juliana, I do not know what ideas you have in mind, but I suppose someone from the countryside like me has many things to learn from you. Cecile's smile made Juliana's expression change despite herself. She thought anxiously, I know my power does not affect her. Then why is she saying this? Cecile observed the change in her expression and continued, a great lesson must come at a very steep price. I will raise the wager for your benefit. Cecile lifted the scepter in her hand and placed it on the table. Immediately after her words, murmurs rang out throughout the crowd again. The scepter? At that moment, Juliana's face completely changed. Seeing her like that made Cecile even happier. She pretended to exclaim, oh my, is it too high? Then she did not forget to prop her chin on her hand, look directly into Juliana's eyes, and issue a warning. Then you should do your very best. Put yourself in proper condition. Cecile raised her head high, displaying the majesty of a queen, while Juliana was somewhat shaken and thought, does she want to wager the scepter to unsettle me in this game? But Juliana spoke humbly, Your Majesty, although it is only a game, you should not. Suddenly, as though realizing something, she stopped speaking and thought inwardly. No, wait, the casino is under my control. I can win every game with my power. But the scepter is one of the imperial treasures. Losing it would also mean losing the Empress's authority. Juliana smiled. It seems she is trying to attract everyone's attention with this. But I will make you regret it, Empress. This sounds very advantageous to me. Juliana regained her calm and spoke again with a somewhat arrogant air. I am sure you also know that you will not be able to take it back if you lose. Cecile replied amiably, it seems you do not even consider the possibility that you might lose. It is good to see you so confident. Inside, Juliana cursed. I will make it impossible for you to keep smiling like that. Outwardly, she said cheerfully, one must be confident when gambling, mustn't one? What shall we play? She smiled confidently while still secretly scattering her magic power. Choose any game you like. I will make you cry and admit your defeat. As you said, I've never played these games in the countryside. Cecile repeated Juliana's words from earlier. I do not know the rules of complicated games. Why do we not play something a little simpler? In Cecile's hand was a familiar white die. She explained, let's take 6 dice. Each of us will throw 3, and we will see who has the higher total score. Is that not a real game, as you see it? Juliana answered without hesitation, very well. The two glared at each other with extremely dangerous gazes. The dealer prepared the game. Juliana called the ponytailed girl over. She took out a cup and instructed, please place the dice in here, shake it, and set it on the table. After that, we will move the cups at the same time to see the results. Cecile toyed with the die in her hand and calmly said, wait a moment. Then she crooked her finger at Richard, who was standing and watching. Come here. He approached and asked, what is it? Cecile whispered helplessly, check whether it has magic. Seeing this, Richard leaned in and lightly touched his lips to the die still in Cecile's hand, startling everyone around them. It was accompanied by the sound of something shattering into many pieces. After that scene ended, the two master and servant smiled and spoke to each other. Thank you. It was my honor. But at the same time, Cecile was alarmed and whispered, why did you kiss it? Richard answered nonchalantly, there is nothing more reliable than putting it to my mouth. He used telepathic magic to tell her the die is completely normal. I can use magic to win this round. What do you think? But Cecile answered solemnly, there is no need. Just stop Juliana from using her power. Then she turned and spoke to everyone. My maid once said that gambling must always be fair. The image of the blue-haired maid kindly instructing her appeared in Cecile's mind. So there should be no cheating tricks at all, because only then does it become worthwhile. Both players had thrown the dice. The dealer announced this while covering the plastic cups with her hands. Before we view the results, do both of you promise to abide by the outcome of the wager, no matter what it may be? Cecile and Juliana both answered, I accept. After receiving their answers, the dealer said, in that case, the 2 cups remained upside down, waiting for the results to be revealed. Hiss, hiss. The necklace on Juliana's chest lit up. An enormous flow of magic power spread everywhere. Richard heard the unpleasant, grating hissing sounds and raised his hands to cover his ears, cursing inwardly. Damn it, this sound. Juliana is using magic, just as I thought. I need to protect Cecile. Suddenly, Cecile spoke. Princess, as you said, did you know that a large amount of money comes and goes through a casino? But it is still only a form of business. A form of business involving a great deal of money. The red-tinged flow of magic still enveloped the surrounding air. together with the ear-piercing hissing. Cecile stood up, causing Juliana to flinch slightly. And business should be left to merchants. The duty of a member of the imperial family like you is not to manage a casino, but to manage the laws that govern them. A stream of magic power, bright blue in color, followed Cecile's words and appeared around her. In a flash, everything returned to normal. Richard was still covering his ears, startled by this sudden peace. The sound had vanished. Cecile calmly looked at Juliana, who had gone pale across the table. Richard, standing outside, was just as bewildered. Cecile turned to the dealer and said something, making the woman jump. Igriegagis. A cup was opened. 3 dice appeared, each with a red-dotted face on top. Princess Juliana has won. One. The dealer hesitantly announced the result. And the Empress has 6. The huge gap in the scores made Juliana tremble and lower her head. Cecile stood proudly, looking down at the numbers. The decision was made. The Empress won. That can't be. A doubtful voice rang out. Even the dealer was surprised by the result. Across from her, Richard recalled that when Juliana had been using magic, he had intended to use his own magic to protect the Empress. But at that moment, he had heard an incredibly pleasant sound. It was like the sound of wind. A gentle blue stream of magic power drifted through the air, flowing along Richard's memories. 666. Her Majesty the Empress is the winner. The announced result plunged Juliana into despair, and her face changed color. Richard still could not process what had happened and wondered, was Princess Juliana's magic dispelled? The people around them began whispering, while Juliana broke out in a cold sweat. That can't be. How did the magic disappear? She shouldn't be skilled enough for that. My magic! Juliana reached up and touched her necklace. But the stone, which had once been red, had now turned a gloomy gray. Her eyes widened as she realized that all the magic had vanished. She staggered to her feet, unable to believe what she was seeing, and muttered while clutching the stone, "Impossible. This is only a dream. There's no way this could happen." Juliana stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "Empress, what trick did you use?" But the guards immediately rushed over, scolded her for her disrespect, and firmly seized the arms of the princess from Adwan. Cecile said sternly, "You promised that no matter what the result was, you would obey. I hope you enjoy the remaining time you have left in the Empire, because you will get to experience a different kind of joy from when you were a princess." Juliana screamed and cried as she was dragged away, shouting, No, this can't be happening. I said you may not." Cecile turned away gracefully, but her heart was pounding wildly. That had almost become a huge disaster. Inside her mind, tiny Ceciles were joyfully dancing in celebration. "I won. I really won. I got the scepter back and taught Juliana a lesson." A butterfly fluttered over, carrying Richard's voice to her. "But is it all right for you to act so wonderfully?" Cecile still did not understand, so he explained again. "I heard that outside. You pretend to be a wicked woman. If you went in such a splendid way, will it really be all right? And what about when you declare the party earlier? Look, everyone is gazing at you with admiration." Richard walked over to Cecile, and the two of them turned to the side with blank expressions. Over there, every noble was moved, their eyes sparkling as 2 streams of tears flowed down their faces. They exclaimed, as expected of Her Majesty the Empress, "She is always thinking of the future of the Empire's people." Cecile let out a loud groan. This was a disaster. But she suddenly realized there was a way. She immediately turned to Richard. Sniffling, she pulled Richard into her arms and said loudly, "Ah, I only have you. You are the one who saved me." The young man asked quietly in confusion, "Me?" The scene became so romantic and glittering that even the speech bubbles turned pink. Her Majesty the Empress gently placed a hand on the servant's lips and replied, "Yes, my night canary. Your kiss saved me." Cecile passionately continued her act. "Tonight, shall we listen to music together and enjoy ourselves? Already, I feel as though I can hear an orchestra playing somewhere." This performance frightened those watching so much that they backed all the way up against the wall. Cecile turned and said, "I cannot wait any longer. Time is far too urgent. Someone, prepare the carriage at once." Richard, who had been caught by her, cooperated with the performance. Your Majesty the Empress, I am so afraid of the whip." And so they immediately left, leaving only a few words behind. "Then we must go at once, my canary." The nobles left behind looked at one another in silence. Then they murmured, repeating the words the two had spoken. Inside the carriage, mixed in with thudding sounds, Cecile's scolding voice rang out. "Are you insane? A whip? A whip, you say?" As she shouted, she attacked Richard with the scepter. The young man raised his arms to cover his head and begged for mercy. "Ugh, I'm going to die." Cecile smiled proudly and encouraged herself. "Your Majesty, though it may be difficult and exhausting, I will do my best to wait until you return. So please, come back safely and as quickly as possible." The Duchy of Isha, the capital, Eton. Beneath the city, in the basement, was a gloomy room. The only light down there was blue, emitted by a mysterious cultivation chamber. Through the layer of glass, the silhouette of something could be seen. A man in a white coat stood facing it. With a sound, the blue liquid inside flowed out. The black-haired doctor smiled and said, "I no longer need this, because the real thing is coming here." Aston, a familiar name, emerged from his mouth. "I wonder if you know just how much effort we put in to create you." He looked down at that twisted creature. Frowning with disgust, he muttered, "A bunch of trash." Even after that, I tried experimenting countless times, but I still could not create a masterpiece like Aston. However, the doctor turned to look toward another cultivation chamber. Although its abilities are still limited, its appearance is exactly like Aston's. The creature inside looked like smoke drifting freely, but it had a pair of red eyes that seethed with intensity. The mysterious man let out an "ah." "So you also know that Aston is coming here. Hurry and come." The corners of his mouth suddenly stretched wider. "I will help you rediscover your true nature." In the silent room, Irene lay on the bed and groaned softly. She startled awake, but her mouth still murmured, "I want to sleep." She turned her head and vaguely saw the figure of a man sitting beside her, reading a book. Richard rested his face on his hand, his eyes following the words. The next morning, Irene shot upright in shock and shouted, "Richard!" But the person across from her suddenly became the slave boy Cecile had just taken in. The boy smiled kindly and asked, "You're awake?" Richard asked with concern, "What happened just now?" Irene could only rub her eyes and say, "It's nothing. I must have been too tired, so I saw things." She hesitantly asked, her words halting, "You are Her Majesty the Empress's, right?" "Night Canary." The moment that name was spoken, Richard immediately declared, "Please just call me JD." "Yes," Irene agreed at once. "Then, JD, how did I end up on this bed?" Her eyes suddenly widened as if she had remembered something, and she shouted, "Wait, the casino!" Just then, Cecile slammed the door open and rushed into the room, saying loudly, "Irene, I heard you woke up." Irene, surprised, called out, "Your Majesty the Empress, what happened to the casino?" Cecile answered with a troubled, sorrowful expression, "Do not worry about that. Everything ended well." Irene forced a smile and said, "Is that so? What a relief." Inwardly, she wondered, "Then why does she look like that?" "Irene, I mean." Cecile hesitated. The young lady of House Ivan continued for her, "Please say it, Your Majesty the Empress." Cecile clenched her hands as though she had made a firm decision. "Although this may be sudden, please stop working as my maid." Cecile could barely bring herself to say it. Those words immediately frightened Irene. She unexpectedly gaped. "What is happening? Could it be that she discovered I was aiming for the position of Empress? No, if that were the case, I would have been driven away long ago. Could she have used me to deal with Juliana? Like when the hunt is over, the hunting dog must be disposed of?" Irene immediately dropped to her knees and said loudly, "What do you mean, Your Majesty the Empress?" Her knees struck the floor, making her tear up from the pain. Inwardly crying out that it hurt, she still continued pleading, "Am I that inadequate? I will try even harder. I will do anything you command. Even if it is cleaning the floors, I will do it all. From now on, I will not let myself faint like I did today. Even if it is my fault, I will do my best to stop it." Irene spoke desperately, but Cecile's complexion still did not improve much. She said softly, That is exactly why I am telling you to stop working for me." Irene cried out desperately, tears welling up and streaming down. Irene froze and stared as Cecile continued to confess her feelings. "I understand your devotion, but I can no longer stand by and watch you be put in danger." She blamed herself. If Irene had not been my maid, she would not have been hurt like this. "Your Majesty the Empress." Irene gently stood up and reached out to wipe away Cecile's tears. "You cannot drive me away for a reason like that." She smiled brightly, as if to comfort the person before her. Cecile softly called, "Irene," and took her hand. Irene asked firmly, "Instead, can we be friends?" Irene let out a confused sound, still surprised by this sudden promotion. Back in the Duchy of Isha, which was filled with the smell of smoke, Aston said sternly to Kane, "Order the knights to fall back. Only Duke Paris's castle remains. I will handle this place alone. Retreat so far that you cannot clearly see this place." Kane bowed his head and answered, "I understand." He turned and ordered the entire army to withdraw. The sound of wind howled through the air. Only Aston remained, along with the voices of the Jujundit. "At last, you have made it this far. Aston, open the castle gate. Revenge. Our war of revenge has finally come." They surrounded him, whispering endlessly. As Aston looked into emptiness, he clenched his fist. How tedious. He thought, I wonder what Cecile is doing right now. He dreamed of a truly peaceful scene. When all of this is over, I only want to hold her and rest in her arms, or go somewhere together with her. And Aston recalled Cecile smiling as she praised him. Stowe's fruit is truly delicious. Wherever she wanted to go, it would be wonderful as long as he could go with her. Aston's eyes looked up at the high sky, his face filled with indescribable emotion, and he murmured, "Yes, when this war is over." He advanced toward the towering structure, tightly gripping his black sword. The scent of blood drifted through the wind. Aston's trouser legs were soaked with blood. A cold voice rang out. "It has been a long time, Aston." Aston stood still and looked at the man in the darkness. "Should I call you Aston?" "No. Now I suppose I should call you Your Majesty the Emperor." This man was Duke Paris. He was still leisurely holding a glass of red wine in his hand, his expression perfectly relaxed. Only then did Aston speak. "I came to repay a debt." He was Duke Paris, the Grand Duke of the Duchy of Isha, and also the person behind the experiments involving Jujundit's blood. He should have been more than 80 years old. Aston spoke in a cold voice. "Naturally, you're still living with that monster's face." Paris smiled brightly. There was not a single wrinkle on his face, despite the age he should have had. He replied, "And you are still living a lie with the face of a human." At that moment, Aston tightened his grip on his sword, and Paris's gaze turned sinister as he said to Aston, "What a pity. I quite like your true appearance." Upon hearing that, Aston's face immediately darkened. Paris seemed to remember something and continued, "Ah, that is right. I heard you took an empress." He spoke in a mocking voice. "Did you really go so far as to do that? Do you think that just because someone close to you is human, you can live like they do?" But Paris seemed to understand Aston extremely well. He said mysteriously, "I suppose the Empress does not know why you refuse to let her see even a single portrait of you." At that moment, Paris took a necklace from around his neck. Though it sounded like a question, it was more like a notice. "So, I was thinking of sending her one. What do you think?" Aston's complexion grew darker and darker. His sharp eyes stared fixedly at Paris. As Paris held the necklace in his hand, he had believed that the women sent to the palace to bear a child received not even the slightest bit of attention. Even Princess Juliana of Adwan had failed. He had thought Aston was acting that way to make him stop sending women because he found it bothersome. But after everything that had happened, Paris understood clearly. He curved his lips into a cold smile. Still, Paris was a little surprised as he thought. A monster like Aston, someone who hates being touched more than death itself, has fallen in love with someone? How interesting. Paris had been smiling brightly the entire time. He opened his mouth and asked Aston, "You must utterly hate the thought of the Empress finding out, don't you? The thought of her seeing your true, terrifying face." Paris stood proudly with his chest thrust out and reminded Aston, "Come here, Your Majesty. Didn't you want to kill me?" Aston spoke in an icy voice. "I will grant your wish." At that moment, that voice appeared again inside Aston's head, urging him on. "Aston, at last, the time for revenge has come. Hurry and kill him. Kill him. If you kill him, our vengeance will be fulfilled." But the smile on Paris's lips remained unchanged. He gently swirled the wine glass in his hand as if savoring it. Then the glass abruptly fell and shattered. The red wine splashed out like fresh blood. At that very moment, crimson arcs of electricity rose up around Aston, but he showed no expression. He said indifferently, "A magic circle to imprison me? It will have no effect." Paris contemptuously exhaled a single sentence. "We shall see." Suddenly, Paris did something. Aston's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he looked at him. At that moment, Paris's head turned into a mass of black vapor, with only one large eye in the center. It looked utterly grotesque. Aston looked toward the workshop and thought, "Another one of his experimental creatures? I will send him off peacefully, in a single strike." But at that moment, Paris's entire body shattered like broken glass. Aston did not understand what it was. His expression darkened as he looked at the fragments falling to the floor. Aston wondered, was it a mirror? In that case, Aston looked at his own blood-stained hands. Suddenly, his hands also turned into two masses of black vapor, just like Paris's head had a moment ago. Aston's expression began to fill with panic. Then a scream that shook the heavens rang throughout the entire castle. Inside the palace, Cecile seemed to sense something and turned her face in a certain direction. A maid asked, "Your Majesty the Empress, what is wrong? Did you not hear something?" Cecile touched her chin and murmured, "I clearly heard it." Tanya, who was cleaning inside the palace, found a green jewel and brought it to Cecile for her opinion. "Your Majesty the Empress, where should this be placed?" Cecile was a little surprised and exclaimed, "Ah, Alice Emerald. I have not seen it in a long time." Then Cecile slowly said, "I have not seen ale around lately either. Put it over here." At that moment, the emerald suddenly shone brilliantly. The light was so dazzling that Cecile and Tanya had to cover their eyes. Then Alex appeared from somewhere, clutching his body as he trembled and sneezed several times. "Ah, so cold. It was so cold I thought I was going to die." Seeing him, Cecile cried out in surprise, "Wow, I was just talking about you. How did you know?" Alex suddenly spoke in a hurry. "Wait, where is the Emperor?" Cecile, not understanding, asked back, "His Majesty?" She seemed worried as she said, "What happened to His Majesty?" At that moment, no one knew that Aston was currently in danger. Aston was now clutching his face, which was giving off black smoke, and screaming without end. Looking up at the castle from outside, one could see that strange black smoke pouring out. Aston's entire body was surrounded by that black vapor. But Paris's face was still intact. He glanced emotionlessly at the black smoke. Paris smiled coldly and said, "From the very beginning, I never had any intention of living on." Aston looked at Aston's entire face. It had almost completely lost its original shape. He continued speaking, "All I need is for you to return to this form. Jujind's blood is the most perfect thing we ever created. A great power, a greatness that nothing can stop, and madness as well." Looking at Aston's pitch-black face, Duke Paris growled, "You must exist like this." The entire castle was filled with gloomy smoke. The air was truly horrifying. But Cain finally realized something strange. Unable to believe it, he gasped, "My God." Cain immediately shouted to everyone, "Everyone, retreat at once. Leave the Duchy of Isha quickly." The soldiers asked in confusion, "What?" But His Majesty still hasn't returned. Cain hurriedly cut them off. "There's no time. Hurry." Cain stood frozen, staring at the dark castle before him. The scene in front of him felt as though it were hell itself. His expression grew more and more frightened. Cold sweat was already running down his face. The black energy grew thicker and thicker. It seemed to have enveloped the entire castle. Cain's voice trembled. "Your Majesty." Why? He recalled the conversation he had had with Aston earlier. Aston had said, "Cain, I have a warning for you. Since you are by my side, one day you may see something terrible." At the time, he had not really understood what Aston meant and had asked vaguely, "Something terrible? Why would your Majesty say that?" Aston had not explained clearly. He had merely spoken at ease. "I will not explain. If you see it, you will understand." Now, the dark sky seemed to prove Aston's words true. At that time, he had told Cain, "But I have a piece of advice for you. If you do not want to die, run away immediately." At that very moment, Alex shouted in the palace, "Where is the Emperor?" Cecile, her mind still muddled, replied, "His Majesty? What about him?" "He has gone to subjugate the Duchy of Isha." Alex could not keep his composure, and his words slipped out. "What? What do you mean, what great wizard?" Cecile was growing more confused by the second. She asked back, "Great wizard?" Alex's eyes seemed to realize something. He approached and stared intently at Cecile's face, then said, "Oh, wait a minute. The number of people increased while the two of you weren't seeing each other, didn't it?" Cecile, who had lost her composure a moment ago, snapped at him, "Enough nonsense. Get to the point." Cecile hurriedly asked Alex, "Why are you in such a hurry to find His Majesty?" Alex slowly answered, "Ah, the thing is His Majesty." He was about to say something when Aston's cold face and voice appeared in his mind before Cecile. "You must never speak of Jujind's blood." Alex immediately panicked and clapped his hands over his mouth. Good heavens, I almost lost control and spilled everything. Alex quickly brushed it off. "It's nothing. He will tell you himself." Cecile truly could not endure it any longer and spoke angrily. "What on earth is going on?" At that moment, Alex suddenly pointed at Richard, who was still standing silently to one side, and said, "Fine, Where is this place called the Duchy of Isha? Show it to me. You mage over there. You look pretty strong, so help me. Richard put on an innocent, cheerful expression and asked, is there a mage here? Who is it? Immediately, everyone looked at him in silent disbelief. What good actor. Richard suddenly pointed in one direction and cried out, "Ah, miss, what is that?" Irina vaguely looked in the direction Richard indicated and let out a ha. Irina's eyes slowly closed. But Richard had now returned to his true form. His large hand caught Irina as she fell. Smiling, he said, "Until now, I still wanted to hide my whereabouts." Richard propped his chin on his hand and spoke leisurely. "Anyway, how did you know I am Richard, the strongest mage in the world? This spirit truly has a good eye." Alex quickly cut in. "I never said that." Hearing that, Richard asked back, "Then what do you want me to help with?" Alex answered him, "You will open a gate to that place." Richard pondered for a moment, then hesitated as he said to Alex, "A gate? Even if I can open one to that place, I probably won't be able to keep it open for long. It's too far away, and besides, it's dangerous." Hearing that, Alex hurriedly explained, "Of course it would be a problem for humans, but I'll be the only one going through, so it's fine. There's no more time." Alex had already conjured a door. He turned back to Richard and said, "I'm opening it now. Help me." The blue barrier began to move. A door opened. From this side, everyone could see the gloomy castle through that blue opening. Cecile saw such a sight for the first time and was endlessly astonished. She turned to Richard and asked, "Is this magic difficult?" Richard answered without any expression. If Cecile were to perform it, it wouldn't be difficult. But connecting it properly is very hard, so it is extremely dangerous. And above all, it is very unstable. If you make a mistake, you could be lost in an unfamiliar space and might even die. Hearing that, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It was far too terrifying. Gargantia, in Tanya's arms, cried out noisily, "Hey, don't hug me so tightly." Cecile brought her face closer and looked at the scene through the window, thinking to herself, "What is that? The Duchy of Isha?" Cecile seemed to see something, her eyes fixed on one point. That dark castle, like hell. What on earth was that place? What happened? What is that? Who is it? Cecile was asking questions one after another. At that moment, a hand appeared behind Cecile. Then, immediately, the hand pushed Cecile with force. Frightened, Cecile tried to call Tanya and Richard. But before she could speak, her entire body flew into the gate. A cry rang out. Cecile, Tanya, and Richard, standing behind her, witnessed everything. Both of them turned pale and could not speak. They also had no idea what had just happened. Screams rang throughout the palace. The Empress. "Oh, we're dead for sure." On this side, Cecile had fallen down and cried out in pain. "Ow!" Cecile held her head, which had swollen into a lump, and complained, "It hurts. I hit my head." Cecile raised her head and murmured, "Huh? This place." Looking at the bookshelves occupying several floors, Cecile exclaimed, "A library?" After seeing Cecile rush into the magic circle Richard had created, Tanya, Richard, and the spirit were thrown into utter panic. Tanya looked as though she might collapse in tears right there. She grabbed the small spirit in one hand and a handful of hair on Richard's head in the other, shouting in despair. The Empress went into that gate. "Oh my God, Your Majesty, what do we do?" Then she yanked hard on Richard's hair and ordered him to hurry and open that gate again. "We have to go find Her Majesty." Richard stared blankly ahead and listlessly explained to her, "I can't. Even if I open a gate, the new gate will be completely different from the one just now. So even if I open it again, we won't be able to meet her." "Cecile, fine." In a low voice, he swore. "We're screwed." Tanya was so furious, she wanted to beat him to death on the spot. Realizing that staying there would not let them find their Empress, Tanya's group decided to make a round through the palace to check and search for her. Just then, a servant suddenly knocked on the Empress's chamber door and called, "Your Majesty, are you inside? You have your next appointment to attend to." The servant's voice made Tanya freeze in terror. She opened her mouth and said loudly, "This is terrible, Her Majesty." But before she could finish, a hand covered her mouth. She only managed to make a small, muffled sound. It turned out that Richard had swiftly covered Tanya's mouth before she could honestly reveal that the Empress had disappeared. But his action made Tanya extremely angry. She turned around and said, "No, this can't be." Then she kicked him, making him cough up blood and groan in pain. Ugh, how vicious. She tried to push herself up and open the door, but the other two stopped her. One lay flat on the floor and grabbed Tanya's clothes, while the spirit desperately pulled her hair to stop her from going. Seeing her become so unstable, the spirit struggled to say, "Tanya, calm down and listen to us." "Yes." Tanya immediately replied, "How can I possibly calm down now? "Hurry up and find Her Majesty. This is for Her Majesty." A voice answered from behind her. Yes. Richard saw that she was determined to act recklessly like this, and he could not help thinking of the wicked, malicious people waiting for the moment to bring down the emperor. He warned Tanya, if news of the empress's disappearance gets out, it will become troublesome. If the emperor's enemies take advantage of this opening, things will only become more complicated. If we want to find the empress, we have to do it discreetly. Hearing Richard say this, Tanya calmed down. She looked at him and asked, "Then what do we do?" "They're calling for Her Majesty now." Richard gently raised his hand and controlled a stream of blue magic as it rose. It condensed and formed Cecile's appearance. He pointed at the copy of Cecile and said to the people around him, "First, use this as a substitute." Looking at the figure before her that looked exactly like Cecile, Tanya could not help being stunned. Her eyes widened as she asked uncertainly, "Your Majesty?" Richard heard her and, while touching the cheek of the girl created by magic with his finger, continued, "It is a fake, but it should temporarily deceive those people." Seeing that Richard had created Cecile with magic, the black dragon thought of that exquisite scepter. It could not help wondering, why don't you create the scepter too? The Empress always carries it with her. Richard replied, "I cannot create an illusion of that. It is too complicated an object." Inwardly, he muttered, "That is why I told her to let me touch it once." To keep the conversation from continuing to stray from the main issue, one of them screamed, forcing the whole group to fall silent and think of a way to save Cecile. After all, this was not the time for idle chatter. If they did not want to die at the hands of that mad emperor, they had to find Cecile by any means necessary. While that group was racking their brains trying to find her, Cecile was currently inside a room full of books. She raised her head and looked around the room. Not knowing where this was, she guessed aloud, a library? Just then, an old book fell and struck her on the head, making her cry out in pain. Ow! Then she picked it up, opened it, and read. This mysterious book could not help stirring Cecile's curiosity. What is this? Is this book a romance novel? It doesn't even have a title. But when she turned a few more pages, she was extremely surprised. Strange words appeared. Cecile was standing in front of the fountain when she was suddenly drenched by a violent spray of water. Because she had thought the fountain had been abandoned for decades and no longer worked, she had been careless. Before a strange book that was written about someone with the same name as herself, and whose events were no different from what had once happened to her, Cecile murmured in disbelief. Is this my past? In her mind, the memory of when she had been little and had unfortunately been sprayed with water while passing that fountain automatically replayed. It made her even more curious. She flipped through a few more books. She suddenly realized that that book, all of them were stories about Cecile. Even a male lead was always Aston. All of it made Cecile unable to accept it right away. A huge question mark seemed to appear in her mind over these events. What is this? What on earth is this? Could it be? At this point, Cecile's narcissistic nature rose again. She guessed, is there a fan of my husband and me here? Thinking that, Cecile felt embarrassed. Yet inside her heart, it was as though 1,000 pink bubbles were floating out. She continued reading those books. Let's read and see what they wrote. What if they become famous bestsellers? BFF50. But before Cecile could be happy for long, she froze when she read the words, and Cecile died. A sudden death with no warning at all. Her death caused Aston's mental state to become increasingly unstable. Cecile hurriedly snapped the book shut, furious inside. She cursed. What madman deliberately wrote this? What is this? Don't just kill me off on your own. Then she ignored that book and read the others. Unfortunately, their contents did not change at all, making her very uncomfortable. I am speechless. How can every book here be about my death and His Majesty's? Cecile threw the book hard onto the floor, stood up, and shouted, "How unlucky! Phoenix, burn all these books for me." But just then, a gentle, clear voice, now near, now far, softly said to Cecile, "It is no use." Cecile immediately turned toward the source of the voice. Before her was an extremely mystical scene. On top of a large pile of books sat a strange girl of beautiful appearance, with 2 horns on her head. Her entire body was enveloped in a sacred radiance, noble and gentle, yet approachable. Her golden eyes were looking toward Cecile, and her hands lightly turned the pages of a book. Cecile looked at the beauty before her and could not help being curious. Who are you? The girl gently answered her. I am the Dragon Lord. Hearing the beauty's title, Cecile's eyes widened and her body trembled slightly as she replied, yes? Seeing Cecile's unusual reaction, the girl felt somewhat puzzled. What is wrong? Cecile said in a small voice, but I heard you were dead. The Dragon Lord did not seem surprised at all by Cecile's words. She calmly replied, that is right. I am a ghost. Cecile bent down respectfully and thought, she looks so beautiful and sparkling. Will Gargantia become like this too? Then she spoke. It is my first time meeting you. I am currently living with your son. Hearing that, the girl looked down and said leisurely, you must be having a hard time. Her words made Cecile remember the scene of herself with that black dragon. It always made incomprehensible demands. Dig in my ear for me. My ear suddenly itches. Tanya had been very angry when she heard it say that. What kind of demands are those? You crazy dragon. Yes. Cecile ended that brief recollection, looked again toward the noble girl before her, and asked, was it you who pushed me to this place? The girl also answered frankly, no, I did not even know you would come here. Hearing her say that, Cecile was very confused. Then where on earth is this place? And what are these unlucky books? No, I mean, what are they? She turned her eyes back to the pile of books, her gaze shooting daggers at them. Roughly how many books are piled up here? More importantly, there is one more problem. Why do I keep having to die? The beauty quietly said, not you. Cecile. Hearing that, Cecile immediately placed a hand on her chest and said, but I am Cecile. The beauty continued calmly, no, you are this Cecile, not the Cecile who died in there. What? Hearing the girl's words, Cecile could not believe that such a thing existed in the world. She found what the girl said utterly absurd. She thought this must be some fabrication. What are you talking about? Can you explain properly? Then, remembering what her main goal was at the moment, she continued, no. More importantly, can you send me home? The beauty looked at Cecile and answered, first of all, I cannot answer your question. This made Cecile ask in surprise, why not? The girl explained softly, because the great wizard made the first move. Cecile froze at the person she had just mentioned and murmured, the great wizard. In her mind, she remembered. Alex had once spoken about that matter. Afterward, Cecile looked at the Dragon Lord again and asked further, then what about sending me home? The girl immediately answered, I cannot send you home. However, I can send you into a page that is currently being written. Cecile was surprised and did not quite believe it. A page that is currently being written? The beauty turned the book as she said, that is right. Her face looked somewhat smug, and her voice sounded as though she were speaking to someone else. This is the last time. After coming this far, surely I can do as I please, can I not? Gargantia's mother held the book and said calmly, so it is possible to send this person into a page that is currently being written. Cecile looked at her in confusion and asked, that place is the human world, right? She replied, of course. Found it. Now I will send you in. Cecile was startled. Huh? That fast? Gargantia's mother raised her index finger and cast a spell as she asked in doubt, what can you do by staying here any longer? Hurry and go in. Go. Go to the person you're looking for. Cecile was surprised by her words. She asked, are you coming with me? The woman asked back, what did you say? Cecile expressed her desire to help. If you come with me, you can meet Gargantia. You will be so happy. The woman burst out laughing. She laughed until tears came to her eyes. Am I insane? It was enough that I gave birth to him. At my age, why would I have to meet that brat again? I am a little curious, though, how you managed to tame him. Cecile began to explain. I memorized an incantation from a certain book. Since it was the handiwork of the mother, the little one was in terrible pain. Cecile recalled the book's title, One Day, I Tamed a Dragon. Gargantia's mother exclaimed, so you read it in a book? Yes, that's right. Cecile opened her eyes wide and stared at her. You believe that? Gargantia's mother did not seem particularly surprised by her questions. What is there to be surprised about? Everything here is a book, after all. A few of them must have leaked outside and made their way to you. Cecile could not believe what she was hearing. Slightly astonished, she thought to herself, is that really possible? Have I entered a book? Why did I end up here? Gargantia's mother continued with her magic. Done. This page should be enough, right? A powerful light appeared in the middle of the dark night. She said, go quickly. Cecile hesitated for a moment, then turned back. With an extremely determined gaze, she looked toward that light. Her feet immediately carried her forward without the slightest hesitation. Suddenly, Gargantia's mother gave her one final warning. And if you do return, forget everything about having come here. Do not try to remember. It will be useless. Cecile cried out in panic. What? You should have told me that sooner. She watched regretfully as the ring of light closed. Cecile's figure also vanished before her eyes. Gargantua's mother turned away. As Cecile fell into the light she had created, she kept wondering. Even while holding the scepter, Cecile still could not find her way home. Could it be because this was the last time, and I did it too roughly? The previous Ceciles seemed to be a little better at it. She looked toward the droplets left behind after the light had gone out. What? She immediately leaned back against the heaps of books piled behind her. If this is the last time, then I should be allowed to do as I please, shouldn't I? It will fail again anyway. She affirmed her own words. What good would arguing now do? Even if we struggle until our entire race goes extinct, nothing will change. Perhaps all that remains for me in old age is meddling in other people's affairs. She closed her eyes and relaxed. I used my last strength to send Cecile to Aston's side. Then Gargantua's mother laughed comfortably to herself. There's one more thing that worries me. My corpse on the dark mountain range. No. If Cecile dies this time, then that will no longer matter either. I will be going first. The blue puddle on the ground was slowly moving, the result of what she had created earlier. She said, "Endure a little longer. Great wizard, you are Cecile's mother, after all." Black smoke billowed thickly from the surrounding houses. A piercing scream fell from the sky. Ah! Cecile fell straight into a castle. Slowly, she sat up and held the back of her aching neck. I survived. The blue bird transformed into a jewel. Cecile happily accepted it. Thank you. I survived because you caught me. Only then did she grasp the situation. But where is this? Everywhere was filled with black smoke rising into the sky from collapsed fires and ruins. What on earth is this place? From up high, Cecile turned her body forward. She seemed unable to believe what she was seeing. All around, something strangely dark surrounded the entire city. Ash flew everywhere, making the place look even more desolate. Not only that, there were human bones and corpses scattered about, crushed before those strange shadows. Cecile could not help covering her mouth with her hand, as if she were about to vomit. She was horrified by everything unfolding before her eyes. Those are all human bones. Suddenly, a human figure covered in blood began approaching her. Cecile turned to look. It was a person in an injured white lab coat running toward her. The man's expression looked as if he were about to go mad. In a panic, he clutched his head and tore at his hair, breathing raggedly. It was wrong. We were wrong. I am sorry, Aston. Cecile reacted at once. That name, Aston, did he just say His Majesty's name? The man kept apologizing. We were wrong. So please, if I do not make you complete it, I will die. Cecile called out to him. Hey you, he shouted. Who is it? Cecile probed him. Just now you mentioned Aston. Could you be talking about His Majesty? Where's His Majesty? The man asked in a trembling voice. Who are you? Are you not from the Research Institute? You called him His Majesty. Could you be someone from the Empire? Suddenly, he saw the object in Cecile's hand. Wait, that scepter. Could you be Empress Cecile? She silently asked. And if I am? The man began laughing madly. Impossible. You are here. Then all of a sudden, he began harboring ill intentions toward her. That's right. If I take you with me, I might survive. Cecile looked at the man in astonishment. What? He immediately seized her wrist. Cecile cried out in pain. The man lost control of both his actions and his words. Look, Aston, I brought your woman here. Hurry and step back. Cecile struggled in the madman's grip. Hey, His Majesty is not even here. What are you talking about? The man looked at her, and his gaze instantly changed. You do not know? Those strange clouds of smoke moving slowly over there. That is Emperor Aston's true form. Cecile froze, struck speechless by the declaration from that madman. You're saying that thing is Aston? The man held a knife to Cecile's throat and threatened Aston. She remained utterly shocked, staring wide-eyed at the strange masses of smoke writhing and moving. She could not believe her eyes. That is Aston. The smoke continued moving without pause. Suddenly, it slithered towards Cecile and the man. The man pressed the knife even harder against her neck and shouted at her, as if giving an order. Do it! Hurry up and scream! In pain and fear, she let out a small sound. But she stubbornly refused to scream and make Aston worry. The man grew even more frightened and furious as he urged her on. I told you, hurry up and tell Aston to back away. Cecile's neck was bleeding and hurting, but she still gritted her teeth and endured it. Are you insane? Do you think I will do as you say? The man shouted angrily. Fine, have it your way. As he spoke, he struck her hard across the face, sending her tumbling to the ground. Her eyes filled with resentment as she looked at him while he threatened Aston. If you do not back away, your empress will. Before he could finish speaking, the smoke revealed his figure and moved toward Cecile. The man's eyes widened in fear and astonishment, and he was rendered speechless. A spray of blood appeared before Cecile's eyes. She remembered what she had once heard before becoming empress. It was said that every empress who had entered the palace during that time had died. The servants in the palace had thought Cecile would be no exception. They had even considered that she would be the next to be killed. Then who will go in to clean up the empress's body? Everyone who went before is dead. And she had heard something even more horrific. It was said that the king had torn their bodies in half with his bare hands. Back then, she felt truly afraid. He was a tyrant in the truest sense. Sitting on the ground, she silently watched the strange smoke writhing along the wall. She trembled violently. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Even her cries came out shaking and wordless. The strange smoke continued creeping closer to her. She was so frightened that the tears gathered at the corners of her eyes finally spilled down. What should I do? I have to run away, but she sat there blankly, watching everything unfold before her eyes. A wisp of black smoke brushed past and wiped away her tears. She stared in confusion. The smoke wiped my eyes for me. Even if Aston had turned into smoke, there was one undeniable truth. He loved her. The wisps of smoke merged together, forming an image and sensation that made her think of Aston reaching his arms out toward her. It looks like him. It really looks like him. Cecile no longer wanted to run. She simply sat there, staring at him. The smoke that had wiped away her tears was just like the hands that had once held her. She called out to him amid the drifting smoke. "Your Majesty." The smoke continued to move, wrapping around Cecile and forming an image resembling Aston. With tears falling, she reached out, desperately wanting to touch him. "Why are you in this form?" But she could not touch him. Just as her hand was about to reach him, the smoke swiftly pulled back, avoiding her touch. She tried to hold on, calling out through her tears, "Your Majesty." The smoke simply drifted away with a rustling sound, despite her heart-rending cries. "Your Majesty, where are you going? Please do not go." She shouted after him, but only got halfway through. "Your Majesty." The remaining words never left her mouth. A scene unfolded that made her eyes widen in shock. She hurriedly covered her ears to avoid the terrifying sound. This is the crying from that time. It was the image of a little boy sitting curled up all alone. When he realized that she had seen his form, he panicked. "I've been exposed. I absolutely do not want to be exposed." He worried. Cecile saw my form. A voice rang beside his ear, soothing him. "Do not worry, Aston." The voice continued. "If you have been exposed, all you have to do is kill her." It clung to his shoulder and kept urging him on, but he still maintained his composure and his decision. No, he had struggled so hard to fight against the evil demons inside him. But when it came to Cecile, the black shadows would not let him go so easily. They kept tormenting him. Why? Whenever your form was exposed, you always killed the person to silence them. Another shadow said, "I hear Aston cannot kill that person." "Is that so?" "If that was the case," the wicked shadow said, "all this time we have been killing people for Aston, haven't we? This time we will do the same." Hearing that, he shouted, "No," but he could not stop the demons. "Aston, rest for a little while." They said to one another, "Let us kill her." The other one said, "How should we kill her?" In his heart, Aston screamed, "No, Cecile." He shouted in vain, "Run." But Cecile did not seem able to hear his voice. She simply stood there, staring wide-eyed. The black shadows had already planned to kill her, just as Aston had done throughout all that time. Just one strike. Aston was terrified beyond words and could only beg them. Please, no matter what, he had to stop them. But before he could say anything, they continued. They spoke of what they wanted to do and would do to Cecile. Pierce her heart. Something flew past her, but she managed to dodge it in time. She fell from the top of the very tall building. The black shadows asked one another in confusion. What? Did she jump down herself? As she fell, she still forced herself to speak. "Your Majesty, I will not let your Majesty kill me." She continued speaking with a warm smile, even as tears welled and streamed from the corners of her eyes. "Rather than make your Majesty do something so sad, I would rather jump down myself." Her hair flew loose. Gusts of wind rushed past Aston's eyes. He stared at her, his heart burning as if on fire. "No, no, Cecile." He screamed, "No." Suddenly, someone's hand reached out, grabbed Cecile by the sleeve, and pulled her back. At that moment, Aston's eyes were filled entirely with the image of her falling. His bloodshot eyes blazed as if they would burn everything to ashes. It was Tanya. She let out a relieved breath. Today, Richard and Tanya had ridden Gargantia here to rescue Cecile. The spirit Alex had come with him as well. Tanya said, "If we had been even a little later, this would have been a disaster, Your Majesty." Fortunately, she had managed to grab Cecile's clothes and hold on to her. Seeing the dragon, Cecile called out in surprise. "Gargantia," Tanya said anxiously. "Your Majesty, hurry and climb up." Seeing her, Cecile called, "Tanya." After they pulled Cecile up, Richard was so relieved that he cried out, "Oh my goodness, thank heavens. We're alive." Cecile was even more surprised to see all of them. Richard, and even Alex? Tanya looked at Cecile anxiously, utterly alarmed. "Good heavens, what happened to your face? And your hair, too?" Cecile replied, "Oh, I was hit." When Tanya heard that, she immediately grew furious, as if flames were blazing around her. "Who was it? I will kill him." Even Cecile was frightened by her state and said, he is already dead." Suddenly, Alex called out, "Gargantuan, we have nothing left to do here now." But Cecile immediately objected. No, but she did not know how to explain it. "His Majesty is still." Suddenly, she saw a book beside her. She reached out, took the book, and opened it to read. When Alex saw that, he panicked. "Hey, why are you suddenly reading a book? I told you we have to get out of here quickly." But she did not pay attention to what he said and kept her eyes fixed on the book. The contents of the book described how Cecile could restore Aston to his original form. The book also stated it very clearly. The things to prepare: 1 dragon, 1 spirit, 1 mage, 1 woman, the scepter, and Cecile, the person who would hold that scepter. Everything was already complete. All that remained was to act. There was another line written there, making her eyes widen and her resolve grow even stronger. "Although we failed, we hope that you, Cecile, will succeed." From a 999,999,999 Cecile. She took the scepter and stood powerfully, ready to fight. She turned to everyone and said, "From now on, everyone, listen to what I say." She climbed onto Gargantia, who did not understand what she intended to do at all. What sort of madness is this? Everyone was still unable to understand her intention. "We are going to save Aston." The smoke flashed, illuminating the whole space. Suddenly, the light of magic being performed appeared, startling Cecile. It was Richard's magic. He said, "I do not know what you intend to do, but I will help." The black smoke advanced toward them. Tanya raised her hand into a fist and struck toward it. "Hey, you things, stay away from Her Majesty." The spirit Alex was also casting magic as he asked, "Hey, just how far down do we have to go?" She answered, "Just a little farther." With a firm and resolute gaze, she thought to herself, "That is what the book said." Gargantia carried everyone and flew straight down to the lowest point. There were 2 eyes there. The strange smoke had formed a large cloud-like mass with 2 eyes constantly moving. But Aston was being held inside it. They clung to him, preventing him from escaping. Cecile called his name loudly. "Aston." The sound of water dripped steadily. The dragon thought, "I am curious too." It was also worried. Can that little girl really save Aston? He was trapped in that lonely space, holding himself pitifully. Cecile held the scepter and advanced with the powerful, dignified bearing of a goddess. Magic and every kind of light blazed as if exploding through the space. That morning in the palace, the wind blew softly, the sun shone brightly, and birds sang sweetly. Aston's voice called out, "Cecile, are you awake?" She jolted awake and said in alarm, "I had a dream." He caressed her face. Still half asleep, she told him with her eyes only partly open, "I dreamed that Your Majesty had turned into a strange form, and I was saving Your Majesty." Everything was in chaos. It was truly exhausting in the dream. Suddenly, he said, "I know." She was slightly startled and opened her eyes wide. He smiled gently and continued, "That was not a dream." Cecile was shocked and could not believe it. "It was not a dream." Aston continued, smiling gently as he gazed at her. She remembered those events. "Then everything that happened, the way we saved Your Majesty, it was all real?" Then, as she moved closer, he caressed her face and smiled. "I am truly very happy, Your Majesty." Suddenly, she stopped. Her eyes hesitated slightly, but then she saw Tanya, Richard, and even the dragon being punished. "Why is everyone like that?" He hesitated before answering her. "That is because of that thing." She was surprised. "That thing? What is this thing you are talking about?" "Cecile. Oh ho ho, bring me more young men. Has my palace still not been repaired? I want more jewels." Cecile watched another Cecile doing bizarre things and blurted out, "What is that?" Aston answered her, "A magical doll standing in for you." After hearing that, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and could not understand anything anymore. Her scream rang throughout the entire palace. "That doll has been standing in for me all this time." She picked up a sheet of paper so long it nearly touched the floor. It was a list of everything the fake Cecile had done. She read through everything written on it: buying male escorts and jewels, renovating the garden in the Empress's palace, changing every meal into a 20-course banquet, and locking up any chef who dared to object. She panicked. "We need to save them." But Aston reassured her, "Don't worry, I already released them." But Richard, still tied up above them, groaned and pleaded, "Hey, it wasn't my fault. That was the image you had to maintain. And if it weren't for that doll, things might have turned out even worse." The fake Cecile added, "He's right." Then she ran over and clung to Aston, acting spoiled. "Your Majesty, please forgive me." Cecile was so scared. Aston looked at her in disgust. Cecile shouted angrily, "When have I ever acted like that?" Richard laughed nervously. Richard had destroyed the doll with his magic. Aston had lost patience with all these absurd games. He shouted at them, "That is enough. Get out." At last, everyone was spared, and they fled outside like arrows released from a bow. Cecile was still holding the paper, the list of things the fake Cecile had done. She read it again and again, then sighed softly. Aston approached Cecile and asked, "Are you still reading that? Can you even read it? You still need to rest right now." Cecile said hesitantly, "But I need to know what happened." Suddenly, Aston moved close to her. His lips touched hers, and they shared a warm, passionate kiss. He reassured her, "It's all right. You only need to rest." He stroked her head with tenderness and love. Cecile worriedly took Aston's hand. "What about you, Your Majesty? Are you all right?" He smiled gently at her, his heart also glad that she was worried about him. He embraced her and scolded her lovingly. "That is what I should be asking you." Suddenly, her eyes lowered, glistening as if she were about to cry. "Don't laugh. I'm still so scared. You know that." Seeing her cry like that made Aston's heart ache. Her hand, placed against his chest, was still trembling. He could tell just how frightened she had been that day. She buried her head in his chest and sobbed. Even though she had been that scared, recalling that day and how bravely she had fought, she said, "But I still did all of it." His hand gently wiped away the tear lingering at the corner of her eye. She immediately took his hand, making him pause for a moment. She said, "That was how I knew that the black thing was you." She smiled brightly, even with tears still in her eyes. He suddenly stopped for a few seconds, lost in deep thought. Inside the palace, the sound of the two of them confiding in each other continued. "Why did you save me?" "What do you mean?" "I'm asking why you didn't run away." Aston spoke in a hesitant voice mixed with fear. "If you had died there, He lowered his head, hiding his sorrowful, worried eyes. He collapsed into Cecile's arms like a child. Suddenly, she embraced him and laughed happily. "Aha!" She spoke while her tears still welled up, ready to fall at any moment. "Even if I went back to that moment, I would still do the same thing." She lifted his face so he would look at her, because her words were tender and warm, making him feel as if he would melt. "I love you, Your Majesty." He returned her sweet feelings as well. "I love you." The two of them hugged each other tightly, as if they never wanted to be apart again. He gently spoke against her hand. "Don't call me Your Majesty anymore." His gaze was filled with love. "Call me by my name, just like you said before." Her eyes widened in surprise. Then she tightly closed them again, feeling the warmth of his embrace and his intense love. At that moment, she remembered the first day she came to the palace, when Aston had come all the way to the carriage and carried her inside. The first time she had tumbled into his arms in an unfamiliar embrace. The first time she wore magnificent dresses and glittering jewels, playing the role of a villainess. Today, she was held in his arms with warm love. So happy she almost cried. She answered, "Yes, Aston." How happy she was to be by his side. Today was the day I gained a family of my own. Somewhere rather dark and somewhat suspicious, someone set a cup down on the table with a thud. She grabbed at her hair. I can't believe Cecile really saved Aston. It was the saintess, or rather, the author of this story. She seemed somewhat angry. Everything is going completely differently from the way I knew it. She monologued to herself in the tavern. What's going to happen to me in the end? After all, I'm not even the main character. It seems like I've really lost interest in the male lead's romance. Then suddenly, her eyes lit up again. But there's still Kane's romantic support. No sooner had she finished speaking than Kane's voice sounded right behind her. Did you just mention me? She turned around in surprise and looked at him. What a coincidence. On a full moon night in Aston's palace, Cecile was sleeping soundly after many long, exhausting days. Aston sat beside her, quietly gazing at her. He gently stroked the head of his innocent, adorable wife. The scar on her neck, left by the knife from the day she saved him, was still clearly visible. Richard was saying to Aston, "See, I told you. I use magic very precisely. My healing ability can even bring a cooked fish back to life." Yes. Aston glared at him. Then why is Cecile's wound still like this? Richard trembled under his glare. How should I know? Your Empress is really strange. He brought up what had happened at the Elsa Casino Hotel when she faced Princess Juliana. The Empress completely erased her power. That is truly difficult, even for me. There's no way an ordinary person could do that so easily. He was suspicious of Cecile's identity. Have you never thought there was something strange about her, or noticed strange things happening around her? Let me investigate her, or you could let me dissect her. Aston did not care about what he said. He only thought silently about strange things. While Cecile was eating, he had probed, "How were you able to use the scepter at that time?" She had answered blankly, "Well, a book suddenly fell from the sky. And that book..." Suddenly, she felt that something was off. Wait, now that I think about it, where did that book go? She remembered the day she fought to subdue the dragon. Just like with Gargantia, at important moments, books would fall from nowhere without anyone noticing. He looked at her sleeping soundly beside him and wondered what it was. But no matter what Cecile was, she looked like a child as she slept peacefully. In her sleep, she seemed to be dreaming of something, smiling happily and innocently. He smiled too as he gazed for a long while at his girl, fast asleep. Then he turned and left the bed. Aston saw the pile of papers and documents she had left on the table. He picked them up and glanced through them. Her documents were all handmade. I bet it wasn't easy. Looking to the side, he saw another book and could not help being curious. The book seemed to have been written long ago, so the outside was somewhat rough and old. He picked it up and examined it. A diary? He opened it to look at the contents inside. The first page said, "Things I will do when I get out of here." He turned to the other pages and thought, is this what she wrote while she was in the kingdom of Naviton? No, wait. Number 1, eat lots of fruit. I have to try a yellow melon no matter what. This made Aston cough once. Her wish was really that simple. He thought, I suppose I should add more yellow melon to tomorrow's dessert. Number 2, go to the Elsa Hotel. I heard it is the best hotel in the Empire. Princess Juliana had invited her there last time, so she had already done that. Number 3, go to the dessert shop in front of the palace. That was not difficult either. She had already tried it. Number 4, go to the museum in the Achaea Empire and look at all the jewelry there. I think I'll be so happy. This was not difficult either, since she already had so many jewels from the emperor. Number 5, buy a custom-made dress at a shop in a color I like. Would it really be too expensive? But she did not need to worry. His Majesty had given her so many dresses. Number 6, go to the Riverdale Library and read every romance novel there. Number 7 was still blank. Aston carefully read through everything. He smiled happily and thought, well, I suppose most of them have been completed. He imagined how excited and happy Cecile must have been. I'm so happy. I'm unbelievably happy. But then he thought, didn't this go too far? Suddenly, he saw something that made him freeze. She had written, but what use is there in dreaming of these things? Once I'm sold off, I'll be someone else's property. Who would ever think of letting their possession wander everywhere and spend their money? Aston's gaze became deep and contemplative. He thought of her. I wonder what would have happened if the dice had stopped on another side, and the place Cecile went to had been somewhere else. He thought a great deal about her, and about the fated marriage between the two of them. He continued turning the pages. He saw a page with something written on it that surprised him. This is... Inside the tavern, it was rather noisy at that moment. Kane's voice said, "Did you just call my name?" The Saintess, slightly drunk, sat there staring at him blankly. She called out in surprise, "Kane?" He stared fixedly at her without looking away. She did the same, her eyes wide open as she stared at him without blinking. She was a little drunk and even wondered if she was seeing things. Or maybe he has a twin? She pulled him down to sit beside her. Seat, seat. Her hand patted the seat as if celebrating. Alcohol always tastes better when there's someone nice-looking sitting beside you. Kane helplessly thought, what am I supposed to do with this drunk person? Hearing her words, he suddenly flinched. "I look nice." She kept gulping down her drink and answered, "Of course. After all, you're an ally." He did not understand whether she was trying to imply something. Already, suddenly, she began describing him. Kane Rivian, 26 years old, reddish-brown hair and brown eyes. Drunk, she continued speaking foolishly. A devoted person who always stays by the Emperor's side and helps him. Kane asked, "Why are you suddenly describing me?" She did not stop, but continued reciting, leaving him bewildered. "He looks carefree on the outside, but once you understand him, you'll see his stubborn side. He remembers everything he has ever been through and never forgets even the smallest detail." Kane stared blankly, unable to understand what she meant. Why? For what reason was she saying this? But she kept going. "And he's always terrible at romance. Weak against older women." He wondered, is that me? Even hearing all of this, he still did not understand that the Saintess was describing him. Suddenly, she pointed at Kane and said, "And above all." Her finger caressed his face as she said something strange. "At night, he is like a beast in bed. So much so that even the main character can hardly defeat him. He can become extremely rough and wild." Her words made him turn red all the way to his ears in embarrassment. He stammered, What are you saying?" The Saintess stared at him without blinking. "That's right. That's it." Kane kept looking at her, so embarrassed that he was sweating. Meanwhile, she laughed drunkenly and said, "If I can't have the male lead, I should at least have a lover." As soon as she finished speaking, she moved close to Kane's lips, startling him. She wrapped both arms around his neck, hugged him tightly, and gave him a quick kiss, leaving him frozen for several seconds. The Saintess held tightly around Kane's neck. Her lips touched his, giving him a kiss that left him dazed and frozen for several seconds. Then she simply continued kissing him. Her kisses made him blush in embarrassment, his mind going hazy so quickly that he could not resist. Just as he finally regained his senses, he hurriedly pushed her away and stammered, "Wait." He pushed her back and asked the completely drunk woman before him, "What are you doing?" But her mind was already clouded, and all she wanted was to kiss and keep kissing. He covered his lips where hers had just touched him, his face as red as a ripe tomato. She, meanwhile, remained dazed from having drunk too much, unable to control herself for the moment. Her cheeks were flushed too, though it was unclear whether it was from the alcohol or from the kiss just now. Kane thought, "She's too drunk to understand what I'm saying." As he pulled her hand and led her away, he said, "Let's go outside for a short walk first." Outside the palace, the moon was very full and bright that night. Kane pulled the Saintess through the darkness, just like that. His hand gripped hers tightly as he walked quickly. He stopped in a garden and thought, "Good, at least there's no one here." Suddenly, he realized something and cried out in surprise. "Ow!" He let go of her hand in a fluster. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was holding your hand too tightly." But she did not even notice that. Still dreamy from drunkenness, she said, "No, it's fine." She lifted his face in both hands and stroked him firmly. "Just as I thought. It really makes me look forward to everything." As soon as she finished speaking, she wrapped her arms around his neck and placed a warm kiss on his lips. The young moonlight shone over the two of them, glittering and dreamlike. But when her lips left his, her fingers still brushed across his lips, where her lipstick mark remained. She swept her fingers over it and gently wiped away the mark. She once again moved close to him and whispered, "Be quiet. Don't say anything. Don't you trust me?" He had been kissed by her until his face was completely red. His gaze remained fixed on her. This girl was strangely captivating, but he could no longer hold himself back. His arm wrapped around her waist and pulled her toward him. "I don't care anymore." Just like that, the two of them once again shared a sweet, intoxicating kiss. Who knew how much time passed as they lingered endlessly? At last, their lips finally parted. The moon still shone beautifully over the palace. This time, she was the one whose mind had gone hazy from his kiss, her hands and feet flustered. Their lingering kiss beneath the moon was truly wonderful. One of his hands still stroked and cherished her face. Their eyes met affectionately like a real couple in love. Though Kane's face was red with embarrassment, he could not deny that he liked this feeling very much. The Saintess was still dazed and numb from that kiss. Suddenly, she realized something and touched her lips. What? Kane thought. Has she finally sobered up? But unexpectedly, what she said next startled him even more. "What's more, you're really good at this." This time, Kane was so embarrassed that he could not possibly become any more embarrassed. He stared at her in shock. Her hand slid over his cloak, touching his chest as she spoke with bewitching allure. Then from now on, She leaned against his solid chest. Both their hearts were pounding wildly, as if about to leap out. Kane's heart thudded over and over. His face flushed red. The Saintess did not continue what she had just been saying. Instead, she slumped down and said, "I'm going to sleep." As soon as the words left her mouth, she fell asleep in his arms, leaving Kane frozen on the spot. Only question marks remained in his mind. What is this? How can she sleep when I'm still this restless? The next morning, the sun had risen and was shining into the palace. Irina angrily called for the Saintess to wake up. "Hey, wake up. It's already noon. We need to hurry and pack our things." She woke up with her hair a mess and her clothes disheveled, clutching her head. My head," Irina said angrily. "I told you not to drink too much, didn't I? Where were you last night?" She was still dazed and did not know how to answer. But why do we have to pack?" Irina adjusted her glasses and said, "His Majesty and the Empress are going on vacation to Stoa. We will go right after I finish my work here, so get up immediately." The Saintess thought in surprise. "Where is this Stoa place now? Right now, I really need some coffee." Suddenly, she saw something. She picked up a piece of paper. What? Kane had definitely left it for her. She opened the paper. Written on it were the words, "I will demand payment from you for taking my first time." She held the paper blankly. Suddenly, her expression turned extremely furious and ugly. Inside the Empress's palace, Cecile's voice rang out. A trip to the lake city of Stoa, in CACAO. Her expression was incredibly excited. Her heart pounded as she spoke non-stop with enthusiasm. "Wow, Stoa is one of the top tourist destinations. They say the whole city is surrounded by a beautiful lake, and the fruit there is really delicious. I even made my own list of restaurants to visit." Aston looked at her bustling around like a child and asked, "Are you that excited?" She did not stop bouncing around. "Of course. I even remember dreaming about going there once." She looked at him happily and said, "Your choice is perfect. It's so perfect it feels like you read my mind." When Aston heard her say that, he fell silent. He felt a little guilty inside because he had read her diary, and that was how he knew the place she wanted to go. Cecile held out her diary to him. "Look at this. This is the list of things I want to do before I die." She had no idea he had already read it long ago. Aston asked in surprise, "Are you sure it's all right for me to read it? It looks like a diary." Cecile laughed and answered playfully, "Hey, it's fine." Then she said something that made his heart waver. "If it's you, then it's all right." Hearing that, Aston only looked at her in silence for a long while. An indescribable happiness welled up in his heart. He smiled with quiet delight. "I understand." Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the continent, in the Black Kingdom, a man smiled slyly and said, "So what you're saying is that you want me to kidnap the Empress?" He propped his chin on his hand and laughed mockingly. He was Riwin, Crown Prince of the Black Kingdom. On a clear morning in the tourist nation of CACAO, at the Emperor's residence, an attendant slowly entered with proper etiquette. He placed a hand over his chest, bowed politely, and said, "Your Majesty, please come in." Though the attendant tried hard to maintain a calm appearance, inwardly he was already sweating as he thought, "Damn it, for years His Majesty never came here, and life was so beautiful. So why did he suddenly decide to visit?" He remembered that morning, when he had been like a madman, running and flying from one place to another, cleaning without a moment's rest. From the windows to the plates and bowls, he could not help feeling wronged. "I got dragged out first thing in the morning and told to clean faster." Then he suddenly remembered the noble Empress, who often accompanied the Emperor, and secretly looked up. But he could not see her anywhere, which left him disappointed. "But where is the Empress who came with him?" He thought regretfully. "I heard the Empress is incredibly beautiful." Just as Aston was about to step inside, a clear voice suddenly rang out. "Your Majesty." Aston and the attendant both turned to look at the person who had called out. At that moment, Cecile was dressed simply, yet she looked extraordinarily beautiful. In her hand, she held a long, multicolored ice cream. The flower bushes beside her made her face look more beautiful than ever. Cecile lifted her large, round eyes to look at Aston. There was a hint of pleading in her gaze. She said softly, "Help me." Then she pointed at the somewhat strange-looking ice cream and murmured, "An ice cream." Without anyone realizing it, several more servants had gathered at the door, looking toward the two of them with slightly surprised eyes. In their hearts, they could not help crying out, "Beautiful, beautiful, terrifyingly beautiful." But did she just ask His Majesty to help her? His Majesty? Is that the specialty sold at the entrance to Stoa? Yet the imperial couple they were whispering about seemed not to notice anything around them. Aston gently took the ice cream from Cecile's hand and fed it to her. Cecile was like a little cat then. her eyes gleaming as she slowly ate each mouthful of delicious ice cream. Her heart was utterly satisfied. After eating a few bites, she suddenly remembered that the person beside her had probably never tasted something this delicious either. She lifted her head and said innocently, "Your Majesty, would you like to try it too?" Seeing how gentle Aston was, and seeing the legendary Empress actually dare to ask him to eat ice cream, the servants could hardly believe it. The Empress asked His Majesty to hold a 32-flavor ice cream for her, and she even told His Majesty to try it. The Empress is asking His Majesty to do things like that. Aston looked a little embarrassed. He tried to remain calm and replied, "No." As soon as he finished speaking, the servants immediately thought, "See, His Majesty is definitely going to refuse." But unexpectedly, things took a turn in a direction no one could have predicted. When Aston said no, he meant something else. "I told you not to call me Your Majesty. Call me Aston." Then he bent down and took a bite of the ice cream in Cecile's hand, while her eyes filled with happiness. The onlookers were suddenly force-fed a public display of affection by the imperial couple. Some rubbed their eyes and looked again, wondering if this was real. Others even doubted whether this was the emperor they knew. Who is that? The small incident at the entrance ended there. The scene shifted inside the palace within Stoa Castle. This place was dreamily beautiful, like a fairyland on earth. Looking far into the distance from above, one could see the clear blue sky with white clouds drifting lazily. Thin bands of cloud were like brushstrokes decorating the deep blue heavens. Majestic mountains stood tall and imposing, connecting heaven and earth, covered in white snow all year round. Mist surrounded them, and light clouds curled around the peaks, giving the scene a poetic air that was no less mysterious. Looking downward, one could see part of the palace grounds, enclosed by rows of trees like a protective wall. The palace corridors were long, elaborately built, and beautiful. In the center was a clear, lovely lake. Suddenly, a breeze passed by, scattering petals from the flower bushes nearby, making the scenery more poetic than ever. Cecile exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Aston lovingly wrapped his little girl in his arms and asked tenderly, "Do you like it?" Cecile exclaimed, feeling a little shy as she answered him, "How could I not like a place like this? It's perfect." Hearing her answer, Aston felt extremely proud because he had managed to find one more thing that his difficult little wife liked. But in Cecile's mind, the image of a delicious apple pie suddenly appeared. Her expression turned a little regretful as she thought, "Ah, of course, I can't eat the seasonal apple pie." In her heart, she silently shed tears. "But I heard it was the specialty among all of Stoa's specialties, so I had really been looking forward to it. Why did they have to stop selling it? Because of some personal matter?" Aston quickly noticed something unusual about Cecile. He tested the waters and asked, "Are you worrying about something?" Cecile immediately answered, "No, nothing." Her eyes remained fixed on Aston, but in her heart she thought, "So what if there's no pie? I already got to eat 32-flavor ice cream. More than anything, I have Aston by my side." Then her hand gently settled on Aston's. She leaned her face closer to him and whispered, "I'm truly fortunate to be your empress." In this slightly suggestive atmosphere, a minister's voice suddenly rang out, causing both of them to turn around. "Your Majesty, I have come to carry out the task you entrusted to me." Aston had no choice but to turn away. He did not forget to tell Cecile, "Stay here." Cecile watched Aston leave until the door closed, completely hiding his figure from view. She felt a little sad as she thought, "We finally came all the way here, and he still has to work?" But in truth, the war had not ended that long ago. A cool breeze suddenly rose, sweeping away the last of Cecile's melancholy. She closed her eyes and relaxed, feeling the caress of the wind. Her mouth let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, the wind. At that moment, someone was standing in the distance, secretly observing her. He raised a hand before his eyes to avoid the glare and look at Cecile more clearly. But because he was too far away and could not see her well, he felt a little regretful. "Is that the Empress? She's too far away. I can't see anything clearly." Yes, as it turned out, that was Crown Prince Riwin of the Black Kingdom. He still refused to give up and tried to narrow his eyes to see more clearly. In his heart, he thought honestly, what exactly have those people asked the Crown Prince of a nation to do? Aston seems completely enamored with her, too. This probably won't be easy. Even so, she does look valuable. The scene shifted to another palace sometime earlier, following Riwin's memory. It was the Black Kingdom of the Eastern Continent. Crown Prince Riwin was sitting on the high front platform of the palace, listening to what the people below had just said. Filled with anger, he shouted loudly, "Honestly, I wondered what the courtiers and priests had gathered to tell me. And now you are telling the crown prince of the Black Kingdom to kidnap the empress of another nation." Hearing that the crown prince was furious, the people below could not help trembling as they answered, "Why, yes, that is correct, Your Highness Rewin." He asked irritably, "I still don't understand the reason." One minister quietly answered, That is because she is Empress Cecile." At this point, Rewin's recollection came to an end. He thought, I did hesitate a little. What if those old men were wrong? But if not, then she can just marry me, can't she? The target was Empress Cecile Navidin. Evidently, he had already been bewitched by Cecile's beauty. At that moment, inside the palace, Aston looked coldly at the attendant before him and asked, "So, what happened with that matter?" The attendant bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty, I have investigated it." Hearing that, Aston looked intently at the attendant. He waited for the man's answer, while remembering his gluttonous little wife, who had not even forgotten to hold the notebook with a note saying she absolutely had to eat that apple pie when she went to sleep. The attendant continued speaking. "The reason the seasonal apple shop is closed." Aston looked at the attendant before him and asked why the pie shop had closed. "Why are they not selling apple pies?" The attendant politely answered him, his voice trembling slightly. "They said they do not have the ingredients, Your Majesty." The somewhat unsatisfactory answer made Aston ask in confusion, "What does that mean?" The attendant said in a low voice, "They said the reason is the golden apples used to make the apple pies were attacked and all stolen by a group of buyers, Your Majesty." This time, Aston fell completely into thought. Time gradually passed. In the blink of an eye, one day in this beautiful land came to an end, and a new day arrived. In a bedroom deep within the palace, Aston leaned beside the bed and called softly, "Cece, Cece, are you still sleeping?" The little girl on the bed was still drowsily asleep. In a sleepy voice, she softly answered, Then she shifted slightly, moving away from the sound disturbing her sleep. Seeing her sleeping so deeply, Aston affectionately stroked her head and said gently, "I see. Sleep a little longer." But Cecile suddenly sat up and hugged Aston, giving him an affectionate kiss in the early morning. She said sweetly, "Even so, I want to go see the night streets with Your Majesty." Aston also kissed her cheek and said softly, "We still have plenty of time." Cecile smiled happily and answered him, "I know, but this is the first trip of my life, so it seems I got too excited." As he listened to the little girl before him speak, Aston's eyes remained fixed on her, filled with love, patience, and protectiveness. But at that moment, Cecile was still half asleep and did not notice. Drowsiness wrapped around her, making her voice grow quieter. Her body, still hugging Aston, also began to slide downward. "Even so, I'm really sleepy today." And Cecile sank back in a deep sleep. Aston gently laid the little girl, who had just said she wanted to go out with him but was now fast asleep, back down on the bed. He gazed at her sleeping figure. In his heart, he could not help thinking, she says there is nothing strange about her body, but then he fell into a moment of silence. A different scene appeared in Aston's mind. Not long ago, at the Great Palace, a young minister with a serious face reported, "I heard that Princess Juliana has gone missing since that incident, and the kingdom has officially abolished her status as princess." Yes, hearing that, Richard's face brightened as he continued. Clearly, the power she used then was a witch's power. "I told you Cecile must have some connection to the Great Witch." At this point, he did not forget to flash his sly, cunning smile as he demanded, "Let's negotiate first. You only need to give me one part of the Empress's body. A finger or I will be fine. If not, just let me dissect the Empress a little, and then I'll return her." But before he could finish speaking, he was cut off by the sound of a sword slicing through the air past his ear. It stabbed straight into the wall right beside him, making his face go completely pale with fear. He shouted, "Eek! Good heavens!" Unfortunately, Richard was too bold. Even a sword with such force was not enough to frighten him into complete silence. He continued trying to explain, "No, she really is strange. Even the fact that she passed through a closed gate and went to the Duchy of Isha is unbelievable. If I could just take her away and study her, perhaps I could discover something." This time, what answered his outrageous words was not just one sword flying toward him, but several swords at once. They nearly pinned him to the wall like a hedgehog. If he had not dodged quickly and the one attacking had not spared his life, he would have been finished. Even as swords kept stabbing into the wall around him, he still tried to negotiate. "I understand. Then hair. I only need 10 strands of the Empress's hair. At this point, Aston raised both hands to cover his nose, lowered his head, closed his eyes, and sighed. In the end, they had settled on 10 strands of hair. He gently reached out and touched Cecile's beautiful golden hair. As he plucked the strands, he thought inwardly, in truth, even now, I have never cared about her true identity. The only thing that matters to me is, as long as she is healthy, that is enough. And the promise to Cecile slipped from his lips. He would do everything she wanted. My Empress. Then he placed an affectionate kiss on Cecile's forehead. The story shifted to that pie shop. At that moment, a hotel employee saw that the hotel had been unable to do business for the past few days and could not help feeling anxious. No one is coming at all. If this continues, Stoa will go bankrupt. An elderly man, who seemed to be the hotel owner, wiped his tears and said, "We have no other choice. That king and that empress have come here." Seeing the situation, the girl beside him also spoke up in the old man's defense. "That's right. Haven't you heard how the Duchy of Isha disappeared without a trace? If we underestimate them, this place might end up the same way." This time, all three of them completely fell into a gloomy, silent atmosphere. One of the three cautiously said, "Then what exactly are we supposed to do?" Just then, a voice called out, shattering the frightening atmosphere. "Manager outside." All three of them widened their eyes in confusion and looked toward the door. Outside the door, the sound of a gigantic dragon slicing through the wind rang out as it descended and landed on the ground. On that dragon's back sat a pretty girl, wiping sweat with a handkerchief. Looking at the scene before her, she muttered, "Phew, phew." We finally arrived. Suddenly realizing that it had taken far too long to get here, the girl angrily grabbed the dragon and shook it. "You're too slow. Are you really a dragon?" The dragon immediately retorted, "Hey, before you tell me to fly somewhere, at least feed me first." Seeing this scene, the young hotel employee could not help widening his eyes and blurting out, "Hey, a dragon and a dragon knight." The girl smiled and pointed at herself. Me, the girl, and the dragon were none other than Tanya and Gargantia. The two had come to visit Cecile. The instant she saw Tanya, Cecile rushed toward her like the wind, happily calling, "Tanya." But Tanya immediately held out a hand to block Cecile's hug, making Cecile stop, unable to understand. "Huh?" Tanya opened her mouth and explained, "Wait a moment, Your Majesty the Empress. I'm covered in seasoning." Cecile looked carefully at the person before her, whose whole body was covered in seasoning, and asked in confusion, "What on earth did you eat on the way here?" Tanya softly told her what had happened earlier. "Well, the people at the Tourism Association asked me to help them a little." Tanya recalled the scene of herself riding the dragon, surrounded by the cheers of the townspeople. "Welcome, Dragon Knight. It's the Dragon Knight." Wow. When Cecile heard Tanya's new title, she asked again, "Dragon Knight?" Tanya continued, a little embarrassed, "It's a long story." At the time, Tanya had not acknowledged herself as any kind of knight either. "Dragon Knight? I'm not that person. I only ride a dragon and caught a few monsters." But what she had done made the people there recognize her as a dragon knight. That is exactly a dragon knight. The people knelt reverently and said, "If Lord Dragon and the Dragon Knight help us, we will grant you the privilege of using the finest room in our hotel forever." The moment Tanya heard such an attractive condition, both the human and the dragon initially looked as though they were calculating something. But after they seemed to finish their calculations, Tanya smiled brightly and answered the people, "I am Tanya Kanich, the Dragon Knight." At this point, Gargantia shrugged and added an excuse for what it and Tanya had done. "What we did was repay humans for their warm welcome." Hearing that, Cecile exposed the truth. "So basically, you're just trying to deceive yourself." But Gargantia did not know how to explain anymore. It changed the subject in a roundabout way. "Anyway, Emperor, why did you call us here?" Aston looked at the dragon before him and calmly said, "Because the view from above seems like it would be more magnificent." Hearing that, the dragon became completely furious. "You made us fly for 3 days and 3 nights just to get here for that reason?" Aston paid no attention to its anger. He crossed his arms and said, "The head chef said 50 fried chickens have already been prepared." This gluttonous dragon completely forgot all the grievances it had just suffered. It immediately knelt down and answered happily, "I shall show you the most beautiful scenery in the world." The night view of Stoa was lively, peaceful, and utterly enchanting. At that moment, in a certain hotel, A stranger in a black cloak entered with a rather suspicious air, wanting to book a room. Seeing this, the manager said regretfully, "We have no vacant rooms left. Recently, because a dragon came here, the number of tourists has." Before he could finish, a large pouch of money clinked down onto the counter, pushed toward him by a beautiful hand. The owner of those hands turned out to be a young woman. She said coldly, "Is this enough?" The hotel manager, seeing the girl before him and such a large pouch of money, felt somewhat frightened. He stammered, "And may I ask what your esteemed name is?" The girl quietly replied, "Ion." In the palace, everyone was sitting down to enjoy afternoon tea when they heard hot news reported by an attendant. Tanya could not believe it was true. She asked again, "The traveling theater troupe Hurton's Song has come here?" The attendant bowed and replied, "Yes, thanks to Dragon Night Day, the number of visitors has increased, so the troupe said they will prepare a very special performance at Stoa's tourism office." Once Tanya knew that what she had just heard was completely true, she was so moved that she sprang to her feet. She exclaimed, "Good heavens, they're an incredibly famous troupe." She imagined the rumored male actor, with brilliant blonde hair and a sharply handsome face that could drive anyone mad, and could not help looking forward to it. "I heard Herdan, the lead actor in that troupe, is very handsome." The innocent young girl before them had only her own husband in her heart as the most handsome man. As for her, she had only his majesty. When Gargantia heard Tanya's words, it remembered how handsome it looked when it transformed into a human and felt extremely wrong. Unable to hold back, it said, "How is that guy anything special? I'm even more handsome than him." Hearing the Black Dragon's criticism, Tanya could not help snapping angrily, "You lizard, what nonsense are you spouting?" Seeing the atmosphere between the dragon and Tanya begin to grow tense, all because of a stranger, Cecile smiled faintly and spoke up for Gargantia. "Because the Dragon Lord also has extremely dazzling, elegant blonde hair. So perhaps Gargantia is the same." Gargantia had not expected Cecile to know that its mother had beautiful blonde hair. Its eyes widened in surprise as it asked, "How do you know that?" Faced with the Black Dragon's question, Cecile leisurely picked up a piece of cake and ate it deliciously, then looked at it with round eyes. Gargantia looked at her and continued, "My mother has many different forms, so how do you know about her blonde hair?" "I'm the only one who knows that." The Black Dragon's words could not help making Cecile think about what she had just said. How do I know that?" The scene shifted to a deserted corner of a street in Stoa. The girl in the black cloak gently pulled down the cloak that covered her entire body. She was none other than Princess Juliana, who had long been rumored missing. At this moment, her complexion was extremely poor. She said resentfully, "Damn it, why have I become so wretched?" In her mind, countless images of herself being hated, rejected, and shunned by her family, friends, and subjects overlapped one after another. They cruelly humiliated her. "Never show your face in a tone again. You dare to scheme against us? You lowly thing. Why did I ever think the princess was beautiful?" The sounds echoing from the past were no different from the voices of demons, ringing in Juliana's ears. Her eyes grew increasingly dark and terrifying. She trembled with rage, thinking of the person who had caused her to suffer such a crushing defeat today. She gritted her teeth and spat, "Cecile, it's because of her that I came here." Juliana painfully remembered how she had once poured everything she had into bringing Cecile down. Yet in the end, she herself was the one who had suffered bitterly, losing both the fish and the net. The power of the great, which would never return. Her unwillingness made Juliana think viciously. "Just wait. No matter what lowly methods I have to use, I will have my revenge." Just as Juliana was about to walk straight ahead, the heavy thud of something falling hard to the ground suddenly rang out, making her stop and turn to look. It turned out to be a thick red-covered book that someone had dropped. Curious, Juliana stepped closer to the book and looked at it. "What is this?" Her hands trembled as she read its title, "How to Kill Cecile." At that moment, in another place, after struggling and rummaging through thousands of bookshelves in the library in search of a book, Cecile lay exhausted and bored across the table with a sigh. "As expected, I can't find it." That book that suddenly appeared back then. She propped her hand on the table, thinking regretfully, "I thought it might be in this library, but, as expected, it isn't here. There aren't any romance novels either." Suddenly, a thought flashed through Cecile's mind, gradually drawing her into another concern. What was His Majesty like back then? Cecile began to doubt herself a little. Did I really help him? She flopped back down on the table and thought in distress. Ever since that day, His Majesty has constantly been worrying about my body. And every night, we even hold hands while sleeping. At this point, Cecile felt both regretful and embarrassed, her face turning red. She wanted herself and Aston to be even closer and more intimate. It isn't that I dislike it, but I want a little more. She sighed softly again. She silently made up her mind. I have to talk about this seriously. Once she decided that, Cecile immediately ran out of the library and returned to the room to find Aston. Because she was far too excited, she pushed open the door to his room without knocking or giving any warning. She even called loudly, "Your Majesty." But because of that, Cecile saw a sight that made her blush with embarrassment, leaving her speechless. What entered her eyes next was Aston changing his shirt. His firm figure and flawless abdominal muscles were fully displayed before her, making Cecile's gaze turn dazed as she stared at him in fascination. At that moment, Aston was also slightly surprised by the sudden appearance of his little wife. However, he showed nothing unusual on his face. He calmly turned around, looked at her, and said, "Ah, Cecile." Seeing that she had no reaction at all to his words and was still standing stiffly at the door, staring intently at him, he could not help wondering, "Cecile, why are you standing there instead of coming in?" Embarrassed, Cecile answered his question, "I'm just appreciating the view a little." Then, to dispel the awkwardness caused by her sudden action, she asked Aston, "Why are you changing clothes in the middle of the night?" Aston raised his hand to fasten the last button of his shirt and answered gently, "Because there is somewhere I want to go." Hearing that he wanted to go out, Cecile said with some concern, "Let me go with you." But he seemed unwilling to let her follow him. So he told her, "I will finish my business and come back right away. Stay here." Cecile did not bother listening to the end of his sentence. She decided firmly, "I'm going with you." When Aston saw that his wife was determined to follow him, he did not forget to warn her, "It's dangerous." Cecile was not afraid at all when she heard that. "Then that's even more reason for me to go with you. I'll protect you. Or should we bring the others too?" Then she opened her mouth and shouted loudly, "Gargantia, Tanya!" Seeing this, Aston quickly covered her mouth to keep her from calling the whole group along. He said reluctantly, "I understand. Let's go together." He did not forget to look at her and remind her, "So please be quiet." After leaving the palace, the two went to a street and turned into an apple pie shop. Looking at the place in front of her, Cecile could not help asking Aston in confusion, "So the place you said you wanted to come to is Maggie's apple pie shop?" The image of a delicious apple pie slowly appeared in her mind, and she felt a small pang of regret. "Even though I'm here, I still can't eat Maggie's apple pie." Seeing that the young girl before him did not look too well, Aston asked worriedly, "Are you worrying about something?" But Cecile did not want to make things difficult for him, so she hurriedly replied, No, I'm not." Hearing Cecile say that, Aston felt slightly relieved. He looked at her, his voice carrying a trace of regret. "If possible, I wanted to keep this from you." The little surprise he had secretly prepared for his wife had now been exposed. Hearing him say that, Cecile's heart fluttered and she blurted out, "Ah, how adorable." On a clear morning, in the palace where the Count was working, Ken was questioning Irina while she was focused on reading documents. He stood before Irina with his arms crossed and went straight to the point. "Where did you hide her?" She looked up, pretending not to know. "Hide? Hide what?" The ordinary-looking man replied, "Stop pretending. I mean that, maid." Irina angrily thought of the author's teasing face. What kind of trouble has she caused this time? She took off her glasses. Without showing her anger outwardly, she stubbornly insisted that she did not know and did not understand what Ken was talking about. Ken's face darkened. He issued a warning. "Lady Irina, if you insist on being like this, then I have no other choice." Irina's eyes went wide when she heard that. What? Ken's expression remained calm. He threatened to report everything to Count Leonard. Irina was shocked when she heard her father's name. Ken looked at her with cold eyes and smiled wickedly. "Yes, shouldn't Count Leonard also know that the young lady is currently in the palace? And that you are even serving as the head maid? If he learns that the person who always sang about becoming empress is here now." Before Ken could finish, Irina shouted in panic, "No, of course it was like that at first, but..." Remembering when Cecile suggested that the two of them become friends, Irina suddenly fell silent, too embarrassed to say the reason aloud. After all, that feeling now was already. She clutched her head in confusion, then finally gave in, throwing a piece of paper with Tanya's location written on it toward him. He happily caught the paper. Then he immediately turned around and prepared to leave. He glanced back toward Irina, bowed, and replied, "I'm glad you understood so quickly, my lady." Looking at his irritatingly pleased appearance, Irina raised her voice angrily. "I'm giving you that for now, but if you try bullying her, I'll go to Stoa soon too. You hear me? Unite? Remember my face." When Irina asked why he was clinging to Tanya so persistently, Ken suddenly froze. The smile from earlier vanished at once. His voice suddenly lowered. "There is only one reason. Because she stole my first time." Irina was left dumbfounded by his explanation. She was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. What? The scene shifted to the apple pie shop Aston had brought Cecile to in order to handle his personal business. However, since it was already night, the shop was closed. While Cecile stood there in confusion, she asked Aston what he intended to do, since the shop was already closed. Aston stared at the shop sign without showing any emotion and did not answer. Cecile knocked on the door. Immediately, a woman wearing an apron opened the door and stepped out to face them. The woman looked at the two of them in confusion. "Are you the people His Majesty the Emperor sent?" Before Aston and Cecile could answer, she continued, "I thought he would send knights to resolve the issue. But instead, it's a country girl and a skinny young man." The two of them stood there blankly for a moment. Then Cecile began to react when she heard the woman call Aston skinny. "Take another look." Aston had to stop her by covering her mouth and holding her hand. "Come on, Cecile." Cecile suddenly stopped. She remembered the ring she was wearing on her hand. Ah, that's right. It was the ring Richard had made for her and given to her, telling her, "Please use it when you want to move around comfortably." She silently marveled when she saw it take effect. Amazing. It even makes people unable to recognize my face. Suddenly, Aston's voice rang out, drawing Cecile's attention. "Then let us begin work tomorrow." The woman answered, all right. It's already been a long day." And then he even sends a letter urging me. Like master, like servant. Cecile's eyes widened curiously, wondering what kind of work this was. Suddenly, the woman brought up the Emperor. His Majesty must be very worried right now. While Cecile still did not understand what was going on, Aston, beside her, covered his mouth with his hand in embarrassment as Cecile learned his intentions. The woman's next words surprised Cecile. "I heard the Empress kept complaining that she really wanted to eat apple pie from our shop, didn't she? His Majesty truly dotes on his wife. To think the tyrant would do something like this just for one apple pie." After realizing that she herself was the reason, Cecile secretly looked up at Aston, who was standing beside her, and saw that he was covering his embarrassment with his hand. His gaze still turned elsewhere. She quietly reached out and took his hand. As Aston looked at Cecile shyly, she leaned against him, her face filled with happiness. "That's right. His Majesty loves the Empress so very much." Night had long since fallen. The moonlight still illuminated the path the two were walking. Tonight, Aston and Cecile walked hand in hand through the forest, talking. So Maggie's apple pie can only be made from the golden apples that are a specialty of Stoa. But monsters have appeared in that apple orchard, so people can't harvest the apples. After hearing Cecile's explanation, Aston said that he had intended to call in a punitive force, but he himself did not like noise. Besides, even if he told them to go back, they likely would not listen. Yes, Cecile could not hide the joy and emotion in her voice. Yes, there's no way they wouldn't come here again. And then the rumor that His Majesty Aston went apple picking for the Empress will spread throughout the whole region. Hearing her tease him, Aston could only look away with a red face. Cecile's eyes shone with happiness. The night sky was deep, and the moonlight became dreamlike, surrounded by countless sparkling stars. Their conversation continued in the quiet space. "This is so exciting." Aston asked Cecile curiously why. She happily confessed, "Being able to walk around the mountain with Your Majesty late at night like this, and even work together with you. Of course I'm happy." Aston's reply was gentle, with a hint of affectionate reproach. "Why is it Your Majesty again?" She smiled at him with sparkling eyes. She called his name, and he gave her a kiss beneath the moonlight. Amid the night, the hills mixed with the green of bushes that covered the forest. A large white snake appeared. It turned out to be a monster in the orchard found by the two of them. Cecile looked worried. "Aston, that monster looks very strong. Will you be all right?" Aston calmly replied, "I see. It's larger than I expected. If a punitive force came here, it would probably take a great deal of time." She was surprised. "Really? Then?" Aston remained calm as he answered, "Well, think of it as a little exercise before breakfast." In the orchard, after a fierce battle, the monster was cut apart by Aston's final sword strike, causing blood to splatter over him. After finishing off the monster, Aston stood up and wiped the blood splashed on his face. He told himself that since it was nighttime, there was no need to worry about anyone seeing anything. The corpse of the white snake lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing from its body and spreading across the earth. Cecile stood inside a barrier created by the blue phoenix, wearing the coat Aston had given her, with a book in her hand. She silently marveled. Amazing. She saw Aston come out with a large sack full of apples slung over his shoulder, apples he had just picked. Cecile hurriedly asked, "Aston, are you done?" The huge sack stuffed full of apples made her pause. "You picked way too many apples," Aston explained. There was still some left, so before he could finish speaking, she raised the book in her hand in front of him. "Let's put that aside. Look at this." Aston stared at the page she had opened. On it was a line of text and a strange symbol. He looked puzzled as he read the line. "Every apple in the world." Cecile then told him how she had found the book on the ground while he was hunting the monsters. Aston wondered. Another book suddenly appeared? Cecile explained. "I thought it might be like the previous books too, but when I read it, it seemed more like someone's lost book." Hearing that, Aston asked if she had already read it. She told him that the book spoke about the effects of fruit. It exaggerated the benefits of apples, saying they were the king of all fruits, good for the body and for people's memory. Cecile frowned, appearing dissatisfied. "How ridiculous. It's not some miracle medicine. I know apples are good for the body, but for memory too." Hearing Cecile speak, Aston showed no emotion and did not answer. His gaze remained on the strange book in his hand. Then, suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he said that the tree drawn on the page Cecile had opened was a world tree. Cecile looked puzzled. The world tree? According to Aston's explanation, the world tree was a legendary tree. It was said that all life had originated from it. Legend said that every flower and fruit in the world grew from that tree. He added one important point. Apparently, if she ate a fruit from that tree, she would be cured of every illness and become immortal. Cecile felt excited after hearing such marvelous things about the world tree. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Aston and eagerly asked where that tree was. Aston immediately dampened her enthusiasm by emphasizing once more that what he had just said was only according to legend. Disappointment appeared on Cecile's face. Aston quickly comforted her. Perhaps this was not an apple from the world tree, but why not try a bite? As he spoke, he held out a golden apple in his hand and gave it to her. Cecile's eyes could not leave the glittering apple in his hand. She marveled inwardly. Amazing. It's shining so brightly. I guess he came straight here after picking them. She happily raised the apple to her mouth and took a very big bite. A long-haired man sat on a nearby tree branch, watching the two of them, but he seemed to be focused only on Cecile. Cecile's beauty made him sigh in admiration. "Wow, she is truly beautiful. The more I see her, the more I like her personality." Suddenly, he smiled. "I no longer care whether she is the one who brings about the ending or not." While the two below were still happily enjoying themselves, completely unaware of his existence, he continued speaking strange words. "In any case, she will become the first foreign empress. But for that to happen, I suppose I'll have to fight that emperor." The two returned to Maggie's apple pie shop to deliver the apples Aston had picked. The shop owner looked at the pile of golden apples in the bag. They were glowing, making the woman cry out in amazement. "Unbelievable. These really are golden apples." Seeing her expression, Cecile could not hide her pride. She patted her chest proudly. "Pretty professional, right?" Then she cheerfully leaned against Aston. My co-worker." Meanwhile, Aston simply stood there, his face flushed red. The shop owner said that they were indeed the right apples. "If I have this many apples, I can absolutely make an apple pie right away. You two stay right here." The shop owner went into the kitchen, and a while later, both Aston and Cecile were neatly wearing aprons and gloves to make the pie. Aston stared blankly. What was going on? He had never said he would help her. In contrast, Cecile's voice was full of excitement. "But she'll let us taste the pie before anyone else." The shop owner brought out a large piece of butter and began giving instructions. "All right, first is the butter. Our shop uses a lot of butter in our recipe." She took out a knife and cut the butter. As she worked, she told Aston, "You need to cut it into small cubes." It may be a little difficult for an amateur, but before the woman could finish speaking, she turned to check on Aston and saw him wielding the knife to cut the butter with professional skill. His hands moved so fast it was dizzying. In just a flash, the pieces of butter had all been cut and neatly stacked into a large pile. Then he turned to the shop owner and asked, "Is this enough?" She had not yet recovered from her shock, but immediately gave him the next task, beating egg whites until fluffy. "You're not bad. All right, then how about this?" Aston did not say much more either. He immediately finished it in the blink of an eye. The shop owner then continued by asking him to cut the dough into rabbit shapes. What about this? Aston clicked his tongue. Easy. And a moment later, it was done. After that, the shop owner kept assigning task after task to Aston. He did not disappoint her. One by one, he completed everything in an instant, from cutting apples to making dough to baking the pie and adding the spices, all with skill and speed. Cecile stood beside them, unable to hide her surprise as she saw Aston work with such productivity. And the result of the three of them working together was a lovely apple pie that smelled wonderfully fragrant. His excellent performance left the shop owner deeply impressed. She knelt down. "Young man, I think you need a job, don't you?" When Aston refused the shop owner's offer, he was only concerned about whether he could take off the frilly pink apron. Meanwhile, Cecile's eyes were fixed on the delicious apple pie, and her mouth was watering with hunger. Unable to bear it, she turned to the shop owner and asked, "Can we eat it now?" The shop owner agreed. "Of course, but you have to wash your hands first." Then she noticed the ring Cecile was wearing and hurriedly pulled it off. "It may rust if it gets wet, so take it off." And Cecile panicked, because that was the ring that changed her and the Emperor's appearances in order to hide their identities. So she screamed to stop the shop owner. But it was useless. Since the ring had been removed, Aston and Cecile's true appearances could now be seen by the shop owner. The woman was bewildered when she saw the change. "Who are you people?" Helplessness was clear on Cecile's face. Then suddenly, Aston spoke up. A husband who is very eager to give his wife a freshly baked apple pie. Realizing the true identities of the two, the woman's face turned pale and her mouth fell open. She immediately apologized. "Please forgive my rudeness." Cecile helplessly thought to herself that it was their own fault. The scene shifted to a noisy, lively place. It seemed a festival was taking place there. The author of the story, who was also the servant Ken was searching for, was there. She took a bite of cotton candy and happily exclaimed, just as expected of Stoa, "I knew it was a good idea to write so many nice things about it. The cotton candy changes flavor inside my mouth. Truly." Suddenly, Ken's words appeared in her mind. "I will demand compensation from you for taking my first time." She felt guilty and sighed helplessly. Did I really do something that day? I was so drunk that I don't remember anything. I don't remember that sweet moment. At least if I could remember it, I wouldn't feel so wrong. She continued walking, and suddenly footsteps approached. A voice rang out. "I finally found you." Startled, she turned around. That voices. Step by step, someone approached Kim Sung-nyo from behind. "I finally found you." Kim Sung-nyo was startled and turned to look. This voice, looking at the man before her, whose eyes were streaming tears like a waterfall as he sobbed. Kim Sung-nyo silently confirmed it. "You are." At that moment, Kim Sung-nyo finally recognized that shabby figure. A priest from the Holy Land? Two other people suddenly appeared, wearing the exact same clothing. The man was overcome with emotion. The black-haired person painfully admitted, "Yes, it is us, Saintess." The purple-haired woman shouted loudly, "Saintess, so you were here." Everyone around them looked at her in confusion. "Saintess?" Kim Sung-nyo immediately put on a troubled expression, not knowing what to say about the current situation. "First, why don't we find somewhere quiet to talk?" She tiredly raised a hand to her forehead. The priest from the Holy Land immediately began scolding her. "Saintess, where have you been all this time? What if something had happened to you?" This is the first time the Holy Land's barrier has ever been broken like this. Kim Sung-nyo thought silently to herself, "What should I do about this?" But the scolding kept ringing nonstop in Kim Sung-nyo's ears. Is this also some scheme of Empress Cecile? To think we would meet the Saintess in such a corrupt and worldly place. "Did you cut off your long hair?" Kim Sung-nyo kept thinking while the priest continued reproaching her. "If I handle this badly, it'll become a huge problem. I wonder if it will affect Arena, who has been helping me." "All right, who am I?" "I'm the writer Kim Sung-nyo." She put on a beautiful, sorrowful expression that shone brilliantly, acting innocent. "That is not the case. I only did this according to God's will." One of the three spoke up and asked, "Saintess, does that mean this is?" Kim Sung-nyo said, "Do you remember the time I fell? Right?" They immediately answered, "Of course." "After that, you changed a lot." Kim Sung-nyo could only silently listen as they recounted the past. "You suddenly started eating nothing but meat. And you subscribed to monthly Handsome Men magazine too. You even sent out assassins." Kim Sung-nyo placed a hand on her chest and dramatically began to explain. "In truth, before that, I had received a special mission. Then she spread her arms, overflowing with emotion. That mission was too dangerous and drove me to despair. But I could not overcome the shock. They exclaimed in admiration. Good heavens, what a terrible mission. Kim Sung-nyo clasped her hands together. But now I realized that running away from it was a mistake. Her eyes suddenly changed as she glanced at their expressions. And so they began forming their own judgment from Kim Sung-nyo's story. It is about the saintess being able to absorb other people's souls, correct? Kim Sung-nyo thought secretly as she looked at their reactions. These three are too easy. She continued speaking. From now on, we must prepare for that great trial. Kim Sung-nyo made a pitiful expression and pleaded with them. You must return to the Holy Land and gather everyone. I will leave this important mission to the three of you. They obeyed. We understand, saintess. Kim Sung-nyo happily tried to retreat. Great, they'll take my leave. The blond man sobbed loudly. Yes, please trust us, saintess. The black-haired person acted mysteriously despite their questions. But why exactly is the saintess dressed like that? Where's she been living all this time? Kim Sung-nyo simply ran off, ignoring them. In the next scene, Cecile held an invitation that read, Stoa Fireworks Festival Guide, and rejoiced happily. Tajda, she expressed her excitement. Stoa's Night Market Festival, and a couples event too. I really want to participate. Aston asked, won't we stand out too much? Cecile seemed very interested in this event, and used the excuse that there was always a way to solve everything. Hee, she excitedly said, from Tyrant and Villainous to an ordinary couple you could see anywhere, all thanks to Richard's special disguise rings. Aston found it hard to refuse her words. Aha, then why not give it a try? Cecile happily cheered. Suddenly, he stopped. He turned in the direction that had caught his attention. But everything was silent. Aston thought to himself, what was that? Just now I sensed something. It was very unusual. Cecile called his name. Aston. He looked at her. Anyway, the festival. She looked at him with sparkling eyes. Yes. Aston instantly surrendered before her radiant face. What else do you want to do at the festival? Cecile pulled out an extremely long list. Everything I need is right here. Aston indulged her. With you, I suppose we'll be very busy later. He happily kissed Cecile on the forehead and thought to himself, that's true. No matter what happens, I will always stay by Cecile's side and protect her. The two of them leaned happily against each other in a forest. A bee buzzed past, and a male voice spoke. Definitely. It was Rywin, raising his hand to catch a bee. He really is sensitive. If it had been a little bigger than a bee, I would have almost been discovered. He thought about the festival. Rywin revealed a sly smile as he looked at the buzzing bee in his hand. It seems even heaven is helping me get married. In another place, there was also a flyer titled, Fireworks Festival Special Performance. Tanya whined to the black dragon. I want to go out and have fun too. Gargantia asked innocently, aren't you playing right now? Tanya angrily insisted, I'm supervising you while you work right now. I'm not playing. Gargantia calmly corrected her. Wipe the apple pie off your mouth before you talk. Tanya looked as if she were going mad. While cursing, she slammed her hands on the table with a bang bang. I want to go outside and play, you stupid pig lizard. I can't go because I have to supervise you. How could I possibly go? Gargantia became angry when he heard her insult him. What, pig? Did you just call the great Lord Dragon a pig? The table broke again. Tanya fell into deep thought, tears welling in her eyes. Sniff, sniff. I really wanted to go watch the performance. Gargantia said, why don't you call the Empress and ask her to arrange a private performance? The Empress would surely like that too. Tanya shouted at the black dragon. You idiot. That's not what I want. Gargantia crossed his arms over his chest and asked, then what do you want? She began imagining the festival. Of course, the lively atmosphere of the performance. The people on stage completely immersed in their music. The guitarist strumming, the harpist playing, the audience cheering, screaming, an exciting atmosphere, a shining stage, and even a fateful encounter. Gargantia exclaimed, wow, why don't you just go write a novel? She grabbed the black dragon's head and shook it. Be quiet, you chubby dragon. Anyway, I can't go, but everyone has the freedom to dream. Gargantia looked at her, unable to hide the concern in his eyes. Seeing Tanya look so sad, staring blankly outside like that, Gargantia asked, why don't you just go? She was surprised. The black dragon shrugged and said, I only need to stand still here, don't I? Gargantia cleared his throat. Ahem. So go enjoy yourself as much as you like for one day. But that is all I can do. Tanya hugged the black dragon, overjoyed. Gargantia! The black dragon was so startled that he blushed. Embarrassed by Tanya rubbing her face against him, Gargantia shouted, "Hey, make sure you bring back 50 fried chickens from the best shop in Stoa." Got it, she screamed happily. Of course, I'll do anything for you. Tanya took her hat and left, her face becoming completely bright. Hee hee, then I'll be off and come back later. Wait for me. Gargantia closed the door with a slam. The black dragon fell into thought. Remembering Tanya's bright face and that radiant smile, Gargantia thought to himself, how could I keep her here when she had dressed up so nicely before coming here? The black dragon picked up the advertisement she had been holding earlier. He stared straight at the blonde model on it. Under the title, Fireworks Festival Special Performance, Star of the Wandering Troupe. He could not help wondering, do humans really like this kind of face? Suddenly, Gargantia muttered something. His wings burst open and began to shine. A human form with bright blonde hair had just transformed from the black dragon into a person. He could not help admiring himself. I think I'm getting more and more handsome. With a pile of belongings stacked up, two maids stared at it, not knowing what to do. The short-haired maid spoke up. It should be fine if we don't burn them, right? The other said, what should we do? We're insanely busy. Even if we throw them away, what could possibly happen? The short-haired maid did not seem to fully agree. Even so, it is customary to burn items after His Majesty and the Empress use them once. But the other maid argued back. Because of the festival, we have a mountain of work. Why bother worrying about those old customs? Then the two of them left. Let's hurry and finish so we could go have a drink. I'm so tired. Everything around them grew quiet. Suddenly, a maid stepped up to the pile of belongings the two had left behind. It was Juliana. She quickly obtained a strand of hair from the pile and was extremely pleased. So it really worked exactly as written in the book. Juliana recalled the method to kill Cecile from the book that had suddenly appeared. Everything was going according to what had been written in that book. In what was written, there was forbidden magic used to curse and kill the target. Items to prepare, kill the target by burning them. Fireworks falling from the sky, and some part of the target's body. Juliana thought to herself, now I have obtained the Empress's hair as well. The final day in Stoa is when the fireworks are the most colorful and magnificent. Juliana smiled sinisterly. It will be an especially beautiful fireworks festival for Cecile. On the morning of the festival, Irina Ivan went together with Dee. Dee looked very excited. Wow, this is my first time eating cotton candy. Irina was happy too, but she seemed a little confused by Dee's words. Is that so? Is this snack very rare in the Empire? Realizing that she might have exaggerated a bit, Dee burst into tears. Her Majesty the Empress, Sob, would definitely never buy me delicious food like this. Solby. Irina panicked. Tea that well, then I will buy you as much as you want. Don't worry anymore, okay? Dee laughed. Hee hee. Her reaction is so funny. Irina felt embarrassed again. This child, should I buy that for her too? But Dee thought to himself, this is the only person suited to the game, to his own starting point in the Imperial Palace. And that statement, Dee recalled how Irina had said that day. Could there be an emperor? He smiled, feeling as though he had realized something from Irina. I can sense an unusual pull from this person. This is definitely a story that needs to be followed. In her eyes, Dee was smiling savagely. When she turned to look, he once again burst into a sparkling expression. She asked, you want to eat more, right? Shall I buy it for you? He said, yes. Then this time, something from that roadside stall. Behind the two of them, a pair of leopard print leather shoes walked in the opposite direction. It seemed he was also talking to someone. I told you. I saw it very clearly. I saw her portrait in the newspaper, so I'm certain. The woman from the performance just now really was the Empress's maid. The other person replied, what? She didn't even look elegant at all. Another person was reading a newspaper with only his bright blonde hair showing. He did not join their conversation, but listened to every little piece of information. The two of them kept talking. There's a rumor that she became the Empress's maid with just one small piece of jewelry the size of fist. I wonder what her wages are like. She looks so innocent and stupid. The other person also eagerly commented, she's the perfect purse for us to rob. That's your usual trick, isn't it? After the stage performance ends, you arrange a fake accidental meeting. If things go badly, we can just hide it and split it later. The more the four of them talked, the more problems they revealed. Their malicious intent made even the person reading the newspaper unable to hold back, and he crumpled the paper. On another stretch of road, where those three people were not present, Tanya was immersed in her own joy. What a wonderful performance. She smiled shyly to herself. But compared to the novel, seeing it in real life does feel a little different. It seems the poster was drawn a little more handsomely. Tanya admired him there for a while. Objectively speaking, Hurt-Un really was too handsome. It was just that beside Tanya were Emperor Richard, Aston, and Cecile. A whole lineup of people shining with dazzling beauty. Thanks to the existence of such transcendent handsome men and beautiful women, her standards had also risen. But the leopard print leather shoes appeared again with a clacking sound. Tanya turned toward the direction of the sound and cried, "Huh." She thought, even so. Suddenly, her eyes lit up brightly. It was the man she had been fantasizing about ever since she held the poster. As if it were fate in such a romantic situation. "I am Hurt-Un." The man with the bright face approached Tanya. "From a stage earlier, I had been watching you for a long time. Our eyes met, but you left so quickly, right after the performance ended." Tanya was completely immersed in Hurt-Un's beauty. Her mind was floating in the clouds. Even if it was Hurt-Un, he looked 2,000 times more handsome in person. Hurt-Un spoke in a sweet voice. "Beautiful maid of the Empress. No. May I know your name?" She said shyly, "I am Tanya Kenichi." The current scene of the two of them, one man and one woman, looked incredibly romantic. Sparkle, sparkle. Hurt-Un praised her in admiration. "Even your name is truly beautiful. Then, please go on a date with me for one day today." Another person cut in between the two of them with a thud. That person spoke up, "According to whose wishes?" Hurt-Un was startled and flustered. Who is that?" The man with the sturdy build exposed Hurt-Un's entire scheme. "From what I heard, you're trying to shake her down. Do you have no conscience? Everyone hiding there has already shown themselves, haven't they?" Hurt-Un, guilty as he was, could not say anything. The man continued provoking him. "If possible, I had intended to just stand by and watch. But you were far too eager to rob her." Three clacking footsteps drew closer and closer. "If you don't rob her, then you won't be able to buy my sweet and sour chicken, will you?" Hurt-Un panicked. "Huh? Erop, what are you talking about? More importantly, who are you? Why are you ruining someone else's work?" The man laughed. He immediately grabbed Tanya by the shoulder and held her close. Then he gave a victorious smile before the astonished Tanya. Her boyfriend. In Tanya's eyes, he shone brilliantly under the sunlight, dazzlingly striking. She could not stop expressing her admiration. So handsome. A gentle breeze blew softly, making the prince's distinctive blonde hair flutter. Fresh, glossy blonde hair, along with a face that was in no way inferior to that of His Majesty Emperor Richard. And most important of all, this was a legendary fated meeting between a beautiful girl and a handsome man. It was truly a memorable moment for Tanya. The beautiful girl was the protagonist of that encounter. When Tanya suddenly looked back, she discovered that the beautiful eyes of the unfamiliar young man were now looking at her. At that moment, she was extremely nervous. It seemed her heart was beating wildly. Her face suddenly flushed red, embarrassed as she thought of the way he had just called her. "He called me his girlfriend?" At that moment, she was completely dazed, staring at the peerless face so close to her. Tanya's heart stirred faintly. "It seems like I'm about to fall into the net of love. Is this love at first sight?" She secretly analyzed it again, imagining thousands of scenarios in her head about this lightning strike romance. Seeing the girl in front of him standing there in a daze, the young man opened his mouth and continued speaking. "Did you hear that? That guy is trash." As soon as he finished, she unconsciously replied, "Yes." Her voice was a little shy, like any young girl meeting the person she liked. Seeing that Tanya had no other reaction to what he had just said, Hurt-Un anxiously hurried to say, "That's not true, Lady Maid of the Empress. I truly toward you." But he suddenly remembered his current situation and immediately fell silent, unable to continue. As soon as the young man's words ended, Tanya felt very surprised. She widened her eyes and looked at him suspiciously. "I don't remember ever telling you about my occupation." But there was no time for her to reason things out and guess the identity of the young man beside her. The hateful group, standing opposite them, began to act arrogant and aggressive. The blonde ringleader pointed toward them and shouted loudly, "Damn it, you look rustic, but you're quick-witted, huh? Anyone can see you people are stupid. If it's come to this, then we'll just rely on our numbers and rush in. Rob them." Hearing him say that, the young man cracked his hands, looked at the foolish people before him, and replied with a contemptuous smile, "Fine. I like violence too. Along with that, the cracking sound of his knuckles as he prepared to fight made his fighting spirit even stronger. And so, in just a few short minutes, the thugs who had intended to do something bad were knocked down to the ground by the young man. Tanya witnessed the entire scene of the handsome man taking action and defeating the villains. Her maiden heart could not help being moved. Her face flushed red, her eyes opened wide as she looked at the young man, and her mouth unconsciously murmured, I. In contrast to her, this blonde, handsome man felt that dealing with those people had been far too easy. He simply found it rather interesting to use a human form, still moving his fingers back and forth in a somewhat dull and clumsy way. In his heart, he could not help happily saying, my fingers move pretty well too. Tanya's heart at this moment was filled with restless spring feelings. She was both a little moved and happy as she thought, did he protect me? The young man looked back at Tanya. Seeing her face dazed from infatuation, he thought she did not understand why he had suddenly come here and helped her, so he opened his mouth to explain. Anyway, I thought these guys looked suspicious, so I followed them. In the end, I caught this lot. Then, as if wanting Tanya to praise him for his chivalrous deed, he did not forget to ask, did I do well just now? Tanya shyly replied, good. But to the young man, what she said was truly unpleasant. He immediately snapped in annoyance. What's wrong with you? Did you eat something weird? Ah, what a pity. Since I've appeared anyway, take me around to see the human world, Tanya. Hearing the unfamiliar young man's rather impolite tone, she quietly asked back, mister, why have you been speaking so casually to me since earlier? And what do you mean by seeing the human world? Tanya's words made the young man completely freeze. He had not expected that Tanya had, in fact, completely failed to recognize him. Somewhat puzzled, he asked, you still haven't realized that I am me? Gargantia. Hearing the name of the young man she had been secretly admiring all this time, Tanya felt as though her heart was shattering into pieces. A series of scenes from the past appeared in her head. Living together with that rotten dragon. When she read books, it kept carrying things around and making a racket, causing her to snap in irritation. Go away. Then the scene changed to another one. Tanya was lying comfortably on the bed, while Gargantia was bent over reading a book. It asked her, aren't you going to wash your feet? As soon as it finished speaking, she immediately replied, yeah, I'm not washing them. Not only that, she had repeatedly ordered it around like a servant, despite the dissatisfaction written all over its face. Gargantia, bring me the next book. That is the fine wine that gentleman over there sent me. But Gargantia immediately exposed Tanya's words. It opened its mouth and said, that's sparkling water. Not only that, in one moment when the two of them went to get food, Tanya saw that the chicken leg looked too delicious. So she shamelessly stole Gargantia's portion. That is my chicken leg. Tanya even hit it hard on the head. The more she thought about it, the more despair she felt. Tanya could not believe it. The dragon living with her had actually been the person before her. She screamed, you're lying. The scene shifted to another location. An image appeared of a ball flying and hitting the exact center of the target with a powerful thud. Cecile held a stuffed bear in one hand and said excitedly, this time it hit the center too. The young boy sitting beside her and watching spoke in a childish voice, happily saying, big sister, you're so good. You're really cool. The stall owner saw Cecile continuously hitting the mark. He was in extreme agony, secretly crying in his heart as he said, that's the 10th time she's won the top prize already. Sobi. Hearing that, Cecile became even happier and even more determined to keep playing. The young boy sitting beside her looked at her victorious figure in complete infatuation, his face bright red as he shouted, big sister, please marry me. As soon as Aston heard those words, his expression immediately went cold. His gaze swept toward the daring fellow who dared spout nonsense and demand to marry his wife. Seeing him acting so childish, Cecile felt a little angry and helpless as she said to him, he's just a child. Then she softened her voice and looked at the boy. Sorry, big sister is already married. Hearing that, the young boy stammered quietly, then big sister. Faced with the boy's unclear words, Cecile could not help thinking in her heart, is he that desperate? But she still asked aloud, what's wrong? The boy continued, speaking quietly. Then please give me that. Hearing that small wish of his, Cecile smiled happily. Stuffed bear, right? Which one do you want? Her hand did not forget to raise the whole bag of stuffed bears, her spoils of victory. But it seemed the little boy did not want those stuffed bears. He continued, "No, not that. The big stuffed rabbit, please." As soon as he finished speaking, Cecile froze. She was a little surprised and said, This one." Unfortunately, before Cecile could react, Aston spoke over her and decided for her. He happily took the stuffed rabbit and gave it to the boy. "Feel free to take it." But Aston's action was something Cecile could never have expected. She stared blankly and turned back to ask him, "Ace, you can't be serious." Lord Aston calmly replied, "If you carry that, you will be busier hugging it than hugging me, won't you?" Cecile felt very distressed. She sniffled and cried as she said, "I thought it was a substitute for your majesty." In her heart, she also told herself, "I even named it Aston." Then she could not help thinking further, well, I suppose liking it that way is fine too. After things ended at the ball-throwing game area, the two of them went to another place. Amid the lively, bustling atmosphere of the event, the host's voice rang out. Now, the final event, the fireworks festival, is about to begin. At that moment, Cecile held Aston's hand and tried to push her way to the front row. Seeing this, the people around them could not help reminding them, "Please do not push, and please keep order." The scene was now extremely crowded, with people packed tightly together. Cecile felt very stifled and uncomfortable. She groaned, Ugh. The stream of people continued one after another, surging forward. Cecile suddenly felt very worried. With such a busy crowd, would they be able to see anything? As soon as she finished speaking, Aston's voice rang out. "Do not worry. I will take you to the special seats." Following those words, he reached out his hand to lead her through the crowd. The scene changed to a dark corner away from people. The boy from earlier no longer had his innocent, naive appearance. Holding the stuffed rabbit in his arms, he opened his mouth and reported to the other person about the mission he had completed. "I brought the stuffed toy that the Empress always holds close, just as you requested. May I receive the money you promised me now?" The girl seemed satisfied that the task had been completed. She smiled faintly and replied, "Of course. Here you are." Then she tossed several gold coins into the boy's hand. Today, she had achieved her goal, so she could not help showing great excitement and anticipation. Although it wasn't written in the book, if I also use an item Cecile always carries with her, the effect should be better, right? When the final firework explodes, may you be able to track Cecile. At that very moment, Aston and Cecile were sitting together beneath the beautiful scenery of the fireworks festival. Around them, the sounds of fireworks rang out everywhere. Brilliant fireworks of many colors bloomed one after another across the sky, making the atmosphere warmer and more joyful than ever. In the lively, excited scene of the fireworks festival, colorful fireworks brightly lit up the night sky. A girl holding a sandwich in one hand and a bottle of alcohol in the other was standing alone. She was at transmigrated sanus. It seemed she could not see anyone around her. She was a little worried and looked all around, searching for everyone. Which direction did everyone go? They're acting like this is some couples-only festival. Watching couples flirt and play around, I really hate even numbers. And so the girl raised the bottle of alcohol and drank gulp after gulp. "Whatever, I'll drink by myself." The girl continued standing there, enjoying the bottle of alcohol alone, not caring that all around her were couples with their arms around each other, looking so romantic. In truth, to her right now, she also wished she had a man beside her like everyone else. Is it that hard for me to have just one guy who is both handsome and careful by my side? Those words clearly showed the loneliness on her face. But just as she finished speaking, a long, slender hand suddenly held hers. The owner of that hand spoke. "But you already found someone like that. So why didn't you contact me and instead ran away like this?" There is a hint of reproach and sulking in this person's words. The girl felt a strange familiarity and closeness. She turned her face back. Her eyes met the young man's deep, affectionate gaze. She recognized the person in front of her. Her mouth unconsciously called his name. The entire space at that moment was filled with the lively sounds of the festival. Fireworks went off with loud booms. Under the sky, brightly lit by fireworks, Cecile and Aston were capturing those wonderful moments together. Cecile happily exclaimed, "The fireworks are so beautiful." At that moment, Aston was looking at her with an indulgent expression. He spoke to her gently. "After watching this, you will have done everything you wanted to do, won't you?" Hearing him say that, Cecile turned her face to look at him and answered, "Not yet. There's still one thing." It seemed to be something rather delicate. Cecile's face looked shy. She leaned close to her husband's face and called his name. "Aston." After that, Cecile's action was truly unexpected and a little bold. She took the initiative to give him a sudden, sweet kiss beneath the romantic scene. The moment the kiss was given, fireworks once again burst brilliantly across the sky, as if responding to Cecile's act of affection. The booming of the fireworks seemed to tear apart the young girl's shyness. Aston seemed far too surprised by Cecile's action. At that moment, his heart suddenly beat wildly, as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. Aston startled unconsciously because the kiss came too quickly, leaving him no time to react. But suddenly, he sensed something secretly changing within his body. Startled unconsciously, he pushed Cecile far away from him to prevent her from being in danger. At his feet, a bewitching, mysterious circle appeared, giving off a blazing red light like a torch. A crackling sound rang out, as if something had just been burned. Seeing such a scene, Cecile became worried and loudly called his name. Aston. But for her safety, he told her, "Cecile, do not come near me." Aston seemed to sense that something terrible was about to happen to him. But as for Cecile, right now she felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles, terribly worried about him. How could she possibly calm down so easily? She stepped closer to Aston and asked in a panic, "Aston, what happened? Are you all right?" At that moment, under the pressure of that damned magic circle, Aston was struggling with exhaustion and difficulty. His strength seemed to be draining away more and more, yet he did not forget to shout loudly to stop the young girl in front of him, who was about to step into the magic circle with him. No. Aston's eyes gradually turned blood red. His heart pounded hard. The streams of magic beneath the bed seemed to be trying to invade his body. Seeing the situation getting worse and worse, Cecile called out softly to him, "What is this?" Cecile was completely panicked by the scene before her. "Aston," she shouted loudly, searching for Richard's help. "Richard, are you here? If you can hear me, then." No sooner had she finished speaking than a figure appeared behind her. It was Rywin. He said in a flippant tone, "I didn't think you'd start crying so quickly." Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Cecile was very surprised. "Who are you?" Seeing that she did not recognize him, Rywin introduced himself. "Hello, my lady. Starting today, this will be our first day together." He seemed extremely excited and even winked at her. Immediately, both Cecile and Aston felt disgusted, wondering who this man was and why he was saying such strange things. Cecile's revulsion showed plainly on her face as she muttered under her breath, "Where is that dog barking from?" Suddenly, the sound of a weapon being drawn rang out. It turned out Aston, furious, wanted to deal with him. Hearing that, Rywin shifted his attention to Aston, who was trapped inside the magic circle, and put on a very surprised expression. "Oh my, you still look quite well, don't you?" There was a hint of contempt for Aston in his voice, but as far as Aston was concerned, he was not well at all. His strength was gradually being exhausted, and it seemed he would soon be unable to move. The more he listened to Rywin, the angrier he became. Rywin paid no mind to the hatred from the married couple, and calmly continued explaining. "He has been struck by a terrible spell. Although I don't know who did it, it is fortunate for me." As soon as Rywin finished speaking, Aston felt his body growing weaker and weaker. Even standing up to protect Cecile had become a luxury. In pain, he thought, "Damn it, my body is in danger. Jijindi's power is growing stronger. If this continues, it will be like that time." While Aston was fighting the magic alone, that hateful crown prince was very pleased. He casually lifted Cecile up and carried her on his back, not forgetting to say, "It looks as though the whole world is blessing the two of us, doesn't it?" Without paying the slightest attention to Aston, he said, "Let's go, my wife." Cecile thought bitterly, how can there be people this abnormal? But she was powerless and could not resist. She felt extremely uncomfortable with that man and cursed him. "You lunatic, let me go. Who is your wife?" She turned her head to look at Aston. Unfortunately, at that moment, all she could do was call his name in despair. When Aston heard Cecile calling him, he felt deeply worried and uneasy. He knew very well that in this condition, he could not chase after them. He felt powerless and clenched his weakened hand tightly. "If I erupt like I did back then, I might endanger Cecile again this time. First, I have to release this magic." Aston seemed to be trying to focus with all his might so that he would not endanger her. He concentrated as much as he could, then followed the flow of magical power. At that moment, in a hidden corner of a gloomy house, a cold voice echoed, chilling enough to raise goosebumps. "Foolish woman, nothing is more important than your own life. The price of forbidden magic is your very life. Looking again at the person on the bed, who was hovering between life and death, the other person showed not the slightest concern. She chuckled with interest. In any case, there was no need to write that down. We cannot be the only ones forced to suffer a tragic ending. Cecile of this world, you must be fair as well. Suddenly, a strange creaking sound rang out. That girl, who was none other than Kalia, suddenly flinched and spun around, angrily shouting, "Who is it?" She froze at the sight of the person standing at the door. She cried out in fear, "Aston." At that moment, Aston was having great difficulty controlling his body and keeping his mind steady. He tried to drag his exhausted body toward her. "Why did you?" Then he looked toward the corner of the room and saw the person lying on the bed. He realized what was there. "So that is where you cast magic on me." Those words seemed to make her completely fear for her own life. Right then, Kalia seemed so surprised by Aston's appearance that she froze. She stammered, "Aston, why are you?" "That magic." Then she suddenly whipped around and looked behind her, her whole body clearly filled with extreme worry and unease. At the same time, the stuffed rabbit fell to the floor right before her eyes. Seeing it, she seemed to guess something. Kalia cried out angrily. Could it be? Damn it, that woman. I never told her to do that. Afraid that the terrifying person before her would settle all these matters on her head, Kalia hurriedly turned back and tried to explain. "No, I never intended to do that to you," she shouted loudly so that he could clearly hear her. Today, Aston looked at the chaos and the madwoman before him. He was trembling with rage while also worrying about Cecile, not knowing what they were doing to her. He said coldly to Kalia, "There is no need for more words. I must quickly go and bring Cecile back." He intended to deal with this hateful Kalia at once. Although his body was now extremely weak and exhausted, he still wanted to protect Cecile's safety. But at that moment, Kalia seemed to pay no attention to his words. She looked at Aston and muttered, "That's right. You're not the Aston from my world. I'm sorry, but I cannot die here." Then, as soon as Kalia finished speaking, Aston swiftly used magic to attack. A blue light of magic flew toward him, causing the demonic nature within him to burst out. Aston felt as though his body was gradually collapsing. Heavy footsteps thudded from behind him. Some dark, invisible force was gripping his body tightly, making pain stab through him. He groaned through clenched teeth, ugh, and seemed to crumple down. Seeing that she had succeeded in holding him back, Kalia turned to leave. Before leaving, she did not forget to utter eerie words, tinged with smugness. "Take care, Aston. See you again." But the moment Kalia and her words vanished, Aston seemed to collapse. He did not want to let that insane woman leave so easily, but in his current state, there was no way he could stop her. In pain and resentment, Aston said hoarsely, "No." The scene shifted elsewhere. Cecile had been brazenly kidnapped and carried away by Rywin. To Cecile, that made her extremely angry and uncomfortable. As she struck him, she did not forget to curse, "Let me go, you lunatic." But that crown prince seemed very happy. He did not care at all about her fierce resistance. My wife seems quite fierce too." But Cecile was not happy in the slightest. "Who is your wife?" "I already have a husband." "You're from a mystic kingdom, aren't you?" "Does the mystic kingdom have a custom of kidnapping other people's wives like this?" Hearing this, Rywin fell silent for a moment. His smug smile faded. He said pensively, "Although it is not like that. Since we have come this far, we can rest for a bit." Then he placed her down on the ground. He did not forget to look at Cecile and slowly explain why he had taken her. "You are a very important person to us, Lady Destroyer." He also explained his identity to Cecile. "I am Rywin, Crown Prince of the Mystic Kingdom, the destroyer of the world. I have come to receive you, Cecile Fran Vienna Bitten." Hearing these words, she stared at him with wide, doubtful eyes, then blurted out, "What is this? Are you a pervert?" Seeing Cecile react like that, Rywin could not help feeling helpless. He raised a hand to his forehead, looking as if he could not understand Cecile at all, then declared decisively, "You really don't understand anything." Cecile paid no attention to his strange attitude and loudly questioned him. "But I hate hearing words like that from someone who kidnapped another person's wife, all right? You're the crown prince, aren't you?" At this point, Rywin had no choice but to speak again, lest this young girl understand nothing, get furious on her own, and cause a scene. His tone turned mysterious, as if he were telling an old tale. "It seems I must explain a little first. The so-called destroyer is someone who appears in every story and remains until the very end. That is what the gods and sages of our country have said. It is said that several hundred years ago, a strange event occurred. Cecile suddenly became dazed. Her attention was completely drawn to the story Rywin was telling. She asked him, "A strange event?" Because of Cecile's curiosity, the young man continued the story. That's right. It was something that originally did not appear in the book. To be precise, it was the appearance of a certain character. Cecile was somewhat confused by what Rywin had just said. She asked, "What do you mean?" Rywin pondered briefly, then continued the story. If I must explain what it is a character who appears in every story. Clearly, that character was never written into the contents. Yet that person suddenly appears. After the story ends, they appear once more at the very end. In his mind appeared the image of a mysterious girl who looked like Cecile, yet possessed an extremely terrifying presence. As for Cecile, she suddenly remembered the book she had once read in that mysterious place. Unconsciously, she blurted out, "A story, a book. Could it be?" Seeing the girl before him react so strongly to this story, Rywin continued. And so, after several hundred years, we finally discovered who that character is. At the end of all stories, the last person able to witness the world's conclusion. Therefore, those beside that person will be the ones who can greet the final, very last ending. Then he emphasized firmly, confirming, "That person is you, Empress Cecile." His words at that moment were as cold as a devil's accusation against Cecile. "Although you may know nothing at all, I have found you. This world has been destroyed countless times, and we are living atop those graves. This is the final chapter of this world, and the world around you will be the last to end. Furthermore, you are the one who can create things that transcend this world." At this point, Cecile opened her mouth and asked him, "To put it simply, I am a great existence and can stop the end of the world. Is that right?" As soon as Cecile finished speaking, he nodded, confirming her words with a slightly helpless expression. Then Rywin looked at Cecile, and his expression changed completely. The heaviness from the earlier story was gone. Now he smiled as if he had found a treasure and said to Cecile, "Therefore, come with me to the mystic kingdom. I will give you anything you want." But to her, that was not enjoyable at all. She hesitated for a moment. If so, before Cecile could finish speaking, Rywin jumped in to continue. That's right. I said I would give you everything you want." But before he could finish, Cecile took advantage of Rywin's opening and delivered a powerful slap, sending him tumbling. As he rolled on the ground, she said to him with disgust, "Go by yourself, you pervert. I will not go to the Mystic Kingdom. Now, take me back to Aston immediately." It turned out Cecile's silent hesitation earlier had been to make this foolish crown prince lower his guard, allowing her to easily strike him with a blow he would never forget. At this moment, in another scene, in a deserted corner of the street, a house was being surrounded by an overflowing mass of demonic energy. Richard, in the form of a 10-year-old boy, was watching the fireworks exploding across the sky with Irina. The music performance was extremely crowded and noisy. Irina looked at the fireworks and smiled brightly, saying, "Relaxing like this once in a while is nice too." Suddenly, Richard sensed Aston's strange power sweeping past him. He was surprised. He turned to Irina with a cute, coaxing expression. "Big sister, I really want to eat the cream puffs I saw earlier. I'll go buy some and come right back, okay?" Irina was afraid it would be unsafe for a little boy to go alone, so she wanted to go with him. Then let's go together." But he absolutely could not let her follow him. "There's no need. I'll go and come right back." He was also worried about her safety, so he carefully instructed her, "Big sister, you absolutely must not leave this spot. All right?" Irina was a little surprised, but she only thought he was afraid that in the crowded festival it would be hard to find her, so she agreed. Mumusa. In a safe place where no one could see, a hand was casting magic. It was Richard. He was trying to find where that strange power was coming from. He murmured in thought, "Just now, I sensed an unstable magical energy. Is it Aston?" On Aston's side, he was in extreme discomfort. Wisps of black-red smoke were gradually losing control. He groaned in pain. HNGH. Before leaving, Richard had created a protective magic circle for Irina. As long as she stayed within it, she would be fine. He thought that things on Irina's side should still be all right. Irina also listened to Richard and stood still there. He placed a protective barrier here. I must not leave this spot. But after standing there for too long, she also became somewhat worried. He's taking so long. Suddenly, she saw something and widened her eyes. Kim was holding her maid. From the outside, people might judge her because this was a strict, noble society. Arena immediately called his name, making him flinch slightly. "Knight Captain Ken," he and the Saintess turned around. The Saintess cried out, "Ah, my lady." In her urgency, Arena forgot Richard's warning and stepped out of the barrier. She quickly walked over to Ken and the Saintess and shouted, "Look at you. What exactly are you trying to do right now?" She pointed straight at Ken. "How can you casually hold a girl's hand like that?" The moment she stepped out of the barrier, it began crackling nonstop, but she was too busy arguing with Ken to notice. The Saintess anxiously hurried to deny it. "My lady, this is—" But Ken cut her off and greeted Arena cheerfully. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Lebanon." His arm naturally wrapped around the Saintess's shoulders. To Arena's astonishment, he said, "This maid of yours." He held the Saintess very affectionately. "Please grant her to me." The Saintess was shocked. Arena was shocked as well. The two of them shouted in unison, "Huh?" Fireworks were still bursting loudly across the sky, but this situation seemed somewhat absurd. Aston was losing more and more control. Black smoke billowed out, making him breathe raggedly. Exhausted and in pain, Aston clutched his head in discomfort. His breathing grew increasingly erratic. Last time, Cecile had not completely removed it. Jijindi's blood could return at any moment. Even though he himself was in such pain, Aston still remembered her. His eyes contained pain and anger. Cece. The black smoke had spread everywhere. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped everything. Aston tried to endure within that smoke. "I have to find Cece. I have to get her back." The black smoke could no longer be controlled. It flew high into the sky, lighting up the entire area. Everyone panicked, screaming and scattering in all directions. "What is that?" Kip was also shocked. "What exactly is that?" The black smoke had already spread far and wide. But Arena was still angry with Ken. "What on earth are you saying?" He calmly replied, "It is just as I said. She took my first time." The Saintess beside him cut in, "Hey, what about my thoughts?" Inwardly, she thought no, but he's the knight captain of a country. How can he, just because of such a trivial thing? Suddenly, a thunderous rumble rang out, making the three of them startle and turn to look. People were screaming in fear. Someone shouted loudly, "Everyone, get out of the way!" The Saintess was also alarmed. She realized it was Jijindi's blood rising up. She was extremely surprised and worried. Jijindi's blood? Why would it appear in Stoa? Only Arena was bewildered and understood nothing. What is going on? It has been chaotic for a while now. The Saintess quickly said, "Now is not the time. Everyone must run from here immediately." The black-red smoke flashed with a blinding glare. A cloud of smoke shot straight toward the Saintess. Ken cried out in panic, "Danger!" Arena also quickly pushed her away. "Look out!" The Saintess was shoved to the ground, but luckily, she avoided the smoke's attack. Ken's sharp eyes swept over the clouds of smoke. They roared past just like that. A cloud of smoke flew in and surrounded Aston. He only had time to tell the Saintess and Irene to run. The Saintess was terribly worried for his safety. She was even more afraid that Jijindi's power would destroy everything. A tremendous explosion rang out, making her eyes fly wide open. The Saintess quickly stood up. She thought to herself, "Again. It's happening again. Something I never wrote." She immediately turned and headed toward the clouds of smoke. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her, "Saintess, so this is where you were." We sensed a source of power, an extremely wicked one. It is exactly like the prophecy. The noise from the clouds of smoke grew more and more violent. The person continued, "Because it was urgent, I gathered everyone, from the high-ranking priests to the ordinary priests. All we need is your command." Before he could finish speaking, the Saintess cut him off. "Is that so? Then divide them up and use them." The man was still bewildered. "Pardon? Use what?" At that moment, the Saintess was shining like a savior goddess. She answered his question coldly. "Everyone's life force." People were screaming fiercely in terror. Beneath the thick black smoke, crimson light flashed across the sky. "Ah, Kia, it's evil. It's evil." The merchant bowed his head and stammered. "Thank you, Lady Dragon Knight." Tanya replied, "It's nothing. Hurry and go." She was also deeply shocked, staring wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before her. "Is this the black monster I saw last time? Did His Majesty the Emperor transform again?" She stood silently, thinking, "What should I do? Where's the Empress right now?" She had no idea that behind her, a cloud of black smoke was attacking. Gargantua rushed up and pulled her into his arms, helping her avoid the attack. He snapped angrily. Where's your mind wandering off to? Huh? Something terrible almost happened. She was both timid and frightened, unable to speak. Thank you. She clutched at her maiden heart, which was pounding wildly. What is this? Until now, there haven't been many men I could trust. Someone worth relying on. So much so that I'm having strange thoughts, even in the middle of a battle. And Gargantua was deep in thought. Should I blow it away with magic? Seeing how serious he looked, Tanya could not believe her eyes. Was this man really Gargantua? The atmosphere had already taken on a gloomy hue all across Stoa. The Saintess was clenching her hands tightly. A certain magic immediately began to sparkle. She said in satisfaction, "Good. It has returned." In the middle of that dark space, she shone with dazzling beauty. But how unwavering and powerful her gaze was. The clouds of smoke grew even more violent, rumbling and spreading everywhere. The Saintess observed its movements very clearly. Although the circumstances and timing were different, this was definitely the second outburst of Gigendes. She raised her hand and cast a little magic. If that was the case, there was only one thing she could do. Light flashed in her eyes. She was determined to use all the power that had returned to bring Aston back. Of course, she felt some regret and hesitation too. These powers have been so difficult to absorb. If she used them all this time, she might truly become an ordinary woman. But her gaze immediately turned firm and resolute. Even if that happened, she remembered the image of herself with Ken and Irene. I still have to choose. She immediately cast her magic. Her eyes blazed with fierce hope. The Saintess had returned, beautiful and powerful like a goddess. She shone brilliantly amid the gloomy darkness of Gigendes' blood that covered everything. She was using every bit of power she had. Take my final strength, Aston. Quickly, the dark atmosphere gradually became clear again. The Saintess pushed out her last power. Everything was flashing brightly across the sky. Give my people back. Light suddenly burst forth. It was over. The Saintess had returned to being an ordinary girl, panting raggedly from exhaustion. The person beside her was still staring blankly, unable to speak properly. Is it over? She collapsed weakly to the ground. All my power. I can feel it. All my strength has been drained from my body. She staggered, unable to stand steadily. I'm so tired. She fell heavily to the ground, unable to get back up. A pair of arms quickly wrapped around her and caught her. It was Ken who supported her. He held her in his arms and lifted her up. His eyes stared fixedly at her. Seeing her so exhausted that she nearly fainted seemed to pain him deeply. On Crown Prince Ryuin's side, Cecile was furious. Take me back to Aston right now. He snapped angrily. You heard everything, and you're still acting like this? I told you, you have to become my wife. She kept making a huge fuss. I don't want to. You're terribly ugly. Hearing that struck him like a bolt from the blue. Ugly? Someone like him was being called ugly by her. His head grew so hot it felt like steam would rise from it. He pointed at Cecile. Wait a moment. I cannot simply let that remark of yours pass. No matter how you look at it, I'm the most handsome man in the Mystic Kingdom, you know? People have to line up and take a number just to see my face. But she was still throwing a fit. I don't care. You're terribly ugly. Your nose is even 1.5 millimeters lower than His Majesty's. Provoked, he had to find a way to recover his pride. My arms are bigger, aren't they? Cecile had already caused a huge commotion. I don't like big arms. They look disgusting. She recalled the image of her beloved Emperor Aston. He was utterly perfect. His Majesty's muscles were just beautifully proportioned, so he looked incredibly good in ceremonial attire. She became teary-eyed and almost started crying, sniffling. Suddenly, she burst into loud sobs. If anything happens to His Majesty, will you take responsibility? Seeing her crying so hard, he had no idea what to do. He lifted her face. First, wipe away your tears. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Take that hand off her. It was Aston. He was walking over, breathing heavily. Seeing him, Cecile called out loudly, Aston. She ran to him, crying softly, and threw her arms around him. Ryuin was slightly surprised. What is this? He came back that quickly? In any case, he did not seem to be in very good condition. That did appear to be true. Aston looked somewhat weak and exhausted from what had just happened, but he still embraced his Cecile tightly. Ryuin smiled contemptuously and pretended to be calm. I dislike arguing, so could you hand the Empress over to me? Aston spoke through his ragged breaths. Even if Cecile said she wanted to leave, I would still hesitate over whether I should let her go. He pointed the tip of his sword straight at Rin and said firmly, so there is no reason at all for me to hand her over to someone like you. The two swords began to clash with ringing sounds. Aston and Ruin seethed with fighting spirit, neither willing to yield. Standing outside, Cecile could only stare at the two of them, worriedly clenching both hands. Several hours had already passed. Even with just a little more, Aston was exhausted and breathing hard. It seemed His Majesty was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a barrier circle opened in the air. Richard slipped through it and came to Cecile's side. The moment she saw him, Cecile complained resentfully, "Why are you so late? Whenever I need you, you're nowhere to be found." He scratched his head blankly. He crossed his arms, looking extremely calm despite the fierce battle taking place outside. "I cast a spell that only reacts when something major happens." "Was I really that late?" Cecile sulked. "Yes. Incredibly, extremely, unbelievably late." He could only laugh awkwardly. "Is that so?" Richard looked at the two men fighting, while Cecile glared at him angrily. He asked Cecile about the young man fighting Aston. "Is that guy from Mystic Kingdom?" She answered. "He says he is Crown Prince Ryun." Hearing the name, Richard exclaimed in surprise. "What? That Ryun?" She shouted even more angrily. "That's right. So hurry up and stop him." Suddenly, he used a bit of magic. A circle appeared in the air, and from it fell a whole lot of popcorn, drinks, and a sofa. Cecile widened her eyes in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" He held popcorn in one hand and a drink in the other, put on a pair of glasses, and prepared himself completely. He answered with the utmost calm, getting ready to watch the show. She was so angry she was about to smoke. "What did you say?" "You have to stop them. If you don't, His Majesty will—" He interrupted her. "All right, if that guy really is Rian, then this fight won't end easily." He explained what he knew about the evenly matched battle between those two men. If he is the crown prince of the Mystic Kingdom, then in terms of ability, you could say he is completely equal to Aston. So if a battle breaks out between the two of them, there is no way it would end quickly. But then he put on a joking tone and brushed it off. "If I deliberately jump in there to stop them, they'll definitely cut me into 100 pieces and end the fight that way, won't they?" He tried to change the subject and handed Cecile a cup of water. "Here, have some water." She hesitated. But even knowing that, how could Cecile feel at ease watching Aston fight and even battle while he was already so exhausted and drained? Her gaze turned pensive, sad, and worried. She thought to herself, "If only I had power." Suddenly, the cup of water in her hand began to sparkle. It was very strange. She looked at it in surprise. The cup of water seemed to contain some kind of magic, making it sparkle continuously, unlike ordinary water. She immediately turned to ask Richard, "Richard, there's something strange about this water. Why is it like this?" He seemed to understand something and said indifferently, "Why are you asking me that? You created it yourself." Of course, she did not understand at all. "What?" He calmly brought up what had happened last time. "I secretly observed you at the casino. You did it then too, didn't you? The power Juliana once used vanished in an instant." He told her something she herself did not know. "At that time, you changed all the components in the water into something beneficial to yourself." His gaze turned thoughtful. "Now I'm certain. It was something no one could have expected." Cecile possessed the power of a witch. It was an immensely great power, on par with that of a great witch. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at her absent-mindedly. "Who exactly are you?" Cecile was still very confused. "It truly is interesting that you make me this curious." He looked toward Aston. "For your sake, he is ready to fight without caring about his own life. I suppose that is why Aston likes you so much." He thought of Arena, and his eyes immediately lit up. And that maid too. After thinking that, he stopped caring and continued leisurely scooping up popcorn to eat. "Anyway, watch closely." Cecile was still extremely frightened and confused. But this battle would have been evenly matched if Aston had not resisted Jijindi's blood. But it had happened, causing the fight to become unbalanced. From the very beginning, it was extremely difficult for Aston. He held his head and let out an exhausted sigh. "I escaped from the domination of Jijindi's blood and returned, but I have used up too much strength." Ryuin smiled contemptuously and challenged him. "What's wrong, Aston? Are you exhausted already?" He deliberately struck directly with his sword, forcing Aston to surrender. "Then I can take your wife away now, can't I?" Aston staggered back several steps, but he would not give in so easily. It seems that in the Mystic Kingdom, kidnapping women is normal, is it? He was not ashamed and instead spoke forcefully. "This is not kidnapping. It is saving the destroyer from a great calamity." It seemed Cecile was sitting quite far away, so she could not clearly hear what the two of them were saying. "What are they saying now?" Richard said leisurely, "Wait a moment. I'll help you hear them clearly." After saying that, he snapped his fingers with a pop. Immediately, she could hear every word they said clearly. Ryuin declared, "That's right. You are the great calamity, Emperor Aston." He continued speaking as if trying to drive Aston into a corner. When the god said those words to the destroyer, I thought, what nonsense are they spouting? He seemed to know very well what had happened. But the monster that appeared in the Duchy of Isha, and just now in Stoa, his declaration seemed to rob Aston of part of his fighting spirit. That was you, wasn't it, Emperor Aston? Hearing that, Cecile's eyes widened in surprise and fear. As for Aston, it was as if he had been struck in the heart. His gaze lowered slightly. You will destroy this world, just as you are doing now. Ryuin deliberately dug into Aston's weakness to force him to accept defeat. And the first person placed in danger will be the Empress. Cecile did not understand at all. What is he saying right now? Ryuin still tried to use her as leverage to break Aston. You understand, don't you? You will kill your own Empress. But how could she accept such baseless words from him? No. She remembered the day of the battle in the Duchy of Isha. Aston, even then, he had tried to save me, even though he had been transformed into the strange shape of those black clouds of smoke. He still reached out to wipe the tears from her cheeks. Aston would never do that. She clenched both hands tightly, proving how worried and afraid she was. If I had power, I could save Aston. She blamed herself, instead of simply enduring being kidnapped. She silently reproached herself. I made myself his weakness again, and am just sitting here waiting for someone else to save me. Suddenly, her hair rustled and fluttered. Light began to radiate around her, because she was thinking if I could do it myself with my own power. Even Richard, sitting beside her, was shocked when he saw her. If I could end this battle. She kept thinking that way, and the water around her began bubbling and flying toward her. Please stop, she shouted. Why? I want to stop this battle. The water moved more and more forcefully. I don't want to disappoint you anymore. I hate that so much. At that moment, she was shining with her own power. I absolutely will not let myself be taken away, because this was my power to begin with. She had begun to cast magic. Crackling and bubbling sounds came from around her. Then an explosion rang out. So give it back to me. Help Aston. Water began pouring down from the sky in torrents, like a tremendous downpour falling across all of Stoa. The spirit Ayura thought blankly. What even is life? The spirit Alex had dragged her along. Ayura, we have to go find the Great Witch. Naturally, she would not go that easily. But go where exactly? He kept pulling her. Just go and you'll find out. And so Ayura was tied up, and I was dragged all the way here. She shouted, the entrance to the World Tree? What? Alex tried to persuade her. But to find the World Tree, there's no other way besides this, is there? She said angrily. That is the problem. She wriggled irritably in the ropes tightly binding her. Can't you see that sign over there? It says not to go near it. Alex still gripped the rope and dragged her along. What problem could there be with going to look at a tree? She was so angry she felt like she would start smoking. I really shouldn't talk to this spirit. The World Tree was a great and sacred existence. This world had repeatedly ended and ended again, and that tree was the beginning of life in this world. For all living creatures, approaching that place had long been implicitly understood as taboo. She fumed. Even if I explain it 100 times, this spirit won't understand. Alex remained firm in his decision. The surest way to determine whether the great, whichever approached the World Tree, is to ask the World Tree directly. Hearing him say it so calmly made Ayura feel a chill. That's true, but no spirit has ever met the World Tree and returned alive, right? Suddenly, he froze for a few seconds. Then he used a bit of magic, and a barrier circle appeared. This is an exception. His eyes were extremely decisive and determined. The deeper I dig, the stranger it becomes. It seems the Great, which was not only interested in Jijindi's blood, but also in the World Tree. He had thought carefully and found the issue. What exactly is the connection between those two things? There is only one solution to this problem. We have no choice but to ask the World Tree. He turned to her and smiled happily. So let's go. As for her, she was terrified to death. If I say I don't want to, will you let me go? Without hesitation, he answered while dragging her along. No, she shouted angrily. Listen carefully, you crazy spirit. Suddenly, something appeared and flashed past her, startling her. She was sucked straight through the barrier circle, screaming wildly. Cecile suddenly flinched and widened her eyes. She turned to look at something. Her hand touched a glowing tree. But she stepped closer to it in astonishment. Cecile could not understand what was happening. She had clearly passed out after using magic. The heavy torrents of water had battered Ryuin until he was utterly defeated. She thought she had even succeeded in gathering all the rainwater and dumping it onto Ryuin's head. Her gaze turned thoughtful. After that, it seemed she had fainted. She looked at the world tree, and she was standing on it. Just where in the world was this? She stared around blankly, starving. Suddenly, she saw an apple on the tree. A sparkling apple? She reached out and pulled the apple off. She only thought to herself that this was an ordinary tree. Its owner was not here, so she might as well eat it. She took the apple and devoured it. Suddenly, her eyes shone like stars. She was delighted like a child. It was so delicious. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You have come again?" She glanced over in surprise. She spoke hesitantly, somewhat afraid. Who is there?" Meanwhile, at Aston and Richard's location, Aston was stomping over heavily. Richard had been beaten so badly by him that he had vomited blood. Aston's eyes blazed with fury. "You slippery bastard. I knew you would not die so easily." He grabbed Richard by the collar and shouted, "What have you done?" He threatened him. "If you dare to touch even a single hair on Cecile's head, I will never let you get away with it." His gaze grew even more fierce. "Tell me at once, where is Cecile right now?" He forced Richard to find her for him. "Use that powerful magic of yours right now." But Richard was still smiling calmly. "Calm down, Aston. I do not want to end up like Grand Duke Paris. I already tried to cast magic. I also tried divination just now. But since this is the power of the Great Witch, it is very difficult even for me." Suddenly, he sensed something. Aston immediately asked Cecile, "Where is she?" But Richard repeated what he had said. "I already told you." Aston flared with anger and shouted, "Impossible. She cannot have gone there." He could not accept Richard's words. Cecile was at the World Tree. Richard also warned him, no human, and not even any spirit, has ever gone there and returned alive. "It will be the same for you, Aston." But at that moment, he no longer cared about anything else. All he needed was Cecile. "Open a gate for me." Richard was worried for his safety. "What? Did you not hear what I just said? That place is extremely dangerous, even for you, Aston." He seized Richard and asked again, "Dangerous?" He recalled images of her during all this time. Cecile, from the first time she became a hostage, to when he was being taken over again by the blood of Gigendes, to when she came to save him. She had jumped down so that she would not die by his hand. She had saved him from the blood of Gigendes. She had helped him defeat Ryuin with every bit of strength she had. She had exhausted herself after casting magic, and then she suddenly vanished from his arms to some unknown place. Had she not always faced danger? His eyes were no longer as fierce as before. They had softened somewhat. "Now it is my turn to save her. Open the barrier gate to the World Tree. Wait for me, Cecile." He had resolved himself to do everything he could. "I will definitely come to save you." Alex observed the surroundings and said, "They said this place is dangerous." Looks like that was true. Then he spoke casually again. "It is pitch black. I cannot see anything." Ayura, tied up and hopeless, said, "That's right. It is exactly like the things inside your head and our future." Alex paused for a moment, sensing something. Wait, this feeling. The silhouette of a man appeared from the darkness. Step by step, he approached the two of them. Clack, 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 clack. Alex was shocked. The Emperor? Ayura was puzzled. How can a human come here? Do you two know each other? But Alex was a little flustered now, because he had accidentally called him an acquaintance. Yes. Why, I wonder. Should we try asking? Alex thought to himself, I cannot let it be exposed that the Emperor carries the blood of Gigendes. Then Alex approached and asked after the Emperor. Why are you here? Do you know how terrifying this place is? Aston said expressionlessly, Cecile is somewhere around here. Alex tried to deny it. What? How could that be? This is an incredibly frightening place. How could the Empress possibly be here? He was still about to continue when Aston covered Alex's mouth tightly with his hand. Thud, thud. I do not have time to listen to your chatter. He ordered him, lead me to Cecile. If you help me. Aston said firmly, then all the treasures of the Empire will belong to you. Alex's eyes lit up. The sparkle in them was clear, and he was tempted. I will guide you, your majesty. In another scene, a glowing tree appeared right in the middle of this place. It looked very unusual, and it could even speak. Stop. Cecile was startled. Eek, but please tell me, where in the world is this? She turned this way, and that fidgeting, still clutching the golden apple tightly. But please tell me, where in the world is this? Cecile thought to herself that perhaps, but then curiosity made her ask, May I know your honorable name? The voice replied, I am the world tree. Cecile remembered. If it was the world tree, could it be the tree from that book? Cecile went from one surprise to another. But why did you say I have come here again? This is my first time coming to this place. The tree spoke up in rebuttal. Liar. Cecile looked up at that strange, sparkling tree and insisted, I am telling the truth. There is no way I would not remember anything about this flavor. The tree continued, the great which erased it. Leaves fluttered down one by one. Cecile asked, what? She caught the leaves falling from the tree in both hands. Leaves? Suddenly, they began to glow. A burst of power flared before Cecile's eyes. She saw herself. Is this me? A tiny Cecile lay in the palm of her hand. Then, the little Cecile woke up and jumped out of her palm. Plop, plop. She bent over and picked up the golden apples one by one. Hey, no, those are mine. Since I picked them, they are mine. At that moment, Cecile understood a little. I think I know why it hates me. I attacked the world tree. Cecile hugged the golden apples tightly. She looked at them with great sincerity. Did Mother give these to me? The little Cecile muttered to herself. If she gave me these, that means she will not abandon me, right? Cecile's eyes widened in shock at what she was hearing. She could not believe it. What am I saying? The memories she remembered were that her mother had died after giving birth to her, so she had immediately been sent to the detached palace. Cecile still remembered the maids around her fussing noisily. In her ears, the maids had told her that. Looking back into the past, Cecile remembered what the maids had said. The maids had told her that. Cecile looked at the tiny Cecile in her palm. Countless questions suddenly appeared in her mind. Then who is this? The world tree has no reason to lie to me. The small, beautiful Cecile was sleeping peacefully. I have to get out of here quickly, and then I have to meet Aston again. Suddenly, Cecile's face became cold and expressionless. She found it hard to believe. Why could I, when I was little? The world tree asked, do you remember that name? Cecile said in confusion, I do not know. Her heart pounded rapidly. Thump, 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 thump. Her mind kept asking, I do not remember these memories at all. I cannot believe it. Why was I in this place? Why are my memories not like this? Cecile remembered his smile. And Aston, his warm smile was always clear in Cecile's heart. But Cecile felt dazed by what was happening. I thought I had fallen in love with him at first sight. But were all these things planned in advance? She still remembered it vividly. Was even the wedding based on throwing dice planned in advance? No matter who I am and what kind of person Aston is, would the two of us still fall in love? Cecile trembled. Could everything be just as I am guessing? In an instant, everything turned over in her mind. She felt as if all the feelings she had held until now could not possibly be like this. Cecile shouted in anger, unable to believe it. That is impossible. It cannot be like that. Aston and I are real. She did not need to use words. She resisted with her actions. Smack! Do not play around with our fate. Another leaf drifted gently down beside her. Cecile took it, waiting to see what would happen next. Another vision appeared. A black iron sword. The one holding it was Kalia. Cecile asked in horror, why is the black iron sword in that person's hand? The world tree answered, that person is you from the previous world. Cecile looked in shock at the tiny Kalia. Me from the previous world? Kalia pointed the black iron sword straight at the world tree and said sternly, give me your fruit, world tree. Kalia's face was grimy, but she was still single-mindedly focused on Aston. That will save Aston. Cecile froze, unable to speak. She did not know what to do with this situation and thought to herself, I tried to save Aston with the world tree. Did Aston die in my previous life? It seemed every answer was gradually becoming clearer. According to what she had been told, this world had perished many times, and they were living atop its graves. The characters appearing in all the stories were the same. I clearly never wrote a character like that. Why did she suddenly appear? And she would appear at the very end of the story, wouldn't she? But according to the story, the destroyer, Cecile, the great calamity, Emperor Aston, you will eventually destroy this world. Cecile hurriedly covered her mouth, unable to say a word. After everything, she quickly came to a conclusion. Are all those words, are all of these things true? Cecile wanted to look very closely at the tiny Kalia. Her eyes remained fixed on her. Is that person really me from another world? Kalia's face looked pained, covered in wounds, as she raised the black iron sword towards Cecile. The world tree said, give up. That person is already dead. Kalia shouted. No. Her hopeless eyes filled with tears. She wanted to deny what the world tree had said. He is not dead. He is still waiting for me. Cecile kept staring at her without blinking. No. Kalia's expression changed instantly. That is why I must hurry. I must hurry back to my world. The world tree said, "It is over." Kalia denied it. "Shut up. We are not yet." The world tree continued to repeat the words it had spoken to Kalia. "It is over." Kalia seemed to fall into despair, tears streaming endlessly. The world tree continued. "Cecile, the final one has begun." Kalia cried and laughed at the same time. "Haha, that's right. We failed, and there's only one final person left. Isn't that so?" She looked straight at the world tree and made her decision. It was like a final declaration of war. "Then I just have to sink into sleep like this, is that it? Failed works cannot receive any more chances, can they?" Kalia raised her hand high and grabbed a branch of the world tree. "No, it cannot be like that." Her hand gripped tightly. The world tree spoke up to stop her. "Stop!" The wind rose with a howl. Kalia no longer seemed to be herself. Here, the last remaining world. She hurriedly jumped down from the world tree. Thump! The world tree could not stop her. Kalia resolutely leaped into the ring of light, and she quickly sank into the circle. The light vanished in a flash without leaving a trace. The leaf that had been so bright withered when Kalia disappeared. What was that just now? Did that Cecile enter my world? Cecile seemed to realize something. Then this is not the time. I have to hurry back to my original world. The moment she stepped forward, she was blocked by the vines of the world tree. All the vines rustled and bound her hands. "That is enough playing around." Cecile panicked. "Wait, let me go." The world tree declared, "I will erase the intruders." Light from the world tree flashed in her eyes, rising high like a shining sword, ready to strike Cecile down. She stared blankly at the world tree. In her mind, she thought, "No, if I die here like this, then Aston." Aston suddenly appeared and slashed through the vines, binding Cecile. The vines were cut and fell away from her body. Cecile was about to fall from high above. She was shocked. "Aston!" he shouted and ran over to protect her. "Cecile!" His hand grabbed hers. Thud! The two of them floated in midair. Cecile landed gently beside Aston. Their eyes met, and he embraced her tightly. "I'm sorry." Then he kissed her lightly on the lips. "I came late." After the two landed, Aston said worriedly, "I should have come before you were put in such danger." "Aston." Cecile looked at him through tears. "Aston." Her glistening, tear-filled eyes gazed at him. "Aston." From somewhere, Alex popped out and shattered her beautiful dream. "This is not the time to show your feelings." Cecile was embarrassed. "Hey, Alex." Alex created a blue circle of light and instructed them. "I opened a gate right beneath your feet. Ayura will explain the way to you too. Hurry and run." Alex was urgent. "Leave this place to me. Quickly." Cecile climbed into Aston's arms. "Let's go, Aston." The two jumped down into the blue circle of light. Thud! They vanished in an instant. "Russell." Alex said, "Now it is just you and me." Alex looked straight at the world tree, somewhat wary. "I have many things I want to ask you about the world tree." The blue circle of light hummed open in another place. Aston landed lightly. Ayura trembled from the teleportation along with Cecile and Aston. "Are we able to go back now?" Then she collapsed limply onto the top of Cecile's head. "We survived." "Yes." Aston was thoughtful and worried for her. He helped her up. "Cecile, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Cecile said gently, "Yes. But, Your Majesty, after we have only just returned like this, I am very sorry, but..." Cecile became serious. "I have to go to the kingdom of Nabathan. Could you lend me the Imperial Guard for a little while?" Cecile remembered. He had said those words to her on the morning of their wedding. "I will not leave you alone." It was not for revenge, but because of the things the world tree had shown her. Cecile absolutely had to go there. "I want to confirm whether those things are true or not. That is why I must go to Nabathan." At the royal palace of Nabathan, the emperor of Nabathan's royal family held the notice with trembling hands. His voice shook violently. Because right now, Empress Cecile is on her way to the Nabathan royal palace." The guard confirmed the words of Cecile's father. "Yes, that is correct, Your Majesty." His face turned pale. He recalled how badly he had treated Cecile before. "This is serious. If I had known this would happen, I would not have treated her like that." The guard cheerfully continued. "She also instructed us to prepare accommodations for His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress, as well as a very secure prison." He imagined what Aston, that mad tyrant would do to him after learning everything. Aston would hold Cecile in his arms and say coldly, "You treated my empress like this? Execute him." He shuddered. "That prison is definitely meant for us." Yeah, everyone. The inner palace fell into chaos after hearing that Empress Cecile would be returning here. Why in the world is this happening? Though he was an emperor, he trembled in fear. "But I truly do not remember anything anymore," he cried loudly. "Yua, I should have remembered that she was that beautiful. This is the first time I learned that, from the very beginning, I had such a beautiful princess." Just then, a voice rang out from outside the palace. "Everyone, keep silent. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." It was Aston, arriving at the royal palace of Nabathan together with Cecile at his side. At the palace of Nabathan's royal family, a soldier's announcement rang out. "His Majesty the Emperor and Her Majesty the Empress have arrived." Aston and Cecile set foot inside, and Cecile's father immediately ran out nimbly to greet them. He spread his arms and spoke in a stammering voice, while still trying to maintain a welcoming appearance. The Empire of Nabathan is deeply honored to welcome your visit." In contrast, the two did not return his greeting. Aston immediately asked bluntly, "Where is the prison?" Aston's cold question made the Emperor of Nabathan flinch in fear. He broke out in a cold sweat and trembled. "It has already been prepared over there, sir, but..." After receiving a satisfactory answer, Aston cut him off before he could finish. "Is that so?" Then he pointed at Jamie and Rin, who were tied up, and ordered, "Then throw these men in." Upon hearing that, the Emperor of Nabathan and his two assistants, who had been standing by, froze as if burned, their mouths hanging open in confusion, as though they could not believe what they had just heard. Then what about us?" Aston looked puzzled and answered calmly, "If you want to go in, feel free." The three of them still stood there, pale-faced. "What are you doing?" After that, all three burst into tears of joy because they had been released and had not committed any crime themselves. In any case, they had survived. Then Aston turned and looked toward his empress. Suddenly, he said, "We must go to Nabathan." He had noticed that Cecile had not said a word today either. She had only remained silent, immersed in thought. Aston wondered inwardly what had happened at the World Tree. At the banquet the Emperor of Nabathan held to welcome the two of them, the atmosphere was extremely lively. Everyone danced and laughed, but Aston and Cecile sat in the seats of honor with not the slightest emotion showing on their faces. Aston glanced at the Empress and asked her, "Are you not enjoying yourself?" Cecile did not answer him. She continued staring into space, her brow furrowed in unease. Below them, the Emperor of Nabathan kept desperately ordering the performers to liven up the mood. "You do not look entertaining at all. Put more fire into it." Even so, Cecile's unreadable mood made Aston sink into thought again. He began thinking about Nabathan and the three maidservants Cecile had told him about. Although Aston had tried searching for them, there was no trace at all. Everything felt as if it had been an illusion, yet it had been far too detailed. He stopped his frustrated thoughts, propped up his chin, and looked toward the Emperor of Nabathan. The Emperor met his cold gaze and immediately bowed his head in response. So, Aston does not understand either. How can father and daughter not resemble each other at all? Suddenly, Cecile stood up. "I am tired, so I will go rest for a while." He glanced at her and said, "All right." Cecile returned to her room after changing into her nightclothes. Her footsteps were heavy because of the thoughts circling endlessly in her mind. The things the World Tree had shown her, the Cecile of another world, and the image of herself as a child eating the fruit there. "I have to verify each thing one by one." Her gaze grew determined. "First, I will start with Mother." She felt baffled by herself, unable to remember the names of the maidservants. How could I have forgotten all those memories all this time? Cecile held a candlestick in her hand, her face constantly deep in thought. "It is as though someone pulled them out of my head." Then she regained her composure. Before long, she stopped in front of her room. She placed her hand on the door. "I'm here." Cecile opened the door decisively. Desperate cries for help rang out from the prison. At that moment, Aston had left the banquet and gone to check the prison where Jamie and Ryuin were being held. He said in dissatisfaction, "Do you have any right to say such things?" Even so, Jamie cheerfully raised his hand, his face beaming. "Yes, I placed a marking spell on Cecile, and I helped her hard as well." He continued, speaking in a friendly manner. Of course, I arrived late because of some circumstances. Even when your majesty went berserk, someone else calmed you down. And when you fought Ryuin, I only sat and watched. But that was all, wasn't it? After listening to Jamie's excuse, Aston agreed to release him. Ryuin, sitting behind him, also began speaking. Wait a moment, Emperor. If that is the case, I fear you should release me as well. Aston frowned. Why? Ryuin winked, trying to look cute. Because I am handsome. His shamelessness immediately earned him a punch in the face. Then Aston said coldly, I am leaving. Aston left the prison after interrogating the two of them. As he was walking down the corridor, he suddenly heard a sound coming from below. The basement. He thought to himself, it feels like quite a strong presence. An assassin? I do not intend to kill anyone, but I should check first. Aston stopped at a long, dark staircase leading down to the basement. His icy gaze looked downward. He descended and stopped at the basement door. There, he saw two people loitering outside the door, peering intently inside through the slightly open gap. Aston asked, What are you doing? Ken and Gargantia jumped in surprise. Both of them blushed and turned around. Seeing Aston standing behind them with a puzzled expression, Ken stammered, Why, your majesty? This is absolutely not peeping, sir. Meanwhile, Gargantia asked curiously, What is this? You came here too? Aston then leaned in and looked through the gap in the door. Then what exactly is in front of you that? Before he could finish speaking, he was immediately stunned by the scene inside the room. Cecile's voice rang out. 1, 2, 3, drink it all. It turned out Cecile, Irina, Tanya, and Kim Sung-nyo had gathered together and were drinking. They looked very cheerful and excited. The scene before them left all three men speechless and utterly confused. Aston asked, Why are the four of them drinking together? Gargantia was helpless too. No idea. I only followed Tanya. He looked towards Cecile and Tanya, who were enthusiastically guzzling alcohol, each holding 2 or 3 cups in their hands. The two of them are already drinking non-stop. Ken also had to admit that the relationship between the 4 women seemed to have become much closer when he saw how naturally cheerful the atmosphere among them was. Cecile and Kim Sung-nyo laughed merrily, hugging each other like longtime best friends. A friend of Irina is a friend of mine. Kim Sung-nyo also happily replied, Anyone beautiful is naturally my friend. Suddenly, Irina spoke up. She appeared to be the calmest and most sober of the 4. Now, look at this drinking party. Surely all of you must have some troubles if you came looking for alcohol, right? Irina's reminder instantly shattered the noisy mood from earlier. Everyone fell silent, sitting there pensively and looking at one another without saying a word. Then, suddenly, all 4 of them spoke at the same time, without prior agreement. This is about my friend's problem. The 4 realized what had happened, stopped, and looked at one another in embarrassment. Then they decided to play rock, paper, scissors to determine who would talk about her problem first. In the end, Tanya won first. Oh my, I am number 1. Cecile beside her cried in bitter regret. I am the Empress. That alone should have been enough for me to win. Then Tanya began seriously. This really is my friend's problem. Although everyone knew it was the speaker's own problem, they all insisted it was about a friend. She recalled what had happened between her and Gargantia and began telling the story. In the past, she knew a crazy, lowly guy, and they became close friends. But recently, that guy suddenly became very handsome. She covered her face shyly and confessed that he had become her ideal type of boyfriend. Gargantia, who was listening intently outside, also turned bright red at Tanya's confession. She continued the story. And before that, we even read adult books together. And just a moment ago, actually, right now, I truly do not know what to do. After hearing that, Kim Sung-nyo immediately gave blunt advice. Seduce him. Kim Sung-nyo's words made both Tanya and Cecile panic so badly their hair stood on end. As seduce him? Kim Sung-nyo explained in a teasing tone. If you read adult books together, then your tastes must be similar. Have a happy, hot night together. Tanya protested fiercely. No, that is not what I mean. I'm not saying I will do things like that with him. I even drooled in front of him while changing clothes. She spilled all the past incidents without knowing that Gargantia was listening, and he felt extremely embarrassed. Kim Sung-nyo did not care, deciding that Tanya's problem had already been solved. There, one worry full of happiness is solved. Hurry up and go. Go. Aston and Ken's eyes both fixed intently on Gargantia, making him flustered. Why are you looking at me like that? Inside, Cecile sprang up and raised her hand high, looking eager. Now, Then it is my turn. After that, she calmly sat down and began her story with the familiar opening. This is about her problem. Aston, outside, listened intently, growing tense. Cecile seemed to be troubled by something. Even after arriving in Nabathan, she had remained lost in thought. Will I finally find out what it is? Cecile timidly said. Her husband. Her husband's love cannot be trusted. The moment Cecile's words came out, all three men were shocked. Aston in particular widened his eyes, unable to believe what he had just heard. A loud voice seemed to tear through the night in the palace of Nabathan. She doubts her husband's love? That was Kim Sung-nayo's reaction after hearing Cecile speak about her problem. She continued, raising her voice. What did that man do? There is no way this could happen. Beside her, Arena patted Kim Sung-nayo's back as though acting out a stab in the back and shouted, Did that man try to deceive her in love? Seeing their excessive reaction, Cecile hurriedly explained. No, that is not it. I'm saying she likes that person very much. But it was not a marriage she liked from the very beginning. After hearing her, Arena wondered. Even so, the result was a happy ending, was it not? Why doubt it? Aston stood outside, listening to Cecile speak her thoughts, and at some point he had turned to stone. Kin and Gargantia beside him glanced at him with speechless expressions. Cecile hurriedly answered Arena's question. That. Although I cannot tell you the details, she had strange dreams. Cecile's voice became serious and somewhat worried. There was a place with an enormous tree. In that place, she met different versions of herself, and those people all said they liked her husband, someone they had never even met. Hearing that, Aston suddenly realized something. He realized that the great tree she mentioned might be the world tree. Not only Aston, but Kim Sung-nayo, the author of this story who had transmigrated into the role of the character, was also shocked and realized it was the world tree after hearing Cecile's story. Aston's gaze turned serious because he could now verify his guess about Cecile's recent change in mood. It seemed she saw something there recently. Kim Sung-nayo began pondering. It really is strange. I never wrote that the world tree could show people their past. She regretted it. Damn it. As soon as I transmigrated, I should have written everything down in a notebook so I could remember. But right afterward, Kim Sung-nayo rejected that thought and quickly regained her calm. She steadied herself with an optimistic thought. No, in this situation, there will still be some things that happen according to the story. Cecile saw Kim Sung-nayo deep in thought and not reacting, so she asked curiously, You are still listening to me, are you not? Pulled back to reality, Kim Sung-nayo waved her hand and laughed awkwardly. Not listening? No, I'm still listening. Please continue. Cecile continued, her expression growing uneasy. So she hates it very much. She thought it was a romantic destiny, but now that it has become a situation like that, she finds it extremely unpleasant. Kim Sung-nayo found it hard to understand. Is having a destined lover arranged for you not a good thing? As long as you live happily, everything will be fine, right? Cecile expressed that she hated things decided in advance. Those are not things I chose. That means even if someone else were in my place, that destiny would still be the same, would it not? Cecile's words startled Kim Sung-nayo. All three women turned their eyes towards Cecile and listened as she continued sharing. I want to be able to decide the path I will take myself. I do not want to be bound by anything. I do not want to be bound by anything. She sank into thought. I want to choose for myself everything that I truly want. Time seemed to stop. Kim Sung-nayo felt as though Cecile's words had awakened her. In that moment, it felt like what this world wanted to tell me. A world that unfolded differently from what I wrote. I once thought that stealing Cecile's body was fate. Cecile's urging voice immediately broke the quiet atmosphere. That's right. You also said you had something on your mind, did you not? Hurry and say it. Come on. Kim Sung-nayo was startled by the suddenness, then immediately replied, It is nothing. I have given up. What Kim Sung-nayo meant was that she had given up on killing Cecile and taking Aston away. She did not understand why she had tried to deliberately seize someone else's things. However, Cecile did not understand what she meant and only tilted her head, her eyes round as she looked at Kim Sung-nayo. Kim Sung-nayo sudali sumai faili. I have one more thing. There's a man I could never dare dream of. As Kim Sung-nayo spoke, she recalled the image of herself unconscious, being held in the arms of the man she mentioned. When she opened her eyes and looked up, she could not hide her surprise upon seeing that person looking at her, shedding tears. Then Kim Sung-nayo suddenly placed a hand on her cheek, looking shy. I will have to take responsibility for that person. Ken, who witnessed that from outside, began to feel a flutter in his heart. His face turned bright red. Could it be? As if the sudden surge of happiness overwhelmed him, he hurriedly lowered his head and covered his face. What should I do? She wants to take responsibility? His heart felt as if flowers were blooming inside it. She is so beautiful. Gargantua beside him was also immersed in happiness. If Tanya wants to win me over, I can just fall for her, right? Inside, the lively atmosphere returned. All right, we have listened to everyone's worries. Now, let us drink up and become close friends. Irina shouted that she had not said her problem yet, but no one seemed to care. A short while later, a special cocktail called One Shot to Heaven was made, making everyone exclaim in admiration. The flowers are so pretty. Drink it, then talk afterward. All four of them each held a glass and drank it down in great satisfaction. Then they all sprawled out on the floor together. Aston, Gargantua, and Ken, who were standing outside, were all dumbfounded by the scene before them. It turned out that after all four women lay down, they immediately fell asleep because they had drunk too much. The three men immediately opened the door and entered the room. Aston picked up Cecile and said he would take her back. Ken picked up Kim Sung-nyo, while Gargantua would take Tanya back to her room. Irina was left alone because there was no one to take her back. Late at night, the moon had risen high. The surroundings became quiet once more. In the bedroom prepared for the Emperor and Empress, Aston lay beside Cecile, propping himself up with one arm as he watched her sleeping peacefully. His gaze remained fixed on Cecile. He began to think about what she had said. She said she doubted me. Aston was so concerned because, from the very first moment, he had fallen for Cecile. He had thought that if destiny existed, perhaps that was what it was. Cecile lay on the bed, sound asleep. Her sleeping face was still beautiful and dazzling. To Aston, the person who had created that destiny was Cecile, an empress with proud and captivating beauty. Yet she could also be honest and reveal all of her emotions. No matter who it was, no one could act like her, so strong and courageous. After saying that, Aston placed a gentle kiss on Cecile's cheek. Early the next morning at the Palace of Nabathan, Cecile woke up and immediately clutched her head, crying that it hurt so much it felt like it would split open. Suddenly, a voice called her name. It was Aston, who had already woken up before her. He reached out and stroked her hair, his voice gentle. "You are awake. Please talk with me for a moment." Cecile widened her eyes. Her heart pounded from surprise and nervousness. All right, but before that, I have something to do." It was unclear what that something was, but a while later, after getting dressed, she appeared at the grave of her mother. The servants around her began whispering among themselves. Why did the Empress suddenly ask to be brought to her mother's grave? And she is holding a shovel like that. Cecile did not react to their whispers. She lifted the shovel in her hand and declared in a bold voice, "Now I will begin doing something wicked." The wicked thing she spoke of was grave digging. After a long stretch of time, it was finally done. The moment she put the shovel down on the ground and opened the coffin lid, Cecile exclaimed, "No, I cannot believe it." She was thrown into confusion upon discovering that there was no one in the grave. The coffin that had been dug up was opened, and the inside was completely empty. Cecile was so shocked she could not believe it. "There is no one in here at all." Cecil was so stunned that she kept repeating, "I can't believe it." Aston, standing beside her, worried for his wife, placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "Cece, I know you're very shocked, but..." In truth, Cecil still could not believe her eyes. "I came here once every day and talked to her." Then Cecil's scream suddenly rang out, as if it would throw the entire palace into chaos. "So, I've been muttering to empty air this whole time." Realizing that everything she had done in the past had been foolish and meaningless, Cecil leaned blankly against the wall. Her face darkened, and her mind felt completely empty. Then, as if she still could not escape the shock, she murmured again in despair, "I can't believe it. All the records about the maids, even Mother, they've all disappeared. Everything is gone." Aston stood behind her, not knowing what to do to make her feel better. Suddenly, she turned back toward him. "Your Majesty knew, didn't you?" But Aston was helpless. "I told you if I knew anything more, I would tell you." Then she suddenly fell silent. "But even if you did know, it would be very hard to say it, wouldn't it?" Cecil's tone abruptly became uneasy. "Even Mother's remains don't exist, and I can't even remember the person who cared for me. The world tree seemed to know me, and it said strange things too." Tears began to well in her eyes. "Who am I, really? Is anything in my memories true? Aston immediately wrapped his arms around her from behind and held her tightly. "You are my Cecil." Aston's voice was gentle, yet extremely firm. "No matter who you are still my wife. The memories you share with me are the truest things of all. So whenever you feel anxious or doubtful, think of me." The two looked at each other, then shared a kiss. Cecil wrapped her arms around his shoulders and affectionately called Aston's name. He also gently placed his hand on her cheek. After that, the two spent an intimate night together. Cecil began to let go of some of her sorrow. He had filled her empty heart. "I don't care who I really am anymore. It doesn't matter whose daughter I am or what number Cecil I might be. Right now, I am simply this man's wife." After that passionate night, the two sat on the bed and began to talk. Cecil asked curiously, "I want to hear your Majesty's story too." Aston had just put on his robe, and upon hearing that, he asked again to make sure he had not misheard. Cecil answered cheerfully, "You already know everything about my background, so shouldn't things be fair between us now?" Cecil's convincing explanation left Aston unable to argue. He had no choice but to accept. "Although one thing does come to mind, it is not a pleasant story at all. It is the story of my parents." Cecil wondered, "Your parents?" Aston replied, "Yes, there were people who were cold only to me." As he said those words, his eyes suddenly filled with anger. He recalled the painful memories of when he had still been a prince. A man's voice spoke, "Your Highness, it is time to go." The image of Aston back then appeared. He was being dragged and pushed away by the hands of people ordered by his father. Aston resisted weakly, looking toward his father while trembling. "I don't want to. Father, help me. Save me." At that time, his father was the emperor, a powerful, cold-blooded, and calculating man. He looked at his son's weakness and ignored his pleas for help, coldly uttering terribly cruel words. "What a useless thing. I even doubt whether you are truly my son. Even if you are, you must become something useful to this father of yours, don't you think?" Aston was merely a prince who received no attention or love. He still looked toward his father for help, tears falling endlessly. I don't want to. I'm scared of that dark place." Looking at his own distorted form, forced to face blood and corpses day after day, all he could do was scream inwardly toward the sinister man he called father. "Save me. It hurts so much." Despair and doubt rose inside him for a long time, enveloping him in darkness. "Why did father send me to this place? I'm begging you. Please take me out of here. Anyone will do." He stepped out of the darkness. The weak prince, after the experiment succeeded, had become a monster and returned. At the palace of the CACAO Empire, where Aston returned, a terrified scream rang out, as if someone had seen something utterly horrifying. Aston's face was cold as ice. His entire body was covered in the blood of the people he had killed. His eyes, full of murderous intent, looked down at his cruel father, the man who had indirectly brought him incurable pain for so long. The emperor, once a man of authority, had lost all his former arrogance. He knelt down and begged his son to spare him. Even then, he dragged out things like family and the debt of giving birth to and raising him, hoping Aston would change his mind. Aston immediately asked him directly, "Is that so? Then tell me, did you ever regret sending me to that experimental facility?" Faced with Aston's unexpected question, the emperor panicked so badly that sweat poured down his face. Fear was clear in his eyes. "Oh, of course I did." Aston's gaze was terrifyingly cold, filled with hatred and disappointment. One decisive slash ended the life of that cruel father. At the same time, it ended the father-son bond he had hoped for and been disappointed by for so long. Because when he looked into his father's eyes, Aston realized that his father had never held even the slightest affection for him. Aston sighed. Perhaps it would have been better not to have had a father like that at all." Then he clicked his tongue. "It really is not an interesting story. This was never the kind of story I wanted to tell." He suddenly found it strange that Cecil had not reacted at all. He called out to her, but when he turned to look, Cecil's eyes were already blurred with tears, without him noticing when they had begun to fall. He once again held her tightly, told her not to cry, and said that he was fine to reassure his wife. Aston warmly stroked Cecil's head. "I have you by my side now, don't I?" Yes, for him, having her was enough. In the room where Gargantia had brought Tanya to sleep, Tanya opened her eyes and woke after a long sleep. Gargantia had returned to his dragon form and was sitting beside the head of the bed. Seeing her wake, he greeted her. "You finally woke up. Were you planning to sleep for an entire day?" She sprang up in shock when she saw Gargantia's form. "What is this, Gargantia?" Tanya's mouth fell open. "When did you return to that form?" Gargantia did not answer her question and instead told her to go back to sleep. She resisted. I already slept a lot, so I'm not sleepy anymore. Gargantia forced her back down onto the bed and pulled the blanket over her face. I told you to sleep. End of discussion. He sighed, thinking back to the night before, when Gargantia had brought Tanya back to her room. He had carried the completely drunk Tanya on his back, supporting her legs with one hand and holding a cup of water with the other. His voice grumbled, "Hey, you ugly human. Hurry up and sober up, then drink some water." That morning, when Gargantia set Tanya down, she began calling his name affectionately. He replied, "That's right, it is I." Suddenly, she got angry and began thumping Gargantia with her fists, forcing him to raise a hand to shield his face. "Hey, what is wrong with you all of a sudden?" Tanya retorted, "I don't know. I'm just so mad." She stopped hitting him and began expressing her pent-up frustration. "You should have told me earlier that you were this handsome. You've already seen things you weren't supposed to see. I've shown you everything. So if you make my heart flutter like this." Her face turned red and her voice softened. "Then I won't be able to stop myself from liking you." Gargantia lowered his eyes to look at her, his own face also completely red because of her confession. He asked again, "I heard what you said just now. Do you really like me?" Tanya snapped irritably, "I don't know. You're too noisy." Gargantia brought his face close to hers. "Say it, because this is an extremely important matter to me." The atmosphere between the two became romantic. Gargantia's heart pounded loudly from nervousness. The moment she admitted that she liked Gargantia, he could not restrain himself and moved closer to kiss her. The two of them sank into a passionate kiss. But back in the present, Gargantia saw Tanya still tossing and turning on the bed. He was disappointed. It seems she remembers nothing about what happened yesterday. He looked out the window and began to agonize over it. How should I explain that? Suddenly, the symbol on Tanya's hand began to glow. A voice came from the Saintess Kim's room. I remember now. She looked back at the words in the notebook she had just written about her novel. She cried out anxiously, That's right. I couldn't come up with the ending. At first, it was only a dream. A dream filled with happiness and joy. The dream continued on like that, and I became drawn to it. So I decided to write a novel based on that dream. The Saintess remembered, but somehow, no matter how much I revised the novel, disaster always occurred. In the end, the novel was written as if the only path led to destruction. To prevent this, I created the character of the Saintess. I tried every method, but the novel continued down the road toward ruin. The Saintess thought bitterly. That was why I stopped writing and left the novel unfinished. The Saintess thought wearily. She placed her hand on the book, her eyes becoming resolute. She wondered, if that is the case, what will become of this place's future? The next morning, we're finally back. Cecil complained tiredly. The circular journey from the Empire to Nabathan, then to Stoa, and back to the Empire had finally ended. She slumped weakly onto the table and thought, I'm so tired. I learned a lot, and for some reason, Irene kept looking at me in a really scary way. What was that about, she wondered. She recalled the moment Irene had said, even if your husband's love is questionable, you should not say such things. Cecil immediately turned and asked Raiharry, this wasn't because you did something, was it? The other party put on an innocent expression and replied, what did I do? It was the very picture of a harmless little schemer. Beneath that expression was a smug thought. Ho ho, I unexpectedly obtained some useful information. At that time, Raiharry had sneaked out because he was hungry and encountered Irene, who had fainted while leaning against a wall. What is this? Why are you lying here all alone? Raiharry asked. But I cannot leave you like this either, Raiharry continued. He then transformed back into the form of an innocent-looking boy, thinking, well, I might as well transform. Something might happen otherwise. He spoke up. Miss, wake up. Mississippi. His call woke Irene. Oh my, what was I thinking? Irene exclaimed as she shot upright. Raiharry still smiled and said, there's no one out here except you. Mississippi hurried back inside and sleep. No way. I have to clean up a little first, Irene said. Her hand groped toward the pile of broken glass on the ground. Then she screamed when she touched it. Behind her, Raiharry thought helplessly, good grief, I knew it. Suddenly, the scent of blood drifted past. This scent, Raiharry thought, then hurried over and lifted Irene's hand to look at it. There was a wound on her palm where the glass had cut her. Under Irene's gaze, which was both shocked and embarrassed, Raiharry brought his face closer and licked the wound. This is definitely, even if only a very small amount, Jennifer's blood. Raiharry thought as he looked at her, what exactly has this girl gone through? What are you doing right now? Irene said, forming a fist with her hand and bringing it down hard on Raiharry's head. Don't tell me Her Majesty the Empress makes you do things like this too. How pitiful, Irene said. Cough, cough. Another person also carries that blood. Back in the present, Raiharry was thinking slyly. Well, that day was a slight failure, but the deeper I dig, the more I learn. Looking at that innocent face, Cecil could not help thinking, why do I feel a little worried? In any case, all the key members had gathered. Everyone decided that they would organize the information each person had obtained. But before that, there were unfinished tasks that had to be completed. Cecil cried as she sat processing the backlog of official work. If I'm the Great Witch, shouldn't these things be something I can settle with magic all at once? She thought about it while working. She raised both hands toward the pile of documents and shouted, "Hurry up and be finished." Abracadabra. But nothing happened at all. Cecil was dejected. She pouted. Behind her, a chuckle rang out. Aston reached forward from behind her, placing both arms on the chair and covering her from above. "You saw that?" Cecil asked shyly. "I did not laugh on purpose," Aston replied. "But you trying to use the Great Witch's power to finish the Empress's work was truly too adorable." His words made her even more embarrassed. Cecil answered, "That is nonsense." Remembering this scene, she reassured herself. "Everything is peaceful now, so it is fine. Do you still have much work left?" Aston asked. Cecil replied, "Just a little more." "Why do you ask?" "In that case." As he spoke, he turned the chair she was sitting in around so that she faced him. "Because tonight, I plan to only work this much." After saying that, he gently placed a kiss on Cecil's chest. She said shyly, "W8." Aston slowly lifted Cecil's legs, making her lean back, then pressed his body down over hers. Cecil stopped him, bringing both hands up to hold Aston's face close to hers. She said, "Let's do the rest of the work on the bed." And so one night passed. The next morning, while Tanya was carrying documents, Gargantia, in his black dragon form, called out to her. "Hey, Tanya, let's talk for a moment." "Huh? Talk about what?" "You, and I have nothing to talk about." Tanya refused, her face red. "It is about what happened in Nabathan." "I know that you like me," Gargantia said. His words struck Tanya like a bolt from the blue. The brown-haired girl immediately ran away without saying a word, leaving Gargantia behind, confused and calling out, "Huh? Hey!" Tanya hid in her room, panting as she monologued. "I'm going crazy. How does he know about that? Did I confess while I was drunk?" Tanya could not stop thinking about what Gargantia might have intended to say next. In her mind, all of it became words of rejection. Her negative thoughts left Tanya mentally crushed. I shouldn't meet him anymore. Until Gargantia forgets, I absolutely must not see him. Tanya decided this on her own. Suddenly, a guard came to report. "Lady Tanya, you have a letter." "A letter?" Tanya asked. The guard answered, "Yes. It is from the Kenicha region." "From Mother," Tanya murmured. Tanya hurriedly tore open the letter and checked its contents, muttering, "What is going on?" Thinking back on it, it seemed that someone had chased her all the way to the palace. As soon as she read the contents, Tanya's expression changed. Her face darkened. "What on earth is this about, Tanya? You're going to stop being my maid," Cecil shouted. Facing her was Tanya, who looked restless. At the same time, in a dark forest, the green fairy hurriedly flew along, thinking, "Oh dear, I must quickly find out everything." All the stories told by the World Tree. In the night sky, a crimson star appeared, bringing with it an ominous feeling. The ill-omened star has appeared in the sky. The end has begun. A man dressed entirely in black looked up at the night sky. "Tanya, why are you no longer going to be a maid?" Cecil was both angry and sad upon hearing the news that Tanya would no longer serve as a maid. Tanya lowered her head apologetically. She liked working here too, but a letter had arrived. "The monsters of the Black Mountain Range near our territory have recently become unusually violent." Tanya recounted the unavoidable situation. Cecil was worried. She seemed to understand the reason. "So you were worried about your mother, and that is why." However, that changed. "But no, that reason was impossible. No, there is no need to worry about my mother." Cecil understood. She felt that her own words had been unnecessary. Is that so?" The reason Tanya wanted permission to leave was an extremely embarrassing one. That was what Cecil thought. Holding her reddened face in both hands, Tanya told Cecil, "But I am worried about the bears back home." "I see. So that is it," Cecil said. Then Cecil continued, "Have you talked to Gargantia about this yet?" Tanya flinched violently. "I don't want to. What would I say to that dragon?" With her face bright red, Tanya lowered her head. "I think everything will be fine. I need to hurry back to the Black Mountain Range as soon as possible." Tanya tried to tell Cecil the words she had decided on. I'll go back there. I'll grab some random man, and then I'll just get married. As she said it, a few tears slowly fell from both her eyes. Cecil hugged Tanya and comforted her. Even if Tanya said that, Cecil knew. Yes, it would be good for Tanya to rest a little. Cecil sighed. She felt that Tanya had some things in common with her. She, too, had many complicated things going on. And so you want me to organize all the information we suddenly learned, right? They held a small meeting in the library. Today's host was Richard, the Grand Mage. Cecil said, yes, all the attendees are here. Aston was the emperor, Cecil was the empress, Rio was. No, Raihari was the thief. Richard spoke up. Originally, we could have done this a bit sooner, but because the empress of a certain nation could not finish her work on time, Cecil flinched and tried to speak with an embarrassed face. About that, her words kept stammering. Richard noticed a powerful, murderous aura radiating from Aston. His eyes looked as if he wanted to kill Richard right then and there. Richard grew frightened. Come now. Cecil raised her hand to volunteer. Then the first speaker will be Lady Cecil. The fairy flew over. He interrupted the meeting that had been going rather smoothly. Empress, yes. According to the information I heard, the world we are living in is only one among countless worlds out there. Among them, there is the final world. He flew in from somewhere and shouted loudly, as if wanting everyone to hear. The fairy pointed at Cecil and the Empress. You are the daughter of the Great Witch, so you will live in different forms in each different world. And next, Aston is not spared either. He pointed straight at Aston. As for the Emperor, because you are a great calamity, you destroyed that world without leaving a single thing behind. And this time, you intend to continue doing the same. Am I right? He kept muttering beside Cecil's ear. She did not understand anything. And it was not just her. The others, they were no different. They could do nothing but stand there and listen. Fairy, Empress, you are the great witch whose power has been restricted, so you cannot use your full strength. I heard that the mages staked their very existence on breaking that limit and raising you. And in this world, there's one point where the transmigrator differs from before. I have no idea what it means to imply. Oh, right. One more thing. The destruction is about to begin now. It will soon show signs. He tried his very best to warn everyone about the destruction, but what he received in return were their vacant, uninterested gazes. What is with this fairy? Why do all of you have those expressions? Everyone seemed to show signs of distancing themselves from him through those uninterested remarks. Are you done organizing it? Thanks. Through that, he understood something. When trying to convey information that the world was about to be destroyed, please first confirm whether or not the other party is listening. At a certain luxurious shop, where only nobles were allowed to set foot, the finest restaurant in the capital, the Saintess was also there, dressed in luxurious attire. She was quite tense that someone like her had come to a place like this. You asked to meet me somewhere like this? The one who had invited her was Ken. Don't mind the prices. Choose whatever you like. He was quite confident in his wealth. The Saintess did not mind either. She merely smiled slyly and said, What are you talking about? I'm looking to see which dish is the most expensive, so I can choose it. Hearing that, Ken found it rather hard to handle her firmness, but he still wanted her to choose. That's right. Choose the dish you want to eat, because for the time being, there won't be any more time like this. The Saintess did not understand why. She asked blankly and took a sip of wine. Why? Ken did not hesitate to tell her what he had been assigned. His Majesty has entrusted me with a rather strange task. Ken hesitated. So, His Majesty told me to find a time traveler from another world and bring that person to him. The Saintess froze when she heard that. The mouthful of wine she had drunk slowly flowed out of her mouth. Ken jumped up in panic. Are you all right? She slowly regained her composure, gulped a few times, and thought, can I really date safely? Elsewhere. Fairy, Yura, you worked hard, didn't you? It's finally taken care of. This is the house the Emperor bestowed upon me. She treasured this valuable gem greatly. She was very satisfied with becoming a spirit like this. I can live a house like this too. This is the life of a spirit. The doorbell rang. Yes, I'm coming. She went out and opened the door. What could it be? Before she could recognize who it was or what was happening, a chain bound her. The surprise came so quickly that she did not understand the situation. The elder of the fairy clan appeared together with a soldier. His face was extremely stern. The elder did not say much and got straight to the point. Yura, where did you get this stone? Yura's face turned pale. Why, yes, this is something I worked very hard and honestly to obtain it. He did not care. He pointed at her. That is not the problem. This stone has been stained with that thing. Jujindi's blood. Yura was stunned. It struck her like a bolt from the blue. What? She said, not understanding. The elder spoke gravely. Jujindi's blood is a threat to the world. You know very well that you must immediately report it to the spirit realm as soon as you discover it, don't you? Lead us at once to the place that once held this stone. The signs of destruction were spreading little by little. At the border between the Tyrant Kingdom and the Empire in the Black Mountain Range, a group of people were on their way to do something. The man with a crown on his head was probably the king. He handed a black sword to a person in a black cloak. As you instructed, we have gathered all the swords to forge the strongest sword, Sensida. We have also prepared other materials. With this, can Aston truly be destroyed? The mysterious cloaked person drew the sword. In a certain tone, the person said, "Of course. Have you sent the declaration of war?" The king answered, "We have. The Alliance of Nations, including Tedin, has sent the declaration of war." The cloaked person revealed a triumphant smile. "Everything is nearly ready. Sensitive silver is the only thing that can wound Aston. And then there's the thing in this Black Mountain Range, 2 dragon bones. As long as we have these 2 things, then no matter what, Aston will." That person used the sword to cut a bloody line across their hand, letting drops of blood drip down. A magic circle appeared. It was like a contract before the dragon rose, of whom only a skeleton remained. That person smiled in satisfaction at the result. The skeleton, which had seemed as if it would remain there forever, slowly rose before the eyes of all those present. The king rejoiced. "Oh, the dragon has truly been revived with this. That bastard will." Before he could finish speaking, the mysterious person in the black cloak stabbed him. The king was shocked. What is this?" He slowly collapsed. The person in the black cloak spoke in a mocking tone. "How foolish. Did you think you could freely control the dragon Rose?" That person gave an order. "Rose, kill them all. The only one who can bring suffering to Aston is you." That person took off the hood of the cloak, revealing the figure of a woman with blazing red hair that matched those red eyes. This world, too, will once again walk the path of destruction. Meanwhile, another story slowly unfolded. The little dragon Gargantia looked around, searching for a familiar figure. "Where did she go? I haven't seen her since yesterday." The quick-witted maid replied, "Are you looking for Miss Tanya? I heard she has returned home." The little dragon's face showed clear panic. "What? She left without saying a word to me." The maid seemed to realize she had made a slip of the tongue. "She told me not to tell you, Lord Gargantia." Hearing that, the little dragon screamed, "Why?" Gargantia sighed helplessly. "What? Why on earth?" But in the study at that moment, there was likely an official wearing a black cloak. The person said, "Your Majesty, we have discovered concerning movements in the Black Mountain Range. The other day, we received a declaration of war from the Alliance of Kingdoms." In a calm voice, the person reminded him, "It seems they truly intend to go to war with us." Hearing that, Aston rested his chin on his hand. The Alliance of Kingdoms, led by the Tedin Kingdom. Most of the nations participated in the experiment involving Jujindi's blood. He said, "They do not remember the mercy I showed them last time. So this time, there is no reason to go easy on them." As he spoke, his hand unconsciously crumpled the report in his grasp. He looked extremely angry as he recalled the sight of that person and her subordinates standing before him, laughing as they said, "That's right, Aston. Since the Alliance of Kingdoms has sent a declaration of war, he will soon come to this place. All of this is nothing but bait to lure him here." Aston could not help sinking into thought. But if I proceed with the war like this, then what if I become the calamity of that place? Aston thought silently, his mind full of complicated thoughts. Suddenly, someone stepped in. "Shall I take her and run far away?" The moment those words were spoken, a knife planted itself right beside that person. That person raised a hand and touched the side of his face. "Wow, Your Majesty, that was too much. You should warn me first." Aston replied with a dark expression, "When you speak nonsense, I will give you a warning." The man smiled. "What nonsense? Weren't you planning to ask me in the first place?" Aston fell silent. Seeing that, the person continued, "You once thought that if the great catastrophe the spirits mentioned occurred, you would have me take her and run far away, didn't you?" Aston frowned. He admitted it. "That's right. I did once think that way." Aston's hand clenched tightly. "But whenever I think of letting you touch Cecil, just imagining it makes me feel unbearable pain." Aston seemed to speak the feelings in his own heart. "Because I love her so much, I truly cannot let her go." He continued, "I will end this war quickly and protect Cecil properly." His tone was firm. That person gave an awkward smile. Cecil asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what are you thinking about?" Aston smiled. "It's nothing. It must be because of the declaration of war from the Alliance of Kingdoms. I hope His Majesty won't be hurt," she thought. A maid suddenly spoke up. "Today's dessert after lunch will be a new fruit found in a neighboring country." Cecil immediately became excited. "Oh!" A wave of nausea suddenly came over her. Cecil quickly covered her mouth. Ugh! Her face turned pale. She thought, "What is this taste?" I almost threw up. Several servants standing beside her gaped in shock. Cecil glanced at them and understood at once. The way they're looking at me, they must be thinking I'm pregnant. Aston frowned, his expression hard to read. Cecil felt somewhat worried as she called out to him. But Aston suddenly stood up. "I'll go ahead," she called loudly. "Aston, wait for me." She held his hand tightly and hurriedly explained, "Just now, I only felt a little nauseous. It's not morning sickness or anything like that." Only then did he turn back to look at her. Cecil. His gaze carried a hint of sadness. "What is with that relieved expression?" Cecil replied, "Do you hate the idea of me carrying your child that much?" Realizing his mistake, Aston reached out as if to caress and comfort her, but she brushed his hand away. "Cecil, please let go of me." So I was the only one waiting for that every day. The child of a monster will only be born a monster. Hearing that, Cecil's face showed shock. She turned to look at him. Then Aston continued softly, "The blood of Jujindis flowing in my body will also pass on to the child. What's more, on the very day it is born, the baby will immediately devour its mother. I absolutely cannot watch that happen." After saying that, Aston hugged her in his arms. Cecil looked up at him, then pushed him away forcefully and said in a sulky voice, "Aston, even if that is the case, you should have told me." "What?" "So that we could think about it together," Cecil replied. Then she gently held him in her arms. "Because we are husband and wife." Cecil continued softly, "Are we not sleeping together today?" The white-haired girl asked boldly. Both her hands gripped Ken's collar. Her words made Ken startled and embarrassed, and he blurted out, "Huh?" The girl also blushed, but she still aggressively reached out and grabbed both of Ken's shoulders, saying loudly, "You said you would let me have a taste today. If you leave today, then when are you planning to do it?" "Wait a moment. I'm not mentally prepared today." Ken refused in panic and embarrassment, but the young girl did not let him go. She said firmly, "No, I'm in a hurry." Left with no choice, Ken closed his eyes shyly. With one hand, he wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled the girl closer. With the other, he lifted her chin and gently kissed the young girl's lips. After a while, the two finally ended the kiss. Ken said, "Let me off with this for today. Next time, even if you beg me to stop, I will go all the way." As he said that, the young girl stared blankly and stammered, If you dare fool around when I'm not here, you know what will happen." Ken said. The young girl replied, "I told you, there's no one." Honestly, in the castle, Cecil, that was wearing a white top with a simple blue skirt. She wondered His Majesty has already left. What should I do now? All right, I'll tidy up the palace study first. Maybe I'll find some new information, she decided excitedly. Me too, me too." The silver-haired boy jumped out and volunteered to do it with her. Cecil said with a headache, "If you cause trouble, I won't let you off." Looking at the boy, Cecil thought, lately, he's been strangely quiet all of a sudden. It makes me uneasy. It seems he's always trailing after Irene, she thought. "Oh, well, I'll look first," Cecil told herself and turned around. Suddenly, a book fell with a thud onto her head. Ow! She picked up the book. This book suddenly appeared. Could it be? Immediately, she called the boy. Rai Harry, look at this." "What is it?" Rai Harry asked. Cecil said excitedly, "It's this. This is it. Maybe this will be a clue that helps us find a way to save this world." She thought, "I'm sure this was sent to me by the Cecil of another world. In this situation, there's bound to be a clue." She opened the book and read the title aloud. Guide to Using the Scepter. But Rai Harry did not understand at all and asked, "What is that? Is it really an important book?" Cecil replied, "I told you it is. If it suddenly fell onto my head, then it must be." A loud noise rang out, cutting off her words. Cecil was startled and turned around. "What happened?" The soldier immediately answered, "The spirits from Tedden Forest." Hearing that, she hurried outside to take a look. Outside, she saw an old spirit with completely white hair and beard, with guards beside him. He said coldly, "I will not speak at length. Where is Jujindis' blood?" "Jujindis' blood?" Cecil repeated, wondering why would he. "But I must deal with that. Jujindis' blood is extremely dangerous. For safety, the person who possesses that blood should have been dealt with." He said, Hearing that, Cecil's face immediately darkened. Deal with him? Is Aston some disposable object? He was forced into experiments involving Jijindi's blood and endured so much suffering. And now this old man wants to deal with him however he pleases? She thought angrily. Who dares to do that on their own? She said slowly. The old spirit did not understand and cried out, Old man, who dares to deal with my husband on their own? Cecil shouted, rushing forward and striking the old spirit with the scepter. A crisp, resounding smack rang out loudly. The old spirit flew far away, his body slamming into the wall and dragging a long mark across the ground. What? Cecil exclaimed blankly, not understanding the situation that had just occurred. In the distance, the book she had thrown aside lay open. Written on it was, "Third way to use the scepter. Using the scepter to hit spirits is also very effective." Elsewhere, darkness covered everything. Terrifying roars came from the monsters. This is troublesome. There are too many monsters, Tanya thought, holding her sword in one hand while wiping her face with the other. What is wrong with me? I thought if I came here to hunt monsters, I wouldn't think about him anymore, she thought silently. She let out a breath. Suddenly, the image of a handsome face appeared in her mind, with golden hair and that arrogant smile. But why am I thinking about him even more? Tanya thought. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind Tanya. I was too careless. They're launching a surprise attack from behind, Tanya thought in panic. Tanya closed her eyes and waited. But the expected pain did not come. Instead, there was an embrace and a firm chest. The blond man appeared and used magic to fire a golden bolt of lightning, destroying the monster. Gargantia exclaimed in surprise. Tanya, that idiot, had disappeared without saying a word. What is going on? Gargantia said. Why did you come here? Tanya stammered. That is what I'm saying. Because I can know where my heart engraved one is, Gargantia answered. Heart engraved one, Tanya repeated, not understanding at all. Gargantia awkwardly scratched his cheek and said that. I will explain later. Back at the castle, the silver-haired girl sat in a chair and sighed. What is wrong? You look as if all your strength has drained away, Irene asked. That is exactly right, the girl replied. Just then, a servant outside called, Lady Irene. Perhaps you should come out for a moment. She turned around with some doubt and said, I do not have any other plans today, do I? Meanwhile, the silver-haired girl was dark-faced, holding the thing she had been given. He just handed this to me and left, the silver-haired girl thought. That is no different from Dead Fred at all. I hope he returns safely. What are these people thinking? The girl said. All of you go back. The commotion outside drew the girl's attention. Lord Irene, what is the matter? The girl's words were cut off by a scream. See, I knew you were here. Saintess, the noisy priest said. Irene had no idea what was going on. She turned around and saw the silver-haired girl standing at the open door, looking out. How dare you kidnap the Saintess? Do you think this country will forgive such a thing? The priest said. Irene snapped back. Saintess? What Saintess? She is just a child I picked up on the road. Meanwhile, the girl thought to herself, I have been found out. And as she was thinking about how to resolve this, a purple notification window suddenly appeared. It was something only the Saintess could see. When she read the contents written on it, the girl's blank expression changed completely. The girl smiled ambiguously and said, Please stop. Besides, I'm annoyed to death that Ken only gave me one kiss and then disappeared without a trace. The girl's words made both the priest and Irene freeze. In unison, they said, A kiss. Today, all of you must give me your complete loyalty, the girl said. On the notification window, a line of text appeared. The final world is beginning to fall into ruin. Do you wish to help Cecil? Tanya was filled with surprise. She cannot accept it. A pet, a heart-engraved one, was the term for the one and only person a dragon would depend on for its entire life. A dragon would spend its whole life by that person's side, like a pet. Once it had made a contract with a heart-engraved one, it was not allowed to care about anything else besides that person. Tanya was furious. She did not agree to it. Why did you make that kind of contract with me? Cancel it. Cancel it. Gargantia was startled. You do not want it either? Why cancel it? Tanya hit Gargantia and said, You dragon who is not even 1 year old yet. How many years apart are you and I? But Gargantia stubbornly insisted. Taro said we were a good match. Gargantia's face fell. Tanya, do you truly hate me that much? He still thought they did not match because of their age. Tanya blushed and looked at Gargantia. Perhaps she could not say that. Gargantia also did not want to make things difficult for her. If you hate me, then say so. Because the contract cannot be dissolved. Please accept me. Gargantia slowly pulled Tanya in his arms. He pleaded earnestly, From now on, I cannot live without you. Gargantia kissed the back of Tanya's hand. My heart-engraved one. No, please allow me to become your pet. Tanya seemed unable to say anything anymore. It was as if his words had touched her heart. She simply remained silent, looking at this man. Seeing that she did not answer, Gargantia asked again, "Is it not allowed?" Tanya continued to ponder. I read it in novels before. Dragons are originally creatures with extremely strong ambitions. Their inner hearts are dark, and they easily become obsessed with something. If I agreed to Gargantia, in her heart, she was still very confused. It was hard to make the right choice. What should I do? The one who likes the other first loses. Tanya agreed and kissed Gargantia. All right, an unforgettable moment was deeply engraved, and in that very unforgettable moment, a black shadow flew past. Gargantia gaped. He recognized it. That thing just now was Mother. Gargantia was extremely shocked. He could not understand it at all. How can this be? Mother clearly died in the Black Mountain Range. To understand what was going on, they had no choice but to follow. Gargantia transformed into a dragon. Tanya, let us chase after it. A powerful wind struck them, but Tanya was not afraid. Igrigajis. On the other side, Aston's soldiers came to report to him. Your Majesty, I have confirmed it again, and the result is the same. They are all dead. A scene of devastation remained after the battle. No one knew what they had experienced. Aston pondered. He did not know what it was that had made them end up like this. Hello, Aston. A voice rang out. A woman with red hair appeared. Beside her was a dragon wearing a human guise. That woman said, I have been waiting for you. Come with me to watch this world's destruction. An indescribable chill spread. At Cecil's castle, she was punishing the old fairy. How dare you abandon everything and act on your own? Cecil held her staff and beat him repeatedly. He had to beg for mercy for his old body. Egu, this little fairy is going to die. Stop, please stop. Cecil angrily cursed at him. Aston will live happily with me for thousands, tens of thousands of years after this. You stupid old man. Aston did nothing wrong. She was furious. Tears she could no longer hold back began to fall. Why must you keep making him disappear? Suddenly, two white hands blocked her in front of him. Cecil did not know where they had come from. White hands. Those hands had no intention of harming her at all. She recalled her memory of those hands. These are definitely the hands that pushed me into the door. Why this time? The two hands flusteredly tried to point something out to her. Looking closely, she saw that the hands were covered in wounds. Cecil carefully looked at the rough hands, which were filled with small injuries. It seems they are trying to say something. The door burst open. No, Raihari rushed in with a worried expression. Your Majesty, please step back. It is dangerous. Cecil was resolute. No, their gestures seem to be trying to tell me something. A book suddenly appeared. Could the owner of these hands be? Cecil was not certain, but they kept urging her to trust them. No, Riari, it is not dangerous. Cecil looked back at the two hands. Are you trying to make me understand that you are me from another world? Is that right? Thank you. The sound of a woman's voice rang out. A sparkling light appeared clearly before Cecil's eyes. A pure white body of another Cecil appeared. She smiled. I am the first Cecil. You finally recognized me. So what those hands had been saying was that they wanted her to recognize this body. The first Cecil said, have you read all the books we sent you, Cecil? At that moment, Cecil seemed to understand. Could it be that all those strange books during this time, they were from you, the first Cecil? That is right. We sent them. The Cecils from the previous worlds. Cecil still did not understand their clear purpose. Why are all of you helping me? Kalia, the first Cecil, interrupted her. That girl is different from us. We believe that you are our hope. Hope. Those words made Cecil's eyes brighten. The first Cecil said, if things continue like this, Aston will die again. Again, those words left Cecil stunned. The first Cecil continued telling her, Aston always ends his own life at the conclusion of each world in order to protect Cecil. The first Cecil raised her hand. A magic circle appeared. A beautiful world opened up. Yet she still never stopped hoping. The only one who can stop this is you. I can help you open the door and regain your original power, but Cecil was astonished. No way. Then you have already helped me with everything. The first Cecil smiled brightly and held out her hand. Hurry, let's go. Cecil happily agreed. Without fear of hardship, she reached out her hand. Yes. Raihari panicked. Hey, where are you going? The hands of the two girls clasped together. Cecil's hand gradually dissolved. The chains slowly shattered. Cecil's gaze, filled with confidence and strength, gradually appeared. I will win and return. At that moment, a new great which had appeared in this world. All my senses are becoming sharper, and I can also feel magic power being absorbed throughout my entire body, Cecil thought to herself. The glittering bands of color in the darkness were splitting apart, just wide enough for Cecil to pass through. Cecil, this is not an ordinary gate. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the space, surprising her. The first Cecil? I am truly sorry. I thought you had disappeared. That is right. After releasing your magic power, I vanished. This is only a little of my magic power, the real Cecil said. After listening to everything from Cecil, she silently looked upward without saying anything. The real Cecil's voice rang out again. And here are the memories you have forgotten during this time. I will show you everything. As soon as those words ended, a light radiated outward, replaying her memories once more. Because Cecil possessed power greater than anyone had imagined, her mother had been unable to care for her and passed away afterward. Unable to match that magic power, she had ultimately tried to contact the guardian witches. But only after visiting Cecil did they learn the truth. If the great witches broke the prohibition and came to care for and protect Cecil, they would have to give up their own existence. Even so, they were willing to let go, because even if their existence was forgotten, they still always protected her. Watching up to this point, Cecil did not know when tears had begun to flow from the corners of her eyes, but she quickly wiped them away. Do you know how to stop this world's destruction? She asked Cecil. I will protect everyone. So, suddenly, she shouted loudly. Cecil spoke gently. That is something I could not do all this time. But this time, that existence is here. Perhaps it will succeed. The figure leaned close to her and whispered, I can see the exit. As soon as she finished speaking, Cecil's figure shattered like broken glass, leaving only a few words behind. Hurry and go. Save everyone, and Aston as well. Yes. On this side, Aston was fighting. Tanya crashed down. He was resisting the attacks coming from Tanya. Seeing him struggling like that, Tanya spoke up. So your resurrection is slowing down, is it? Do you see it now? Aston faced the woman before him without the slightest expression, but his body was already exhausted. You are gradually approaching your end, Dragon Lord. Looking at that terrifying power radiating outward, he thought, is this the end? Will I truly end here? If I die here, then Cecil will live. Aston thought this as he closed his eyes tightly, waiting for death. Suddenly, a magic circle shone in the air. Along with it, Cecil appeared, holding her staff. Aston, her call, made him come back to his senses. Cecil pounced on him. Face to face with Aston, she asked, You were planning to die again, were you not? Those words immediately made him uncomfortable. Yes. Before Aston could speak, she added, Listen carefully. If you die, I will remarry Raiharry. And then I will forget all about you and laugh merrily, becoming the Empress of the Black Kingdom. I will also give birth to 10 children who look just like me and Raiharry, a whole basket of daughters and sons. At that time, I will acknowledge them all. If any of the children ask me who Aston is, I will say, Oh my heavens, was there ever someone with that name? While she was imagining this and speaking with great enthusiasm, Aston covered her mouth. Wait, how can you imagine it so specifically? There was some displeasure in his voice as he questioned her. Cecil did not care much about Aston's words. Why can I not imagine it? Cecil was somewhat agitated. She held Aston's face in both hands. You are very angry, are you not? So angry you want to smoke from the ears, right? He froze before her words. Tears fell down Cecil's lovely face. That is how I feel when you want to die. After saying that, she hugged him tightly. You have regained all your power. Tanya's voice shattered the atmosphere. A black dragon swept across the sky, with a girl riding on its back. Your Majesty the Empress. Gargantia. Tanya. Both she and the girl shouted at the same time. The little black dragon glanced below and thought, That truly is my mother. That girl. How can she control my mother like that? Tanya clenched her hands and said with determination, You dare disturb my mother's rest? I cannot forgive that. We will defeat you with our own hands. She spoke up, That is right. The first Cecil had told Cecil that to bring an end to the destruction of the worlds, 3 people were needed. They were, respectively, the Great Mage, the elder of the fairy clan, and finally, the foreigner. She raised her staff before her eyes. Along with the light of magic, a formation appeared, and the summoning words rang out. By the power of the Great Witch, I command you all to appear here immediately. Rustle, rustle. The figures of 3 people were summoned. Seeing the white-haired girl among the 3 who had just appeared, Tanya said in surprise, "I cannot believe it. You are the foreigner." Everyone was completely shocked when they learned the identity of the Saintess as the Transmigrator. The Transmigrator is that maid. However, Aston was surprised by the female lead's power. Part of it was because he was worried for Cecil. Cecil, that power just now. Cecil immediately turned back and explained to him. The first Cecil said that the maid is truly the Saintess, and the Transmigrator is that person. I also forgot to tell you this. I have regained all of the Great Witch's power. Cecil happily announced the news to Aston. Igriegagis, you regained it. Aston was surprised when he heard it. So do not worry, Aston. Everyone will help you. There are also the other Cecils. I have obtained power stronger than anyone else's. So in this world, you no longer need to die for me. Cecil comforted Aston with gentle eyes and a gentle smile. But that could not completely hide the sparkling radiance surrounding her. She was like a warm sun in his heart, dazzlingly bright. Will the ending finally be different? That was something the red-haired girl did not want at all. We shall see. Those are only pretty words. She furiously gave the order. Burn everything to ashes for me. Dragon Lord. A blazing red formation appeared. Flames roared and enveloped her. They revealed the frenzied rage of their master all the more. Not letting the red-haired girl have her way, Gargantia blocked it with a transparent blue shield. Gargantia, Tanya, Cecil shouted. Your Majesty the Empress, if it is only for a moment, I will do everything I can. As for you, think of a way to seal my mother, all right. Gargantia said to Cecil, and she immediately agreed. First, as the first Cecil said, we need to hear an explanation. What exactly is the Transmigrator? As she spoke, she gripped the Saintess's shoulders tightly. Her face could not hide her shock. Knowing she could no longer hide it, the Saintess explained everything. I am the one who created all of you. Cecil blurted out, You, what are you saying? The Saintess continued, everyone here is a character in a novel, and I am the author of that novel. Also, I do not know what is going on either, but I stepped into this world. At this point, Cecil could not hold back anymore. Emotionally, she grabbed the Saintess by the clothes and choked out. Why did you write this kind of story? Do you enjoy killing people like this? The Saintess explained, No, I do not know. I only wrote the things I saw in my dreams. You think that excuse settles everything? Cecil reproached her. Overcome with emotion, the Saintess also shouted at Cecil, Besides, it is not because of what I wrote that things turn out like this, you know? Do you know how many times I failed while trying to separate the male lead from you? You, what are you saying now? Why would you write it and then try to separate us? Cecil said to her, Do you think I knew in advance that everything would turn out like this? I was only writing according to what I saw in my dreams. It was only a novel. If I had known beforehand that everyone would suffer like this, I definitely would never have written it that way. As she spoke up to this point, the Saintess's eyes had already filled with tears. Why is my lover crying? Ken suddenly appeared behind Cecil, making her jump in fright. You scare me. Ken, did you hear everything? The Saintess said in confusion. He must be shocked after learning that he himself was a character in a novel. Even I, if he learns about the things I intended to do, he will surely be terribly disappointed. That was what the Saintess thought. I'm very disappointed. I thought you had already started thinking about another man. As Ken spoke, he stepped in front of the Saintess. He reached out and touched her cheek. You're like a bee. From now on, you won't be able to go anywhere anymore. Because as long as I am the male lead in your story, that is enough. Richard held her tightly and declared it with force. It made the Saintess choke up with emotion as she called his name, perhaps unable to endure the sight any longer. Richard spoke for what countless people were feeling. What kind of atmosphere are we witnessing here? He looks normal, but he's the craziest one among us. Is it why he was chosen? But why is it that when I say I'm the author and that this is the world inside a novel, everyone accepts it so easily? The Saintess wondered. Because everyone has read that kind of novel before, Cecil explained, scratching her head. No matter how sweet and loving the atmosphere was, it could not move the red-haired girl. She said that whether it was a novel or anything else, it had nothing to do with her. Because in any case, you cannot return to your own world. I will help you erase everything here completely and cleanly. She raised her sword, her her eyes filled with murderous intent. In contrast to that murderous red, a pure blue light surrounded Cecil. Cecil raised her staff and declared, "I will not stand by and watch." As soon as she said that, the red-haired girl charged forward in a blaze of madness. She attacked swiftly. That speed and power were beyond Cecil's expectations. Aston immediately rushed over and pushed her out of danger, taking the full force of the sword into his stomach. The red-haired girl laughed twice in contempt, then pointed her sword forward and said, "Cecil, you inherited the power of the great mage. Is this perhaps your first time using it? Huh? Don't tell me." Cecil said blankly, "That's right. Just as Cecil lent your power, I also have Cecils who want to destroy the world." Why did those girls fall into such despair? Why did the great mage seal your power? Because after seeing her daughter awaken that power, the great mage failed. As the red-haired girl spoke, Cecil was utterly shocked, stunned by what she was hearing. The girl continued, "So before you feel despair, you will wish you could simply die without knowing anything." A trace of sorrow flashed in the red-haired girl's eyes. Dragon, great mage, and both their souls all changed. Although this time you managed to gather everyone, the result will still be the same. Just like all the previous worlds you have experienced, no one will be able to help you. Zodi. The moment she finished speaking, she gripped her sword and rushed straight towards Cecil. Cecil panicked. "Please, power of the great mage, please give me strength." Aston worried for Cecil. "No, if this continues, Cecil will. Anyone please protect Cecil for me." Hearing his plea, strange dark shadows gathered. "Did you hear that?" Aston asked us for help for the first time. Mixed voices overlapped one another. They said, "Aston, we have always been waiting for you to ask for help." When he looked back, he found himself in a green space filled with vitality. Figures appeared one after another. They all wore gentle, cheerful expressions as they said together, "You have always been the one who gave us hope. Now that you have called upon us for your own sake, we are more than willing to become your strength." In an instant, he found himself back on the battlefield. Aston slowly rose to his feet. Seeing this, Raiharry shouted anxiously, "Aston!" Aston used the black sword to support his body. Breathing heavily, he said, "Move aside." His eyes were resolute. Raiharry looked at Aston and felt Jujindi's blood growing stronger. Even so, Raiharry found it strange. He thought to himself, "But I don't feel afraid. Instead, I feel as if Aston is protecting me. It's all right. I'm not afraid of ending this world," Aston murmured. "Everyone has given me strength." At last, he stood upright. "Lord Aston." Cecil, watching him from afar, said in a daze. The Cecil from another world, with her blazing red hair, suddenly shouted his name, raised her black sword, and charged madly toward him. At the moment the two confronted each other, Aston suddenly remembered. "Cecil, when I fought Riwin, you used all your strength to save me. And when you disappeared for a moment, I resented you." From then on, Aston had sworn, "I cannot lose you again. I only wanted to bind you tightly by my side. Even if your breath ran out, even if you had to use up all your strength, even if pain racked your entire body, I still wanted to protect you." As Aston thought that, the black sword fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Aston's sword had pierced through that Cecil's body. But he stepped closer and whispered into the other Cecil's ear, "It's over." Aston smiled gently and said, "I promised Cecil I would not die again." The Cecil from the other world froze, her eyes hazy. A familiar figure appeared in her memories. "I'm sorry," that person had said to her. "I knew from the very beginning that I could not kill you. I just hated you so much for leaving me to die, so I resented you terribly." That Cecil thought resentfully, but just once would have been enough. "I only wanted to see you one more time." That Cecil resented Aston, but she also missed him terribly. Tears flowed from her eyes. In the sky, the golden-haired dragon woman abruptly stopped moving. Seeing this, Gargantia thought, "Mother has returned to normal. Is it because the one who cast the resurrection magic has died?" White specks of light flew out from the woman's body. Her star-like eyes returned, and she looked down at the ground. Seeing the current situation, she gave a mysterious smile and murmured, "This truly is just as expected." But Gargantia managed to stop me. She said with satisfaction, "Oh, my precious son really did well. You've already found such a beautiful mate." Her words startled both Gargantia and Tanya, who was riding on his back, and their faces turned red with embarrassment. "I have nothing more to worry about. The ending of this world is thanks to you." The woman spoke gently as she approached and stroked the dragon's head. Her body was slowly scattering into specks of light. Tears of sorrow flowed from the corners of Gargantua's eyes. Down below, Cecil anxiously ran toward Aston and shouted his name. Strange black currents of energy were radiating from Aston's body. Jujindi's blood had been released beyond its limit. This would lead to the destruction of the one who had used all that power. In the distance, the green fairy said, "No, Aston. No, please," Cecil said, her eyes brimming with tears. "Cecil." Aston called her name. "Thank goodness. I was able to protect you before I left." Aston spoke with satisfaction. "No, Aston. The first Cecil told me how to stop the end of this world," Cecil said clearly. "She said we need the magical power of a mage and a spirit." Cecil quickly explained, "But we already transferred all our magical power to Aston." Richard spoke while still continuously trying to transfer magical power to Aston, but nothing was happening. The black currents continued to pour from Aston's body. A gloomy, despairing atmosphere spread around them. No matter how much magical power they transferred, it all vanished as if it were the arrangement of the ending itself. "I don't want this. Do I have to part with Aston like this again?" Cecil thought unwillingly. Without giving up, she continued transferring magical power to him. "The magic the first Cecil taught me. Why isn't it working? It can't be. If this continues, Aston will." The familiar blue-covered book suddenly fell to the ground. The sound of impact cut off Cecil's negative thoughts. She turned her attention to the book. It opened on its own. On the pure white page were the words, "Hang in there. Hang in there," Cecil murmured, as if in a chain reaction. Many other books appeared in midair and fell down. "What are all these books?" Richard exclaimed in shock, not understanding what was happening. Then Richard cried out in astonishment, "Wait, these books, they are all turning into magical power." On the white pages were words of encouragement and support. The books dissolved, turning into blue specks of magical light. And all of that magical power was now being absorbed into Cecil's body. She looked as if she were bathing in a sea of stars. "Could these books be what the first Cecil told me about?" Cecil murmured, "We sent that book to you." Those were the words the first Cecil had spoken. At last, Cecil understood their true meaning. The first Cecil smiled gently, took Cecil's hand, and pulled her up. Images from the past returned, images of the books. They had always appeared whenever she faced hardship, and they had always offered her solutions. Save Aston and everyone. The books all gave voice together. All of this had gathered to draw the final world to this point. Happiness and suffering, hope and despair, love and rage. All the time and emotions those girls had experienced. They were words that recorded the long, endless years of 999,999,999 worlds. Cecil held the book dearly. This was also the precious record of all their time. The moment she stepped inside, she entered a sparkling space. She thought, "Where is this?" I was clearly saving Aston. She saw the book sent to her by countless Cecils. She looked around and continued thinking, and I was absorbing all the great witch's power. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "You have come here." She looked over and saw a woman. Cecil said, "Great witch." "No, mother." The woman said, "This place is the end point of the story. To keep you from coming here, I turned back time many times." She continued, "When 999,999,999 worlds repeated again and again, I kept sealing your power in order to save you. Each time, I turned back time once more. But I could not erase Jujindi's blood from Aston. And the lives of you two always had to end in suffering like that." An image appeared of a woman crying, holding a man in her arms. The woman continued, "In this final world, I hoped you would not meet Aston, so I created many hardships and obstacles. In the end, things still became like this." The image shifted to Cecil, and the woman went on, "I hoped I could protect you until the very end, so that you could live a long life afterward. But the name of Destroyer is bound to you." The image drew closer to Cecil's face. She seemed to be thinking about something. Then a hand took the woman's hand. Cecil then embraced her mother and said, "It's all right, mother." She continued, "The other Cecils have lent me their strength. Even if the ending has already been set, I can still overturn everything." Holding her mother by the shoulders, she continued. Then she moved close to her mother's face and said, "Because an ending can also be a new beginning." A book appeared. Cecil said, "Only when there is an ending can another story be written." She smiled gently. "This story will not end here. So, mother, please lend me your power too." Hearing those words from Cecil, the woman was quite surprised. Then Cecil smiled brightly and continued, I'm counting on you, mother. The woman burst into laughter. The Dragon Lord was right. Children really do grow up so quickly, even though, in our eyes, you are still little. Then 2 hands clasped that small hand. The sky was clear and blue. A white-haired young man and a fairy stood behind him. The fairy said, Aston's destruction has temporarily stopped. Someone shouted when they saw a stream of energy flowing into Cecil's body. Cecil has inherited the Great Witch's full power. He thought to himself, even earlier, when she absorbed magical power, Cecil had already become stronger. But now, I feel that Cecil's magical power is overflowing many times more than before. This is clearly. She hugged him. Then she looked up at the sky and thought, Mother, thank you so much. She continued thinking, and now I know what I have to do. She laid him down and said, Let's go. Foreigner, we must do what only we can do. The saintess replied, Huh? Do what? Cecil smiled and said, Now I know. She smiled brightly and said, When there is a knot that cannot be untied, we only need to revise the story from the setting itself. She continued, Let us write an ordinary, happy story without Jijindi's blood, without sorrow, and without war. The saintess thought about the system window opening before her eyes. It said, The ending of the final world is beginning. Do you want to help Cecil? When she had first arrived here, she would have hesitated, but now she reached out without hesitation. The saintess selected it and said, All right. The saintess took Cecil's hand and stepped through an invisible gate. A window appeared on the screen, saying, Jijindi's blood has disappeared from Aston's body. In this world, the only remaining Jijindi's blood is inside Irene's body. Only when she passes away will it disappear together with her. In this way, Jijindi's blood will vanish from the world, and everyone will live happily. The note window appeared on the screen again, saying, That is the new setting of this world. The scene began with Cecil holding Aston tightly, and he said, I'm sorry, Cecil. She looked at him with tearful eyes. She pushed him away and said, I'm sorry, Aston. He said, Cecil, I don't understand. She replied, I cannot be happy alone. With a sorrowful expression, she said, There are still many Cecils who have not found happiness. She continued, So, saintess. Her voice was full of determination. Please do this with me 999,999,999 more times. Aston continued, You mean, you want to go back and change the entire story in every world? The saintess, trapped inside a bubble of water, said, Hey, who agreed to that? Hello, I'm still here. Cecil replied to him, I will come back. He asked, How long will it take? She answered him, I don't know either. If I cannot make all 999,999,999 Cecils happy, then I will not return. She continued, Every Cecil in every world and every Aston, I want them all to have happy stories of their own. He touched her shoulder and said, Then what about me? He held her shoulders and said with a sorrowful expression, Don't go, Cecil. Please stay by my side. She removed his hand from her shoulders and slowly thought it over. She said, all the Cecils and all the Astons. She gently took his hands and continued, I'm sure they all feel the same way as you do, Lord Aston. She smiled brightly. Behind her, lights sparkled as she said, You must wait for me. I will definitely return. Aston shouted as her arm gradually dissolved. No, Cecil. He shouted again, Please. A field of light appeared before him. His eyes were dark and heavy. He sank to his knees and thought. And just like that, Cecil disappeared. The scene changed to a beast man saying, It has been 2 years since the Empress disappeared. Should we not appoint a new Empress now, Your Majesty? Aston answered with only one sentence. Bury him. Leave his head above the ground. A terrified scream rang out. Your Majesty. The maid buried him as Aston had ordered, leaving only his head exposed. Aston thought, that girl is still making the Astons and Cecils somewhere happy. The scene changed again to a clear blue sky. An orange-haired girl lay beneath a tree, opening her eyes. She sat up and said, What was that? What was that dream just now? Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, you over there? A man approached and said, Your swordsmanship is pretty decent. When she saw him, she rushed toward him and shouted, Aston! Suddenly, Aston smiled and said, I'm sure that's how it is. Then he thought of Cecil's image and said, Cecil has always been like that. Once she decides on something, There is nothing she cannot do. 3 years after the Empress disappeared, there was a clinking sound, and someone said, "Hey, several beastmen have been buried over here." The signs here read, 3-year-old mound, 2-year-old mound, 1-year-old mound. The girl said, "Focus on digging." The boy replied, "Yes, big sister." The boy pressed his face close to her while she pushed him away with her hand, saying, "Big sister, if I do well, do I get a reward?" She said, "When will the Empress come back? What on earth happened between them?" Then she dusted off her hands. Suddenly, rain began to fall. She said, "Rain?" The sound of rain pattered outside. He said, "It was still sunny just a moment ago. How mysterious." He continued, "It's just like that day, the day it rained in Stoa." He said in alarm, "Could it be Her Majesty the Empress?" He continued, "Your Majesty the Emperor." This is the story that someone wrote somewhere. Even though it was raining, he was running as fast as he could. The heroine of the story was named Cecil. The waterfall roared as it poured down, and the hero was named Aston. He arrived there. The two of them met many people together and faced many hardships. He and she fell deeply in love, and a shoe stepped out. She and the saintess appeared. When she saw him, she said happily, "Aston, the title of the story does not matter." He looked at her and smiled. "The only thing that matters is the ending of this story. Everyone lived happily ever after." She leaped toward him, threw herself into his arms, and cried. And this is the end of the story that Aston and Cecil wrote together. The Achaea Empire, where Emperor Aston ruled. A year had passed since the missing empress returned. At night, the suggestive sounds of a man and a woman echoed through a room. And those two were none other than Cecil and Aston. As if he did not want to stop, he still wanted to continue what had been left unfinished. "No, I still want more. It is still dark." Unlike him, she was so exhausted she wanted to collapse. "For the 3 years you were not here, do you know how much I waited for you and missed you?" As he spoke, he touched her, making Cecil tremble. Of course, she felt the same way too. After that, the sounds of intimacy rang out again. Cecil thought to herself that, because of that reason, he had done it every single day for the past year. She thought that, but Cecil liked it too. The only problem was that it was terribly tiring. After a whole night passed, the next morning, the captain of the Imperial Knights, Ken, came to meet her and report on a vacation. It was a short vacation. Hearing that, Cecil looked doubtful and asked him again, "What kind of vacation lasts an entire year?" In response to her suspicion, he calmly replied, "Actually, it was 3 years. It has already been shortened." He sighed wistfully as he spoke. The saintess regretted it so much. "No, I doubt that is the reason, because I received a letter." Cutting off his sentimental mood, she said, "After she said she was too exhausted because of you, she told me to hurry up and take you away for her." Ken was rendered speechless after hearing that. Then he answered coldly, "But I have already avoided meal times and only done it outside of those hours." Cecil could not believe that Ken would answer like that. She shouted, "That is exactly the problem, you scoundrel." As if it had nothing to do with him, Ken said, "At night, she always says she is happy." "You little liar." Fine." Cecil felt helpless after hearing Ken say that. Just then, a voice rang out. "Ah, I heard the Empress had gone to welcome some honored guests." The person who arrived was Tanya, the daughter of the Margrave of Kenicha. With Tanya were 2 adorable children. Cecil was very surprised to see Tanya visit, and joyfully hugged her. "Tanya, it has been so long. Did these twins come with you too?" The children being mentioned were her son Lentia and her daughter Anika. These children were Tanya's twins. Cecil looked at them and said, "They are so cute. May I shake hands with them?" Hearing Cecil say that, Tanya immediately lifted both children into her arms and smiled. "You cannot casually shake hands with them, Your Majesty the Empress. Your hand will break." When the 2 children heard Cecil say she wanted to shake hands with them, they immediately reached out their hands in anticipation. But when Cecil heard Tanya's warning, she withdrew her hand. Understand. Inwardly, she was thinking, both of them look exactly like their parents. When I returned, Tanya had already become a mother, so I hit Gargantia who knows how many times. I do not know if it is because of dragon blood, but both children grew so quickly that they looked just like 3-year-olds. I'm truly glad to see her so happy like this. Tanya spoke up, interrupting Cecil's thoughts. "We have some matters to handle, so I will be staying in the capital for a while. I heard there is a delicious chocolate shop here." Cecil was surprised. "Chocolate, yes. Valentine's Day is coming soon. When Tanya suddenly mentioned Valentine's Day, Cecil finally remembered. That is right. At that moment, in a warm room, Aston was lying close to Cecil. Cecil, today, I smell a gentle, sweet fragrance. Cecil smiled as she answered, Hee, is that so? Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, so I tried showing off my skills a little. Yes, Aston answered in surprise. Is that so? Rather than chocolate, I prefer this gift. He stroked her face. What are you saying? I poured so much effort into it. Before she could finish speaking, his naughty hand had already begun wandering, and he kept kissing her. Actions not meant for children began. His touches made her sensitive. No, Aston. We heard her call his name. Aston finally stopped. Your body smells sweet too. But she did not know how to answer him, and only thought to herself, I am not chocolate, you know. The next day, he sat at his work desk, speechless before a huge pile of chocolate that the servants had brought in, and asked, So what you mean is? The servant, pale with exhaustion, answered, Her Majesty the Empress sent them to you. Aston smiled happily and thought to himself, She wants me to eat all of this? She must be feeling wronged right now because she had to endure the pain from last night. But the truth was not like that. Cecil had thought, what if the chocolate I made does not taste good? Then I should send him chocolate from all the most delicious shops in the capital too. How adorable. I must obey her order. Then he suddenly noticed the package of chocolate that she had made. A radiant smile appeared on his face when he saw the finished product. This crooked shape. Did she make it herself? A loud crash rang out. Your Majesty the Empress. His Majesty the Emperor has just fainted. Cecil, who was enjoying tea, sprang to her feet in panic when she heard the news. What? What did you say? Then she hurriedly ran over. Aston, thank goodness. I heard you fainted. I'm so relieved you are all right. If something had happened to you, I would have remembered what happened before. As soon as she saw that he was safe, she rushed over and hugged him tightly, speaking while sobbing. Aston looked at her for a long while, then said, Who are you? Those words struck her like lightning. Pardon? He looked at her with cold eyes. You suddenly came here and pounced on me, hugging me, and you even dared to call the Emperor's name without permission. How rude. She could not believe her ears. Why are you suddenly saying that, Aston? I am your wife. My wife? I do not remember having a wife. Aston said it calmly. Cecil's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard those words from him. I do not have a wife. Memory loss. Cecil whimpered as the news was brought to her. That is probably the case. For now, we still do not know the cause, but His Majesty still remembers our vacation. So it seems he has only forgotten everything about Her Majesty the Empress. I cannot believe this. As Cecil cried, she remembered Aston's cold face from earlier and thought, Aston, will you hate me from now on? At that moment, out on the balcony, Aston was thinking about what had just happened. He felt a painful ache. That woman is my wife? What nonsense. How could I have? There is no way. I need to confirm it once more. I cannot believe this. A woman's voice echoed throughout the mansion. It turned out to be Cecil. She cried miserably and said that last year she had come here too and tried summoning poison butterflies. She wondered if she should call Raiharry over. At the same time, she grumbled sulkily. Why did Aston suddenly become so cold to me? She recalled how Aston had said that he could not accept that she was his wife. He said he did not want to see her anymore because his head was in complete chaos. And then he chased me out of his office. She thought to herself, Are you resenting me? A familiar voice rang out. Aston. Cecil turned around and called his name. So what if I am? Am I not allowed to resent you now? She said indignantly, her eyes full of tears. Before, you always said you liked me so much. As Cecil spoke, she sharply turned her head away and crossed her arms with a huff to show her mood. Did he come here to scold me for being rude and drive me away? Cecil secretly guessed. Just try telling me to leave again. I will whack you a few times with my staff, so you know better. She thought angrily. In her mind, a tiny Cecil was holding his staff and smacking Aston on the head again and again. No, I only came here to confirm one thing, Aston said. Yes, she replied, not quite understanding. You said you were my wife, Aston said. Yes. I am sorry that I am the wife you do not remember. Cecil said it dejectedly. She was truly at a loss for words with this husband of hers. Then I will take my leave first. Cecil turned to go, but Aston stopped her. I do not believe I told you to leave. He braced one hand against the door, his whole body almost enveloping Cecil as he said domineeringly, Why are you acting like this? You said you did not remember who I was. she stammered, shyly thinking. He is too close. It is true that I do not remember, Aston said, his face drawing closer. That is why I must confirm it further. Stay still like this for a moment. As he spoke, he stared intently into Cecil's eyes. He really is close. If this keeps up, I will think about last night again, she thought shyly. Her heart beat as fast as a drum. Brief flashes of their passionate night together suddenly appeared in her mind. Only yesterday, we were that happy, Cecil thought. At that time, Aston had spoken with deep affection, saying, I love you, Cecil. I truly love you so much. And yet, by this morning, he had heartlessly said, I do not remember having a wife. A typical case of a man turning cold, also known as a heartless jerk. Before she knew it, tears flowed from her beautiful emerald green eyes. Why are you suddenly crying? Aston asked in confusion, unable to understand. He thought to himself that perhaps it would have been better to let her leave. In any case, until I recover my memories, stay in this place. Aston said that and opened the door to leave. She did not stop him. She stood like a statue, hearing the cold sound of the door closing. In the end, I still could not ask her to have a meal with me. I practiced so much too. Aston scratched his head and muttered as his footsteps tapped away. So annoying. So annoying. Does he think losing his memory makes him impressive? Cecil shouted loudly, angry and hurt. Someone told me the scenery here was beautiful. Oh, so it really is true? A sudden voice rang out from outside the window, startling Cecil so badly her heart nearly jumped. She turned to look. It was the Saintess. Cecil said, Saintess? Why are you here? The girl opposite her only raised a hand beside her eye and made a cute expression. She said innocently, well, I am the Saintess. Of course I can use magic. After saying that, the Saintess walked closer. Holding Cecil's face in both hands, she said, oh my, what happened to that man's memory this time? So you also suffer because of a handsome man, just like me? You too. Cecil caught the main point and asked, did Ken cause trouble too? No, he still treats me well. Because he treats me too well, I am exhausted. The Saintess stammered. To put plainly, is that 19+ matter? The silver-haired girl suddenly spoke louder. Hearing that, Cecil was speechless. What? Are you trying to show off your romance? Anyway, it seems you need a change of mood, right, Your Majesty the Empress? The Saintess hurriedly changed the subject. Let us go out and have fun, the Saintess suggested. At that moment, the two of them had already appeared on a street bustling with people. Each of them held a dreamy pink stick of cotton candy. Tell me the truth. You just wanted to go out and have fun like sisters, did you not? Cecil said, that is right, or maybe not. The Saintess answered carelessly. You are the friend who overcame that long journey with me, the Saintess said. A shy blush appeared on her cheeks. Cecil said nothing and simply smiled as she looked at the Saintess. The two of them played until the sky turned to dusk. Pink and purple light quietly dyed the surroundings. Cecil held a gift basket in her hand and happily walked along the road back to the palace. It has been so long since I played to my heart's content like that. Even though I am sulking, I still bought a gift for Aston too. When she entered the Empress's palace, she was stunned and stared blankly at the scene inside. Everything was chaotic and disorderly, as if thieves had visited. What happened here? She thought in alarm. Looking closely, she saw Aston holding a ceramic vase, while two attendants beside him were frantically trying to stop him. They said, Your Majesty the Emperor, please stop. How could Her Majesty the Empress possibly be inside that ceramic vase? Is Aston looking for me? Cecil thought blankly, finding it hard to believe. At that moment, Aston also discovered her. He rushed over and loudly asked, Where did you go? Both of his hands gripped her tightly. Pardon, how dare you disappear from this place on your own? Cecil froze, her face pale, and exclaimed. It seemed she had seen those eyes many times somewhere before. This will not do. It seems I will have to confine you in another way. Aston muttered darkly. Pardon, Cecil cried uneasily. What is this? Good heavens! At that moment, both her hands and feet were bound with iron chains. With this lock, you will not be able to think of running away anymore, Aston said calmly. Have you gone insane, Aston? She shouted. Yes. And who was it that drove me mad? I told you to stay here. Why did you disappear without saying a word? As Aston spoke, he moved closer and pressed Cecil down with his strong body. I'm going crazy. This handsome bastard, Cecil thought, without resisting at all. He has tied up my beautiful eyes too. After that, Aston kissed her. On a clear morning, birds chirped. Cecil was sitting on the bed, wearing a sheer nightgown and a pair of suggestive handcuffs. She lamented, This is insane. I am not some prisoner. Damn it, who still plays like that nowadays? Though she said that, she still blushed shyly as she thought about the intimate scene between them the previous night. If I used the power of the Great Witch, these handcuffs would break with just one swing of staff. What is even crazier is that I did not refuse him. Cecil secretly despised herself. But how could I refuse an opportunity like that? Normally, he does not play anything that shocking, and he even used tools. Cecil thought again about last night when Aston had taken her hand and raised it to his lips. He kissed it and said in a voice filled with deep emotion, "Cecil, do not go anywhere anymore." He felt more desperate than usual, and even sexier too. Ahem, Cecil thought to herself. A woman's emotions were truly hard to understand. She had clearly been floating in happiness, but suddenly fell to the bottom. Her expression changed. What is the use of that? When I woke up, I found that he had already left at some point. He is no different from that bastard Tiani from the past. Cecil thought as she flopped down onto the bed. Why did he only forget me? She suddenly remembered when she and the Saintess had traveled through all the worlds. The Astons of the other worlds had not recognized her either. Yes, of course that was because they only had the Cecils of their own worlds. I missed you so much, and I wanted to make every version of you in every world happy. That is why I tried so hard. Her voice was full of hurt. Her eyes began to well up again. But is this the result? As she was carried along by her emotions, a maid with red hair entered. "Forgive me, Your Majesty the Empress. Yesterday, while cleaning the palace, I discovered something suspicious." "Huh? What is it?" Cecil asked. When His Majesty the Emperor fainted, he had eaten this. After saying that, the maid brought a sample of chocolate before Cecil. Cecil's face was full of suspicion. The moment she held the piece of chocolate in her hand, her expression changed. "What?" Cecil asked. "Where's the maid, Irene?" "She is away helping with the travel business in Aluna," the maid answered. Cecil immediately ordered, "I must go there. Open the gate." At the same time, blue magical light appeared. She broke the handcuffs and turned to the maid. "Prepare my clothes." "Huh? Where did she go?" "She was standing here just now." Strangely, the maid was no longer there. The scene shifted to Aluna. Irene was surprised to meet Cecil. "Your Majesty the Empress, why have you come to Aluna?" Cecil looked panicked. "Where is Raihari? Hurry and let me meet Raihari." Irene quickly calmed her. "Please calm down first. I taught you the etiquette of an empress, did I not?" Then Irene continued thoughtfully. "Now that you mention it, I have not seen him these past few days either. Where did he go? But why do you need to meet Raihari? I have not seen him for 10 days. Where could he be? Cecil Chowtith. No, I need that man right now." At that moment, a voice suddenly cut her off. "Your Majesty the Empress, hello. Long time no see." It turned out to be Yura's voice. Following behind him was Raihari, his face dark and gloomy. He said, "So this is where the Empress is." Yura immediately explained, "Aston asked me to open a gate, so I opened it for him. Is that not all right?" As Yura spoke, he scratched his head, looking innocently clueless. Cecil was surprised. "Aston? I did not say anything. How was he able to find me here? Is he planning to imprison me again?" I finally found a clue, too. Aston suddenly grabbed her hand. She panicked. "I do not want to, Aston. I cannot go. I have not." Before she could finish speaking, Aston pulled her into his chest. Cecil stared blankly and called his name. He said, "I am sorry, my love. Well, I could not see you." I immediately turned every place upside down looking for you. Cecil saw the sweat pouring down Aston's body. Just how hurriedly had he run here? This was Aston's confession. "I'm truly sorry. I still have not regained my memories. But I do not merely like you. I loved you from the very first moment. From then on, I saw only you." Aston's face was red, though it was unclear whether it was from running here in such a hurry or from his own confession. Cecil said, "Aston, what are you? I will remember soon. I do not know how my past self treated you, but I will do better than I did back then. So what I want to say is, if it was because I was too forceful last night and made you run away, then I apologize. So, please do not abandon me." As he spoke, he knelt down, showing his sincerity. Cecil was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. That only made him panic even more. "Cecil, did I do something wrong again? Is that why you?" She cut him off. No, it is not that. The reason I came here is the chocolate. Solbi. I made. Solbi. The great mage's magic. Solbi. What's she talking about? He thought. "So, you mean the chocolate that made me lose my memories after I ate, it was made by the great mage Raihari?" he asked. She nodded rapidly. Anger flared up, and Aston roared, "That bastard!" Irene joined in the fun. "This case is going to be difficult. So, if Raihari is not here, that magic..." Raihari interrupted. His face was cheerful, completely unaware of the storm waiting for him. Harry said, "Dear sister, I finally completed it. Eternal love, chocolate." Huh? What is with everyone's attitude? I just came back after researching something extremely important, you know. Harry, fearless in the face of death, rushed forward. Aston patted his shoulder in a friendly manner and said, "Oh, Emperor, how was the chocolate?" Irene said she liked it, so I tried experimenting and making it. Since it was the first one, I was not confident. That is why I gave it to you to try first. Give me some feedback, please. He said this while grinning brightly. And here, Aston's actions spoke louder than words. He gently raised his sword in front of Harry's face, making him tremble violently. Harry said, "Wait, why are you suddenly pulling out a sword, old man? Let's handle this with words first, all right? There's a reason for all this. First listen to what I have to say, then decide whether you want to roll me up and throw me away or hug me. All right? 10 days ago. Can I take this off?" Irene asked, placing both hands lightly on the buttons of her clothes. "What?" Harry froze in panic, his face turning pale. Ignoring him, Irene continued, "You have been lingering around me all the time, have you not? I know what you want." As Irene spoke, she lightly took off the sleeveless vest she was wearing over her shirt. Harry was so embarrassed inside that he covered his eyes with both hands and stammered loudly, "Yes, sister, I like this too, but hurry up," Irene demanded, rolling up the sleeve of her shirt and revealing her pale, soft wrist. "Huh? Why are you rolling up your sleeve?" Harry asked in confusion. "Usually, the next step will be taking off the shirt," Irene answered perfectly seriously. "Do you not need blood?" "Blood?" Harry stared blankly and said, "My goal is Jujindi's blood." "That is right, is it not?" Harry immediately thought in a daze, "Well, that is true." Then he instantly teleported away, leaving behind only one sentence. "I suddenly remembered I have urgent business," leaving Irene with no idea what had just happened. At that moment, Harry was sitting blankly in his room, thinking it was more fun back when I was a prince. Ever since she learned my identity, she has treated me so coldly. After that, Harry decided to use all the knowledge of a great mage to make Irene fall for him once again. 1 week later, "It is done," Harry shouted excitedly. "The miraculous love potion I made." Though he was not certain of its effects, the thing before him looked like chocolate wrapped with a pink border, in the shape of a passionate heart of love. For now, it has succeeded with mice and turtles. I wonder if it will work on humans. Harry pondered to himself. Maybe I should give it to Aston. He can help me review the flavor too. Harry said to himself. After testing it a bit more, I will make Irene's. His voice seemed to carry a melody as he happily hummed and stirred his magical potion pot. And back to the present. Aston was holding a black sword, the weapon of the violent assault on the great mage that had just taken place. He asked coldly, "So you're saying it was because of that thing that I ended up in this state?" "Yes," Harry said weakly. After Aston left, Harry revived like a cockroach and burst into tears as he shouted, "Damn it, why did you hit me? I already dispelled the magic for you, did I not? How could you hit an angel like this?" Then he continued being narcissistic. "Still, that chocolate really was amazing. Even the great witch's power could not undo it. As expected, it is magic created by this castle master, Harry." "Wait, Cecil, did that chocolate always glow like that?" Harry asked hesitantly. The bar of love magic chocolate in her hand was shining with a strange blue light. "Yes, Irene, yes," Cecil called, and Irene turned around and answered, "Yes." Immediately, Cecil took the opportunity to shove a piece broken off from the glowing chocolate into Irene's mouth. Irene instantly fainted as if clinically dead. Harry hurriedly caught her and said, "Hey, what did you feed my dear sister?" "Mumusa, mumusa." Irene blinked and woke up. Her first question was directed at Harry. "Who are you?" The question struck Harry like a bolt from the blue. "Cecil, undo the magic before you leave." Harry raised his hand to ask her for help, but she ignored him, leaving hand in hand with Aston and throwing back the words, "An eye for an eye. Let us go, Aston." And so, Irene got to enjoy a special vacation brought about by memory loss. Sitting in the carriage, Aston apologized. Cecil said, "Again? Aston did not do anything wrong." "No, it is about handcuffing you," he explained. Cecil made an ah sound and raised her arm. The marks from the handcuffs were still on her wrist. "That is right. Why did you use those?" Cecil suddenly remembered, turned her head sharply to the side, and sulked. "I am sorry," Aston said, "because if you disappeared right in front of my eyes again like that, I felt I would die." Aston confessed. At that moment, all I could think was that I had to bind you tightly no matter what. He said, the moment I saw you. Cecil repeated, The moment I saw you, right after waking up, Aston said tenderly. It was just like the first time I met you. I fell for you all over again. Aston said this, and the two were silent for a while. Then Cecil looked out of the carriage and said, if you're trying to beg for my forgiveness with those words, you have made the wrong move. Is that so? Aston asked, but you were smiling. There was a bright smile on her face. I do not know. It will be a long time before I let that go. I'm still angry, you know. Cecil said stubbornly. All right, I will do everything you want until your anger fades. Aston surrendered. Okay then, Cecil said, rising from her seat. She pressed close to Aston and sat astride his lap. Doing this in the carriage, as the Empress. Is that not a bit improper? Aston said. You are addicted, yet you still act shy, Cecil replied. Perhaps Aston also needs to experience a new feeling. She leaned closer and whispered by his ear. After that, the two exchanged a passionate and tender kiss. Meanwhile, in another world, a small wooden house stood amid quiet mountains and forest. Cecil, what are you doing over there? A voice rang out. I just came back from another world. A girl with hair as red as blazing fire, her appearance hidden beneath a hood, answered. The young man behind her repeated in confusion. Another world? Yes. I once possessed the Great Witch's power, so I can still manage something of that level now, that Cecil said. At least with this. I still have to repay a little of my debt to Cecil, the final Cecil. As she said that, she lowered her hood, revealing a relaxed, gentle smile and a beautiful face that seemed to shine. In a lush green forest, a carriage parked that was shaking violently. It turned out Aston and Cecil were in the middle of an intimate act. Solby. Aston, it feels so good. Cecil moaned. Aston leaned close to her ear and whispered, do you like it like this? A sweet, suggestive atmosphere surrounded the two of them. Suddenly, both of them froze when they saw a ghostly figure, ragged and disheveled, appearing by the window. Cecil screamed, will you not get lost already, you perverted mage? It turned out the ghost was none other than Harry. Why can I not cut him down? Aston grumbled, resentful at having his good moment interrupted. It is an illusion. That guy contacts me like this from time to time, Cecil explained to him. Having said that, they turned and looked at each other passionately. Can you not block him? I do not like you contacting any other man, Aston said. I have ignored him all this time. I suppose I should do that now, she replied. And Aston immediately suggested, then let us finish the final part. Their lovemaking continued, despite Harry being completely ignored outside. Unable to accept being ignored, Harry shouted to assert his existence. Who is more perverted than whom? You perverted married couple. The scene shifted back to Harry. After his failed attempt to contact her, he said, hey Cecil, did the Empress really block me? Damn it, what exactly do I have to do to dispel my dear sister's magic? And she even sent a message. A pink message window appeared in front of Harry, along with Cecil's message. I will not undo the magic until you finish reflecting on your actions. Reflect on my actions? Are you joking? Harry said helplessly. Is there really no other way? Sister, I will help you remember soon. So until you regain your memories, please rest early. As he spoke, he turned sharply to look at Irene. Then he was completely stunned by her seriousness and productivity. An older maid said, Lady Irene, this is the Imperial Palace's financial report. Good, Julie. Leave it there and go out, she answered. Next, she said to Jack, Jack, have you prepared everything I asked for last time? Then she spoke to the maid, Lulu. Lulu, it seems you have grown much taller than before. All of Irene's actions shocked Harry to the core. It made him form a prediction he did not want to believe. Could it be that she remembers everything except me? He screamed in despair. That is a lie. Harry will probably have a very hard time, Cecil remarked. I will not undo it for him easily. The secret is that I added some of my own magic to that piece of chocolate. At this point, Harry truly went half-mad and laughed. Ha ha ha. Interesting. You have succeeded in awakening my curiosity. This matter is nothing. I stake the honor of the master of the magic tower on it. I will definitely undo this magic. Unfortunately for him, misfortune came too soon. 3 days later, he had turned into a withered walking corpse. Irene said, that person still has not left? I think he might be my guest. Yes, Harry answered gloomily. Yes, the relationship between you and me is very deep, sister. We have a very deep relationship, she blurted out. That is right. Who knows? This might actually be an opportunity. All this time, sister has only treated me like a child. If I seduce her in my adult form from the very beginning, perhaps this method will, he thought optimistically. Then he approached her from behind. I will tell you what kind of relationship it is. Dreams are always beautiful, but sadly for him, she said, I am not sure. I am busy right now, and completely ignored him. Rai froze completely. The scene changed. Feeling utterly helpless, Rai went to find Cecil and confided in her. He told her everything, making Cecil burst out laughing. Huh. So you gave up and came here to beg for my forgiveness. The handsome man pondered. To resist the charm of this overflowingly handsome Rai? Just how capable is this woman? Cecil cut in, capable my foot. That is what normal is, little brother. That is also the power of Jujindi's blood, he said. Cecil slammed the table and stood up. It is Jujindi's blood again. If you do not have that, do you and Irene no longer have any relationship? At first, I only found her cute because she was deceived by me. I only liked things that drew my interest, but when I learned that she carried Jujindi's blood, I actually felt very happy because it was not someone else. The chocolate incident and her indifferent attitude both made me angry. But whether she has her memories or not, I'm not anything important to her. As he spoke, he thought of the memories that belonged only to him and Irene. But he said, I've already laid bare all my feelings. Do whatever you want. In any case, whether Irene has her memories or not, she does not care about me. Now I do not have to suffer anymore. After he had calmed his mind, seeing the sincerity in him, Cecil smiled in satisfaction and revealed, Rai, I will tell you some good news. Rai exclaimed in surprise. Cecil said, I will undo the magic. Hurry and go find Irene. The scene changed. Now it was a private space for Rai and Irene. Everything is all jumbled up. No wonder I kept feeling like I had forgotten something. While Irene was sitting and eating, Rai appeared behind her. He asked, Do you recognize me? She answered, How could I not recognize you? He used his hand to turn her face toward him. You have something on you, sister. He said this with a bright smile. She turned her head away unnaturally and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Is that so? Thank you. I can wipe it myself. Looking at her, he recalled Cecil's words. I only added magic identical to Rai. The effect of that chocolate is to make you forget the person you love the most. After saying that, he bent down and gave Irene an unexpected kiss on the eye. What was that? She asked in surprise, turning to look at him. He smiled brightly and said, Just because I like you. It seems you have been playing with me all this time, sister, so I thought I had to make things clear to you. Looking closely, your ears have gone completely red. She blushed and tried to defend herself. That is because you said you liked me, so? Then do you not like it? As he spoke, he moved even closer to her. If you do not hate it, then I am willing. No. Before he could finish, Irene hurriedly cut him off. Wait, I still have a lot of work to do. Rai felt slightly disappointed. As expected, it still will not work. That man's work has all been pushed on his sister. Then Irene suddenly sat on the desk and said shyly, Because I still have a lot of work, we do not need to change locations. We can do it here. The final thread of his reason snapped. He approached and pushed her down onto the desk, as she had requested. They exchanged a deep, passionate kiss. Suggestive sounds rang out. Can I really go all the way, Irene? He asked to confirm once more, his face blooming with happiness. I already said so, Irene answered shyly. The next day, Cecil received a message from Rai. Irene is taking the day off today. As for the reason, it is better if you do not know. She screamed, Damn it, why did I, for no reason, tell him the truth? That Irene's hands turn red when she is flustered. That her hands turn red. His hands will turn red? Prince Aston called. Yes, your majesty. Sitting opposite him was a young boy. He had a small body, slender limbs, golden hair, and a delicate, cute face. He had inherited his father's pinkish red eyes. I have already received the reports from ministers. Why did you not attend your lesson? Tell me, where were you, and what were you doing during that time? Aston asked while looking at the official document. The child lowered his head slightly, his cheeks flushing shyly. Several years ago, Cecil had saved everyone and returned. After that, the prince of the Akia Empire was also born. His name was Carrion. Father, I do not want to hear it, Aston replied. He let out a sigh and said, If you do not want to tell me, then go outside for now. Prince Carrion, the emperor said. Carrion stammered with some hesitation. Will you tell me? Aston asked, turning his gaze toward the boy. The child's eyes filled with tears, his cute face like that of a bullied rabbit. When the boy went outside, Carrion, why are you coming out in tears like this? Did Aston hit you? A girl's loud voice rang out outside the room. André, Ondit, Belito, Sio. That is not it. The boy called the names of the three of them. Their faces showed a little worry. It is just, whenever father is truly angry, he calls me Prince. The boy spoke in an aggrieved tone. Father must be very disappointed in me. What are you saying? It must be Aston's fault. How could he treat his own child so frighteningly? Andre said. Belita, standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Is that so? Carrion said, his face brightening a little. Of course. What could Carrion possibly have done wrong? The girls affirmed. Andahit affirmed it too. That is not important. Could it be that the crown prince skipped an important class and went out to play? Andahit continued. Belita still agreed beside her. That is right, that is right. Then you should be scolded for that. The girl's words immediately made Carrion start crying again. He shouted and ran away, leaving the three of them confused. They said in unison, huh? Could that really be it? A little while later, Carrion sat sobbing on the steps. Beside him was a small bird with blue feathers like the high sky. The boy turned and asked, Phoenix Bird, do you also think I'm a bad child? The bird perched there, only able to look at the boy. But the friends outside the castle are really interesting, Carrion said in a small, aggrieved voice. Time slowly passed. The boy eventually fell asleep from exhaustion, with a few tear streaks still not dry at the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, a large shadow appeared, blocking out a great swath of light. It turned out to be Aston. He looked at Carrion, bent down, picked the boy up, and left. You really are a difficult child too, aren't you? He said in a gentle voice. A child born from Cecil and me. Aston thought to himself. In the past, he had believed that anything born from him would surely be a monster. There had even been a time when he desperately wished that his child would never come looking for them. Aston thought it was all because he was afraid he would not know how to love the child. He was someone who had cut off the heads of his own father and brothers with his own hands, someone who had never felt or learned how parents love their children. Can I truly love you properly? He wondered. Then, suddenly he thought, oh dear. A familiar voice rang out. A slender figure with distinctive golden hair appeared. It was Cecil. She was wearing a green dress and holding a basket covered with a white cloth in one hand. She said cheerfully, why are the two of you suddenly together in the rear garden like this? Cecil, have you returned from Sue's world? Aston asked. Yes, and this is a gift, Cecil replied. Sue's world really is something. They asked me to work hard to help maintain the world, yet they only gave me fruit as a gift. It is delicious, though. Cecil said, anyway, did something happen? Why is Carrion crying like this? She asked with concern. Because he skipped his lessons, so I scolded him. Hearing Aston's answer, Cecil did not react much and simply replied, is that so? You did well. If you scolded him, then there must have been a proper reason. But I was not actually trying to scold him. I was simply curious about where Carrion had been and what he had been doing, Aston said. I only wanted to talk to him. I wanted to ask where this child had gone and what he had done. His voice carried a faint sadness. What his worries are, what he is feeling right now. I am curious about everything. He said this without noticing that the child in his arms was secretly smiling. Also, what if he secretly went off to wipe out a kingdom without telling me? Or what if he was injected with some unknown kind of blood? I was afraid he might have done something dangerous like that, so, hearing this, Carrion immediately sprang up and shouted, I didn't. I've never done anything like that. Oh my, Carrion, you were awake? Cecil said from the side. Since when? Aston asked. Since Mother arrived, Carrion answered. Cecil lifted her skirt and crouched down to meet Carrion's eyes. Then, can Carrion tell Mother what you were doing outside? The boy hesitated, then answered, with my friends. Cecil did not quite understand. I was playing with my friends, Carrion said more clearly. Friends? But you do not necessarily have to go outside for that. There are also the twins, Tanya, in the castle, Cecil said. Carrion immediately replied, I wanted more normal friends. The children from Canis's family are always going around smashing something, Carrion said loudly. And the children from Ken's family talk in a way I can't understand at all. I just wanted a normal friend too. Aston and Cecil spoke at the same time. Neither of them had expected that this was the reason. That makes sense. But if that was the case, you should have told us sooner, Aston said. But I was afraid Father would be disappointed if I said I had gone outside to play, Carrion said fearfully. Carrion, Aston called his son's name. I'm always on your side. You are the child I love more than anyone. Yes, Karyan cried out in emotion. Father. Then tomorrow, father and mother will go outside to play with Karyan. All right, Cecil said. Hearing that, Karyan asked excitedly, Really? Yes. Aston replied, Father has also wanted to do that with his family someday. After that, the three of them returned together. Aston placed Karyan on his shoulders. It was the warm and happy sight of a family at a certain luxurious mansion. It is fortunate that Karyan is so well behaved. The saintess held a teacup in her hand and sat contentedly in a soft chair, casually throwing out a complaint. My child really is. Suddenly, the person beside her spoke. Hey, Karyan is not that well behaved. This time, he skipped class to go out and play, didn't he? The saintess immediately defended him. That is exactly what a boy should be like. Before she finished, she continued, Try looking at my child, then looking at yours. Has he learned anything at all? The other person grumbled, You only say that because you don't know. So the person who had been talking with the saintess all this time was Cecil. Avoiding her gaze, she answered vaguely, that is true. The saintess rested a hand on her chin and sank into thought. Originally, I was not someone from this place, so the way I speak is a little unusual. Cecil looked curious. Speaking of which, what kind of place was the place where you originally lived? That place? There was nothing special. The topic quickly shifted. The two chatted lively, one speaking and the other listening. Among your novels, there was one where this world appeared, right? Was it exactly the same as here? Manhwa. So that square machine really moved? And there were carriages that ran without making any sound too. There's nothing magical about it. On the contrary, I think this place is more magical. Cecil's eyes sparkled. Novels really are interesting. There are department heads, directors, and secretaries there, right? She seemed very interested in that. Wasn't your type a passionate northern duke? The saintess said. Hearing that, Cecil could not help thinking of that handsome face. Without realizing it, her face flushed slightly. Well, I do not dislike that sort either. But why? She gave an awkward laugh and replied, That is true. In the past, I did think about marrying a northern duke like that. I think I even wrote it in my diary. She spoke in an embarrassed voice. How shameful. To hide her awkwardness, Cecil quickly changed the subject. But if you are here, then where did the real saintess go? Her question made the saintess fall into thought. Now that I seriously think about it, you're right. I have never thought about that. At that moment, somewhere else, an unfamiliar figure was watching every movement of the saintess through a smartphone. What is the owner of this body doing? The saintess wondered. The person watching her was none other than the one they had been discussing, the real saintess. She stared at Can with resentment. She sat there muttering to herself, I cannot forgive this, while I am living in this place. Can suddenly turned his head and looked behind him as though he had sensed something. What is it? Cecil asked in confusion. Did you not just hear something? Was there a sound? It must have just been my imagination. Ken tried to reassure himself that it was only an illusion. The lights flickered in the white room. Two figures were entwined together, refusing to part. Ken called the name of the person beneath him. Dan. She blushed as she looked at him. Wait, our child is in the room next door. What will we do if he comes over here? Ken comforted her in a teasing voice. We have to train his independence. Our child, too. He smiled and said something outrageous. If he knows we are making him a younger sibling, he will probably be very happy. Hearing this, the saintess's already red face turned even redder. What are you saying? She shouted. Ken pressed her down beneath him. Tears welled in the saintess's eyes. Do you think I don't know? You go too far like this every single day. Ken smiled with narrowed eyes. Oh, what you were saying sounds strange. After saying that, he bent down and placed a kiss on her cheek. The saintess looked at him with eyes that were both helpless and indulgent. Really, he has a beautiful body and is an incomparable good man. But I did not hope for it to go this far, she thought to herself. He tightly grasped her small hand. But if I do not hold on to you tightly, will you disappear again? Ken looked at her deeply. Do you know how much I suffered to find you? Hearing this, the saintess reached out and touched his cheek, comforting him softly. You fool. From now on, I will absolutely never leave you. After saying that, she placed a light kiss on Ken's lips. Suddenly, a faint light shone from the corner of the room. The saintess noticed it sharply. Did something just glow? She thought, but she did not pay much attention to it. What is wrong? Nothing. It must have just been my imagination. Then she touched his face and said with a blush, "Let us finish what we were doing." The two figures entwined together once more, refusing to part. Early in the morning, with a few rays of sunlight slipping into every corner, the saintess held a book in her hand and could not help wondering, "Chem, what is this? This is the first time in my life I have seen this book." One day, I became the director's secretary. She placed the book on the table and muttered, "I can sense a strange power from it. This is not my book. Is it Cecil's? I should return it to her before any misunderstanding happens," the saintess told herself. After saying that, she immediately brought the book to meet Cecil. "Cecil, this book." Even if you had not done that, I was planning to come and retrieve the book I forgot here yesterday," Cecil replied. Suddenly, a strange light spread out in all directions, leaving the saintess unable to hide her shock. She instinctively raised her hand to cover her eyes and shouted, "What is this?" That unfamiliar voice rang out again. "I cannot forgive this. While I was living miserably in the world of Heinzo's son, how could all of you keep living happily like this?" The saintess could not help being shocked. This voice, it is me from the past. Cecil, standing beside her, was no less stunned. "So that is the real saintess?" The woman stood in the hazy air and said, "Even if you know now, it is already too late." The more she spoke, the more resentful she became. "The culprit who caused me to fall into this world is you, and the protagonist of this world, as well as that husband. I will make all of you suffer." Cecil and the saintess stood to the side in a daze. Aston too?" Cecil asked suspiciously. The woman pointed toward the two of them. "My remaining power has been exhausted. The pain of falling into another world without knowing a single thing. You will taste it too." Then the strange light appeared again. The book fell helplessly to the floor. Cecil's terrified scream echoed throughout the room. Boom! She sat up while clutching her head, confused. What was that just now? Why did I suddenly fall? Looking in shock at the strange clothes on her body, Cecil could not help being confused. What is with these clothes? Suddenly, someone called out, cutting off her thoughts. "Secretary Kim, Cecil. So you were here. The young master is calling you." "Excuse me." Before she could understand what was going on, the other person dragged her away. It did not take long before she discovered in shock, "Wait, these clothes and that book. Could it be that I have fallen into another world?" Wait, she said Aston was included too. Then could the young master be Aston? Cecil thought to herself. A man wearing a suit appeared. Secretary Kim, Cecil. You have arrived, that person said. Suddenly, the man turned around, winked at her, and smiled. "Were you waiting for me?" Looking at the unfamiliar person before her, Cecil's face turned pale as though thunder had struck beside her ears. She shouted, "Who are you?" "Secretary Kim, Cecil. You are here?" A blue-haired young man suddenly appeared and asked, "What? Who is that?" Cecil, not understanding anything, asked with a pale face. "Wait, this." It felt as if she had seen him somewhere before. She suddenly found his way of speaking familiar. This light, this temperature, this humidity. Could this person be the male lead from my favorite novel? The thought struck Cecil like lightning. Is he the young master book? Book Daegong, the man who had affection only for the woman of his life. The only son of the Book family, the enormous chaebol conglomerate that dominated Korea. The heir to the Book group. That was why everyone called him Young Master Book. How strange. Kim Cecil, you look so beautiful today. Truly. Cecil quickly ran over and covered Daegong's mouth, cutting off what he was about to say. She loudly insisted, "I really am Secretary Kim. What is going on? I heard Aston came here too." Then where did Aston go? Cecil wondered, looking around warily. "Brother Tion, why are you not tending the garden? What are you doing?" The words drew Cecil's attention. When she looked over, she immediately saw Aston's face looming outside the window. Aston entered and said, "Let me see, Kim Cecil." Cecil had not expected Aston to be the gardener. But after thinking about it, it also made sense. In this novel, the gardener was the second male lead. A little later, the two of them hid inside a room. Cecil said, "This cannot be happening. We have to hurry and find the saintess. I do not know if you saw her. I am still in the office, so I cannot search." "Yes, I saw her." Aston coldly cut off her words. "Where?" Cecil asked. "I looked very carefully." Miss Kim Cecil and young Master Book Daegong were having a pleasant time together. Hearing this, Cecil was left speechless. "This is not the time to be jealous," Cecil said. "Try changing positions and thinking about it." Aston stepped closer and looked at her. "What? I'm the same too, though," Cecil said, turning her face away and muttering. "And I cannot endure it anymore." As he spoke, he began taking off his shirt. Wait, why are you taking it off, Aston? She said in a panic. Could it be the kind of situation I have only ever seen in novels? Several mature scenes flashed through her mind. But when she looked again, her whole body froze and all her excitement vanished. Aston was using his shirt to tie around himself, covering his lower body. He said shyly, because that outfit is far too stimulating. You're wearing clothes like that and walking around with your ideal type. Am I not allowed to be jealous? He spoke in embarrassment, scratching his cheek. My ideal type? Cecil did not quite understand. Could it be? She suddenly thought of one possibility. She immediately asked Aston, "How did you know about that?" Aston flinched, avoided Cecil's gaze, and answered, "I found out when I secretly investigated you in the past." Do not talk about the past anymore. We have to hurry and find the Saintess. Aston changed the subject. Look here. Are you trying to dodge the topic? Cecil said. He had no choice but to confess. I am sorry for reading your diary. But because your ideal type was not a tyrant emperor, I only tried to find out what I needed to do so you would like me. Aston, are you still bothered by what I said back then? She asked. In the past, she had once said that she did not want to marry a tyrant. And the fiercest tyrant of that era was none other than Aston. Your ideal type once was not me, so I felt a little disappointed. Aston said shyly. Cecil looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, Aston, I always find you extremely adorable. Excuse me? Aston said. She moved closer to him. Were you that worried? Cecil asked softly. Cecil, wait. If someone sees us. Aston hurriedly said. You said it yourself, Aston. The clothes I am wearing right now look very stimulating. As she spoke, she slowly began undoing her buttons. To me, Aston being jealous of those things right now is incredibly alluring. She said, let us do it like in the novel. As she spoke, she reached out to untie the shirt wrapped around Aston's waist. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Ah, young master, if someone sees us, it really will be madness. He accepted Cecil's invitation as well. He lifted her onto the window and kissed those lips. You're the one who told me to do it, he said. Young master. You should call me Emperor, and call my name Cecil. He said, all right, Aston, a little more. Her unfinished words were cut off by the loud sound of the door opening. The Saintess entered, and her utterly mood-destroying voice rang out. Found you. So you were here. The two of them panicked and separated. Cecil shouted, You insensitive little brat. Both of their faces were flushed red. What? Someone was searching for you like crazy. Honestly, you really do not care about place, time, or even worldview, do you? The Saintess said helplessly. So what? We were being affectionate. Affectionate. Cecil protested. In any case, that is not important. I just realized something very important. The Saintess said urgently, This is a novel I wrote. You are saying this is a novel you wrote? Faced with that question, Kim CACAO firmly confirmed, that is right. Kim CACAO said, could an author possibly write only one novel? In particular, the plot is about a young master and a blonde secretary. On top of that, the male lead is a gardener with a strong, well-built body, so it is impossible to deny. Kim CACAO wondered, why did we appear in it? Then a mysterious voice rang out. That is right. Exactly, that thing said. Was the novel you wrote about this place not another novel? Hearing that, Kim CACAO froze. This voice is the original CACAO. Haha, that is right. It is me. The voice immediately admitted her identity. In another place, CACAO, with long black hair, was holding a phone and communicating with them. Oh my, you have had a good enough taste of it now, haven't you? That feeling of being thrown into a faraway, unfamiliar place where you do not know anyone, just like I was before. That loneliness. The voice continued to echo. Hearing that, Kim CACAO answered in surprise, It's simple. Then Kim CACAO began telling the long story of this novel. The first person who wrote it was me. The ending of the novel isn't unpleasant at all. It's happy and satisfying. All the characters who appear live happily. They earn lots of money. There are no dragons and no wars. So life is very simple. From far away, original CACAO cut in indignantly, Hey, you're the one who's simple. That's not what I meant. Original CACAO said from the other side, I can't believe something like this happened. Then what about me? Hearing that, Kim CACAO raised her voice and said loudly, Me too. Then Kim CACAO shouted, I was suddenly thrown into an unfamiliar place too. I'm exactly the same as you. What? Kim CACAO on the other side hesitated. Do you remember how we switched places at the beginning? Kim Seo asked. In my world, where magic doesn't exist, what did you do? No. In your world, where magic exists, what did you do? Original CEO, on the other side, could not help recalling it. Back then, she had prayed, meat? I want to eat meat. Yes. After that, I came here. I went to a meat buffet and ate very happily. Original CEO, on the other side, quietly looked back on it. I must have been mistaken, Original CEO thought. Every thought she had just had was heard by both Cecil and Kim Seo. The two of them were speechless and had no idea how to react. I found you. You're here. The blue-haired man rushed in and shouted. Young master, Cecil called out delicately. Original CEO beside her said, Are you drowning yourself in emotion? Empress Cecil, you're with that gardener again? The blue-haired man came forward to investigate and grabbed both of her hands. Seeing that scene, Aston's face darkened. He raised the hedge shears in both hands, as if he wanted to cut the man's neck in half. Seeing that, Kim Seo said, That is not your majesty's iron sword, your majesty. And then, the blue-haired man suddenly knelt on one knee before Cecil and proposed to her. No, Medime, I can't let you go, can I? I can't let this go on. How could a lowly, humble man like that ever give you a happy life? The man said. Seeing that, Aston froze stiff. Behind him, Kim Seo said, Well, that part is true, but calling him lowly and humble is. But in this world, perhaps it might be like that, Cecil said calmly. However, I still have to tell you the truth. I'm afraid I cannot accept that proposal, because the gate-opening magic has already been prepared. At Cecil's words, a pale, blue magic circle appeared behind her. Secretary Kim Cecil. The man called her name in a daze. Besides, I am already married to the man who appeared first in this world, Cecil said. From far away, Original CEO also spoke up, asserting her presence. Me too. Let's go back to our original world, Cecil said. I don't want to. Don't go. Am I the only one who has to suffer? Original CEO, on the other side, said. Kim Seo immediately turned around and tapped away at something. As she worked, she said, Take this. It's the novel I just wrote. The villainess is the perfect match for the tyrant. You just wrote it? Original CEO asked. Kim Seo confirmed, That's right. Based on everything that happened in this world, I revised it and added more. If you keep posting it based on this, you'll be able to succeed. It'll make a huge splash. You could upload it as a webtoon too, right? And make an audiobook too, right? Then you'll be sitting on a pile of money. Kim Seo painted a beautiful vision of the future, then asked, Think carefully. Will you take it and send us the money, or will you just go on living normally? Take care. Original CEO on the other side said, All right then, stay well. Kim Seo said goodbye, and the three of them disappeared together. Only the blue-haired man remained, having no idea what was going on. The contract between Kim Seo and the real CEO had come to an end. Did you stay in contact after that? Cecil asked, but Kim Seo did not answer. She only drank her tea. That night in Cecil and Aston's bedroom, Aston said, Cecil, stop there. No, I don't want to. I'm going to touch more. Cecil refused and continued caressing Aston's abdominal muscles. Ever since that day, there are still some things I haven't done properly, Cecil said. She moved closer and whispered into his ear, How should I put it? I know you were jealous, Aston. Shouldn't we reassure them so they won't worry? All right, to tell the truth, I was a little uneasy. As Aston spoke, he turned around and held Cecil's wrist. I had lost my current position. Even if I had a different status, you still chose me. Why would you think something so foolish? Cecil said helplessly. I mean, even if you were a gardener or an ordinary citizen, even if you were a bloodthirsty monster or a tyrant who should never appear again in this world, my heart would still be the same. I would always find you, and I would always live happily with you. Cecil looked straight into Aston's eyes and spoke with deep affection. She lifted a finger and lightly touched Aston's lips, saying, Because for Aston, Cecil is the best match. Happy, joyful smiles appeared on both their lips.